After leaving the hospital, the young man, Ing Chun, was worried about his debts. Little did he know that a mysterious event in the sky would bring him a strange crystal and a system so poor it couldn't even provide a beginner's package. What is that in the sky? Is it a biological weapon from an enemy country or the end of the world? Voices of panic and speculation filled the air. Ing Chun, who had just stepped out of the hospital, couldn't help but smile wryly. A sudden fever had added to his already tight financial situation, and he was anxiously waiting for next month's paycheck to breathe a little easier. At that moment, the once clear sky was suddenly swallowed by an ominous blackness. The darkness spread like ink, as if the apocalypse had arrived, instilling fear in everyone. Ing Chin's mouth dropped open in shock, and before he could gather his thoughts, a mysterious streak of light appeared before him. As if drawn by an unseen force, Ing Chun felt compelled to move towards the light. When he regained his senses, he found an irregular crystal in his hand. The crystal was pure white, with a blue glow at its center and a golden mist swirling around it, appearing as if crafted by divine hands. Before Ing Chun could examine it further, the crystal merged into his body. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Divine Pet Evolution System Binding. 13, 15, 25. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, on receiving a beginner's guide from the Divine Pet Evolution System. As a young man of the modern era, Ing Chun was thrilled. A system usually meant a protagonist's aura and unstoppable power, right? However, he quickly discovered that this system was so poor it couldn't even afford a beginner's package. Sorry, this system is broke and can't give you a starter pack, the system replied unabashedly. After studying the beginner's guide, Ing Chun understood the true potential of this poverty-stricken system. It could not only assist in signing contracts with mythical beasts, but also evolve the most ordinary creatures into legendary beasts. An ant could transform into an ant emperor, a sparrow into a divine phoenix, a venomous snake into a green dragon, and even an ostrich into a heaven-devouring nine phoenix. Isn't this world devoid of supernatural powers? Wouldn't the sudden appearance of these mythical beasts be too shocking? Ing Chun wondered aloud. The system scoffed. Who said there are no supernatural powers? Aren't we in the midst of a spiritual revival? This planet might have lacked spiritual energy before, preventing me from activating. But now that I'm awake, it means the spiritual energy has returned. I just need spiritual energy to recognize a master. Without it, I can still exist, but I would remain dormant. A piercing scream shattered the sky. Ah, what is this monster? The dog is eating people, eating people. Run. Help, help. Someone save me. Chaos erupted instantly. Countless cries for help and terrified screams intertwined, creating a cacophony of noise. Ing Chun cautiously peered outside, and suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply. In his line of sight, a massive black dog was viciously pinning someone down. Blood gushed out like a fountain, forming glaring red patches on the ground. Even more horrifying was the sight of a human finger clamped in the beast's bloodstained jaws. This black beast was enormous, over 3 meters long and more than a meter tall, completely defying the conventional understanding of a dog. It resembled a full-grown lion, with fierce fangs and blood-red eyes, brimming with savagery and a bloodthirsty desire. Meanwhile, the surrounding environment was undergoing astonishing changes at a visible pace. Grass in the green belts grew wildly, shooting up to over 20 centimeters in just a few minutes. Small trees, originally only 3 meters tall, grew explosively as if on steroids, soaring to dozens of meters in the blink of an eye, with lush branches and leaves that blocked out the sky. Witnessing all this, Ing Chun was shocked and quickly called out to the system in his mind. System, what is happening? Why is that dog so big? And what about the tree? The system responded calmly. The revival of spiritual energy is stimulating the growth and evolution of all things, causing all creatures to evolve rapidly. Frowning, Ing Chun pursued further. Why don't I feel any changes? Humans should evolve too, right? The system explained. Humans will also evolve, but it might be slower compared to other creatures due to the complexity of human genes. Currently, the revival of spiritual energy has just begun, and only a small portion of creatures have evolved. It will take time for all creatures to evolve together. Hearing the system's words, Ing Chin's brow furrowed. He realized that if what the system said was true, humanity's position at the top of the food chain might no longer be secure. As you said, the creatures that have already evolved with the revival of spiritual energy will likely surpass others. The system seemed a bit displeased with Ing Chen's reaction and sarcastically remarked, where there are geniuses, there are fools. Surely you understand such a simple truth. Even though Ing Chun did not have a beginner's gift pack at this moment, the Divine Pet system provided him with one contract slot, allowing him to seek out and tame a creature. Puzzled, Ing Chun asked, System, why only one contract slot? Aren't you supposed to offer unlimited divine pets? The system responded coldly. Have you ever seen anyone get fat from one bite? I can't believe I have such a foolish host. Ing Chun silently criticized the system, feeling it gave off an unreliable vibe. making him nostalgic for the emotionless systems. The system continued to explain. To gain more contract slots, you need to level up. The current system is at level 0, so there's only the basic 1 contract slot, allowing you to contract only 1. What do you need to consume to level up? Ingchen curiously inquired. Energy is needed to level up. Everything in the world contains energy. It's just a matter of quantity, the system replied. Then, the system instructed Ingchen to open the panel. Host, Ingchen. Level 0. Divine Pet, none. Available contract slots, 1. Energy, 0. System level, 0. Ingchen was surprised. I have a level 2. The system explained. With the revival of spiritual energy, all beings in the world are evolving, and you will evolve too. At the moment, you are just at level 0. It seems you're also a fool for not evolving at the first opportunity. Ingchen cursed silently, feeling an urge to strangle this system. Just then, a low growl interrupted Ingchen's thoughts. Woof! Roar! A giant beast of a dog silently approached Ingchen. Its blood-stained jaws emitted a nauseating stench, and its mane was dyed crimson with blood. Ingchen immediately recognized it as the same murderous beast he had seen outside earlier. Upon closer inspection, Ingchen was startled to discover that the beast was actually black and white. A ridiculous thought crossed his mind. Could this be an evolved husky? The more he looked, the more it resembled a blown-up version of a husky, only far more ferocious and violent. Ingchen urgently asked the system. System, can I contract it? The system calmly replied. You can, but the target has a strong resistance, with only a 20% success rate. Contract it. An invisible beam of light shot from Ingchen's mind, targeting the head of the giant husky. In an instant, the massive husky acted as if struck by lightning, thrashing wildly on the ground, howling continuously as if battling some unseen force. Ingchen watched nervously, knowing this was his only chance for survival. Just moments ago, this mutated husky had effortlessly torn apart his steel cage, displaying terrifying ferocity. Contract failed. The creature has entered a state of rage. The system's cold voice echoed in Ingchen's mind. You're completely unreliable. Ingchen cursed quietly, turning to flee. Behind him, the husky struggled to its feet, barking thunderously, its blood-red eyes fixed on the direction of Ingchen's escape. It was about to give chase but hesitated, recalling the strange sensation from before, and then turned away. The husky was already intelligent, and with its mutation, its wisdom had greatly increased. It vaguely sensed the human's attempt to tame it, and, remembering the pain of captivity, chose to retreat, seeking weaker prey to vent its fury. The streets were in chaos, filled with panicked people running in all directions. Ingchen was horrified to see rats the size of basketballs scurrying around, and quickly retreated to his home. He barricaded the door with a bookshelf, still shaken. Although there were no zombies, the evolved creatures were all filled with a violent aura, killing indiscriminately. This useless system, it can't even manage a contract. Ingchen couldn't help but complain. The system calmly replied, that husky is already a level 1 creature, while you are still at level 0. It's normal for the contract to fail. Contracting across levels has a high failure rate, but if you can severely weaken it, the success rate will increase accordingly. Ingchen understood the system's hint, but he no longer dared to venture outside. The world outside resembled an apocalyptic scene. Restless and uneasy, he headed to the kitchen, intending to fill his stomach first. While chopping vegetables, Ingchen suddenly noticed a silver ant on the cutting board, waving its tiny legs at him. This ant was unlike any ordinary ant. Its body was more slender, shimmering with a metallic silver glow. This ant has also begun to evolve, and it's evolving towards a metal attribute, the system explained. Biological evolution varies. Some enhance their physical bodies, like increasing size or hardening skin. Others develop extraordinary abilities, like controlling elements. The former are called fierce beasts, while the latter are spirit beasts. This little ant has awakened metal attribute abilities, allowing it to enhance its defense using metal attributes. Ingchen was delighted to hear this. Wasn't this a golden opportunity? A supernatural, yet not overly powerful little ant was perfect for him. Contract it. Ingchen eagerly commanded. Do you wish to contract the silver iron ant in front of you? Success rate is 95%, the system inquired. Confirm. Ingchen responded without hesitation. The contract beam shot towards the little ant, and the silver iron ant remained still. Moments later, Ingchen sensed a vague consciousness forming in his mind, akin to a newborn's undeveloped awareness. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the first divine pet. The silver iron ant, an extraordinary creature, has officially become Ingchen's contracted partner. As the contract was completed, Ingchen felt a faint surge of power entering his body, slightly enhancing his physique. A virtual panel suddenly appeared before him, and Ingchen examined it carefully. Host, Ingchen. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Iron Ant Extraordinary Species. Energy, 0 points. Silver Iron Ant Bloodline Level, Lower Spirit Beast. Attribute, metal. Level 0. Evolution, 01000. Upgrade, 01000. System upgrade, 02000. Chen frowned. Why does it suddenly require energy to level up? The system responded coldly. Last time you didn't have a pet, so it wasn't added. This system is really unreliable. Chen rolled his eyes. As someone who often plays games, he could understand the panel before him. The upgrade section obviously indicated the amount of energy needed for improvement. What does bloodline mean? Chun continued to inquire. The system explained, it means just stepping into the threshold of the extraordinary. The current bloodline level is a lower spirit beast. Above it are middle spirit beasts, upper spirit beasts, and so on. At this moment, the little silver iron ant showed great dependence on Chun. It climbed up his finger and circled around in his palm. Chun was a bit surprised. This little guy is only level 0. I thought it was already level 1. After preparing a simple meal, Chun shared some with the little creature. After eating, he lay down to rest. The system prompted, energy 0.1. That meager bit of energy was the gain from the meal. The system explained that the energy provided by the little creature's meal would also be transferred to Chun, and he would share 1/10 of the pet's strength. However, since the little creature's strength was not significant, Chun couldn't feel any noticeable change. The next day, Chun decided to take the little creature out to find food. There wasn't much food left at home, and even with careful rationing, it would only last for 2 days. Chun knew that if he didn't act now, the supermarkets would be emptied out in no time. Little guy, let's go. Chun placed the silver iron ant on his head, hiding it with his thick hair, and gripped a kitchen knife tightly as he embarked on his quest for food. The streets were in chaos, with blood splattered on the walls and cars overturned. Chun proceeded cautiously, questioning in his mind, system, why has there been a spiritual energy revival? Looking at the devastation before him, Chun's heart trembled. The system replied, unclear, this planet is very peculiar. The speed of the spiritual energy revival is too fast. Normally, spiritual energy revival would be gradual, allowing organisms to slowly adapt over time. But on your planet, the speed has increased over 100-fold, and the evolution of organisms is unimaginably rapid. Chun fell silent. Even the system didn't know the reason, indicating that this spiritual energy revival was highly unusual. Some people around, seeing someone daring to step outside, peeked from their windows to watch. Some secretly ridiculed Chun as foolish for venturing out without assessing the situation right after a cosmic change, calling it suicidal. A bunch of short-sighted people, Chun thought to himself. If you don't gather food now, you'll be on a path to doom. He could sense the strange looks from those around him, but chose to ignore them. If he tried to warn them, he might just get mocked instead, so he focused on his task of bringing back more food. After nearly 2 hours of trekking, Chun finally spotted the long-awaited supermarket. He dashed over, only to find the outside in shambles, littered with trash and debris. No way. Chun's heart sank as he quickly stepped inside. As expected, it was even more chaotic inside, with shelves toppled and water and drinks spilled everywhere. Damn it. Someone beat me to it. Chun cursed, starting a meticulous search through the supermarket. Eventually, he only found a few bottles of water and scattered candies. With no other choice, Chun picked up a travel bag he found in the supermarket and packed these pitiful findings into it. It seems someone still recognizes the importance of food. Hopefully, the other supermarket still has some supplies left. Chun slung his backpack over his shoulder, decisively discarding the kitchen knife he held, and instead found a more practical fire axe in the supermarket. Without hesitation, he punched through the glass, retrieved the fire axe, and tested its weight and balance before setting off on his quest for a new supply point. In his mind, Chun recalled the larger, more expensive supermarket to the east. Although he rarely visited it in normal times, the current perilous situation left him no choice but to take the risk. He silently prayed to return safely before nightfall. By now, the roadside grass had grown wildly, almost completely covering the once barren ground. Chun couldn't help but marvel at how it seemed the entire world was accelerating in evolution and growth. Heading east, Chun trudged for nearly half an hour before finally catching sight of the supermarket sign through the haze. Just as he was about to sprint forward, a massive figure inside the store abruptly halted him in his tracks. It was a giant creature, its skin exposed and muscles bulging, like something straight out of a sci-fi movie. Chun's pupils contracted as a terrifying thought crossed his mind. This was a monster evolved from a gorilla. He suddenly recalled that there was indeed a zoo nearby on the verge of closing down, and it seemed the animals hadn't been fully relocated. This gorilla had quite the opportunity and frightening potential. It attempted to leap directly to a higher-level beast during evolution, but failed due to insufficient spiritual energy, leaving it a creature unable to further evolve or level up. Chun squinted, assessing the situation. This was a quasi-second-tier monster. If his little ant could devour it, it might evolve into a mid-level spirit beast. In the universal ranking system, from 1st to 9th tier, First is the weakest, ninth the strongest, and surpassing the ninth tier leads to a new realm. The raging gorilla before him was a quasi-second tier failed beast, yet the energy it contained was still considerable. However, Ing Chun was acutely aware that his current strength was far from enough to confront it. As he pondered, he suddenly heard the urgent squeaks of his little ant in his mind. After a brief communication, he was surprised to find that the little creature claimed to have a solution to this tricky problem. Ing Chun held the little ant in his palm, watching as it waved its tiny silver claws vigorously, seemingly declaring, "I can do it." At that moment, the gorilla's brutal actions drew Ing Chun's attention. It was gripping a man's leg, indifferent to the victim's pleas. With a crunch, the gorilla's massive teeth easily crushed the man's leg. Flesh and bone were pulverized in its mouth before being swallowed. Even more cruelly, the man was still alive, forced to watch himself being devoured bit by bit, enduring unimaginable pain. In his final moments, he cursed in anger, "Beast, you deserve to die." In this critical moment, several figures suddenly bolted from the supermarket, sprinting towards Ing Chun's hiding spot, with the terrifying gorilla in hot pursuit. Ing Chun cursed under his breath, realizing their escape path had exposed his location. Without hesitation, Ing Chun turned and ran. Facing that monster heathen would be suicide. He had witnessed the creature effortlessly lift a grown man. Such strength was beyond any human's capability. A voice called out behind him, "Brother, wait for us." But instead of slowing him down, it only made Ing Chun run faster. He was furious these people intended to use him as a scapegoat, and he found it utterly unforgivable. "Big brother, what if he doesn't stop?" one of the fleeing men asked, his breath heavy and fear clear in his voice. At this moment, the terrifying beast was closing in on them, its massive form looming ever closer. "Then force him to stop," the leader of the group said harshly, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He quickly bent down, picked up a sharp stone, and hurled it with all his might in Ing Chun's direction. Ing Chun heard the whistling sound from behind and felt a surge of anger. "Damn you all," he growled through gritted teeth, incredulous at their audacity. "Kid, blame your own bad luck. People die for wealth like birds for food." The man sneered, showing no trace of mercy in his eyes. The stone came whistling through the air, and before Ing Chun could dodge, it hit his left leg. The sharp pain spread through his body instantly, and his pace slowed significantly. The others took the opportunity to overtake him, leaving Ing Chun alone to face the terrifying giant ape. The giant ape was now within arm's reach, and Ing Chun could even smell its foul stench. Fear surged over him like a tide as he realized he couldn't outrun the others. Each step sent a wave of pain through his injured leg, the force of the stone clearly not insignificant. "Little guy, it's up to you." Ing Chun gritted his teeth and threw the small object in his hand with all his strength into the gaping mouth of the giant ape. The ape seemed oblivious, continuing its mad charge forward. Ing Chun recalled his earlier communication with the little creature, knowing its metal-enhanced shell could resist stomach acid. The creature's goal was to burrow into the ape's brain and consume everything. Despite Ing Chun's desperate attempts to flee, the giant ape continued to close the distance. Suddenly, he felt a powerful grip on his leg. The world spun as Ing Chun found himself dangling upside down, face to face with the ape's monstrous visage. "Roar!" The giant ape let out a deafening roar. "System, save me!" Ing Chun called out in despair. "There's nothing I can do." "Good luck," the system replied coldly, leaving Ing Chun feeling utterly hopeless. The ape's massive jaws inched closer to Ing Chun's neck, its hot breath searing his skin. Just as all seemed lost, a loud bang echoed, and the giant ape's massive body crashed to the ground. Shaken, Ing Chun struggled to his feet, unable to believe what he saw. The little creature had succeeded. It emerged from the ape's head, now swollen to the size of an apple. The system interface updated. Host, Ing Chun. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Iron Ant Extraordinary Species. Energy, 600 points. Silver Iron Ant Bloodline Level, Lower Spirit Beast. Attribute, Metal. Grade, First Grade. Evolution, 01000. Upgrade, 02000. System Upgrade, 02000. Seeing the additional 600 energy points, Ing Chun exhaled deeply, marveling at the intense ups and downs of life. The little guy reached first grade. Ing Chun exclaimed with joy. The system explained, "Your pet's energy gain is split equally with you." This giant ape was almost second grade, so naturally, it elevated the pet to first grade. The energy mainly enhances the bloodline level, though it can also be used for leveling up, albeit less efficiently. Ing Chun understood that while his pet could level up on its own, enhancing its bloodline was more challenging. "Keep eating, little guy. I'll go inside and look for food," he said, before heading into a nearby supermarket. Inside, the supermarket was chaotic, with toppled shelves and scattered food. Ing Chun carefully selected high-calorie, easy-toaster foods like chocolate and beef jerky. He also picked up some powdered milk for its nutritional value. He avoided space-consuming, impractical items like chips. Finally, he grabbed some fresh meat and vegetables, planning to consume them while they were still fresh. Just then, a group of people entered the supermarket. Ing-chun looked closely and saw it was the same group that had betrayed him earlier. You dare come back? Ing-chun glared at the three men, seething with anger. The leader chuckled, unfazed. The supermarket doesn't belong to you. I can come and go as I please. Ing-chun was furious and demanded harshly. Do you realize you almost got me killed just now? The leader among the three men responded dismissively. But you're not dead, are you? Why are you shouting? There are three of us here. Do you really think we're afraid of you? This shameless remark fueled Ing-chun's anger even more. Just as he was about to lose his temper, another man spoke up. Kid, we don't know how you managed to defeat that monster. But since we're all human, shouldn't you be helping us out? The third man chimed in. Exactly. You should escort us to the troops. With great power comes great responsibility. At that moment, a chilling pop sound interrupted their conversation. Blood suddenly spurted from the leader's neck. He frantically clutched his wound, but the blood continued to flow, and his face turned as pale as paper. Who? The remaining two men were terrified, looking around frantically. They suddenly noticed a silver ant not far away. The ant was as big as two fists, exuding a metallic sheen, and was staring intently at them. Monster! One of the men exclaimed. The other tried to stay calm, waving a stick and shouting. Don't be afraid. It's just a small ant. With that, he swung the stick at the creature. However, shockingly, the stick broke upon contact with the ant, while the creature remained unharmed. Before the man could recover from his shock, the silver ant appeared before him like lightning. With a swift motion of its forelimb, a cold gleam flashed across the man's neck, and blood gushed out. The last man screamed in terror and turned to run. He barely made it 10 meters before the swift creature caught up. The silver ant bit through his neck, then casually returned to Ing-chun's side, snuggling affectionately against his leg. Ing-chun gently stroked the creature's back, speaking softly, Good job, little one. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Ing-chun's mind. Host, Ing-chun. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Iron Ant Extraordinary Species. Energy, 1,200 points. Ing-chun marveled. No wonder it's a near second-grade monster, providing 1,200 energy points and evolving the little one. Without hesitation, he commanded, Evolve. Immediately, energy surged into the creature, accelerating its evolution. Its body rapidly expanded, becoming stronger. When the light dissipated, it had grown to the size of a medium-sized dog, with an even shinier shell and forelimbs that gleamed as if they could cut through anything. The system prompted again. Silver Light Ant. Bloodline level, mid-tier spirit beast. Attribute, metal. Grade, first grade midstage. Evolution, 02000. Upgrade, 02000 inch. Curious, Ing-chun lightly ran a knife over the creature's shell, but it left no mark. Even with force, he could only manage a slight scratch, which quickly vanished. You're amazing, little one. Ing-chun praised sincerely. Then he felt a surge of strength enter his body, a tenth of the creature's power. Even though it was just a fraction, it doubled Ing-chun's strength. He couldn't help but calculate that if this were true, the creature's strength was 10 times his own. At this point, Ing-chun's energy level had dropped to 200 points, preventing further upgrades. He decided to save it for later and called out to the system. Are you there, system? The system promptly replied. As long as you're alive, I'm here. Ing-chun asked, Is there any storage space available? It would be a shame to waste all this food. The system answered, No, that might be available after the system upgrades. Ing-chun spat in frustration. Ugh. Upgrading the system requires 2,000 energy points. With that energy, I'd definitely prioritize upgrading the little one's bloodline or level. You're the weakest system I've ever encountered. The system panicked. I'm going to self-destruct. Ing-chun quickly conceded. No. I was wrong. He thought to himself, a wise man knows when to yield. I won't abandon a weak system because I'm afraid I won't have enough to eat without it. Now that the little creature had grown too large to perch on Ing-chun's shoulder, he ingeniously placed a bag of rice on its back, ready to continue their journey. Carrying a bulging travel bag, Ing-chun stepped out of the supermarket and headed towards his modest home. The city's usual hustle and bustle seemed to have been replaced by an eerie silence, with an undercurrent of unease hanging in the air. Ing-chun reflected that his act of murder might now be insignificant. After all, the world was undergoing tremendous upheaval. Governments around the globe were overwhelmed, grappling with a succession of crises. Massive power outages plunged cities into darkness, as if they had reverted overnight to ancient times. More terrifyingly, various monsters appeared one after another, wreaking havoc. In such chaos, who would bother to hold Ing-chun accountable? This was precisely the reason for his decisive action. Besides, the deceased were scum who deserved their fate. Reality was even worse than Ing-chun had anticipated. In the cities, once docile pets like cats and dogs had suddenly evolved, becoming ferociously aggressive, breaking free to attack their owners. The countryside was even more perilous, with a multitude of wild animals posing an increased threat. Overseas, the situation was chaotic, especially in jungle-dense areas, which had nearly become havens for beasts. In the depths of the Amazon rainforest, enormous beastly shadows loomed. Mysterious creatures emerged on Kunlun Mountain, and eerie figures flickered in the Congo Basin. Yet, the most spine-chilling were the unfathomable depths of the ocean. In the trenches thousands of meters deep, some terrifying entities were stirring, ready to act. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, all creatures were evolving, and the law of the jungle once again ruled the world. To evolve more rapidly, the most direct method was to devour other creatures rich in spiritual energy. Ing Chun was grateful to have the little creature by his side, paving the way. Many mutated beasts feared its aura and dared not approach. Nonetheless, cold sweat still seeped from Ing Chen's palms. Just moments ago, a group of mutated rats had eyed him greedily, their eyes glistening with danger. Fortunately, they were extremely wary of the little creature's aura, forced to watch their prey slip away. Although these rats had begun mutating, they had not yet fully evolved into fierce or spiritual beasts. After all, the path of evolution was fraught with peril, as difficult as climbing to the heavens. After a harrowing journey, Ing Chen finally returned to his small home. He breathed a sigh of relief, as if lifting a heavy burden from his shoulders. Once home, Ing Chun immediately prepared a sumptuous feast with fresh meat. After the meal, he and the little creature slept side by side, seeking a sliver of peace in this mad world. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Ing Chen awoke, stifled by the heat. Though it was only May, the weather was unusually hot. The sun seemed more intense than usual, scorching the earth. He opened his computer to find his social media feed in a frenzy. Videos flooded the platform, all showcasing the terrifying scenes of mutated beasts or plants. Among the numerous pleas for help, Ing Chen clicked on a video posted by an old friend whose updates had been sparse. Although he could no longer remember who this friend was, the scene in the video left him speechless. It showed a bird engulfed in flames, reportedly mutated from an ordinary sparrow. This flame sparrow had a wingspan of about a meter, and wherever it went, would instantly turn to ash. As it flew, it scattered sparks, like a small, mobile furnace. Another video showed a mutated cherry tomato tree. Originally a mere meter tall, it had grown to over 10 meters. Even more astonishing, its fruits were no longer red but gleamed with a golden radiance, resembling tiny suns. The rapid changes in the world were astonishing. Ing Chun shook his head, realizing that being an orphan meant he had fewer attachments in this chaotic world. No girlfriend, no close friends, his only companion was the mysterious little creature by his side, providing warmth and strong protection. Reflecting on the past, Ing Chun felt a twinge of bitterness. It wasn't that he had no family. He had been abandoned in his childhood. Ing Chun had a twin brother, but their relationship was strained. Their parents divorced when they were young, and neither was willing to take responsibility for their upbringing. Thus, the two were left at an orphanage. Fate intervened, and his brother was adopted by a wealthy businessman at the age of 5, while Ing Chun grew up in the orphanage, facing the harsh world alone. Over time, the younger brother became increasingly arrogant, and the two brothers quarreled constantly as they grew up, leading to a gradual estrangement. Ing Chun gazed at the gloomy sky outside, silently wishing his brother's safety. One was in the north of the Yanhuang Kingdom, the other in the south. A journey that used to take just a few hours by car now seemed insurmountable due to the apocalyptic crisis, making a reunion as difficult as reaching the heavens. As Ing Chun was lost in thought, his Peta Metallitude mutant ant gently touched his arm with its antennae, as if to comfort him. Ing Chun snapped back to reality and softly said, "I'm fine. If you want to go out, go ahead, but remember to come back early." He petted the little creature's head, signaling it could go out and hunt mutant beasts. As a summoner, Ing Chun adhered to the principle of staying safe and avoiding unnecessary risks. He reminded the little creature once more not to harm humans unless attacked, then sent it outside and resealed the entrance. Ing Chun wasn't worried about the little creature's safety. As an extraordinary species, the mutant ant not only inherited the incredible strength of ordinary ants, but also had the ability to manipulate metal, making it formidable in both offense and defense. It had reached the level of a mid-tier spirit beast, with few creatures able to challenge it. Ing Chun only needed to wait at home for the little creature to gather energy, and once it grew stronger, it could sweep away any obstacles. Bored, Ing Chun browsed through various social media platforms. With the apocalypse upon them, the internet was in chaos. He knew power outages were inevitable, though the timing was uncertain, and the quality of the network was deteriorating. He had tried to seek help from the authorities, but the phone lines were always busy, indicating that even the authorities were overwhelmed by this global disaster. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted Ing Chun's thoughts. Through his mental perception, he confirmed that the little creature was still outside, so who could be knocking? Cautiously, he approached the door without opening it. In these apocalyptic times, human nature could be more terrifying than mutant beasts. Who's there? Ingchen asked through the door. It's me, Uncle Wong, your neighbor, came a familiar voice. Ingchen remembered this was the neighbor who had once mocked him. What's the matter, Uncle Wong? Ingchen replied coldly. Ingchen, there's no food at my place. I was hoping to borrow some from you. I can pay. Uncle Wong's voice was tinged with urgency. Ingchen couldn't help but chuckle. Money? What good is that now? Uncle Wong, it's the apocalypse. Money is no better than scrap paper. The authorities will intervene, they must. How could money become worthless? Uncle Wong seemed to cling to the old world's illusions. Ingchen shook his head. Without the system's warning, he might have naively hoped for official rescue too. But the reality was that the world had turned upside down, and humanity's end was a feast for other creatures. Uncle Wong, try asking someone else. I don't have much food left either. Ingchen politely declined. However, Uncle Wong was persistent. Ingchen, don't lie to me. I know you have food. You brought back so much last time. You're just a kid, you can't eat it all. Please, spare some for Uncle Wong. Ingchen's face darkened instantly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Although he knew he was an orphan, hearing it bluntly stated by an outsider still made him uncomfortable. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly, No, you're talking nonsense. I'm telling you, you must give it to me, or I'll come here every day to curse you. After saying this, Ingchen turned and left, deciding to ignore such a scoundrel. Although angry, he was not one to kill indiscriminately. Such a petty person was not worth his wrath. However, just as Ingchen reached inside his house, there was a sudden urgent knocking at the door. Bang! Bang! The noise grew louder. Clearly the shameless neighbor was now pounding on the door. Ingchen frowned, surprised by the man's audacity. Hesitant, he worried that a broken door would increase the danger, so he reluctantly opened it. Standing outside was none other than Wong Pippy, dressed in a green tracksuit. Seeing the door finally open, Wong Pippy smirked triumphantly. Kid, finally opened up. Had to make me knock it down, huh? Ingchen repeated coldly. I told you, I have no food for you. Wong Pippy scoffed, arrogantly saying, Humph. Whether there's food is not for you to decide. It's up to me. Go make me a bowl of noodles, or I'll trash your place. Before he could finish, Ingchen suddenly struck, landing a fierce punch on Wong Pippy's face. With Ingchen's strength now doubled from sharing the little one's abilities, the punch sent Wong Pippy sprawling to the ground. Furious, Wong Pippy tried to get up and fight back, but Ingchen's strength was beyond his imagination. Ingchen mercilessly pinned him down until Wong Pippy could no longer move. Only then did Ingchen release him, saying coldly, With skills like yours, how dare you cause trouble at my house? He grabbed Wong Pippy by the hair and lifted him up, his eyes blazing with anger. Terrified, Wong Pippy pleaded, No, let me go, I won't dare again. Get out. Ingchen threw him out the door and locked it. That evening, when the little one returned, Ingchen was delighted to find it had grown again, and its energy had increased to 321 points, gaining over 100 more. This little one is quite remarkable, Ingchen thought. The little creature snuggled up to him, bringing a touch of warmth and security to this apocalyptic world. In the middle of the night, a white smoke suddenly filled the room. The little one woke up alertly, nudging Ingchen with its antennae, but he remained unresponsive. At that moment, the door silently opened. Ha! Didn't expect this, did you? Came a smug voice. It was Wong Pippy, defeated by Ingchen earlier that morning. Known in the area as a notorious thief, Wong Pippy was skilled in lockpicking, eluding even the police. No matter how intricate the lock, he could solve it with just 3 wires. More terrifyingly, he knew how to concoct a sleeping gas that would render anyone unconscious for 6 hours. Wong Pippy muttered to himself as he walked. This is an ancient formula. You can't wake up in less than 6 hours. He headed straight for Ingchen's room, intent on revenge for that morning's humiliation. However, when he opened the door and turned on the light, he was met with a horrifying sight: a giant silver ant glaring at him menacingly. Gulp! Wong Pippy swallowed hard, trembling as he backed away. Why is there a mutant ant in his room? And why is it silver? He tried to flee, but the little one was faster. With a flash of silver, it had already bitten through Wong Pippy's neck. Ugh! Wong Pippy desperately tried to cover the wound with his hands, but soon his consciousness faded. Before dying, he chuckled bitterly. Who would have thought I'd die from a little ant? Ridiculous. With that, he collapsed, eyes filled with despair and sorrow as life slipped away. After completing its task, the little one returned to Ingchen's side, gently nudging him. Seeing he was still asleep, it quietly lay beside him, guarding the human who had given it warmth. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, and Ingchen stretched as he sat up in bed, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. However, this pleasant morning was abruptly shattered when his gaze fell upon the center of the room, where a corpse lay. What happened? Ingchen's mind raced with alarm, but a familiar voice echoed in his head. After a silent exchange, the truth emerged. The person had sneaked into the room during the night, attempting to get close to Ingchen, only to be killed by his vigilant little companion. Upon closer inspection, Ingchen recognized the body as the ruffian from the previous day. Any feelings of sympathy vanished, replaced by a flood of questions. How did this person get in? Why hadn't he noticed anything? Although his senses weren't as sharp as his little companions, surely he would have noticed someone entering and turning on the lights. With these questions in mind, Ing Chun began to search the ruffian's body. He quickly found 3 wires, a small packet of white powder, and a blowpipe. Could he have picked the lock with these wires? Ing Chun checked the door and found the lock intact, reluctantly acknowledging the ruffian's skill. This white powder. Carefully, Ing Chun touched a bit with his fingertip and tasted it. Instantly, a wave of dizziness hit him, which he managed to suppress, but it left him in a cold sweat. This is it. No wonder I slept so deeply. Even a tiny taste made him feel dizzy, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. At that moment, Ing Chun sensed another presence in the room, clearly not left by the ruffian. He realized that after the ruffian entered, he hadn't locked the door, allowing someone else to slip in. Guided by his little companion, Ing Chun headed to the kitchen. Everything appeared normal, but his companion stopped in front of a large cabinet, tapping it with its antennae. Ing Chun understood its message someone was hiding inside. Come out of there. Ing Chun called, but after a moment, there was no response from the cabinet. Originally a wardrobe, it was large enough to hold 3 or 4 people. Taking a deep breath, Ing Chun yanked the cabinet door open and quickly stepped back, taking cover behind his little companion. Ah, a monster. With a scream, 2 figures tumbled out, a man and a woman, clinging to each other. In their panic, they grabbed nearby objects and hurled them at the little companion. But such attacks were insignificant to the large creature. Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Ing Chun demanded, gesturing for his companion to retreat to his side. Seeing the creature no longer aggressive, the 2 strangers began to calm down. Is this your pet? Why is this Aunt Silver? The man asked shakily. Ing Chun frowned, frustrated by their evasive response. I asked why you broke into my house. We saw the door open and came in. The man replied, trying to sound composed. Hey, let's be friends. I'm Wang Tai Tai, and this is my girlfriend Lu Gao. I don't need friends. Leave now. Ing Chun said coldly. Hey, you can't just kick us out. Wang Tai's demeanor suddenly shifted. The door was unlocked when we came in. How do you prove this is your place? Maybe we got here first, and you're the one who should leave. Ing Chun let out a cold laugh, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, human nature had grown increasingly complex, and he had long anticipated encountering all sorts of people. So how do you intend to resolve this? Ing Chun looked directly at the man, his voice calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. We both need to stay here too. We'll divide the food into 3 equal parts, giving you a third, and we won't interfere with each other. Greed flickered in the man's eyes as a cunning smile played on his lips. No need to share with me. I'll just send you 2 on your way. Before he finished his sentence, he lunged forward. In that critical moment, a small creature darted out like a silver lightning bolt. Its sharp forelimbs sliced through the air, instantly severing the man's arm. Blood gushed forth as the man let out a piercing scream. Monster, monster! Ing Chun watched the scene impassively, coldly saying, Get lost. He pushed the 2 outside, sparing their lives. In Ing Chun's view, though despicable, such a person didn't deserve death. Losing an arm was punishment enough. After they left, the small creature tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why they weren't killed. Ing Chun knelt down, gently stroking its antennae, patiently explaining. With his arm severed, the scent of blood will surely attract mutant beasts. Then, we can both avenge ourselves and harvest some energy. As he finished speaking, a brown cat the size of a large dog approached silently. It had enormous tusks and eyes that glowed with a bloodthirsty light. Ing Chun murmured, a tusked cat, a first-grade mutant beast, not yet evolved into a fierce beast, still in the mutation phase. So weak. In contrast, the small creature was already a mid-tier first-grade spirit beast, far stronger than the tusked cat. Its metallic shell offered incredible defense, impervious even to blades. Coupled with strength 10 times that of Ing Chun and wind-like speed, ordinary people stood no chance against it. Meanwhile, the man, supported by the woman, was stumbling away. We must get to a hospital, or you'll bleed out, the woman urged anxiously. The man's face was pale, groaning in pain. Hurry. I feel like I'm dying from the pain. Damn it. He knew all too well that in this post-apocalyptic world, hospitals had long become ruins, and finding a doctor was impossible. Suddenly, the woman halted, her face twisted in terror. The man followed her gaze to see a tusked cat watching them intently. Ah! The woman screamed, abandoning the man and fleeing. The man collapsed to the ground, glaring venomously at her retreating figure. Wretch! Abandoning me! The tusked cat didn't chase the fleeing woman, but instead slowly approached the man. He tried to stand and fight back, but was too weak from blood loss. Helplessly, he watched as the tusked cat began to devour him, cursing in agony. Beast! In his final moments, the man saw the person he encountered earlier and a silver ant approaching him slowly. He muttered through clenched teeth, Join me in hell. At that moment, the tusked cat, busy feeding, sensed a powerful presence approaching. Its fur stood on end as it bared its teeth at the small creature. The limited mind of the tusked cat was filled with confusion. Isn't this an ant? Why do I feel an overwhelming aura from it? It recalled casually playing with small ants before, but couldn't comprehend why this giant silver ant now exuded such intense pressure. The little creature transformed into a silver streak of lightning, darting towards the saber-toothed cat. Ing-Chen struggled to keep up, watching as the cat, with its exceptional agility, narrowly evaded the charge. Its claws scraped against the creature's shell, leaving only shallow marks, instilling fear in the cat. Suddenly, the little creature seized an opportunity, its forelimbs striking the saber-toothed cat with precision, slicing a gruesome wound. The cat howled in pain, its speed faltering as it struggled to fend off the relentless assault. As time passed, the saber-toothed cat became covered in wounds, while the little creature remained unharmed. Observing from a distance, Ing-Chen pondered, the little one, although 2 tiers higher in bloodline, excels in strength. The saber-toothed cat excels in speed. Victory will eventually belong to the little one. It's just a matter of time. It seems the next pet should focus on speed to complement the little one, and together, they could become a formidable force. As the battle raged on, the saber-toothed cat abruptly changed tactics, charging straight at Ing-Chen. The little creature hesitated for a moment, then erupted in fury, its body radiating a brilliant silver light as it pursued the cat like an arrow from a bow. Seeing this, Ing-Chen quickly enveloped himself with a metallic attribute, his right hand instantly covered in silver metal. The cat's claws struck Ing-Chen's arm, sending sparks flying but leaving only shallow scratches. With a powerful blow, Ing-Chen sent the cat flying, and the little creature pounced, dismembering it midair. With the battle over, the little creature anxiously circled around Ing-Chen. He reassured it, "I'm fine, go ahead and eat." Watching the creature enjoy its spoils, Ing-Chen gazed in the direction of the fleeing woman and sighed. Let her go. Ing-Chen mused to himself. The woman had narrowly escaped death's door. In this apocalyptic world, the dangers faced by a lone woman are far greater. With the absence of law, the darkness within human nature grows unchecked. Money and jewels have become worthless. Food is the most precious resource. Once prominent socialites and wealthy merchants might now trade their dignity for a morsel of food. Those once insignificant might rise to power. For beautiful women, without the constraints of morality and law, what awaits them could be a dark and tragic fate. Ing-Chen looked at his level 0 divine pet, the silver ant, and began to calculate silently. The little creature had just devoured a fawn cat, and its energy had reached 500 points. As long as he proceeded steadily, accumulating 2,000 points of energy was within reach. He gently stroked the smooth shell of the silver ant, contemplating his next move. Should he focus on leveling up to make the little guy stronger, evolve it for greater power at the same level, or upgrade the system level to unlock a new contract slot? Each option required 2,000 energy points, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Let's go home, little one, Ing-Chen called softly. The silver ant nimbly climbed onto his shoulder, and the two figures gradually disappeared at the end of the street. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building, a camouflaged, fully armed special operative lowered his binoculars, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes. That person is incredibly strong, he murmured to himself. His physical abilities far exceed those of ordinary people, able to easily knock away a mutated cat. What's even more astonishing is that his right hand suddenly turned bright silver, greatly increasing its defense. The mutated cat's claws only left shallow marks on it. Inside the building, for similarly equipped team members gathered to discuss what they had just witnessed. That mutated ant beast is no ordinary creature either, one team member added. It was toying with the mutated cat in battle and seemed to be following that man's commands. Could it be that humans are starting to mutate too? Another team member asked, puzzled. The team leader pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. As far as I know, there hasn't been a single mutant human in the entire Yanhuang region. This person could be the first one. The first. The team members exchanged glances, their shock evident. Should we report this to headquarters? Someone asked. I'll take care of it, the team leader nodded. The footage has already been recorded. Meanwhile, in the outskirts of Z City, what was once a military base had been transformed into a shelter. It housed 100,000 people, with police and military intensifying their patrols, and workers constructing high walls to fend off the threat of mutated beasts. However, with limited resources, decision-makers had to make tough choices to safeguard these 100,000 people and cease large-scale rescues. They could only broadcast messages via radio and the internet, offering protection to those who could reach the shelter on their own. Despite dissatisfaction, this was deemed the best course of action for the greater good. At that moment, a receiver rushed into the leader's office. We've received an urgent message from the rescue team. Soon, a video appeared on the leader's desk. The footage clearly showed Ing-Chen and the silver ant facing the fawn cat, with the scene of Ing-Chen's right hand turning silver vividly captured. The leader stared at the screen, his expression grave. A mutant has finally appeared. Human mutants have finally emerged, like a lightning bolt piercing through the apocalypse's gloom. In the camp, a high-ranking official exclaimed excitedly, "We haven't been abandoned by the heavens after all." Hope sparkled in his eyes. If there are even mutant beasts obeying his commands, imagine the advantage if he joins us. He immediately issued an order, send a message to the rescue team. They must find this person and bring him back to the camp. Encrypted electronic messages rippled out rapidly, spreading across the upper echelons of Yanhuang Nation's network. To rekindle the people's hope, the leadership decided to release this precious video online. Instantly, the news created a massive wave on the internet. Countless netizens eagerly discussed the mysterious mutant, speculating about his identity and pondering the secret behind his control over mutant beasts. The next day, Ing Chun, as usual, turned on his computer, only to be shocked by the overwhelming news of the first evolver. Curiously, he clicked on a video, only to see himself on the screen. Someone actually recorded me, he thought, momentarily startled, then relaxed. I got careless, but it's no big deal. They have no idea my real secret is the pet system. In the comments section, one striking comment read, "I knew humans would evolve. Once I get through this, I'll awaken my powers and dominate. Lately, I've been feeling itchy. Could it be that I'm about to awaken?" This confident comment drew much ridicule. The little did they know that this person would indeed awaken terrifying powers and thrive in the apocalypse. Seeing the flood of comments, Ing Chun had a flash of inspiration. The power of the internet is immense. Why not use it to find powerful pets? With this thought, he quickly recorded a video with his social media account, asking about the whereabouts of strong mutant beasts, especially rare ones with special abilities. The video quickly caused a sensation. Observant viewers noticed that in the video, Ing Chun was sitting on a bed, his arm momentarily turned silver, with a giant silver ant beside him. The comments section erupted. "Damn, the real deal showed up. Take me under your wing. Do you need a sidekick, master? See if I'm a good fit. Need someone to warm your bed, master? I'm a 36D. Though some questioned the video's authenticity, experts soon confirmed it was real. Valuable information began to surface. "Master, there's a small tiger near my home emitting three-colored light. It escaped from the zoo and can instantly kill even large vicious dogs. In Tongshan, there's a green snake with a bulge on its head and underbelly, possibly about to evolve into a dragon. Step aside, everyone. There's a fire giant beast in L City, breathing fire, with a head like a dragon's, that destroyed a military convoy." Ing Chun was secretly delighted, realizing that on such a vast planet, incredibly powerful creatures were bound to appear. These mutant beasts were undoubtedly extraordinary, with high grades and levels, likely gaining such strength through some fortuitous encounter in the early days of the spiritual energy revival. He quickly contacted several informants to learn more about these formidable creatures' exact locations. These infinitely potential mutant beasts were set to become his future targets. Ing Chun was convinced that creatures evolving to such a degree early on, combined with his divine pet system, would grow into even more formidable beings. Ing Chun's unique abilities have sparked speculation online. He can control mutated beasts and has a mutated ant by his side, leading people to believe he possesses the power to control these creatures. Ing Chun hasn't denied these rumors because he knows it's something that can't be hidden. There's also speculation about him having the ability to manipulate metal, but no one realizes that he's actually got a cheat-like advantage. The perfect combination of these abilities has made many envious. Ing Chun decided to reveal the system's classification levels and the reasons for the world's mutation. He understands this might attract official attention and even lead to him being taken for research, but he feels it's necessary. So, he meticulously shared information about the revival of spiritual energy, the classification of mutated beasts, and the hierarchy of bloodlines, claiming it was information obtained from a certain ruin. The last sentence of his article caused a stir online. "This information was acquired from a ruin, and I can't elaborate further." Netizens exclaimed, "Is this real? The levels of mutated beasts have been revealed. With the revival of spiritual energy, we all have the potential to become immortals or gods." Some speculated that Ing Chin's silver ant is a spiritual beast. The authorities quickly took notice of this information, but Ing Chun had already shut down his computer, preventing them from contacting him. He hoped this information would help people avoid challenging high-level creatures. In the days that followed, Ing Chun stayed home. He gathered a wealth of knowledge online about wilderness survival, recipes, and other skills that might be useful in an apocalyptic scenario. As predicted, on the 7th day after releasing the information, the internet went down. By the 10th day, the power was out, plunging the world into darkness. Ing Chun relied on candles for light, and all windows were boarded up with metal sheets to keep flying mutated creatures out. Fortunately, Ing Chun could share his little companion's sense of touch, allowing him to perceive his surroundings clearly even in the dark. By now, The little creature had grown to the size of a large dog and was on the verge of breaking through to the late first grade. The system indicated that it needed just one more opportunity to complete its evolution. Ing Chun checked the system panel. Host, Ing Chun. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Light Ant. Supernatural Energy, 2,100 points. Silver Light Ant Bloodline Level, Mid-Level Spiritual Beast. Attribute, Metal. Grade, Mid-First Grade. Evolution, 02000. Upgrade, 02000. System Upgrade, 02000. With 2,100 energy points accumulated, it was enough to upgrade, but Ing Chun decided to help the little creature break through first. Little one, today I'll go out with you and try to get you to the late first grade, and then upgrade you to the second grade. Though food was running low at home, Ing Chun wasn't worried. With his little companion, hunting for food was easy. During this time, he noticed people in the community going out in search of food. Some returned safely, while others never came back. The shadow of the apocalypse loomed over the area, but Ing Chun and his small partner were ready to face the new challenges. Ing Chun pushed open the door, and the scene before him took his breath away. The entire neighborhood had turned into a wasteland. The bloodstained ground was littered with debris, abandoned vehicles were haphazardly blocking the roads, and fallen trees lay across the streets like massive building blocks. Most horrifying of all were the decaying bodies emitting a nauseating stench, lying silently by the roadside, a grim testament to the cruelty of this world. At that moment, a door across the street also opened. A haggard-looking man stepped out and locked eyes with Ing Chun, who was wearing a demon mask. They both exchanged a bitter smile. The mask, brought home by the little one last time, was now proving useful. The little Oni silver mutant ant quietly followed behind Ing Chun. The man had been starving for 3 days, no longer able to endure the agony of hunger. He risked his life to search for food. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the silver ant behind Ing Chun, and he froze. A bold speculation crossed his mind. Could this be the legendary first mutant? The man wanted to follow Ing Chun, but Ing Chun's speed was beyond that of any ordinary human. In an instant, Ing Chun and the little one vanished around the corner of the neighborhood. The man was left speechless with amazement, repeatedly thinking, the first mutant is actually in our neighborhood. The speed at which Ing Chun left was definitely not something a normal person could achieve. It must be that legendary being. Ing Chun and the little one swiftly moved through the neighborhood, arriving at a field overgrown with weeds. Ing Chun whispered to the little one, "Eat this one, and you should be able to evolve." Just as he finished speaking, a large vicious dog leapt out from the grass, baring its teeth and confronting them. Ing Chun immediately recognized it as the mutant dog evolved from a husky. It was already noon, and the scorching sun beat down on the ruins. Ing Chun and the little one had already hunted 3 mutant beasts, and the little one was just a step away from evolving. Ing Chun silently praised, not a bad talent, evolving into a fierce beast. The mutant dog before them had already entered the ranks of fierce beasts, albeit the lowest tier, but its bloodline power far surpassed ordinary mutant beasts. This dog possessed mid-level first-grade strength, its fur bristling, eyes gleaming with ferocity. It seemed to recognize Ing Chun, recalling the past when Ing Chun tried to tame it, and was immediately filled with rage. The dog charged at Ing Chun, brimming with confidence. In this area, it was the undisputed overlord. Neither mutant rats nor other mutant dogs were its match. As the apex predator, this vengeful husky-turned vicious dog could not let go of Ing Chun, its old adversary. The little one instantly positioned itself in front of Ing Chun, facing the oncoming dog. The dog looked disdainfully at the silver ant, only a fraction of its size, confidently engaging it. However, to the dog's shock, it was knocked back by the little one, its head staring blankly at the sky, unable to comprehend what had just occurred. Ing Chun sneered, "Foolish dog, trying to compete with the little one in strength, you don't know your limits." With the little one's continuous level up, its strength had reached about 20 times that of a normal human. Its terrifying power combined with its metallic shell made it a miniature armored vehicle. A mere husky was no match for it. Yet, the dog seemed unwilling to admit defeat, launching charge after charge at the little one. Each collision added to the dog's injuries. When it finally realized it was no match for the silver ant, it was too late. The dog was now too weak to escape. The little one, like a silver lightning bolt, lunged at the dog. Its forelimbs, sharp as daggers, easily pierced the dog's abdomen. Blood gushed out, staining the grass red. Realizing it was doomed, the dog stopped evading and opened its massive jaws to bite the little one. However, its teeth, capable of easily snapping metal pipes, were useless against the little one's hard shell. No matter how fiercely the dog bit, it couldn't leave even a scratch on the little one. The little one's forelimbs had completely penetrated the dog's body, ignoring the madness in the dog's eyes, and began to feast, devouring the dog's flesh and blood. The fierce dog's growls echoed in the air, but its body was firmly held by the little creature, unable to break free. It could only watch helplessly as it was slowly consumed, its life force diminishing. As its final breath faded away, the little creature completed its transformation. Its body had expanded to the size of a large dog, with sharp spikes suddenly protruding from its silvery exterior, making it appear even more menacing. The little creature nudged Ing-Chun gently, using telepathy to signal that he could ride on its back. Ing-Chun silently checked the system panel in his mind. Host, Ing-Chun. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Ant Extraordinary Type. Energy, 2,600 points. Silver Ant Bloodline Level, Mid-Tier Spirit Beast. Attribute, Metal. Grade, First Grade Late Stage. Evolution, 02000. Upgrade, 02000. System Upgrade, 02000. The little creature's strength had increased significantly, and Ing-Chun could no longer accurately gauge its power. He only knew that by sharing just a tenth of the creature's strength, he had become incredibly powerful. To test its capabilities, Ing-Chun instructed it to lift a fallen utility pole. The little creature accomplished this task effortlessly, as if the heavy pole was nothing more than a twig. Moreover, the creature's metallization ability had improved remarkably. Its forelimbs could now easily slice through steel and cut through concrete pillars as if they were made of tofu. Ing-Chen's own metallization ability had also enhanced. He could now fully metallize his hands and even transform a part of his body into metal. Once metallized, his defense was on par with the creature's, and ordinary weapons could no longer harm him. The only difference was that his metallization coverage was not as extensive as the creature's. After long observation and calculation, Ing-Chun discovered an interesting aspect of the system. The energy required for pet upgrades seemed to be fixed. From no grade to first grade, the little creature needed 2,000 points of energy. Now, even at the late stage of first grade, it still only needed 2,000 points to upgrade further. This meant the system provided a constant amount of upgrade energy, changing only with system upgrades. This discovery made Ing-Chun ponder. He realized that when the little creature reached higher grades like 6th or 7th, upgrading through its own means might become extremely difficult, whereas through the system, it would still require only 2,000 points of energy. This surprising revelation made Ing-Chun hesitate to immediately upgrade the creature's level. After all, the creature had just begun its evolution and was far from reaching a bottleneck. He was also unsure how much the energy requirement would increase after one upgrade. Would it double or increase tenfold? Ing-Chun started considering whether to upgrade the system level. However, he hadn't found any other pets he fancied, especially those with speed specialties. After much deliberation, Ing-Chun decided to first enhance the creature's bloodline grade. System, upgrade the creature's bloodline grade. Ing-Chun commanded. You remember me. I thought you'd forgotten me. The system's voice carried a hint of resentment. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Ing-Chun scratched his head, almost forgetting the system's high intelligence. Since the last bloodline enhancement, he hadn't contacted the system. I just didn't want to disturb your rest, he explained. I've rested for countless years. The system's tone sounded even more aggrieved. Ing-Chun quickly instructed the system to begin evolving the creature's bloodline. Suddenly, the creature turned into a streak of light and merged into Ing-Chun's body, leaving him momentarily bewildered. System, where did the creature go? Ing-Chun asked urgently. It's inside your body. The system replied calmly. Ing-Chun focused his senses and saw a silver ant pattern at the contract location within his body, which was the little creature curled up. The system explained, this upgrade triggered a bloodline mutation in the creature, so it needs to sleep inside your body for a while to complete its evolution. What is a bloodline mutation? Ing-Chun asked curiously. Every species has its unique bloodline traits, and system enhancements align with the ultimate evolution of these bloodlines. For instance, a snake's superior bloodline is a jiao, and a jiao's superior is a dragon. However, within the dragon clan, there exists a hierarchical structure. Some snakes may evolve into fire dragons, others into golden dragons, and some even ascend to become celestial dragons or azure dragons. Even within the dragon clan, there can be vast differences in power. An ordinary fire dragon can hardly compare to a celestial dragon. This fascinating aspect of bloodlines is also present in other species. Birds, for example, can evolve into the majestic phoenix clan, the powerful golden-winged roc clan, or the splendid five-colored peacock clan. The little creature in Ing-Chen's arms, according to its natural evolutionary path, was supposed to grow into a golden dragon ant, a high-ranking species of its original bloodline. But fate had other plans, and its bloodline unexpectedly mutated. The system patiently explained to Ing-Chun that bloodline mutation is a double-edged sword. It can lead a creature down a path to greater strength or render it weaker. Like ordinary snakes evolving into dragons, if they evolve step by step, they might only become the lowest tier of the dragon clan. But if their bloodline mutates during evolution, they might soar to higher ranks, becoming a prestigious dragon like the mighty five-clawed golden dragon. However, with the system's assistance, the situation is quite different. Anything produced by the system is of the highest quality. Under its protection, All pets will mutate towards greater strength, with no risk of regression. The recent mutation in the little creature's bloodline was thanks to the system's help. There is a 1% chance of triggering a bloodline mutation when upgrading bloodline levels within the system. Although this figure seems low, compared to the natural world's 1 in a million chance, the system has increased the possibility of mutation 10,000 times. The outcomes of bloodline mutations can vary widely. It might elevate the little creature's bloodline by several levels, or it might only enhance it to the level of a high-tier spirit beast. The exact result depends entirely on luck, beyond even the system's control. Ingchen couldn't help but complain. System, aren't you a bit weak? The system seemed slightly annoyed, rolling its eyes in his mind, as if saying, I never complained about you being poor, but you're already complaining about me. If you could upgrade me, I'd naturally become stronger. How long until the little one wakes up? Ingchen asked. 3 days, the system answered succinctly. The time wasn't too long. Ingchen was no longer the naive boy he was at the onset of the apocalypse. His strength had grown significantly since then. Ingchen entered a supermarket, pushing the door open. The scene inside was chaotic. Shelves were empty, meat and vegetables had long since rotted, and even dog and cat food had been scavenged. He had searched the city for an entire week without finding any decent food and had to settle for gathering some usable condiments. Without the little creature's help, Ingchen found hunting alone to be quite challenging. The little one used to hunt mutated beasts daily, bringing back plenty of meat. Now, as the little creature was evolving, Ingchen had to face this perilous world on his own. Just as Ingchen was about to leave, his attention was caught by a hole in the supermarket's corner. Upon closer inspection, it was the entrance to a basement. Driven by curiosity, he cautiously descended. At the end of the basement was a locked iron door. Is anyone there? Ingchen called out tentatively. There was no response, but thanks to the shared sensory abilities from the little creature, he could sense the presence of life behind the door. Open up, I mean no harm, Ingchen called again. Then, a hesitant voice from inside asked, Boss, should we open the door? The iron door slowly opened, revealing a disturbing scene. 11 people were in the basement, 6 men and 5 women. The air was thick with the scent of hormones. The men were disheveled, their eyes glinting with excitement. In stark contrast, the women appeared lifeless, their eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, akin to soulless bodies. The women were in tattered clothes, their bodies covered in bruises and some wounds still oozing blood, silently narrating the abuse they had endured. Their eyes were vacant, like the walking dead, devoid of any vitality. The scar-faced man cursed angrily. He had once been a regular employee at this supermarket. When the apocalypse hit, he led a group into the food-stocked basement. Initially, things were peaceful, but as hopes for official rescue faded, the darker sides of human nature began to surface. One night, the scar-faced man could no longer suppress his desire for the boss's wife. He ambushed the boss's family, easily overpowering the small-statured boss and killing him, then took the boss's wife by force. This act of violence became a catalyst, as he incited other men and forcibly took control of the food distribution. The beautiful women in the basement became their playthings, while those who resisted were thrown out to feed the mutated beasts. Open the door. Let's see which fool dares to disturb me, the scar-faced man shouted. The basement door slowly opened, revealing a horrific scene in the sunlight. The women were momentarily stunned, but soon returned to their numb state, as if all the beauty in the world no longer concerned them. Bastard! Ingchen silently observed the scene, his heart shaken. He had imagined the darkness of human nature in the apocalypse, but hadn't expected it to be this terrifying. The scar-faced man arrogantly approached Ingchen, playing with a short knife in his hand. Kid, what? Do you pity them? Humph. It's the apocalypse now. Just being alive is a blessing. Taking them in is already a good deed on my part. Suddenly, Ingchen lunged forward, grabbing the scar-faced man's throat. His strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person, rendering the scar-faced man immobile. You little punk. Die. The scar-faced man desperately swung his knife, stabbing at Ingchen's abdomen. However, the blade seemed to hit steel and couldn't penetrate. The knife fell to the ground, and Ingchen's clothes were torn, revealing a patch of silver skin and ability from little guy that allowed him to turn his skin to metal. Monster, your body isn't human. The scar-faced man gasped in terror, while his henchmen dared not approach. Soon, he lost his ability to resist and slumped lifelessly. Ingchen coldly said, I'm no saint, but I can't accept your evil deeds. He casually tossed the lifeless scar-faced man aside and walked toward the other henchmen with a grim expression. Brothers, let's fight him. This guy's a killer. He won't spare us. I don't believe he can really stop a knife. It must have been a trick. The henchmen charged at Ingchen with their knives. Yet, the blades only clashed against his body with a metallic sound, unable to even scratch his skin. Die! Ingchen roared, swinging his superhuman fists. His strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people, and each blow sent his opponents to the ground. He moved like a beast, charging and swinging with such speed that evasion was impossible. Ing Chun didn't even bother to dodge their attacks, choosing instead to withstand them with his metallic body. Monster! Monster! How can someone be impervious to blades? One man collapsed to the ground, his pants soaked. He stared at Ing Chun in terror, pleading, "Please spare me. They made me do it. I was forced. Spare me, please spare me." The man begged, retreating in terror, his eyes wide with fear, and his voice trembling. His companions lay silent around him, lifeless. Ing Chun looked at him coldly, the short dagger in his hand gleaming ominously under the moonlight. "Did you ever think of sparing them?" His voice was low and frigid. "I never considered myself a good person, because I don't act without benefit. But I would never be as unscrupulous as you." Before he finished speaking, the dagger flashed. The man's pleas were abruptly silenced, his head lolling to one side. The women around witnessed this scene, as if a switch had been flipped within them. The proprietress frantically lunged at the scarred man's corpse, tearing at his flesh like a demon from hell. Ing Chen watched this unfold and softly said, "I hope you can survive." He had no intention of taking them in or protecting them, believing that after this incident, these women would never easily trust men again. He left the dagger on the ground. It no longer served him much purpose and might be more useful to the survivors. "What's your name?" The proprietress suddenly came to her senses, looking at him with calm eyes that seemed to see through all worldly matters. "Ing Chun," he replied briefly. "I'll repay you one day," she said, her voice carrying a hint of determination. Ing Chun shook his head. "There's no need. I don't foresee a day when I'd need someone else's help." With that, he turned and walked away. The proprietress watched him leave, a fire of hatred igniting in her eyes. "I refuse to believe women can't survive in this post-apocalyptic world," she murmured. "I will prove that women are not weaker than men." Soon, the proprietress subdued the other women and officially formed a small group. Even Ing Chun didn't anticipate how far this once pitiful woman would go in the future. Hatred led her into darkness, and it also granted her immense strength. Ing Chun walked home, feeling somewhat heavy-hearted. Today's events made him reflect on the state of the world. How much more darkness was unfolding. But he couldn't stop it. It seemed to be an inevitable outcome of the apocalypse. Women, as the weaker group, were bound to be dominated by the stronger. "Help, someone save us." Suddenly, a scream shattered Ing Chun's thoughts. "Ah, monster, stay away." Ing Chun was nearing his small cabin when cries for help reached him from the left. Turning his head, he saw 3 people running in panic, their expressions filled with fear. Among them, one shouted upon seeing Ing Chun, "Run, there's a monster." Behind them, a giant mutated rat was in pursuit. The rat was over a meter long, its claws leaving deep marks on the ground. Although it wasn't yet a spiritual or fierce beast, its aura was already quite close, and it seemed poised to evolve into a higher form soon. A first-grade mutated rat, Ing Chun thought. This might be a good opportunity to test my current strength. He stood his ground. The number of mutated beasts in this area had dwindled, thanks to his little companion. Days of slaughter had made the surrounding beasts aware of a formidable presence here, one that hunted other mutated beasts. Those with even basic intelligence had left the area to avoid being devoured. Seeing that this was only a first-grade early-stage mutated beast, and it was alone, its initial evolution not yet complete, Ing Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. "It's practically delivering energy to my doorstep," he murmured. "I'll take this energy." He carefully observed the mutated rat's state, internally relieved. It seems to be on the path of becoming a fierce beast. Lucky it hasn't formed a pack. Ing Chun clenched his fists, ready to face the impending battle. If a swarm of rats formed, even Ing Chun would have to run. However, in the early days of the apocalypse, such a situation was almost impossible. Evolution had just begun, and the probability of an entire group entering the evolution phase was extremely low. The 3 people saw Ing Chun standing still and thought he was paralyzed with fear. A woman passing by tugged at his sleeve and urgently shouted, "Run." Ing Chun shook his head, his tone calm. "No need, it's just a low-level mutant beast." The woman widened her eyes in surprise. "What do you mean just a low-level mutant beast? Even a low-level one has entered the evolution phase." After the apocalypse began, they had learned about evolution online and knew that even a low-level mutant beast was not something ordinary, unevolved humans could withstand. A man nearby snorted, a mocking expression on his face. "Let him show off if he wants. It'll buy us some time." Another woman nodded in agreement. "But he's human too." The first woman hesitated. "You're about to die. Why worry about him?" The man retorted before turning to run. The woman hesitated, wanting to persuade Ing Chun again, but saw he had already charged forward. Ing Chun's hands formed into blades, his entire body covered in a metallic sheen. He slashed horizontally, striking the mutant rat. The rat roared, trying to bite him, its gaping maw drawing closer. Ing Chun's left hand formed a fist, and with the strength of metal, he punched the rat's head hard. The force caused it great pain, forcing it to the ground. Strike while the iron is hot, Ing Chun thought. This was a life-and-death battle, leaving no room for hesitation. Using his hand as a blade, he repeatedly struck the mutant rat. His metal-covered hand was as sharp as a steel blade, each blow leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on the rat. Ingchen knew the rat's skull was tough, so he focused on attacking its body. Whenever it tried to rise and fight back, Ingchen would smash its head with his fist, keeping it subdued. His upper body shared the strength of his little companion, making his punches incredibly powerful. Under the metallic cover, his fists were like a pile driver, each hit causing the mutant rat immense pain. Ordinary ants can lift objects 400 times their weight and drag objects 1,700 times their weight. As an evolved beast among ants, the little guy's strength was even more formidable, and this power was evident in Ingchen. Gradually, the mutant rat lost its life. Ingchen noticed an additional 50 energy points on his system. System, why does this mutant beast only have 50 energy points? Ingchen asked, puzzled. The system replied, you seem like an idiot. The mutant beasts you've killed before were fierce beasts. This rat isn't at that level, so it only has 50 points. Ingchen's face darkened, thinking, can't we have a normal conversation? No love at all. He looked at the rat's corpse with some regret, thinking, it's a pity about this rat's flesh. The little guy is asleep and can't eat it. At this point, Ingchen was covered in blood, his clothes, hands, and face stained with crimson, making him look quite terrifying. The three people behind him were stunned by his ferocious display. Gulp! A woman swallowed, unable to help but say, this guy is fierce. The man beside her looked displeased but didn't argue. So brutal, another person murmured. He actually hacked the monster to death. Is he hunting the monster, or is the monster hunting him? Hello, the woman said quietly. Ingchen turned to look at the three, scaring the woman into taking a small step back. What's up? Ingchen asked. He didn't have a good impression of them. They had led the monster to him, and if he weren't powerful, he might have died today. However, seeing that they didn't do it intentionally and had even warned him to run, he decided not to hold a grudge. After calming down, the woman introduced the three of them to Ingchen. The woman who had urged him to escape and pulled him along was named Yun Chu. The man was Duan Ziwei, and the other woman was Song Mingxi. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Ingchen hastily packed up, preparing to leave, but Song Mingxi blocked his way. Hey, can you take me home? My father will surely reward you. Song Mingxi said matter-of-factly. No. Ingchen frowned, feeling displeased with her attitude. Song Mingxi was clearly not expecting a refusal. She stomped her foot in anger and insisted, stop right there. You have to take me home today. Ingchen couldn't be bothered and brushed past her to leave. At that moment, Duan Ziwei stepped in front of him, threateningly saying, Kid, Song Mingxi's father is the mayor of Tianfeng City. You better think twice. That's right, my father is the mayor. You still have time to change your mind, Song Mingxi chimed in. Ingchen looked at them coldly and said indifferently, what does your father being the mayor have to do with me? Don't be foolish, kid. Take Miss Song home, and the mayor won't treat you poorly. Duan Ziwei pressed aggressively. Ingchen swiftly grabbed Duan Ziwei by the neck, his eyes glinting with menace. Are you trying to tell me what to do? He thought to himself, amazed at their audacity to threaten him. They had even lured the mutated rat earlier, and he hadn't settled that score with them yet, which was already a great mercy. Don't move. Killing is against the law. Duan Ziwei trembled with fear, his tone shifting. Pathetic. You only bully your own kind. Why didn't you fight the monster just now? Ingchen retorted with a cold smile. Duan Ziwei was left speechless by Ingchen's questioning, collapsing to the ground. Song Mingxi didn't dare to approach either, terrified by Ingchen's ferocity. She realized how foolish she had been, as if her mind had been clouded. This person was clearly not one to be trifled with. Ingchen's fingernails turned metallic as he lightly traced Duan Ziwei's neck. Blood slowly oozed down the blade. No, please no, Duan Ziwei sobbed, his pants growing damp. Ingchen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't intended to kill Duan Ziwei, merely cut his skin. Yet, this seemingly robust guy was so cowardly who had given him the nerve to threaten him? I know. You're the first mutated human everyone's talking about online. Yin Chu suddenly exclaimed. She had felt that Ingchen's abilities seemed familiar since earlier, and now she finally recalled. What? He's the first evolved human. The other two looked at Ingchen's silver hands and believed Yin Chu's words. Doesn't he have a mutated beast with him? I know, it's a spirit beast, ant with the ability to metallize, Yin Chu added. Seeing that they had recognized his identity, Ingchen was indifferent and planned to leave to wait for the little creature to awaken. Just then, the system suddenly alerted him. Ingchen, that woman has a significant energy source. Ingchen paused, knowing that the system required energy to upgrade, and suitable energy often came from the bodies of mutated beasts. Ordinary items didn't interest the system, yet this woman had a considerable energy source. As Ingchen stopped just as he was about to leave, the others grew tense, fearing he might change his mind and silence them. Ingchen walked straight up to Yin Chu, scrutinizing her closely. The energy source seemed to be located near her chest. Ingchen's gaze fell on Yin Chu, and the intensity of his stare made her blush and her heart race. Her small hands nervously pinched the hem of her dress. Yun Chu felt anxious, fearing what this fierce man might do to her. However, Ingchun merely reached out and took the necklace from her neck. This unexpected gesture left Yun Chu both relieved and inexplicably a bit disappointed. It was a jade necklace of exceptional quality. Although Ingchun wasn't an expert on jade, he could tell it was quite valuable. The jade was intricately carved into a lifelike image of a mythical creature. System, is this the jade? Ingchun asked in his mind. That's the one, with energy around 5,000, the system replied. 5,000. Ingchun was astounded. To put it in perspective, a level 1 mutated beast could only provide 10 to 500 energy points, and this small piece of jade was equivalent to the combined energy of 100 of those mutated rats. Why does this jade have so much energy? Ingchun asked, puzzled. The system explained. Jade has always been a vessel for storing energy. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, they were just ordinary stones. But with the return of spiritual energy, some special jade stones began to actively absorb the surrounding energy, becoming what you see now as energy sources. Ingchun pondered this, but remained somewhat skeptical. Does this happen to all jade? If so, can't I just find a jade shop and hit the jackpot? You're dreaming, the system retorted bluntly. Only special jade stones actively gather energy. Ordinary jade remains just that, ordinary stones. Ingchun was used to the system's sharp tongue. To him, it was just a quirky system that had been dormant for countless years. He turned to Yun Chu and proposed. How about a trade? Me? Yun Chu pointed to herself, looking at Ingchun with uncertainty. Yes, I want your jade pendant. You can make a small request, and I'll do my best to fulfill it, Ingchun confirmed. After a moment of thought, Yun Chu said, take me home, and the pendant is yours. Deal. Ingchun agreed immediately, then pocketed the pendant and set off with Yun Chu. Behind them, Song Mengxi shouted in frustration. Why can he take Yun Chu home, but not us? It's just a lousy pendant. I could give you dozens, even hundreds of them. But Ingchun paid no attention, knowing he wasn't interested in useless trinkets. On the way, Ingchun asked, where did you get this jade pendant? My father gave it to me on my 18th birthday. He said he got it from an ancient temple, Yun Chu replied, though she couldn't recall which temple. She promised to ask her father once she got home. Ingchun was secretly pleased. If there were more of these pendants at that temple, he'd have the energy needed for the little one's upgrade and evolution, and he could even advance the system to adopt more pets. Suddenly, Ingchun remembered something and asked, by the way, those two people weren't with you, right? No. Yun Chu shook her head, explaining. They ran towards me with the monster, so I just ran along. Hearing this, Ingchun was speechless at the two people's cowardly actions. As night fell, Ingchun finally called a halt. All right, let's rest here for the night and continue in the morning. Surrounded by lush greenery, Ingchun found an open area and gently set down his backpack. He took out some chocolate and bread, handing them to Yun Chu. For you. Yun Chu accepted the food and devoured it ravenously. Watching her, Ingchun could easily tell she had been hungry for quite some time. Slow down. Here's some water, he said, offering her a bottle while taking the opportunity to observe her closely. Yun Chu had fair, delicate skin and a lovely face. Although her figure was unremarkable, her cute and charming appearance radiated youthful vitality, much like the girl next door. She resembled a simple, pure white flower, exuding a subtle, refreshing aura. Let's rest after eating. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight, Ingchun suggested. Yun Chu nodded, evidently aware of the unknown dangers lurking in the forest at night. Once Yun Chu was asleep, Ingchun quietly took out a jade pendant and began absorbing the energy within. As the energy was depleted, the jade turned to ash, slipping silently from his fingers. The system immediately displayed the latest status. Host, Ingchun. Level 0. Spirit Pet, Silverlight and Extraordinary Species in Evolution. Energy, 5,800 points. Silverlight Ant Bloodline level. Attribute, Metal. Level. Evolution, 02000. Upgrade, 02000. System upgrade, 02000. Since the little creature entered an evolutionary slumber, its bloodline and level had become unknown. Ingchun had asked the system and learned that this was due to a bloodline mutation causing significant fluctuations in its strength. The level might surge dramatically or revert to the initial first grade. The Jade Stone had provided 5,150 points of energy, far exceeding Ingchun's expectations. He initially thought it would only give 5,000 points, so the extra 150 points were quite substantial. After a moment of hesitation, Ingchun decided to upgrade the system level first. After all, with the little creature asleep, upgrading the system could grant him a new contract slot. Upgrade the system level. Ingchun resolved. The system began upgrading, with the progress bar rapidly increasing, 10, 32, 90. Finally, the system upgrade was successful. Congratulations to the host for upgrading the system level. The system level is now officially level 1, the system announced. You have received the system upgrade rewards. one new contract slot, one pet upgrade card, and one basic pet evolution card. The system continued. Below basic level, there is a one-time special reward. Please choose. 1. Obtain the Heart of Flora basic. 2. Increase next contract success rate by 30. 3. Gain a 3-day creature-friendly aura. Chun was momentarily stunned by the rewards, thinking, has the stingy system changed? It's actually giving rewards now, considering it didn't even offer a starter pack before. The new contract slot meant he could contract another pet. The pet upgrade card could raise a pet's level for free, while the evolution card could help a pet evolve its bloodline. System, what is basic? Chun asked. The system explained, spirit beast bloodlines from lower to upper tiers are considered basic. Levels from 1st grade to 3rd grade are also basic. The basic card, as its name implies, can only be used when a pet is in the basic stage. Chun's gaze shifted to the 3 one-time special rewards. With the system's explanation, he basically understood the significance of these rewards. The first reward, the Heart of Flora, would enhance his affinity with plants. In this world of spiritual energy resurgence, plants were also evolving. With plant affinity, evolved plants would be more favorable towards him and less likely to attack. The second reward was straightforward, increasing the next contract success rate by 30. No matter how powerful the contract target, this would raise the success chance by 30. This meant even if he tried to contract a 9th grade divine dragon, he would have a 30 chance of success. Chun pondered, weighing the value and potential impact of these rewards. After pondering for a moment, Chun ultimately chose the third reward. This reward not only allowed him to befriend mutant beasts that were hostile to humans, preventing their attacks, but it also increased the success rate of bonding with contracted creatures. Although the other 2 rewards were not very helpful to him at the moment, this choice prepared him for encountering powerful pets in the future. Just then, the system suddenly relayed a message. Due to a system upgrade, the little one's bloodline mutation had been completed. This unexpected surprise lifted Chun's spirits, as he had grown somewhat accustomed to having the little one's protection. System, it seems you're not completely useless after all, Chun teased. The system immediately retorted, get lost, host. Chun proceeded to check the little one's status. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Dragon Ant. Extraordinary Energy, 3,800 points. Silver Dragon Ant Bloodline Level, Mid-Tier Commander. Attribute, Metal. Grade, 2nd grade mid-phase. Evolution, 0500000. Upgrade, 02000. System upgrade, 0200000. Chun was surprised to discover that the little one's bloodline level had leaped directly to mid-tier commander. Bloodline levels progress from lower, middle, upper, to elite lower, middle, upper, followed by commander and lord levels. The little one had ascended multiple stages in one go. What shocked Chun even more was that the little one's next evolution required a staggering 500,000 points of energy. He couldn't believe his eyes and couldn't help but ask, System, are you sure there's no mistake? Does the little one really need 500,000 for the next evolution? The system explained, the little one is now at a mid-tier commander bloodline level, so naturally, the energy required is greater. Currently, the little one's bloodline is arguably the best on this planet, and no creature with a faster evolution speed is likely to appear anytime soon. The little one's bloodline mutation had activated the dragon bloodline within, greatly enhancing its strength, speed, and defense. Dragon bloodlines exist in many creatures, but most cannot exhibit their traits due to low content. However, the little one's dragon blood content was evidently high, directly reaching the commander level. The silver dragon ant possessed the formidable physique of a dragon, coupled with the innate strength of the ant species, making its power truly formidable. The little one emerged from the system space, appearing on the open ground. Its size had skyrocketed to a height of 1.78 meters, with a length of over 3 meters, resembling a prehistoric beast. Its head was no longer that of an ant, but had transformed into a silver dragon's head, with 2 silver dragon horns pointing skyward. Its limbs were no longer slender insect legs, but robust and powerful dragon claws, and its body was covered in a layer of fine dragon scales, impenetrable. Chun excitedly patted the little one's dragon head. It was his first time touching a mythical creature. Dragons carry legendary significance in any myth, and the little one now possessed part of a dragon's bloodline. My power has become extraordinary as well. Chun felt the changes within his body. He shared 1/10 of the little one's power, and his muscles quickly grew within, with bones and cells evolving rapidly. Even at just 1/10, the physical strength of a silver dragon ant far exceeded that of an ordinary elite mutant beast. Chun felt a great surge of heat forming within his body, flowing continuously as if he were immersed in warm water. After a long while, the heat slowly dissipated, leaving him with a rejuvenated body. Chun exhaled deeply, feeling the surge of power within him. Clenching his fist, an unprecedented sense of strength coursed through his body, his abilities now magnified dozens of times over his previous self. Despite feeling as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch, Chen knew this was merely an illusion brought on by his significant progress. To test his newfound abilities, Chen took a dagger from his backpack. With a gentle squeeze, the sharp blade snapped instantly. Then he approached a massive boulder weighing around 500 pounds. As he grasped the stone, he was astonished to find it as light as a feather. Chen effortlessly lifted the boulder above his head with one hand. This isn't even my limit, he murmured to himself, realizing he hadn't used even half of his strength. The power of the silver dragon ant was indeed terrifying. However, the most astounding change was his ability to transform into metal. With a focused thought, his right hand instantly turned a pure silver color. This wasn't just a superficial change. His entire hand transformed into a metal form in an instant. Curious about his defense capabilities, Chen tried to cut his hand with the dagger. Yet, the sharp blade couldn't even scratch his skin, let alone test the limits of his defense. The next morning, Chen was awakened by a scream. Oh! Chu stood not far away, eyes filled with terror, her voice trembling as she shouted, "Dragon! A monster!" Only then did Chen realize the little creature's dragon head was right behind him. With the little one by his side last night, he had simply fallen asleep, forgetting to tell Chu to take the midnight watch. Chen, run. This monster looks dangerous. Chu said nervously, her slender legs trembling. Don't be afraid, it's my pet. It won't harm you. Chen reassured her, while stroking the little creature's fierce dragon head. The creature nuzzled affectionately against his palm, leaving Chu stunned. Wait, I remember now. Chu suddenly exclaimed. You had a silver ant as a pet. I saw your video online. The first human evolver with dual abilities and a mutant silver ant. This must be that ant, right? Seeing Chen nod, Chu reluctantly accepted the fact, though still found it hard to believe. In the online videos, the ant's transformation was within an understandable range. But the beast before her now exceeded the limits of ordinary creatures, resembling a mythological being. The little one evolved again, so its appearance changed drastically, Chen explained. You didn't see it yesterday because I sent it out to forage alone, and it only returned last night. He chose not to mention the system, deciding to keep that secret forever. The two continued forward in the direction Chu indicated, with the little one leading the way. Suddenly, Chen reached out to stop Chu, shielding her behind him. She looked at him in confusion, but saw his sharp gaze and wary expression. Don't make a sound, Chen warned in a low voice. From the bushes came a rustling sound. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Immediately, a mutant tiger burst into view. Its small eyes lit up with an excited red glow as soon as it spotted them. Roar! The mutant tiger let out a deafening roar, echoing through the air. The blood tiger beast, a lower-ranked ferocious beast, mid-grade level 1. Chen assessed the situation effortlessly. The success rate of contracting this blood tiger beast was as high as 80%. Even without considering the system's 30% boost, there was still a 50% chance. However, he had no intention of doing so. Although tigers have a strong foundation and incredible evolutionary potential, Chen already had the little creature. The advantages of dragon bloodline were self-evident, making any additional steps unnecessary. He thought to himself that if more contract slots became available in the future, he could consider other options then. Just as Chen was pondering why this blood tiger beast didn't realize it should flee, he was suddenly taken aback for more blood tiger beasts leaped out from the bushes. 5 mid-grade level 1 ferocious beasts surrounded them. Chen finally understood why they were so bold. They relied on their numbers. Little one, go ahead. Show me your current strength. At Chen's command, Chu realized she was only a burden at the moment and quickly retreated. The little creature let out a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry echoing all around. The blood tiger beasts hesitated instantly. The creature before them was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Under the dragon's pressure, the blood tiger beasts were immobilized. The little one dashed towards one of the blood tiger beasts like lightning, its sharp dragon teeth easily piercing through the beast's tough skin. The blood tiger beast attempted to fight back, but was firmly suppressed by the little creature's power. In the blink of an eye, the life of that blood tiger beast was extinguished. Chen watched in awe as the little one swiftly moved towards the other blood tiger beasts. The battle had turned into a one-sided slaughter. The gap between lower-ranked ferocious beasts and mid-ranked spiritual beasts, coupled with the little one's mid-grade level 2 strength, left the blood tiger beasts no match. Their claws couldn't even scratch the little one. In no time, the little creature had dealt with all the blood tiger beasts. Chen and Chu stood waiting as they watched the little one start devouring the flesh. I wonder if mutated tiger meat is edible, Chen mused aloud, then turned to Chu. Do you want to try some? Chu shook her head, her eyes fixed on the little creature. The sheer power it displayed moments ago left her deeply shocked. A single claw could immobilize a mutated tiger, which was truly terrifying. Chen selected a piece of prime meat and started a fire to roast it. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. He began to feast, while Yin Chu discreetly swallowed her saliva. Noticing Yin Chu's reaction, Ing Chun handed her a piece of the roasted tiger meat. Thanks to the spices from his backpack, the aroma was irresistible. Yin Chu accepted the meat, the tantalizing scent making her mouth water. Yin Chu savored the tiger meat with delight, the tender and juicy texture bursting with flavor in his mouth, bringing waves of satisfaction. The meat, enriched with spiritual energy due to evolution, warmed him with each bite, spreading a comforting sensation from his stomach throughout his body. While observing Yunshu enjoying the meal, Ingchen pondered over the challenges of human evolution. Consuming mutant beast meat might accelerate human evolution, but he had yet to encounter a true mutant human. The online rumors claiming he was the first mutant human were false. His powers were entirely granted by the system. Ingchen had once asked the system about the possibility of human evolution. The system explained that human genes are highly complex, making evolution hundreds or even thousands of times more difficult compared to ordinary creatures. It's likely that many people may never achieve evolution in their lifetime. As a pet system, it couldn't directly enhance Ingchen's level, but as the system's level increased, there might be a glimmer of hope. Ingchen wasn't fixated on evolving himself. He could share 10 of his pet's abilities, whether in strength or special powers, which were not inferior in quality to the pets themselves. He believed that as he tamed more pets, the variety of abilities he gained would be vast, making it unnecessary to awaken his own abilities. Just then, a terrified scream shattered the calm. Ah, a monster! A red lion has broken in. Run! A mutant beast has invaded. Chaos erupted instantly. A man running was caught by a dog-like mutant beast, its sharp fangs piercing his windpipe, instantly claiming his life. Blood flowed along the beast's fangs into its body, making its fur more luxuriant and even faintly glowing with a blood-red hue. The surrounding humans and other creatures became prey for the mutant beasts, which mercilessly slaughtered and absorbed blood to strengthen themselves. In a short time, a brutal massacre unfolded. This was a base supposedly protected by the military, but due to insufficient ammunition, a gigantic red lion easily breached the gates. Under its lead, countless mutant beasts swarmed in. Suddenly, the red lion's gaze turned westward towards the direction where the little one was. For the first time, it sensed a presence with a bloodline stronger than its own. The lion roared towards the sky, engulfed in raging flames, incinerating everything in its path, even melting steel into molten iron. The scent of blood spread over tens of kilometers. Such tragedies were occurring worldwide, from the west to Yanhuang, from land to sea. All living beings were enduring this catastrophe. However, in this dire moment, mutants finally emerged among humans. Their appearance brought a glimmer of hope to humanity's plight. Fast forward to now, it was the third day since Ingshun brought Yinshu home. After a long journey, they were nearing their destination. Along the way, Yinshu had asked why they didn't drive, so they attempted to travel by car, with the little one clearing the path ahead. However, reality quickly hit them hard. First, the roads were severely damaged by mutant beasts, making them uneven and difficult for ordinary cars to navigate. Secondly, the noise from the car attracted many mutant beasts. Despite the little one's deterrence, many reckless mutant beasts still attacked. These mutant beasts shared a common trait. They had not completed their evolution, and their intelligence hadn't significantly increased, behaving like a bunch of simpletons. This made Ingchen and Yunshu realize that the number of mutant beasts was far greater than they had imagined. Over 3 days, they faced more than a dozen attacks. Interestingly, the distribution of mutant beasts was uneven. The place they started from had almost no trace of mutant beasts, while some areas were so densely populated with them that it was terrifying, with mutant beasts running rampant and few signs of human presence. Since arriving in this area, Ing Chun and Yunshu have been attacked by mutated beasts 5 times in just half a day. Fortunately, their fierce little companion managed to eliminate every threat by biting and devouring them. Abandoned cars blocked the road ahead, forcing the two to abandon their vehicle and continue on foot. The scene before them was chilling. Abandoned vehicles everywhere, the ground and car bodies stained with blood. This chaotic post-apocalyptic landscape silently spoke of the collapse of human civilization. The little creature led the way, using its immense strength to easily toss aside obstructing cars, creating a direct path for the two of them. Let's take a break. Even our little friend is tired, Ing Chun suggested, noticing that their guardian was showing signs of fatigue. They sat down on the spot, and Yin Chu took chocolate and water from her backpack, handing them to Ing Chun. They ate and drank ravenously, without any regard for appearance in this apocalyptic world. Caring about appearances could cost you your life. How far is it to your home? Ing Chun asked, swallowing the last bite of chocolate and taking a big gulp of water, then lying back on the grass. Yin Chu thought for a moment and replied, "It shouldn't be far now. This landmark used to be about 3 kilometers from my house." 3 kilometers? Ing Chun calculated. We might reach there by tomorrow morning, or maybe even tonight. Suddenly, A deafening roar interrupted their conversation. Damn! Ingchen quickly got to his feet, and Yunchu immediately became alert. The experiences of the past few days had sharpened her reflexes considerably. A giant lizard appeared before them, and they both gasped. The lizard was 4 meters tall and 12 meters long, towering over them like a 3-story building when it stood upright. Its entire body was pitch black, with skin as rough as old tree bark and muscles as solid as a bulldozer. Ing Chun quickly analyzed. Demonic lizard. Rank. Tier 2 early stage. Bloodline level. Mid-grade beast. Contract success rate. 50%. Damn. It evolved to Tier 2 early stage on its own, and it's still a mid-grade beast. Yunchu was equally astonished. Following Ing Chun, she had learned quite a bit about mutated beasts. In the early days of spiritual awakening, any creature that evolved to Tier 2 was considered elite among elites, and they had just encountered one. Can our little friend handle it? Yunchu asked worriedly. Ingchen confidently replied. Our little friend is far superior. I'm just surprised that a creature could evolve so quickly. The little creature let out a dragon-like roar, its terrifying muscles bulging. Although not as large as the demonic lizard, it was more agile, seemingly filled with boundless power. The demonic lizard froze upon seeing the little creature, anxiously stomping its feet, clearly agitated. It could sense that this creature was far more powerful, both in rank and bloodline, making it hesitant to act rashly. However, the lizard's unusual behavior caught the attention of Ing Chun and their little companion. The large lizard seemed to have no intention of attacking. Instead, it appeared very anxious. What's going on with this lizard? Ing Chun wondered aloud. Just then, a massive shadow cast over the ground. The demonic lizard became even more frantic. Ing Chun looked up to see a colossal bird in the sky. It was entirely fiery red, with feathers emitting a faint glow of fire, intently watching everyone on the ground. Ing Chun quickly analyzed. Flame spirit bird. Rank. Tier 2 early stage. Bloodline level. High-grade spirit beast. Attribute. Fire. Contract success rate. 40%. He frowned in thought, realizing that the flame spirit bird was likely pursuing the demonic lizard, which had inadvertently fled to their location. This was the second spirit beast he had encountered. Previous encounters had been with fierce beasts. Moreover, it was a fire-attributed spirit beast, with a bloodline rank reaching high-grade spirit beast level. The success rate of the contract was astonishingly low. Even with a system-provided 30 success rate, Ing Chun still fell 10 short of the demonic lizard. This gap was startling. Suddenly, the little creature let out a thunderous roar, its sound waves reverberating through the air. The flame spirit bird was so startled by this unexpected display that it trembled all over. It keenly sensed the suffocating bloodline pressure emanating from below. Once proud to be the strongest evolved beast, the flame spirit bird now faced a being far superior to itself, a realization that left it both shocked and uneasy. The flame spirit bird opened its mouth and spewed a scorching flame, prompting the demonic lizard to swiftly dodge. Ing Chun reacted quickly, immediately retreating to a safe distance with Yunchu. However, the little creature stood its ground, facing the oncoming fire heathen. The flame spirit bird was secretly delighted, confident in its high-temperature flames that had yet to meet a match since its evolution. To the flame spirit bird's shock, the little creature emerged unscathed. Though a spirit beast, the little creature possessed dragon bloodline, and its physical strength was no less than that of a fierce beast of the same level. Its hard shell easily shrugged off the searing flames. Annoyed, the little creature felt it was audacious for a mutated beast to dare provoke it. With a sudden burst of power, the little creature's strong hind legs launched its massive body into the air like an arrow. The flame spirit bird attempted to evade, but the little creature was too fast. Although it avoided the dragon's bite, it could not escape the sharp claws. In an instant, 3 gruesome wounds appeared on the flame spirit bird's body. The flame spirit bird screeched in pain, blood dripping from its feathers. It glared fiercely at the little creature, its talons swiping menacingly. Unable to dodge midair, the little creature didn't intend to evade. As it took the hit, its dragon teeth accurately clamped down on the flame spirit bird's wing. With a tearing sound, one of the flame spirit bird's wings was bitten off. Terror filled its eyes as it realized its folly. This monster before it was far superior in strength. Unable to even breach its defense sees a gap as vast as heaven and earth. The little creature landed heavily, ready to pursue its advantage, only to find the flame spirit bird already fleeing in panic. Chasing it would expose Ing Chun to the demonic lizard. After a moment's hesitation, the flame spirit bird had already vanished, dragging its heavily injured body away. Seeing it was impossible to catch up, the little creature turned to face the demonic lizard, its gaze filled with threat. At the slightest move, it was ready to pounce and tear it apart. However, the demonic lizard's reaction was unexpected. It slowly moved forward, and just as the little creature was about to strike, the demonic lizard lowered its Hiata gesture of submission in the animal kingdom. Ing Chun emerged from behind, observing the demonic lizard closely. Compared to the little creature, the demonic lizard was larger and exuded a stronger presence. Ing-Chen secretly admired the demonic lizard's intelligence, knowing when to flee from the flame spirit bird and when to submit to a stronger being. Approaching the demonic lizard, Ing-Chun reached out to touch its body. The demonic lizard opened its mouth, seemingly ready to resist. But a low growl from the little creature instantly subdued it, allowing Ing-Chun to stroke it. When Ing-Chen's hand touched the demonic lizard's head, he felt a cool hardness, as if he were touching a piece of refined steel. He marveled at its resilience, then pressed down firmly on its head. Sharing a tenth of the little creature's strength, Ing-Chun was not weak. The demonic lizard struggled vigorously, only to be surprised that it could not overpower this seemingly insignificant being. Its head was firmly restrained, unable to lift no matter how hard it tried. Its eyes shifted from surprise to fear, internally lamenting, terrifying. Ing-Chan was astonished that such a small creature could suppress him. He recalled the fragile beings he had encountered before, wielding nothing more than iron sticks and shooting little balls that only caused him mild discomfort. This demonized lizard in front of him must be a leader among them. Unaware of the demonized lizard's speculations about him, Ing-Chun called Yin-Chu over to touch the peculiar creature. Yin-Chu shook her head repeatedly, taking a few steps back. No way, I'm too scared. She tried to pet the little creature nearby instead, but its fierce gaze scared her away. Yin-Chu watched the little creature with lingering fear. Throughout their journey, she had witnessed its terrifying power firsthand. No mutant beast could withstand it. Only in Ing-Chen's presence did the little creature behave docilely, while it remained fierce towards others and mutant beasts. Ing-Chen couldn't understand why the little creature disliked Yin-Chu so much, despite his attempts to persuade it. In contrast, Yin-Chu was quite fond of the little creature. He thought to himself, I'll let you go this time. If there were enough contract slots, I would definitely bring you under my command. After all, being able to evolve into a higher-tier beast on its own, with such intelligence, suggests great potential. Ing-Chun shook his head slightly, regretting that he wanted to contract a flying avian mutant beast more. Today's battle exposed the little creature's weakness. It couldn't fly. If they encountered terrifying flying mutant beasts in the future, they would be at a disadvantage. Today's victory was due to the little creature's overwhelming strength and catching the flame spirit bird off guard. System, will the little creature be able to fly in the future? Ing-Chen asked internally. The system sarcastically replied, foolish host. Ing-Chen silently cursed, wishing he could get rid of the system's harshness. The system continued. The little creature is a silver dragon ant, possessing the bloodline of a silver dragon. It can't fly now because its level is too low. Dragons are naturally capable of cloud riding and mist traveling. Flying is a trivial matter. If you evolve the little creature again into a higher bloodline leader, it will grow dragon wings and naturally be able to fly. Can I get a loan? I don't have the money for the little creature's evolution. Ing-Chen asked tentatively. The system coldly responded. Broke fool, earn some energy yourself, a loan? Don't even think about it. Ing-Chen rolled his eyes. The system was as stingy as ever. He turned to the demonized lizard and waved his hand, indicating, you can go. However, the demonized lizard didn't leave. Instead, it approached the little creature, seemingly communicating. After a moment, the little creature conveyed a message to Ing-Chun. Ing-Chun pondered for a moment and asked in surprise, are you saying it wants to follow you? The little creature nodded in confirmation. Ing-Chun looked at the demonized lizard, much larger than the little creature, and his mouth twitched. The little creature already had a big appetite, and the demonized lizard would surely be even more demanding. If it followed him, wouldn't he have to care for another big mouth to feed? Just as Ing-Chun was about to refuse, the little creature sent another message that left him stunned. You're saying the demonized lizard knows the lair of that red bird from before? Ing-Chun asked hesitantly. The little creature nodded again. Ing-Chun was overjoyed. He had wanted to contract the flame spirit bird, but it escaped too quickly. Unexpectedly, the demonized lizard knew the flame spirit bird's lair, a silver lining in the situation. The flame spirit bird had evolved into a higher-tier spirit beast, reaching the 2nd grade, and its awakened bloodline was undoubtedly extraordinary, at least much stronger than the demonized lizard before him. This would save Ing-Chun a lot of energy points, as he was currently quite impoverished. Although the system is powerful enough to evolve a loach into a celestial dragon, the evolution points required are quite substantial. Ing-Chun calculated in his mind that if he ever became wealthy, he would undoubtedly use his resources to evolve his beloved pet. Unfortunately, he was currently short on funds, so he had to settle for finding creatures that were already highly evolved to save energy. This would help him become stronger sooner, making it easier to earn more energy. Ing-Chun gave the demonized lizard a peculiar look, silently acknowledging its intelligence. The lizard, unaware of his ability to contract pets, had cleverly hinted at the location of the flame spirit bird's nest, clearly intending to use him to do its bidding. Ing-Chun thought to himself that if the lizard knew his true intention was to contract the flame spirit bird, it would surely be shocked. Let it lead the way, Ing-Chun instructed. After the little creature communicated with the lizard, the latter was overjoyed and charged ahead, with Ing Chun and the others following closely behind. 2 hours later, Ing Chun suddenly realized, "We're getting close to my home." He paused, surprised by the coincidence that the flame spirit bird's nest was on the same line as Yin Chu's home. They hadn't reached the bird's nest yet, but they were already near Yin Chu's home. "All right, I'll take you home first," Ing Chun said, noticing Yin Chu's eager expression. She must be homesick. Moreover, he had promised to escort her home safely. He arranged for the little creature to accompany the demonized lizard to the flame spirit bird's nest to keep watch, while he escorted Yin Chu home. This plan was mainly to prevent the flame spirit bird from escaping prematurely. Ing Chen's current strength was formidable. Even the demonized lizard might not be his match. In this area, the lizard was the undisputed king, with its massive body and bulging muscles brimming with power. Coupled with its ferocious beast lineage, it was a top-tier predator here. Unlike spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts lacked special abilities but possessed extraordinary physical strength, their bodies filled with brute force. As they continued, Ing Chen quickly noticed signs of human activity. Ahead, various items were piled up to form a makeshift barrier, and numerous soldiers were patrolling vigilantly. Someone's approaching from the west. A soldier at the gate instantly aimed his rifle at the approaching figures. Seeing it was just a man and a woman with no visible weapons, the soldiers relaxed slightly. "Don't let your guard down. They might have weapons in their backpacks," an officer reminded them. Ing Chun was impressed by the official's capabilities. Setting up a survivor base in such a short time was no small feat. As he got closer, he observed the setup. Machine guns mounted on temporary fortifications, dozens of armed soldiers patrolling, all on high alert. "Hello, this is the survivor camp established by the Yanhuang government. May I ask where you're coming from?" A few soldiers at the entrance asked to inspect their backpacks. Ing Chun handed his over without hesitation, knowing there was nothing valuable in it. "I'm from the neighboring city, bringing this young lady home," Ing Chun explained. The soldiers glanced at Yin Chu. Despite her disheveled appearance and tattered clothes, her beauty was undeniable. Her slender legs, graceful figure, and impressive bust would have surely made her a campus beauty with many admirers before the apocalypse. "Nice one, kid. I get it, I totally get it," one soldier said with a knowing grin. Seeing the soldier's lewd expression, Ing Chun resisted the urge to punch him. What kind of person did this guy think he was? Back when Song Mingxi was with Yin Chu, her beauty was no less than Yin Chu's, yet he remained indifferent. "Silence!" A commanding officer shouted at the gossiping soldiers. "This young man has a commendable character." The officer surveyed the surroundings, explaining in a serious tone, "In this apocalyptic world, countless people with dark hearts can't control their desires. How many have forcibly taken women? Yet this young man escorts a girl home, which shows he has a good heart." The reprimanded soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to speak further. They had witnessed too many similar tragedies during rescue missions. Those who could only drool over photos before the apocalypse now shamelessly imprisoned their goddesses, committing unspeakable acts daily. In such cases, they were always unforgiving. However, with recent food shortages, even within survivor bases, similar dark transactions had emerged. Women would trade their bodies for a meal, attaching themselves to the strong. This phenomenon had become almost public, impossible to stop. They had tried to clear such behavior, but with little success. Even high-ranking officials in the survivor bases were openly keeping women. "What a messed-up world this is," a soldier couldn't help but mutter under his breath. A soldier who had been inspecting a backpack approached the officer to report, "There are no dangerous items in the backpack, just some spices and canned food." At the mention of canned food, the officer involuntarily swallowed hard. It had been too long since he last had canned food. After the apocalypse, the military had to conserve food, surviving on buns during the day and only having a bit of vegetables at night. The officer hesitated, then awkwardly said to Ing Chun, "Well, young man, I'd like to discuss something with you." Ing Chun took the backpack, looking puzzled at the officer. "Please, go ahead. I'd like to trade for the canned food in your backpack. What would you like in exchange?" The officer finally voiced his request. "Canned food." Ing Chun took out the last 3 cans of beef sauce from his backpack. "You mean this?" Yes, exactly that." The officer nodded eagerly. Ing Chun frowned and asked, "Don't you have anything to eat?" The officer, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained the current predicament of the survivor base. After listening, Ing Chin's brow furrowed. He hadn't realized the situation at the survivor base had become so dire. Although he knew the daily consumption of food was astronomical, it shouldn't have been depleted so quickly, as it had been less than a month. Why is there so little food? Hasn't the government collected food from nearby areas? Ing Chun inquired further. The officer shook his head and sighed deeply, looking despondent. He explained that the authorities were doing their best, but times were tough everywhere. The survivor base was challenging to manage due to high personnel turnover. Because of the apocalypse, people were anxious, and countless brawls and disturbances occurred daily, sometimes leading to bloodshed. The common people's resentment towards the wealthy had been simmering for a long time, and it was now erupting. Pre-apocalypse wealthy and upper-class individuals were viewed with hostility, and any slight misstep could lead to violent clashes. As the survivor base absorbed survivors from surrounding areas, the housing problem became particularly severe. Some people killed to secure a place to live, while others forcibly entered others' homes. A single house could be crammed with 3 families, with men and women living together, which easily led to disputes. Yet, they were powerless to stop this situation. Living outdoors was even more dangerous, as they could be attacked by flying mutant beasts at any moment, risking death. To prevent mutations, the survivor base had already dealt with all small animals. However, rats, cockroaches, insects, and other small creatures were still difficult to eradicate. Occasionally, mutations would occur, requiring the authorities to remain vigilant and promptly suppress them to prevent large-scale casualties. The most pressing issue was the lack of food. The city was suffering from a severe food shortage, and the grain reserves in nearby markets and shops had already been exhausted, yet it was still far from enough. The only way to obtain more food was to attack the granary. However, the granary was occupied by a fearsome monster, and the army had repeatedly failed in their attempts to reclaim it. Ing Chun furrowed his brow, puzzled. The army's strength should not be underestimated. If they were determined to conquer a location, they should be able to succeed. He handed the can of beef he was holding to the officer, saying, "Here, take the can. I don't really like this stuff." With the little creature by his side, mutated beasts in the wild became a ready source of food, making canned goods less necessary for Ing Chun. He continued, "Is there anything you want? I'll find a way to get it for you." The officer understood well that in this post-apocalyptic world, money had lost its value, and only food was a hard currency. But the person in front of him clearly wasn't lacking in food, as both Ing Chun and Yun Chu looked well-fed, though their clothes were a bit shabby. The officer tentatively asked, "Do you know of any rare mutated animals or plants around here?" Ing Chen's eyes lit up. "Rare animals? Plants?" The officer thought for a moment, and then shook his head regretfully. "I've seen plenty of mutated animals, but none are rare. Mostly just mutated dogs and cats." Ing Chen couldn't hide his disappointment, though he wasn't surprised. Rare mutated beasts are hard to come by, and rarity often means they are powerful. He sighed and said, "Never mind, just let me know if you hear anything." Yun Chu led the way ahead, with Ing Chun close behind. After they had walked some distance, a soldier scratched his head and muttered, "I feel like I've seen that guy somewhere before. He's so familiar, but I can't quite place him." Once they were a bit further away, Yun Chu exclaimed, "I can't believe they didn't recognize you." She was well aware of Ing Chen's influence, as he was the one who had informed the world about the standards for mutated beasts and the revival of spiritual energy. "But then again, you've changed so much." Indeed, Ing Chen's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation since the time he was captured on video. After sharing the power of the silver dragon ant, his physique had become more robust, his facial features more defined, exuding a sharp, blade-like aura. On the road, many people were watching them, or more accurately, they were focused on the backpack Ing Chen carried. "That girl is so fresh and young. Look at those jade-like thighs, they must feel amazing," an old man whispered. "Did that pretty boy take her in? What a waste." "Huh, if that guy is a pretty boy, what does that make you?" a young man retorted disdainfully. "Say one more word, and I'll kill you." The old man, angered by the young man's words, was about to make a move, but when the young man stood up, revealing his strong physique, the old man backed down immediately. "Fine, I'll let you off this time," he said sheepishly. "Disgusting old pervert," the young man snorted. At this point, Ing Chun was far from a pretty boy. He was the epitome of a rugged, steel-hearted man. He chuckled and said to Yun Chu, "You seem quite popular?" Yun Chu was furious, her eyes sharp. "A bunch of scumbags, daring to talk about me and look at me with those disgusting eyes." Ing Chun frowned. Yun Chu's outburst of curses was hardly ladylike. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, as it wasn't his concern how Yun Chu behaved. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed out and crashed into Ing Chun. With his reflexes, Ing Chun could have easily avoided it, but he chose not to. The man fell to the ground, shouting, "Ouch, that hurt. You have to compensate me." His voice was deliberately loud, trying to attract the attention of those around them. Ing Chun thought to himself, "Is this a case of someone trying to scam me? What does this have to do with us? You approached us first." Yin Chu stood up and questioned loudly, her voice tinged with nervousness as the crowd around them focused on the confrontation. "Young lady, that's not how it happened," the man on the ground retorted. "You guys clearly bumped into me first." Yes, I can vouch for this brother here." 3 men suddenly emerged from the crowd, surrounding Ing Chun and Yun Chu. Their eyes greedily darted between Ing Chen's backpack and Yun Chu's exposed legs. Yun Chu felt a chill and nervously glanced around. Sensing the danger, Ing Chen spoke up, displeased. "What do you want?" It was clear these people intended to extort them. "Kid, you hurt someone and still have the nerve to talk back," the man on the ground accused harshly. "Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders?" This comment instantly ignited a fire within Ing Chun. He detested anyone mocking him about his irresponsible parents. His face darkened, and a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. The burly man surrounding Ing Chun smirked and said, "I'll settle this for my brother here. Just hand over 100 pounds of food, and we'll let it go, okay?" They often used this trick on newcomers to the survivor base, and few dared to resist. "What if we don't have it?" Ing Chun said in a low voice, struggling to contain his inner rage. "Don't have it." The man exaggeratedly widened his eyes. "Then leave your backpack. But that backpack probably doesn't have 100 pounds of food. Leave the woman too." His lecherous gaze lingered on Yun Chu. "You must have brought her back from outside the base, right? You've probably had your fill of her, so why not let us take good care of her?" Others joined in, jeering. "Hey girl, how about coming with us? We'll treat you better than that pretty boy, and you'll have food every day." They laughed lewdly, some even drooling. One of the men reached out to grab Yun Chu, while another tried to snatch Ing Chen's backpack. Unable to suppress his anger any longer, Ing Chen shouted, "You've really pissed me off, scum." He swiftly grabbed the wrist of the man trying to take his backpack. The man was about to curse, but he felt an immense force, as if caught in a vice. "Ouch, ouch, let go. I said let go." The man cried out in pain, swinging his other fist at Ing Chen's head. Ing Chun didn't dodge, feeling as if he'd been bitten by a mosquito insignificant. "Didn't you eat? Use some strength." Ing Chun roared, his right hand clamping down forcefully. With a crack, the man's wrist twisted unnaturally, clearly broken. He fell to his knees, wailing in agony, sweat pouring down his face. "You bastard! How dare you harm my brother?" The others shouted angrily, rushing at Ing Chun. Just then, Ing Chun sensed someone attacking from behind. It was the man who had staged the fall. "Die, kid." The man lunged with a short knife aimed at Ing Chen's back. But Ing Chen's back instantly turned metallic. With a snap, the knife broke in two, merely tearing his shirt. His back revealed a silver sheen, with no sign of blood. "A monster! How can anyone withstand a knife?" The man cried out in terror, stumbling back in disbelief. Ing Chen turned, swiftly grabbing his throat. With immense strength, he lifted him into the air, leaving the man dangling and struggling in fear. The crowd around them was stunned, unable to believe what they were witnessing. The man struggled desperately, but the knife in his hand screeched uselessly against Ing Chen's metallized arm. As the feeling of suffocation crept in, his strength quickly waned, and the knife slipped from his weakening grip, clattering to the ground. Ing Chen spun around suddenly, delivering a fierce roundhouse kick that sent the other two robbers flying. They landed heavily on the ground, groaning in pain, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. "Is this the best you've got? And you dare to rob people?" Ing Chen looked down coldly at the disheveled figures on the ground, his voice low and intimidating. "Who gave you the guts?" The man with the knife at his throat couldn't utter a word. Ing Chun then fixed his gaze on the robber with the broken wrist. "You tell me, and if your answer doesn't satisfy me, none of you will leave here alive." With that, an overwhelming aura of menace, honed through countless battles with mutated beasts in the apocalypse, emanated from Ing Chun. Fear swallowed the man like a rising tide, drenching him in cold sweat and causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at Ing Chun with terror, as if facing a bloodthirsty beast rather than a human. It was our greed that blinded us. "Please, let us go," he stammered, immediately kneeling at Ing Chen's feet. Ing Chun snorted coldly, throwing the barely conscious man harshly to the ground. The man coughed violently, gasping for air like a dying fish. "Actions have consequences," Ing Chun said icily, his gaze sweeping over the four men. "Today, I'll cripple one of your hands, each as punishment for offending me." With that, he stepped over the kneeling man and approached the other three. Suddenly, a middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped forward from the crowd, dressed in traditional attire. He glared sternly at Ing Chun, raising his voice. "Stop right there. You can't do this. It's against the law." Ing Chen's anger turned into a mocking smile. No one had intervened when he and Yun Chu were being attacked, yet now someone wanted to play the moral savior when he was about to punish the criminals. Yun Chu couldn't help but sneer. "Hypocrite." The middle-aged man continued to plead. "I'm doing this for your own good. If the authorities get involved, you'll have nowhere to run. So what? You're trying to teach me how to handle things." Ing Chun ignored him, forcefully pushing the man aside and continuing toward the robbers on the ground. Furious at being shoved, the middle-aged man erupted in anger, hurling insults. "You little brat. Can't you see I'm older than you? How dare you bump into me? You have no manners. Are you an orphan? You're asking for it. Humph. Good intentions wasted. You'll regret ignoring the wisdom of elders." These words hit Ing Chen's last nerve. He exploded with rage, darting to the middle-aged man in a flash, landing a powerful punch on his face. The man flew back 10 meters like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his teeth scattering on the ground. Ing Chun had restrained his strength with that punch, or it would have been lethal. The man, staring at his lost teeth on the ground, glared with venomous eyes, pointing a trembling finger at Ing Chun. "You little brat, you'll meet a terrible end. How dare you curse me?" Ing Chun instantly reappeared in front of the man. The latter tried to flee, but it was too late. Ing Chun delivered a vicious kick to his groin. Ah! The man's piercing screams shattered the air. His face turned ashen as he convulsed on the ground, curling into a ball, drenched in cold sweat, clutching his groin in agony, like a boiled shrimp. Humph! Ing Chun glared coldly at the middle-aged man. I ask you, where were you when Yin Chu and I were being surrounded? You were clearly watching the whole time, yet you didn't dare step in to help. Ing Chen's voice grew increasingly icy. You claim it's for our own good? If Yin Chu had really been taken away and abused daily, have you thought about what she would endure? If she were your wife or daughter, could you still stand by and do nothing? He stepped closer to the middle-aged man. You're just a fake saint. You bully the weak and fear the strong, too scared to stand up to thugs and bullies. Seeing us as newcomers who are easy to bully, you come out pretending to preach. When the apocalypse came, you were probably the first to abandon your family and run for your life, weren't you? These words seemed to hit a sore spot for the middle-aged man, and his expression turned venomous. It was true when the apocalypse broke out, his pet cats and dogs mutated, broke out of their cages, and went on a rampage. Terrified, he abandoned his wife and children and ran for his life. By the time he came to his senses, his family had already been torn apart and devoured by the mutated beasts. Though he was heartbroken, he didn't have the courage to return and ended up fleeing to the survivors' base in disgrace. You don't deserve sympathy, but your family is truly pitiful, having someone like you as a coward. Ing Chen sneered and turned toward the three people on the ground. Please, spare me, one of them begged. Ah! Screams filled the air as Ing Chun mercilessly broke the wrists of the three men. At that moment, the enforcement team burst onto the scene. Make way. The leader frowned at the mess. This is the third fight today. Was this your doing? Yes, Ing Chen calmly admitted. Do you realize this is a special period? Fighting is prohibited, the leader shouted angrily. One team member hesitantly reported the injuries, and when it was mentioned that someone might be rendered infertile for life, all the enforcement members shuddered. Just as the situation grew tense, an officer who had previous dealings with Ing Chen stepped in to mediate. Brother Wang, this is my brother. He wouldn't harm anyone without reason. The leader took the cigarette offered by the officer, and his demeanor softened immediately. Since he's your brother, we'll let it go this time. As night fell, the city's hustle and bustle gradually faded away. Ing Chun and Yun Chu walked side by side, their laughter echoing through the empty streets. Although the surrounding passers-by remained silent, their eyes revealed disdain for the five bullies. Hi, I still don't know your name, Yin Chu suddenly realized. Ing Chun smiled and replied, I'm Ing Chun. Ing as in victory, and Chun as in stars. Great name. Yin Chu's eyes lit up. I'm Tang Bufan. Tang as in Tongshen, and Bufan meaning extraordinary. After a handshake and some pleasantries, Ing Chun introduced Yun Chu to Tang Bufan. Once they were acquainted, Tang Bufan invited, feel free to come by apartment 306 at Yangon Apartments for a drink sometime. Sure, Ing Chun agreed readily. As they watched Tang Bufan and the enforcement team leave, Ing Chun continued walking with Yin Chu. Before they knew it, they had arrived at a luxurious villa area. The buildings here weren't scattered and standalone, but closely connected, forming a unique landscape. That's my home. Yun Chu jumped up excitedly, pointing to a villa ahead. Ing Chun was quietly astonished. He had suspected Yin Chu came from a well-to-do family, but seeing it firsthand was still shocking. This villa area was famous, reportedly costing tens of thousands per square meter, with the smallest units over 480 square meters. A villa could easily be worth tens of millions, and with some renovations, it could reach hundreds of millions. A dream beyond reach for ordinary people. Ing Chun couldn't help but recall his previous monthly salary of just a few thousand, making buying a home a luxury, let alone such a mansion. He turned to Yin Chu and said, since we're at your place, I should get going. No, don't. Yin Chu suddenly grabbed his arm, the smooth touch making Ing Chen's heart race. Yin Chu covered her mouth, giggling, clearly noticing his reaction. You haven't had a girlfriend before, have you? She teased, but Ing Chen didn't respond, still pondering the matter of the flame spirit bird. Suddenly, Yin Chu felt an inexplicable sense of loss, though she couldn't quite say what she was missing. They reached the villa's entrance, and Ing Chun finally saw the mansion in full view. Its simple yet elegant design was striking, though the bloodstains on the wall marred its beauty. Something's wrong at home. Yin Chu was anxious, rushing to the door and knocking. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was especially clear in the silent night. For a long time, there was no response from inside, and Yin Chu was nearly in tears. Don't cry, look there. Ing Chun comforted, pointing to the peephole. A cautious eye was peering through, observing the situation outside. Open up, it's Yin Chu Chuer. Yin Chu called out excitedly. The person inside seemed to get excited too. It really is Chuer. The door swung open, revealing a young man who bore a resemblance to Yin Chu. The siblings embraced tightly, and after a while, Yin Chu remembered Ing Chun beside her. Ing Chun, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Yin Nan. Brother, this is Ing Chun. Thanks to him, I got back safely. Ing Chun and Yun Nan sized each other up. After a moment, Yun Nan extended his hand. Thank you for bringing my sister back safely. No need to thank me. She already rewarded me, Ing Chen said calmly. He noticed Yun Nan's sunken eyes and thought to himself, just a spoiled rich kid, already ruined by indulgence. Upon witnessing the rather cold exchange between the two, Yinshu pouted, showing her displeasure. She grabbed Ing Chen's hand and quickly led him into the room. Inside, a middle-aged couple came into view. The man had a square face and a stern expression, while the woman still possessed a certain charm and grace. Yunshu's father stood up, looking grateful. Hello, I am Yunshu's father, and this is her mother. Thank you so much for bringing my daughter back. He gestured for Ing Chen to sit, his eyes filled with gratitude. However, Yunshu's mother's eyes held a strange glint. Ing Chen responded calmly, no need to thank me. Yunshu also paid a price. At these words, Yunan's face changed dramatically, and he questioned sharply. What did you make Yunshu do? Did you force her? Yunshu hurriedly defended Ing Chen. Brother, how can you say that? He is my savior. Hearing his sister defend Ing Chen, Yunan's expression grew even darker. He was furious and shouted, You brat! How dare you? Yunshu is not someone you can touch. With that, he lunged at Ing Chen. Ing Chen was quick to react, grabbing Yunan's wrist with such strength that he was immobilized. Even before the apocalypse, Ing Chen could easily handle someone like him, attacking without knowing the facts. Ing Chen said coldly, let go. Yunan howled in pain, his face turning the color of a liver. It wasn't until Yunshu intervened with words of persuasion that Ing Chen released him. Yunan retreated, clutching his injury, glaring at Ing Chen with a sinister look. Seeing this, Yunshu's father quickly tried to mediate. All right, Yunan, stop causing trouble. Ing Chen here is not that kind of person. You're judging him unfairly. Ing Chen looked at him with disdain, thinking to himself, what a hypocrite. He stood by when his son was being rude, but now that they've been put in their place, he wants to play the good guy. A naive young man might be fooled by his pretense, but Ing Chen, having grown up on his own, was well aware of the dark side of human nature. Such tricks had no effect on him. Is this how your family treats a savior? Ing Chen asked coldly. Yunshu's father's face darkened. Of course not. Our family repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Maybe the problem lies with you. What do you mean by that? I know my daughter well. She has nothing to trade with you except her pretty face and body. Do you dare say you didn't escort her back because you were attracted to her? Before he finished speaking, Yunshu's father suddenly stood up, moving with lightning speed to Ing Chen's side, and slapped his shoulder. He growled lowly in Ing Chen's ear. Maybe you've already taken advantage? Ing Chen was furious. After all the effort he put into escorting Yunshu home, he was being accused of having ulterior motives. This family was simply unreasonable. Suddenly, Ing Chen sensed a powerful force emanating from Yunshu's father's hand, clearly beyond what an ordinary person could possess. He suppressed the pain and feigned surprise, asking, You've evolved. Yunan stepped out with a smug look, mocking. My father is a genuine ancient martial arts practitioner, not someone you can compare to. Ancient martial arts? Does that really exist? Ing Chen was surprised. Before the apocalypse, he had only heard of it and thought it was just a fictional concept. Humph. Kid, my father is among the top 3 ancient martial arts practitioners in the entire province, Yunan declared arrogantly. Ing Chen internally chuckled. So weak. While this power might be impressive to ordinary people, it was negligible to him. He estimated that using less than 40% of his strength would be more than enough to surpass it. Yunshu's father squinted, eyeing Ing Chen, and asked, Kid, have you evolved? Ing Chen remained composed and calmly replied, No, I haven't evolved. Ha ha. Yunan's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the room. His eyes gleamed with disdain as he pointed at Ing Chen and said, Kid, you haven't evolved or practiced, yet you dare to have designs on my sister? You're courting death. Before Ing Chen could defend himself, Yun Pan lunged forward, reaching out to grab his throat. Ing Chen reacted swiftly, dodging quickly. He thought coldly that he always adhered to the principle of not offending others unless provoked, and if provoked, he would retaliate tenfold. He would never sit idly by. At that moment, Ing Chen noticed Yun Chu standing there silently, not saying a word. He suddenly realized this family's values were indeed skewed. Despite going through great lengths to escort Yun Chu home, he received no gratitude. Instead, he was met with questioning and aggression. This impulsive behavior likely stemmed from their pre-apocalypse privileged background and domineering personality. Ing Chen mocked. This is the apocalypse now. Who would defer to you? With such a personality, you'll definitely suffer in this world. What angered Ing Chen the most was Yun Chu's silence. He believed that by escorting her home, he had fulfilled his duty, even thinking they had become friends. However, Yun Chu's attitude chilled him, making him wonder if she too thought he had ulterior motives. With that thought, Ing Chen abruptly shook off Yun Pan's wrist. A flicker of surprise crossed Yun Pan's eyes, clearly not expecting Ing Chen to possess such strength. You've practiced ancient martial arts? Yun Pan demanded sternly. No, I'm just an ordinary person. Ing Chen shook his head in denial. Yun Pan clearly didn't believe him and roared, "Impossible. You dare lie to me, brat." He turned to Yin Chu. "Yin Chu, don't you have anything to say?" All eyes were on Yin Chu. She seemed to struggle internally for a moment before finally sighing and speaking. "Father, he is the one rumored online to be the first mutant, and his pet ant has mutated again, growing a dragon's head. There must be some treasure on him." Her words exploded like a bomb in the room. Yin Pan's eyes narrowed, and everyone else stared at Ing Chun in shock. "He's the first mutant. Impossible," Yunan shouted, but he knew his sister never lied, especially about something so significant. Ing Chun remained silent. He hadn't expected Yin Chu to target him like this, nor did he anticipate such betrayal. The greedy looks in their eyes left him feeling cold. Yun Pan squinted, greedily saying, "Kid, for you to be the first to mutate in the apocalypse, and for your pet to mutate as well, you must have some treasure. Hand it over today, and I'll let you leave." "Let me leave?" Ing Chun sneered. "You know I've already evolved. What gives you the right to let me leave?" "Humph," Yun Pan said arrogantly. "The Yun family isn't someone any random person can bully. Before the apocalypse, we were a renowned family in Tong City, with complex connections throughout the north. Even now, we are still among the high ranks in the survivor base. If you don't hand over the treasure today, you'll find it impossible to survive in the base." Hearing this, Ing Chun acted without hesitation. He knew there was no need for words with people like this. In their eyes, they were always right and always self-centered. In this apocalyptic world, mercy would only lead to destruction. "You little brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? I'll make you wish you were never born." Yun Pan roared, charging at Ing Chun with confidence, aiming to end it with a single blow. However, his arrogance was swiftly shattered. With a loud crack, Yun Pan's arm broke instantly, and his cries of pain echoed through the room. Ing Chun didn't pause, moving like lightning toward Yun Nan. Before Yun Nan's terrified eyes could even blink, Ing Chun's fist landed heavily on his head. Yun Nan flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness immediately. Ing Chun scanned the room, his eyes glinting dangerously. Yin Chu and her mother trembled with fear, but Ing Chun didn't touch them. Instead, he turned to Yun Pan, delivering a crippling blow that left him incapacitated. "This is just a lesson," Ing Chun sneered. "If you want revenge, come and get it." He was fully aware that Yun Pan would seek vengeance, but that was exactly what he wanted. Ing Chen's real aim was to lure the entire Yun family out, so he could take them all down at once. Ing Chen's heart was filled with disdain for the Yun family, not only because Yun Chu had deceived him, but also because of the family's despicable actions moments ago. "You beast, I'll make you suffer beyond death." Yun Pan's face was pale, his voice trembling, yet his eyes burned with intense hatred. "Oh," Ing Chun sneered, striding over to Yun Nan and delivering a swift kick that left him incapacitated as well. "Does this mean the Yun family is now without heirs?" This remark was like a hammer, shattering Yun Pan's final defenses. Overcome with rage, he fainted on the spot. Yun Chu, panicked, rushed to her brother, fearing Ing Chun might strike again. Ing Chun shook his head, sparing Yun Pan and the others for now. This wasn't out of mercy, but to achieve a greater goal, eliminating the entire Yun family. "If you provoke me, I'll return it tenfold," he said coldly. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ing Chun's mind. "Ing Chun, there's a large energy source to the south." Ing Chun was overjoyed. The last energy source he found was worth over 5,000 points, and this was another chance to strike it rich. Without hesitation, he dashed deeper into the villa, while everyone else remained frozen with fear, not daring to stop him. "Mother, contact someone quickly. We can't let him escape," Yin Chu cried urgently. "The treasure he carries is the key to our family's rise." Her mother realized the urgency and rushed out to seek help, as their communication devices had failed. Ing Chen soon reached his Targeta luxurious study. "To your right, there are 3 energy sources, 1 large and 2 small." The system guided him. His eyes locked onto an iron safe, and the opulent furnishings of the room made him gasp inwardly. The incense on the desk was something he had seen online, said to cost a fortune. "The life of the rich," he mused. Grabbing the safe with both hands, Ing Chun unleashed incredible strength. The steel safe twisted and deformed in his grip, emitting a grating sound. However, he quickly realized that brute force alone would take at least 10 minutes to open it, time enough for the Yun family to summon reinforcements. Currently, Ing Chun didn't want to confront the military directly. He wasn't sure if he could withstand rifle bullets, let alone other heavy weapons. Better to retreat, he decided. And when I reunite with my little companion, it can open the safe. With that, Ing Chun hoisted the several hundred-pound safe as if it were a lightweight suitcase. He strode out, smashing through the villa walls and onto the street. Bystanders gawked in shock, speechless. Is that guy running with a safe on his back? How is that possible? That safe must weigh hundreds of pounds, yet he's running like it's nothing. No way, it's impossible for someone to have that much strength. Move aside, move aside. If I hit you, it's not my responsibility." Ing Chen's voice echoed at the base's entrance as he sprinted towards them. carrying a massive safe on his back with astonishing speed. The guards stood there, dumbfounded, shock evident on their faces. One of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, this guy's strength is insane. That safe must weigh hundreds of pounds." As Ing Chun reached the gate, he encountered the same soldiers who had previously checked him. One soldier couldn't help but admire. "Brother, your strength is truly incredible." Gasping for breath, Ing Chun urgently replied, "Guys, I need to head out for something urgent." The soldier looked at him suspiciously and asked, "You didn't steal that safe, did you? Are you trying to make a run for it?" Ing Chun quickly explained, "No way. This is the survivor base. It's much safer here than outside. I found this safe, and there's someone chasing me. I need to get out and open it. When I come back, I'll bring you canned beef, cigarettes, and booze. How about it?" "Really?" The soldier's eyes lit up. Ing Chun, always keep my word," he assured them firmly. Thinking of the canned beef they had previously given to their superior, one soldier swallowed hard and then moved aside the barriers. "Hurry up, brother, and come back soon." "Don't worry, I won't let anyone else out," another soldier added, giving Ing Chun a thumbs up. With the safe on his back, Ing Chun dashed away and quickly disappeared from view. The soldiers left behind exchanged glances, and one of them whispered, "Hey, isn't his strength a bit too abnormal? Could he be mutated?" "Mutated?" Another pondered. "How could a normal person lift something that heavy and run?" And I looked closely, that's definitely a real safe. The station soldiers fell into deep thought, their eyes filled with complex emotions. Following the guidance of the little creature in his mind, Ing Chun ran tirelessly. By evening, he finally reached a dense forest on the outskirts where he met the little creature and the demonized lizard. This place used to be a famous forest park, with the largest green area in the surrounding 6 provinces, home to many wild animals. However, the apocalypse and the resurgence of spiritual energy had dramatically transformed it. Trees had grown wildly, averaging dozens of meters in height, and many animals had mutated. This immense ecological change brought disaster to the surrounding humans. When the authorities organized a rescue, only a few hundred people were saved from the vast area. Yip yip, yip. The little creature cheered excitedly, clearly happy about Yin Chu's departure. Ing Chun chuckled wryly. The little creature had informed him that Yin Chu had secretly tried to coax it to leave with her at night. This had infuriated the little creature, but considering she was a friend of Ing Chen's, it had kept quiet. "Little guy, you were right," Ing Chen sighed. "I never expected Yin Chu to be that kind of person." Ing Chen realized then that Yin Chu had been deceiving him from the start. Her innocent demeanor was just a facade. Her true target had always been the little creature, or rather, the elusive treasure that Ing Chen possessed. The little creature boasted, "See how precious this system is? Countless people want me. You should bow down and show some respect." "Ugh," Ing Chen retorted, "that's because they don't know your true nature. You broke system. It's only because of my generous heart that you're still around. Anyone else would have given up. I'm going to self-destruct." The little creature threatened. Ing Chun was unfazed. "Huh, and I'll just end it too. We're tied together. Who are you trying to scare?" "Heartless brat. Broke system." The two bickered back and forth, seemingly forgetting the peril they were in. "Little one, open this safe," Ing Chun ordered. The demonized lizard eagerly bit into the safe. With a click, the safe was instantly opened, revealing its contents, a pile of documents, several bank cards, cash, and glittering gold and jewels. "Wow, the Yun family is indeed wealthy," Ing Chun remarked, grabbing a handful of US dollars. Before the apocalypse, he had never even seen such a huge amount of cash, which now was just a pile of worthless paper. His eyes swept over the gold jewelry scattered on the ground, thinking to himself, in this post-apocalyptic world, these once precious items are now worthless. Only power and food truly matter. Ing Chen's attention was quickly drawn to 3 pieces of jade. He immediately realized these were the energy sources the system had mentioned. At that moment, he noticed the demonized lizard staring at the jade with eyes full of longing. "You want it?" Ing Chen teased, waving the jade in front of the lizard. The lizard nodded excitedly, sensing the immense spiritual energy contained within the jade, enough to help it evolve once more. "No," Ing Chen said decisively, and let the system absorb the jade. The jade turned to ash and slipped through his fingers. The lizard was stunned, clearly not expecting this outcome. It was about to lash out but stopped when the little one opened its dragon mouth threateningly, forcing the lizard to back down reluctantly. Ing Chen silently observed all this, marveling at the intelligence of the demonized lizard, which surpassed ordinary mutated beasts and even slightly outshone the little one for now. The system's notification sounded, displaying the latest data. Host, Ing Chen. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Dragon, and Extraordinary. Energy, 22,360 points. Silver Dragon Ant Bloodline Level, Mid-Tier Commander. Attribute, Metal. Grade, 2nd Grade Midstage. Evolution, 0500000. Upgrade, 02000. System Upgrade, 020000. So much. Ing Chun was amazed. Originally, he only had about 4,500 energy points, accumulated from the little one's rampage, and an initial 3,500 points. He hadn't expected the three small pieces of jade to provide over 15,000 energy points. Despite this, the energy required for the little one's next evolution was still far off. Ing Chun quickly adjusted his mindset, understanding that spiritual energy had just begun to revive, and obtaining this much energy was already a blessing. He looked forward to the future, imagining that with time, finding a spiritual stone mine could easily yield millions of energy points. Little one, once you're in the later stages, I'll upgrade you to 3rd grade, Ing Chun promised. Although the energy gained was enough to upgrade the system again, Ing Chun decided not to do so yet, choosing instead to save the energy for enhancing the bloodline of the next pet. The next day, with the demonized lizard leading the way, they soon discovered the nest of a flame spirit bird in a deep gully. From a distance, they could see the bird curled up, nursing its wounds. Roar! The demonized lizard charged at the flame spirit bird. Startled, the bird took to the air, managing to fly despite having lost a wing. A stream of fire shot from the bird's mouth, hitting the lizard's back. The intense heat made the lizard roar in pain, but the flames quickly ceased. Clearly, the bird's energy was severely depleted, and that was its strongest attack. In its prime, such an attack would have seriously injured the lizard. Little one, bring it down for me, Ing Chun commanded. The little one shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the flame spirit bird. The bird, with its weakened body, struggled to move left, barely evading the little one's attack. The little creature let out a thunderous roar, shaking the skies. The flame spirit bird, already on high alert, deftly dodged each of its attacks. Ing Chun frowned, silently acknowledging the difficulty of capturing this elusive bird. After several encounters, the flame spirit bird seemed to have realized the key to survival: evade the little creature's attacks to stay alive. Frustrated by its repeated failures, the little creature's fury grew, and it roared once more. However, its enormous size was a disadvantage. Unable to inflict any real damage on the nimble flame spirit bird, Ing Chun's brow furrowed as he suddenly sensed something amiss. Why hasn't the flame spirit bird left yet? He wondered, scrutinizing its condition. He noticed it had only one wing and appeared extremely weak. Prolonged engagement with the little creature would inevitably lead to its capture due to exhaustion. Clearly, the flame spirit bird was not lacking in intelligence. There must be a reason for its persistence. Ing Chun speculated that something of great importance to the bird was nearby, something it couldn't bear to leave behind. Surveying the area, his gaze finally settled on the flame spirit bird's nest. The nest was unusually large, surrounded by a pile of objects that obscured its interior. Little one, keep it occupied. I'm going to check out the nest, Ing Chun commanded before rushing towards the flame spirit bird's nest. The bird screeched deafeningly, reinforcing Ing Chun's suspicions. The demonized lizard followed closely, and Ing Chun ordered, clear away the obstacles. The massive creature crashed into the nest, creating a huge opening with a thunderous crash. Well done, Ing Chun praised. The flame spirit bird panicked at the sight, trying to rush back to its nest, but the little creature's relentless attacks blocked its path, forcing it to continue the battle. Ing Chun slipped into the nest, where a giant concrete slab first caught his eye. Looks like the flame spirit bird built this nest after the apocalypse, he mused. No creature before the apocalypse could have had such power. Navigating through layers of clutter, Ing Chun reached the center of the nest. Unlike the exterior's concrete and steel, this area was filled with soft mattresses and cotton, clearly collected with care by the flame spirit bird. Suddenly, Ing Chun's attention was drawn to the center, where 6 massive eggs lay quietly. Their shells were a vivid red, covered with intricate patterns. Are these the flame spirit bird's eggs? Ing Chun pondered. Although they were likely its eggs, they felt even more powerful than the bird itself. A bold theory formed in Ing Chun's mind. The true treasure isn't the flame spirit bird, but these eggs. If I'm not mistaken, during the initial spiritual revival in the post-apocalyptic world, these eggs had such high potential that the available spiritual energy couldn't support their development. Hence, they've remained unhatched. The flame spirit bird, as their guardian, naturally retained some of the spiritual energy, allowing it to evolve. Ing Chun gasped, realizing that the flame spirit bird, already extraordinary, was nothing compared to the potential of its offspring. Just then, the demonized lizard approached the eggs. Ing Chun reacted swiftly, striking it back with a punch. The lizard growled in discontent, but, knowing it was no match for Ing Chun, retreated sulkily. Stay back. These eggs must not be touched, Ing Chun sternly warned. He had been wary of the demonized lizard, aware that its intelligence likely sensed the potent spiritual energy within the eggs. Standing guard over the eggs, Ing Chun contemplated how to handle this unexpected boon. Ing Chun gazed at the bird eggs exuding a powerful aura, contemplating his next move. He attempted to store the eggs in his system space, but the system informed him that creatures without a contract couldn't be stored. A thought crossed his mind. he decided to upgrade the system to gain more abilities to protect these precious eggs. As the system upgrade progress bar slowly increased, Ing Chen's heartbeat quickened. 30, 40, 80, and finally, it reached 100. The system interface refreshed, displaying new information. Ing Chen level 0 divine pet. Silver dragon ant extraordinary energy, 2,360 points. Silver dragon ant bloodline level, mid-tier leader spirit beast. Attribute, metal. Level, 2nd grade mid-stage. Evolution, 0500000. Upgrade, 02000. System upgrade, 0200000. The system cheerfully announced, "Congratulations, host. Upgrade successful. The system has entered level 3. Then, a series of reward messages appeared before him. 1. 2 additional contract slots. 2. Acquired pet space, allowing contracted pets or voluntarily entering non-contract creatures to be stored. 3. Pet evolution card basic. 4. Pet enhancement card basic. What delighted Ing Chen even more was the special reward choice offered by the system. 1. Next contract success rate forcibly increased by 40. 2. Acquire snake tribe aura, increasing all snake tribes' innate favorability by 20. 3. Obtain a mutation card, allowing one creature to forcibly mutate with a 10 success rate. Ing Chen carefully weighed the value of each option, marveling at the system's generosity. These rewards far surpassed those from the first upgrade, each with its unique utility. The mutation card's 10 success rate was already 10,000 times the normal mutation probability, while the Snake Tribe aura paved the way for future Snake Tribe pet contracts. As Ing Chen pondered, his gaze inadvertently fell on the demonic lizard nearby. Once considered weak, it now appeared in a new light to him. Compared to the flame spirit bird and the little creature, the demonic lizard might seem less formidable, but among other mutated beasts, it was undoubtedly a daunting presence. With its formidable physique, massive size, and considerable intelligence, the demonic lizard had the potential to become a dominant force. Ing Chen even suspected that the reason the demonic lizard was weaker than the flame spirit bird was due to its focus on enhancing intelligence. An idea emerged in Ing Chen's mind. He turned to the demonic lizard and asked, "Demonic lizard, how about joining me?" However, the demonic lizard only stared at Ing Chen blankly, clearly unable to understand his words. Ing Chen realized that without a contract, the demonic lizard couldn't understand him like the little creature could. He lightly tapped his forehead, deciding to have the little creature explain the proposal later. Though direct communication was not possible at the moment, Ing Chen began considering how to recruit this promising creature. With the system upgrade and new contract slots, it was time to think about expanding his pet lineup. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ing Chen's mind, and a bold idea emerged. The more he thought about it, the more sense it made. The demonic lizard must have converted the spiritual energy meant for evolution into an enhancement of its intelligence. He couldn't help but mock himself. As a host, I'm good for nothing except wild imagination. He then asked, "So why is the demonic lizard so much weaker than the flame spirit bird?" Seeing the system remain silent, Ing Chen chuckled and shook his head. Human imagination truly knows no bounds. From fantasy novels to alien movies, it never stops. "System, can I contract these bird eggs right now?" Ing Chen asked. "Yes." The system replied succinctly. "Mysterious bird eggs, 100 success rate for the contract." Ing Chen was thrilled, but just as he was about to proceed, he hesitated. Last time, he chose to increase the success rate by 30. If he used it on a guaranteed success contract, wouldn't that be a waste? Forget it. Let's just store them in the pet space for now and contract them after they hatch, Ing Chen muttered to himself. He effortlessly placed the 6 bird eggs into the pet space without any hindrance. "Let's go." As Ing Chen spoke, he noticed the demonic lizard remained motionless, its nose close to the ground as if searching for something. Ing Chen was puzzled, and suddenly, the demonic lizard's muscles swelled dramatically, creating a powerful visual impact. "Roar!" The demonic lizard bellowed, striking the ground with full force. In an instant, dust flew into the air, rising tens of meters high, as if hit by a bomb. Ing Chen stood frozen, covered in dust. Cough, cough. Wow, cough. The demonic lizard is impressive. Ing Chen coughed incessantly, waiting for the dust to settle. When he looked closely, a large hole appeared before him. The demonic lizard eagerly approached the hole, where dense spiritual energy continuously flowed out, quickly increasing the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Ing Chen was stunned. Even though he only had 1/10 of the little creature's sensing ability, he could clearly feel the richness of this spiritual energy. If the spiritual energy concentration in the revived world was 1, this place was at least hundreds of times that. "Did we just open a spiritual energy vein?" Ing Chen asked. "Not sure. Suggest the host go down and check," the system replied. Ing Chen hesitated. The spiritual energy gushing from the hole was already so dense, it must be even more so inside. But what if there were powerful mutated beasts? The system was indifferent. I'll just find another host. What else can I do? We're bound by fate. How would you find another? Ingchen pressed. I'll just take your soul and possess someone else. No big deal. The system casually replied. Ing Chun was skeptical, but the lure of spirit stones was too great. The demonic lizard beside him also seemed to realize the spiritual energy in the cave was even more intense, continuously digging with its claws. Ing Chen noticed the demonic lizard's body flickering with a faint glow, a sign of impending evolution. No, I need to bring the little one here too. Ing Chen pondered for a moment and decided to fetch the little creature. This dense spiritual energy should greatly benefit it. Even if it couldn't enhance its bloodline, it could at least increase its level. Ing Chun ran all the way to the entrance of the nest. The sight before him took his breath away. The little one was fiercely entangled in a battle with the flame spirit bird, which was now extremely weakened. Ing Chun felt a stirring in his heart and shouted, "Little one, stop chasing." He knew well that the flame spirit bird was not easily captured, especially since the little one couldn't fly yet. Continuing the fight would only be futile. The little one seemed to realize this too, and quickly ran to Ing Chen's side. Ing Chen looked up at the unsteady flame spirit bird in the sky and sighed softly. Although they missed a good opportunity, he knew there would be more chances in the future. At that moment, Ing Chun had 2 pet level-up cards with him. These cards were enough to elevate the little one from mid-second rank to early 3rd rank. However, since the little one was already close to the late 2nd rank, Ing Chun hesitated to use them, hoping to maximize the effect of the evolution cards. The little one followed Ing Chun into the nest and was immediately amazed by the intense spiritual energy. The demonized lizard was tirelessly digging, making the entrance larger and larger. In the sky, the flame spirit bird circled, as if protecting something. More surprisingly, the little one's body began to emit a faint silver glow, a sign of impending evolution. Seeing this, Ing Chun immediately commanded, "Little one, help the demonized lizard, or we'll run out of time." The little one quickly joined the digging efforts, raising clouds of dust. As the entrance expanded, the spiritual energy grew even denser. Ing Chun was grateful that this was the flame spirit bird's territory. Otherwise, countless mutant beasts would have already been drawn here. Even so, such dense spiritual energy would eventually attract other creatures, and the flame spirit bird's deterrent was only buying them time. Suddenly, a loud crash. The entrance burst open, and a fountain of dense spiritual energy shot into the sky. Every creature in the forest sensed this unusual energy and rushed madly toward its source. In no time, a surge of beasts formed in the forest, as both hunters and prey abandoned their usual struggles, all focused on reaching the source. Meanwhile, on the forest's edge, a 6-person team was battling a mutant dog nearing beast-level ferocity. The dog was exceptionally fierce, easily breaking through the team's defenses, its sharp fangs tearing into a team member's flesh. At that moment, it loomed over a young man, its gaping maw ready to claim his life. "It's over, everything is over," an elderly man cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. He was the young man's father, and it was his idea to enter the forest in search of food. "If it weren't for my suggestion, maybe." In that critical moment, the mutant dog suddenly paused, lifting its head excitedly as if sensing something. However, its excitement was short-lived. The once helpless young man suddenly grabbed its throat with incredible strength, leaving the mutant dog in disbelief. "How dare a mere lowly creature harm me?" The young man's eyes were bloodshot, and flames appeared out of nowhere in his hands. The intense heat instantly killed the mutant dog. The 6 team members looked on in disbelief and joy at the scene. "Xiao Panyu?" the elderly man asked, his voice trembling. "Father, I've evolved. I now have the power of fire," the young man replied firmly. Ing Chun was unaware that due to the eruption of spiritual energy, many surrounding mutant beasts had evolved again, and some humans had begun to awaken their abilities. Back at the nest, the entrance was now wide enough for the demonized lizard and the little one to pass through easily. Ing Chun sat on the little one's back, entering the dark cave alongside the demonized lizard. Though it was pitch black, the little one's sense of touch was exceptionally keen, guiding the demonized lizard steadily forward. The flame spirit bird slowly descended, beginning to absorb the rich spiritual energy around it to heal its wounds. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the new flesh on its other wing was slowly growing. After navigating through a dark cave, Ing Chun and his companions arrived at a crossroads. The walls here were no longer soft earth, but hard rock, covered with mysterious patterns and carvings. As Ing Chun walked, he carefully observed these images and gradually understood their meaning. The first painting depicted scenes from a primordial era, humans fleeing with an abstract and terrifying beast pursuing them closely. The next image showed humans rescuing a wounded mysterious creature, which later protected them. In subsequent depictions, humans grew stronger, and the mysterious creature's status became increasingly revered, ultimately becoming an object of worship. The final painting portrayed a dreadful being attacking humans, with the mysterious creature stepping forward to confront it. However, the scene abruptly ended, as if the subsequent content had been deliberately erased. Ing Chun found this puzzling. At the crossroads, 3 passages were inscribed with different characters, but Ing Chun couldn't understand any of them. He consulted the system, only to receive an unexpected response. Do you expect me to recognize ancient relics from your planet? The little creature approached the middle passage, and Ing Chun immediately understood its intention. The large, demonized lizard could only fit through the wider left passage. Thus, Ing Chun and the lizard parted ways there. Not long after they left, the flame spirit bird sneaked in, sniffing carefully at each passage entrance before choosing the one on the far right. As they ventured deeper, the spiritual energy in the passage became increasingly dense. Suddenly, the little creature stopped in its tracks, just as Ing Chun was about to inquire why. A swarm of black ants the size of soccer balls rushed toward them. Their bodies were dark, with huge pincers, appearing extremely fierce. Ing Chun joked, "Little guy, your kin has arrived." No sooner had he spoken than the ants launched an attack on the little creature. To Ing Chun's astonishment, the ants' bites left noticeable marks on the little creature's tough shell. Even the flame spirit bird's fire couldn't damage this shell, yet the ants managed to do so. "What on earth are these things?" Ing Chun exclaimed. The system replied, "These are black iron ants. While their rank isn't high, usually only at the level of a lower-tier fierce beast, their fangs are exceptionally sharp, naturally countering metal attributes, earning them the nickname Metal Devourers." Ing Chun was taken aback, roughly estimating there were at least several hundred black iron ants before him. If each was a lower-tier fierce beast, it presented a formidable scene. However, given the dense spiritual energy here, such a situation was not entirely unexpected. The little creature roared in anger, charging forward with force. Wherever it went, the ants blocking its path were crushed. Ing Chun, riding on its back, continuously cleared ants crawling up. His dragon claws struck the ants, but could only leave them half dead. Even when flattened, they still struggled tenaciously, trying to attack. Ing Chun frowned. These ants have incredible vitality. Suddenly, a massive ant blocked their path. This ant was over a meter long, only slightly smaller than the little creature. The system immediately provided information. Black Iron Ant King, rank, 2nd tier late stage, bloodline level, mid-tier fierce beast. Ing Chun encouraged, "Little guy, charge. It can't defeat you." Boom. The silver dragon ant collided fiercely with the Black Iron Ant King, sending the latter flying with its formidable force. The little creature pursued like lightning, its jaws wide open, and its sharp dragon teeth pierced into the Ant King's head, as hard as steel. The Black Iron Ant King roared in pain and retaliated fiercely, but couldn't penetrate the little creature's armor. Ing Chun seized the opportunity and leaped forward. His palm, imbued with the power of gold, was as hard and sharp as a blade. "Die," he shouted, driving his hand straight through the head of the Black Iron Ant King. The Ant King instantly lost its vitality, twitching a few times before falling motionless. "Little one, let's go," Ing Chun urged urgently. The swarm of black iron ants, enraged by their king's fall, charged forward like a tide. As he ran, Ing Chun mused, "Such tiny ants, if not for their advantage over the little one, how could they be so arrogant?" He marveled at the wonders of elemental counteraction, knowing that these ants, which specifically countered gold, would be instantly reduced to ashes if they faced fire. After a while, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Emerging from the passage, the scene opened up to a grand yet unadorned hall. Cautiously, Ing Chun glanced back and saw the black iron ant swarm stopping at the passage entrance, as if they were afraid to proceed. Why won't they come in? Ing Chun wondered. Are they scared of something? Or is there another reason? Though puzzled, he was relieved that the ants wouldn't follow. Turning to survey the hall, he exclaimed, "This is the sacrificial hall from the murals." In the center of the hall stood a high platform with 9 steps, each about a meter high. As Ing Chun examined it closely, he gasped, "My goodness, is this made of pure gold?" Before the apocalypse, such wealth would have driven people wild with joy. But now, gold was among the least valuable things. What is most important in the post-apocalyptic world? Ing Chun pondered briefly. Its power, not food. He felt fortunate to have the little creature with him, allowing him to roam the world freely. To find food, one could hunt mutated beasts, whose meat was superior and full of spiritual energy, far better than ordinary food. Upon the platform lay 3 jade-colored skeletons. Curious, Ing Chun tapped on the bones, which emitted a crisp sound. He applied more force, but the bones didn't budge. Wow, these bones have withstood the test of time and are still so hard. The little creature also tried to attack them, but couldn't move them at all. System, how long have these bones existed? Ing Chun asked. About several billion years, not too long. The system replied calmly. What? Ing Chun was stunned. Several billion years, and that's not long? Our Yanwang ancient nation has only a 5,000-year history. He joked. System, you sure are a sly old thing. I'm a system. Time means nothing to me. I'm immortal, understand? The system retorted. Ing Chen teased back. So, all these years, you haven't saved up any money? Why do I have to collect energy for your upgrades? Ing Chen stood atop the platform, his gaze fixed on the jade-colored skeleton. He mused that the owner of these bones must have been a person of profound cultivation in life. Golden skin, jade bones, a characteristic of divine beings, achievable only through the utmost refinement of the body. Time may pass, but it cannot erode such a form. The remaining skeleton indicated that this predecessor had only reached the jade bones stage. Shaking his head, Ing Chun searched the surroundings carefully. Unfortunately, time had been ruthless, and the weapons on the ground had long since decayed, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. The essence within them was completely lost, prompting a sigh from Ing Chun. As he was about to rise, he noticed something glinting under the Bonisa's small black pearl. He carefully moved the bones aside and found it to be a small, unbreakable bead. System, what is this? Ing Chun asked internally. The system replied indifferently. Just a low-grade storage space. Storage space? Ing Chun was instantly overjoyed. This was a staple for protagonists. Now he had his own storage space. In this post-apocalyptic world, having storage space was invaluable for holding essential supplies. The system, however, was unimpressed. Why are you so happy? This storage space is quite small. If you level me up, the system space will open up, and it'll be hundreds of times larger. Ing Chun rolled his eyes. He didn't doubt the system's ability to unlock storage space, but he was currently destitute, with no resources to upgrade the system. Following the system's instructions, Ing Chun performed a blood recognition ritual. Instantly, he sensed a space, though quite small, about 10 cubic meters, yet he was content. It was enough to store food and necessities. At the center of the platform stood a pillar with an egg resting on top. This egg was exceptionally large, about half a meter tall, with intricate patterns covering its shell. Just staring at it made Ing Chun feel dizzy. Cracks had already appeared on the shell, and the aura emanating from within was overwhelmingly oppressive. Ing Chun noticed that the little creature seemed to sense something, appearing somewhat frightened. System, what kind of creature's egg is this? Ing Chun asked curiously. The system, for once, displayed a hint of surprise. I must say, you've really struck gold. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the egg of a mythical beast, a Pishio. Pishio? Yes, a Pishio. It's a type of auspicious beast, but unlike ordinary ones, the Pishio is known for its fierce nature and formidable combat abilities. The system explained in detail. The Pishio can bring good fortune, ward off evil, and possesses abilities such as suppressing evil, transforming misfortune, and promoting harmony. Bringing good fortune means enhancing a person's luck and making everything go smoothly. Warding off evil involves countering dark and malevolent forces. Suppression refers to its powerful combat skills that can subdue demons, plagues, and epidemics. Transforming misfortune can increase lifespan and accelerate the evolution of surrounding life forms. And promoting harmony is due to its strong soul abilities, allowing it to manipulate souls, including ghosts, and even subtly alter a person's thoughts. The system continued to describe. The Pishio resembles a mix of tiger and leopard, with a dragon-like head and tail, and its body is golden and jade-like. It has a pair of wings on its shoulders, though they cannot unfold. It has a single horn on its head, curving backward. A single-horned Pishio is called a Tianlu, a true auspicious beast, while a double-horned one is called a Bixia, a fierce beast. Ing Chun watched the egg intently as more cracks appeared on its shell. The system added, this Pishio egg is already in the hatching stage, and it won't be long before it emerges. Wow, a mythical creature, the Pishio. Ing Chun's gaze fell on the lifelike depiction of the sacrificial beast on the mural. He pondered to himself, it must be a Pishio. But who was the powerful being that fought against it and eventually destroyed the tribe it protected? He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Logically speaking, with the recent revival of spiritual energy, there shouldn't be a Pishio in existence. Ing Chun muttered to himself. This is a divine beast, after all. Unless. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Unless there once was a highly advanced civilization in this world that vanished over the course of time. The system's voice suddenly interrupted, with a tone more serious than ever. Do you know what a divine beast truly is? These words plunged Ing Chun into silence. He wasn't entirely ignorant of the concept of divine beasts. They were beings of immense power, far surpassing ordinary creatures, holding an exalted status in mythology. All creatures labeled as divine beasts shared these characteristics. The system continued to explain. Divine beasts are superior to both spirit beasts and fierce beasts. Even if spirit beasts and fierce beasts evolve to their limits, they require an ultimate leap to join the ranks of divine beasts, and the chances of failure are quite high. Ing Chun listened intently as the system went on. Take your little creature, for example. Its current leader bloodline can't even hold its head high in front of a divine beast bloodline of the same level. Although it possesses dragon blood, which is considered the blood of the divine beast dragon, the concentration is too low. Only when the dragon blood flows throughout its body can it barely contend with a Pishio of the same level. But that would only be a fight. If it encounters a two-horned Pishio, even the top divine beasts wouldn't dare underestimate it. Ing Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He envisioned himself forming a contract with the Pishio, dominating the post-apocalyptic world. He could feast on any mutated beast he desired, rule a territory, and explore the vast landscapes of the world. Wasn't this the dream he had longed for before the apocalypse, a dream unattainable due to financial constraints? The dangers of the post-apocalyptic world had extinguished this dream, but now he saw a glimmer of hope. He imagined charging through the post-apocalyptic world with a group of pets, exploring the bizarre world transformed by mutations, and collecting more pets along the way. What a delightful picture. Ing Chun eagerly checked the contract information for the Pishio egg. Contracted. Pishio egg level. Bloodline level, divine beast. Ability? Contract success rate, 30%. All question marks. Ing Chun grumbled. The system really is useless. But the success rate made him a bit uncomfortable. The system's boost of 30% meant that without it, the success rate would be 0. The system seemed to read his mind. You should be grateful there's even a success rate. Divine beasts are not something you can covet at your current level. Normally, you would have to wait until the system reached level 6 or even 7 to contract a divine beast. Ing Chun was taken aback, once again reshaping his understanding of divine beasts. He made a decisive decision. System, use the special reward from the last upgrade to increase the contract success rate. Now, when he looked at the Pishio's contract success rate, it had soared to 70%. This figure was quite significant. But Ing Chun knew he had only one chance. If he failed this time, he would forever lose the opportunity to contract this divine beast Pishio. Taking a deep breath, Ing Chun made up his mind. System, initiate the contract. Good luck, kid. The system's voice carried a hint of amusement. Time ticked by slowly, and Ing Chen's palms were sweaty with tension. Finally, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, on successfully contracting the divine beast Pishio. Pishio egg level. Bloodline level, divine beast. Ability? Ing Chen exhaled deeply, finally achieving his long-held wish. From now on, he possessed a divine beast capable of sweeping through the post-apocalyptic world. System, when can it hatch? Ing Chen eagerly inquired. It will definitely hatch within 6 months, the system replied. Can you sense how many horns it has? Ing Chen pressed on. The system's tone carried a hint of helplessness. I can't. That's up to fate. A one-horned Pishio isn't bad, though its combat power isn't very strong. It does bring good fortune. Puffed. Ing Chen scoffed. A two-horned Pishio has both combat power and fortune. Of course, a two-horned Pishio is better. If it's not, don't blame me for holding you accountable. The system was speechless. Huh? What does that have to do with me? After searching around the high platform, Ing Chun found nothing else and placed the Pishio egg into the system space. As the egg disappeared, the little creature entered an evolution phase, its aura growing stronger and its body rapidly expanding. Influenced by the Pishio egg, the creature's evolution speed far surpassed that of ordinary beings, though its bloodline was merely at a commander level, a far cry from divine beasts. Ing Chen thought to himself, I wonder where the other two paths lead. Could there be treasures there too? Just as he was pondering, a thunderous roar interrupted his thoughts. The little creature had awakened, now larger in size and at a late second-tier level of power. System, use a level-up card. Ing Chun ordered decisively. In an instant, a dazzling light enveloped the creature. When the light faded, its form was even more fearsome. Silver spikes covered its body, its dragon horns grew larger, and a pair of membrane wings unfurled from its back, capable of short flights. The system indicated Silver Dragon Ant, mid-level commander spirit beast, metal attribute, early 3rd tier. The treasures in the other 2 caves are ours too. Ing Chun leaped onto the creature's back, and it let out a deafening roar, rushing swiftly toward the passage. Inside the passage, chaos reigned as black iron ants and mutant beasts fought fiercely, with bodies strewn everywhere. The little creature charged like an armored tank, its dragon horns plowing through the beast horde. All creatures were intimidated by this sudden giant and tried to flee, but they couldn't escape the creature's slaughter. Ing Chun observed calmly. We can't waste the meat of so many mutant beasts. I'll have the little one eat more later. Each fallen body contained abundant spiritual energy, a rare energy source. The little creature rushed back to the crossroads, where the second wave of mutant beasts had gathered. Sensing the powerful aura of the commander-level dragon ant, they all prostrated themselves, not daring to act rashly. Although these mutant beasts were excellent energy sources, Ing Chen's mind was elsewhere, deciding to head to the left passage first. Let's go to the left first and seize the demonic lizard's opportunity. Ing Chen calculated, contemplating contracting the demonic lizard but determined not to miss any opportunities. The leftmost passage was the widest, and Ing Chun noticed some simple traps, with stone arrows and bloodstains scattered on the ground. It must be from the demonic lizard triggering the traps and getting injured, he deduced. Compared to the middle passage, the danger level here was not high, with only some simple mechanisms. At the end of the leftmost passage, a massive cavern unfolded before Ing Chun. Countless stalactites hung from the ceiling like natural artworks, creating an incredibly spectacular sight. This beauty exceeded that of many famous tourist destinations. Ing Chun leapt down from the little creature's back, and the moment his feet touched the ground, he was awestruck by what he saw. The ground was scattered with countless diamond-shaped crystals, sparkling with enchanting light from an unknown source. The beauty of these crystals far surpassed his imagination, leaving him to wonder what kind of peculiar stones they were. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind, answering his question. These are a type of luminous pearl, only in diamond form. Luminous pearls, Ing Chun exclaimed, his gaze sweeping over the crystals covering the ground. In ancient times, luminous pearls were rare treasures even emperors cherished, and in modern times they could fetch astronomical prices. Yet here, in this cavern, tens of thousands of luminous pearls lay exposed on the ground. Their sheer number was unbelievable. Ing Chun couldn't help but lament how wonderful it would have been to discover these before the apocalypse. With mixed emotions, Ing Chun continued to explore deeper into the cavern. As he ventured further, a river came into view, and by the riverbank, he saw the massive figure of a demonized lizard. However, the creature was currently embroiled in a fierce battle, surrounded by numerous mutated beasts. The mutated beasts launched relentless attacks on the demonized lizard, but their claws and fangs could only leave shallow marks on its hide, failing to inflict any fatal wounds. The demonized lizard roared, its gigantic tail sweeping across and sending a mutated dog flying. Yet, more mutated beasts climbed onto its body, and gradually, the lizard's wounds increased, with blood flowing continuously. Finally, the demonized lizard managed to break free from the swarm of mutated beasts. It opened its massive jaws and swallowed a large black stone. Ing Chun noticed that the stone was stained with some blood, seemingly ordinary, but emanating a daunting aura. Damn, too late. Ing Chun muttered in frustration as he realized the real opportunity lay in that bit of blood. He hurriedly asked the system what creature's blood it was, but the system couldn't determine due to the distance, the small amount of blood, and the passage of time reducing its energy. Moments later, the demonized lizard's body began to undergo a startling transformation. Its muscles bulged as if about to explode, and its surface quickly sprouted flesh buds that transformed into scales. The lizard's body began to shrink, becoming more slender and agile. Its head also started to mutate, growing increasingly ferocious. Its claws became sharper and more elongated, and bulges appeared on its back, as if something was gestating within. The system immediately provided new information. Flying dragon lizard. Bloodline level, elite lower tier. Fierce beast level, second grade mid-stage. Contract success rate, 3%. Ing Chun was amazed to discover that the demonized lizard had directly evolved into a flying dragon lizard. He shook his head and sighed, thinking that if that drop of blood had been used on the little creature, the effects might have been even better, given the little one's dragon lineage. The system speculated that the drop of blood likely came from a high-ranking flying dragon, and over time, only a trace of its blood essence remained, allowing the demonized lizard to undergo such an astonishing evolution. The evolved flying dragon lizard, with its greatly enhanced power, launched a merciless slaughter against the surrounding mutated beasts in its fury. Its sharp claws slashed relentlessly, and no mutated beast could withstand its attacks. Blood soon dyed the ground, forming a river of red. Although some mutated beasts began to prostrate themselves in submission, the flying dragon lizard was not appeased. It continued its frenzied slaughter until the last mutated beast fell, finally calming down. The draconic lizard watched Ing Chun's approach with caution. Despite its wariness, it was supremely confident in its own strength. The little creature accompanying Ing Chun tried to communicate with the lizard, attempting to persuade it to submit to Ing Chun with the promise of aiding its evolution. However, these words only infuriated the lizard, which lashed its tail violently at Ing Chun. Caught off guard, Ing Chun was sent flying, crashing into a pile of rocks. Witnessing this, the little creature became enraged, unleashing a dragon's might that enveloped the lizard in a dangerous aura. But Ing Chun quickly stopped the creature's attack. As the dust settled, Ing Chun stood up from the rubble, his eyes blazing with anger. He had initially hoped to recruit the draconic lizard, which was why he had restrained the little creature, but the lizard's actions had completely angered him. "Let me handle this myself," Ing Chun said coldly. The draconic lizard felt a slight relief as the little creature retreated. It had been overwhelmed by the creature's previous display of dominance. Now, facing the human, it was confident in its ability to win, believing itself to be far superior. With a roar, the draconic lizard charged, but Ing Chun swiftly closed the distance. His entire body transformed into metal, becoming a streak of silver lightning. He leaped and delivered a powerful punch to the lizard's head, cracking its skull. The excruciating pain drove the lizard into a frenzy, causing it to bite wildly. I gave you a chance, but it's a pity you couldn't take it, Ancient whispered, his voice deep and magnetic. He no longer considered forming a contract with this elite-grade draconic lizard. In a fierce clash, the lizard swiped its claws at Ancient, who caught them with one hand. Surprisingly, Ancient only took 3 steps back, while the lizard staggered back 15 steps. Fear began to creep into the lizard's heart, as it couldn't believe that such a small human possessed such immense power. The lizard swung its tail again, but Ancient easily caught it and pulled hard, toppling the creature. Break, Ancient commanded, forming a hand blade covered in sharp metallic energy, severing the lizard's tail with a single strike. Ancient quickly moved to the lizard's head, which was now filled with fear and unwillingness. Whether you like it or not, there's a price for your actions. Your attack was definitely meant to kill me. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so strong. Unfortunately for you, the little creature has grown stronger, and so have I. If this had happened before, you might have succeeded, but there's no room for ifs in this world, Ancient said coldly, then pierced the lizard's brain with his palm, ending its life instantly. Standing before the massive corpse, Ancient hesitated briefly. The draconic lizard's flesh contained abundant energy, but if he allowed the little creature to consume it here, there wouldn't be enough time to explore the passage on the right. Weighing his options, Ancient decided to prioritize finding opportunities and deal with the lizard's body later. Shaking his head, Ancient mounted the silver dragon ant and retraced his steps through the passage. The little creature let out a menacing roar, warning the other mutated beasts to stay away. The rightmost passage exuded a chilling darkness, as if it were the source of all evil. Wen-Shen shivered within, taking each step with utmost caution. Suddenly, he whipped his head around, sensing something, only to be met with pitch blackness. After a moment of frowning contemplation, he realized this passage was distinctly different from the other two, so much so that not even a single mutated beast dared to tread here. An idea struck him, and Wen-Shen recalled the Pai-Shio egg he carried. Although it hadn't hatched, its power to ward off evil was enough to counter the darkness. He quickly took out the egg and held it tightly to his chest. As expected, the dark aura receded like the tide, clearing a safe path for him. After traversing the long corridor, Wen-Shen finally reached the end. Before him stood a grand palace in a primitive style. The palace was shrouded in dark malevolence on the outside, yet the center glowed warmly with a golden light, creating a stark contrast. Entering the palace, Wen-Shen was astonished to find a flame spirit bird undergoing evolution. It lay in slumber, its feathers now a deep red, increasingly magnificent, like an ancient divine bird. The system displayed, Flame Spirit Bird, Grade 2, Early Stage, Fire Attribute, Superior Spirit Beast, Contract Success Rate, 10%. Wen-Shen felt a tinge of disappointment, expecting other treasures. He casually threw out a contract, intending to repeatedly attempt taking advantage of the bird's slumber. Unexpectedly, it succeeded on the first try. Overjoyed, he checked his status. Host, Wen-Shen. Level 0. Divine Pet, Silver Dragon, Ant Transcendent Species. Energy, 2,360 points. Pets. 1. Silver Dragon, Ant Mid-Rank Leader Spirit Beast, Metal Attribute, Grade 3, Early Stage. 2. Pai-Shio Egg Divine Beast, Abilities Unknown. 3. Ordinary Little Grass, No Special Attributes. Wen-Shen was dumbfounded, realizing upon closer inspection that he had mistakenly contracted a small plant next to the Flame Spirit Bird. With no other choice, he tried contracting the Flame Spirit Bird again, finally succeeding on the 4th attempt. Looking at the unexpectedly contracted little grass, Wen-Shen was amused and exasperated. It had no special qualities and was even smaller than ordinary grass, possibly due to growing underground with a lack of nutrients. Nonetheless, Wen-Shen didn't dismiss it, gently stroking its leaves. He believed that with the system's help, even the most ordinary existence had the potential to evolve. The piercing cry shattered the silence as the Flame Spirit Bird abruptly awoke from its slumber. It felt a surge of power within, its strength significantly increased. Looking down, it noticed its once missing wing had regrown, with feathers shimmering faintly. The Flame Spirit Bird quickly realized its situation and fixated its gaze on the human before it, recognizing him as its master. It affectionately hopped over to Ing-Chun, gently rubbing against his leg. Suddenly, a low growl sounded. The Flame Spirit Bird turned its head warily and spotted the small creature nearby, immediately tensing up. It was well aware of the little one's strength, particularly after its recent evolution, which only added to the pressure it felt. The Flame Spirit Bird fluttered its wings uneasily, its gaze shifting between Ing-Chun and the little creature. Noticing the bird's tension, Ing-Chun softly reassured it. It's all right. From now on we're all companions. We must get along well. His words seemed to have an effect as the Flame Spirit Bird relaxed its guard slightly. Then, Ing-Chun turned his attention to the small patch of grass on the ground. System, evolve the grass, he commanded decisively. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the grass. Ing Chun invested 1,200 energy points, enough to help the grass evolve twice consecutively, advancing it to a mid-tier level. As the light faded, the grass had transformed significantly. The once fragile sprout was replaced by robust vines, appearing incredibly resilient. The system promptly displayed the grass's new status. Ghost Vine. Bloodline level, primary mid-tier. Attribute, none. Level, none. Evolution, 02000. Upgrade, 02000. Ing Chun nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, there are many mutated beasts outside, perfect for evolving the Ghost Vine. The potential of the plant spirits is no less than that of animals, though they are often underestimated due to their difficulty in developing intelligence. However, if they evolve to a certain extent, plant spirits can become more powerful than ordinary creatures. Their massive bodies, combined with tenacious vitality, make them formidable opponents. Ing Chun had no doubt about the potential for plants to evolve intelligence, though he acknowledged the process could be extremely lengthy. Next, Ing Chun focused on the flame spirit bird. He still had one level-up card and two bloodline enhancement cards, left over because the little creature had long exceeded its limits. Ing Chun planned to make full use of these resources. He intended to use the level-up card when the flame spirit bird reached the late second tier, to help it break through to the third tier, as this leap was significantly more challenging than other minor advancements. Use the bloodline enhancement card on the flame spirit bird, Ing Chun ordered decisively. The flame spirit bird's body began to change. Its claws became sharper, a hint of blue appeared in its feathers, and its tail feathers noticeably lengthened. After the evolution was complete, the system displayed the flame spirit bird's new status. Azure Winged Bird. Bloodline level, elite lower tier. Spirit beast attribute, fire. Level, mid-second tier. Evolution, 02000. Upgrade, 02000. Seeing the evolution results of the Azure Winged Bird, Ing Chun smiled with satisfaction. He sought out creatures with strong potential for moments like this, as partnering with the system allowed them to quickly evolve into more powerful beings. Ing Chun then decided to address some of the mutated beasts outside. He carefully dug up the Ghost Vine, allowing it to coil around him. Since the Ghost Vine had reached a mid-tier level, surviving temporarily without soil wasn't an issue. Stepping out of the palace, Ing Chun once again felt the disturbing dark aura. This was definitely abnormal, he thought. Holding the Pishio egg, Ing Chun carefully searched the darkness-shrouded palace, hoping to find some clues. Yet, he found nothing until he reached the door of a side hall. The little creature pushed open the door, and Ing Chun followed it inside. His gaze was immediately drawn to a pool of black blood on the central throne. The black blood was continuously emitting waves of dark energy, eerily mysterious. At that moment, the Pishio egg suddenly began shaking violently, seemingly agitated by the dark aura. System, what creature's blood is this? Ing Chun asked with a frown. The system was silent for a moment before responding. I must say, the planet you're on is truly peculiar, capable of producing such strange phenomena, unheard of. The Pishio egg's vibrations grew more intense, and Ing Chun was nearly unable to hold on to it. Left with no choice, he returned the egg to the pet space, where it finally settled down. Staring at the pool of black blood, Ing Chun was filled with confusion and caution. Ing Chun carefully stored away the blood of the Qiongqi, recognizing it as a rare treasure. He thought to himself, this blood contains immense power. While ordinary creatures might only enhance their bloodline by consuming it, with my help, a creature could potentially evolve down the path of a Qiongqi. He couldn't help but wonder, could it really be Qiongqi's blood? Did that Pishio battle a Qiongqi? Yet, he felt a tinge of regret. Unfortunately, my contract slots are full, and none of my little companions are suited for the Qiongqi's evolutionary path. Ing Chun considered the traits of each of his pets. The little one had dragon blood, and was on a dragon lineage path. The Qingyi bird was focused on the power of flames, not fitting the category of ferocious beasts, and the Pishio was certainly not compatible with Qiongqi blood. As for the Ghost Vine, he chose not to mention it. After securing the Qiongqi blood, the oppressive atmosphere in the hall noticeably diminished. Ing Chun led his companions and the Qingyi bird back to the intersection. Qingyi bird, head to the middle passage. There are plenty of mutated beasts there. Try to consume as many as you can, Ing Chun instructed. With a cry, the Qingyi bird spread its wings and darted towards the central passage. Ing Chun then took the little one to the left passage. Inside the cave, 3 mutated beasts were voraciously devouring the flesh of a draconic lizard. Little one, attack. How dare they snatch our spoils? Ing Chun commanded. The little one let out a roar, intimidating the 3 mutated beasts. As they attempted to flee, the little one pounced on them. With a swipe of its dragon claw, a mutated rabbit was sent flying, crashing heavily against the cave wall, barely clinging to life. This scene terrified the other 2 mutated beasts. The Ghost Vine seized the opportunity to entangle one of their legs, preventing its escape. The little one followed swiftly, ending the unfortunate beast. The ghost vine then began absorbing its blood and flesh essence. The last mutated beast, a mutated earthworm, was cut into 6 segments by the little one, yet continued to writhe tenaciously, showcasing its incredible vitality. Little one, you feast on the draconic lizard. Leave the mutated earthworm to the ghost vine, Ingchen directed. The little one nodded in agreement and turned to the draconic lizard's corpse. The draconic blood within was extremely enticing to it, and the remaining unabsorbed dragon blood was a fortunate gain for the little one. Ghost vine, absorb the mutated earthworm, Ingchen ordered. The ghost vine quickly expanded, tightly wrapping around the mutated earthworm, continuously absorbing its energy and flesh. The earthworm struggled fiercely but couldn't escape the ghost vine's grasp. Gradually, its resistance waned. For such resilient creatures, plant-type mutants clearly held the upper hand. Ingchen stood still, reflecting on the changes brought by the contracts with his 3 pets. Firstly, his physical strength had significantly increased, making him feel capable of easily defeating his pre-cave self. Secondly, he shared the Chingy bird's flame abilities. Though he only inherited a tenth of its physical attributes, the quality of the flames remained unchanged, and with the little one's strength, his endurance greatly improved. The ghost vine provided him with abundant vitality, leaving him brimming with energy, as if he could go 3 days without sleep or rest without issue. As for the Pishio's power, it remained unavailable for sharing since it hadn't been born yet. Ingchen marveled at how a single opportunity had led to such a substantial leap in his abilities. A surge of confidence welled up within him. He now felt ready to confront the Yun family. The spiritual energy in this underground cave might attract some unusual creatures, Ingchen mused as he took one last look at the mysterious hole. They had already exited the cave, and the surrounding mutated beasts eyed them with fear. Ingchen glanced at his companions. The little guy had grown to 3 meters tall, with a nearly 10-meter-long body shimmering in the sunlight, looking majestic. Nearby, the Chingy bird spread its wings, boasting an impressive 8-meter wingspan, circling above and surveying the ground. Let's go meet the Yun family at the survivor base, Ingchen said softly, leaping nimbly onto the little guy's back. The Chingy bird followed closely in the air, now approaching the late 2nd tier in strength. Ingchen's thoughts drifted back to the ghost vine left in the cave. The abundant spiritual energy there would surely attract many mutated beasts, making it an ideal place for mutated plants to thrive. The ghost vine, without needing to move, would have a steady stream of mutated beasts to prey upon. After absorbing numerous mutated beasts, it had evolved to the late 1st tier. Ingchen had also used the energy he acquired to enhance its bloodline once, reaching the primary upper level, and subsequently used a bloodline evolution card on it. Now, the ghost vine had evolved into a devil vine, its surface covered with poisonous thorns, and each of its 6 vines extended 12 meters long. Ingchen had positioned the devil vine at the intersection of the passageways, ready to hunt any mutated beasts lured in by temptation. He couldn't help but wonder how much this small plant would evolve by their next encounter. As Ingchen was making his way through the city, he suddenly heard a terrified cry for help. Help! Monster, stay away! Monster! Sitting on the little guy's back, Ingchen hesitated for a moment before deciding. Little guy, let's go check it out. On the street, a man and a woman were desperately running, closely pursued by a mutated rat. Upon closer inspection, Ingchen realized it was a mutated hamster, now the size of a house cat, with bulging cheeks. If not for its current pursuit, it might have seemed quite adorable. Stay away, the man shouted in despair. The mutated hamster caught up with him, knocking him to the ground. The man grabbed a nearby stone to fend it off, but couldn't penetrate its fur. Just as the hamster was about to bite, the little guy charged forward, letting out a thunderous dragon roar that momentarily stunned the hamster. The creature looked up, bewildered, only to see the fearsome dragon head of the little guy bearing down on it. Squeak! The hamster shivered and quickly tried to flee, only to be snatched up by a large bird with blue and red plumage that suddenly appeared in the sky. Phew! I thought I was done for today, the man said, closing his eyes. Realizing the hamster hadn't bitten his throat, he mustered the courage to open his eyes. Seeing the hamster gone, he collapsed with relief. Turning to the woman beside him, he noticed she was staring blankly to the left. Curious, he followed her gaze. Damn, it's a dragon, the man exclaimed in despair once more. Meanwhile, the Chingy bird had delivered the hamster directly into Ingchen's hand. Ingchen, intrigued, played with the little creature. The hamster initially resisted, biting at Ingchen's hand, only to find its teeth nearly breaking without even scratching his skin. Squeak! The hamster squeaked in confusion, seemingly puzzled as to why it couldn't bite through this human. Ingchen couldn't help but chuckle at the bewildered hamster. Despite having evolved, it still looked adorable. He gave it a few playful squeezes, causing it to squeak loudly, but unable to escape his grasp. Ingchen thought to himself, as much as I'd like to keep you, I don't have room for another pet, and I can't risk keeping a ticking time bomb around. The mutated hamster seemed to understand Ing Chen's words. Its tiny eyes darted around in fear, and its body trembled uncontrollably, not daring to resist in the slightest. Suddenly, it started spitting out some berries and a small stone until its cheeks were completely deflated. The little hamster looked at Ing Chun with watery eyes, which stirred a sense of pity in him. At that moment, Ing Chen's gaze was drawn to the small stone. To his amazement, he discovered a trace of spiritual energy within it. The system immediately absorbed this energy, boosting Ing Chen's energy level to over 500 points. Combined with the leftover energy from the Devil Vine's evolution, this meant he had gained about 200 points of energy. Quite the stash, Ing Chun mused. Can you understand me? The little hamster nodded quickly, piquing Ing Chen's curiosity further. Though this little creature didn't seem to be of a high level, its intelligence was surprisingly high. The system then provided detailed information about the hamster. A small spiritual mouse with a bloodline level of a lower-tier spiritual beast and a mid-level first-grade attribute. It possessed the ability to sense spiritual energy, allowing it to locate areas rich in it and objects that contained it. The contract success rate was as high as 90%, but unfortunately, there was no contract slot available, so a contract couldn't be established. Ing Chen thought that although the little spiritual mouse's bloodline and level were not high, its attributes were quite interesting. With proper training, it might prove very useful. However, he wore a sinister smile on his face. Too bad. I'm still going to have to kill you. The little spiritual mouse shook its head frantically in fear. Ing Chen suddenly changed his mind and said, if you can lead me to 1,000 of these stones, I'll let you go. How about that? The little spiritual mouse nodded in despair. Ing Chen then tossed the small spiritual mouse onto the back of the Chingy bird. The little mouse clung tightly to the bird's feathers, too scared to move. Ing Chen dared not keep an uncontracted mutated beast by his side, as they all had a ferocious nature and could launch a surprise attack, leading to serious consequences. Meanwhile, a man and a woman on the ground had closed their eyes in despair. They knew that the dragon-head creature before them was an extremely advanced mutated beast, far beyond what they could handle. After a long while, they slowly opened their eyes, only to see a fearsome dragon head facing them, dragon saliva dripping onto the ground. They swallowed hard, filled with hopelessness. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, Xiao Jing, when did you become so timid? Xiao Jing turned and saw Ing Chun standing on a nearby platform, accompanied by a majestic, large blue-eyed bird. Brother Chun, help me! Xiao Jing cried out, seeing Ing Chun as a lifeline. It turned out Xiao Jing was a colleague of Ing Chen's, and they had a good relationship, with Ing Chun having taught him some skills. Ing Chun gently called, all right, little one, come back. The dragon-head creature immediately rushed back to Ing Chen's side, leaving the man and woman dumbfounded. Brother Chun, is that your pet? Xiao Jing asked cautiously, while the woman beside him also looked at Ing Chen curiously. Ing Chen smiled and patted the creature's head, which seemed to enjoy it. Of course, it's my partner. Xiao Jing stared at Ing Chun in shock. Brother Chun, your partner's evolution level must be really high. It's already turned into a dragon head, far superior to those that are just enlarged mutated beasts. Indeed, this little one is arguably the best right now. No mutated beast can surpass it. Ing Chen's words left the two even more astonished, but as they looked at the creature's fearsome dragon head, they couldn't help but believe him. Suddenly, the woman seemed to recall something and exclaimed with delight. I remember now, you're the first mutant person that's been talked about online, aren't you? Chun, is this for real? Didn't you watch that video? It must be me. Ing Chen rolled his eyes, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. Xiao Jing scratched his head awkwardly and explained, I was just worried because you look so similar. Ing Chen looked at the woman in front of him with surprise. His appearance had changed significantly, and he estimated that only those very familiar with him could recognize him now. Yet, this stranger identified him immediately, prompting him to take a closer look. Upon careful observation, Ing Chun noticed that the woman had an exceptionally good figure, almost in shape. Before the apocalypse, she would have been considered a goddess. Despite the layer of dust on her face, her delicate oval face was still clearly visible, evidently not the result of cosmetic surgery, but natural beauty. Xiao Jing, you're lucky to have such a stunning girl with you in these times. Ing Chen teased, a playful glint in his eye. Xiao Jing, feeling a bit embarrassed, introduced her. This is Xiao Chuanjiao, whom I met while on the run. She used to be a teacher. Hello. Xiao Chuanjiao extended her slender hand. Hello. Ing Chen shook her hand politely but quickly let go, leaving Xiao Chuanjiao momentarily puzzled, wondering if her charm had diminished. In the past, men always looked at her with a certain aggressive intent. The bolder ones seemed as if they wanted to devour her whole. Even a handshake would often be an excuse to take advantage, and even Xiao Jing had initially held her hand while talking about the dangers of the apocalypse for half an hour. Chun, would you like to come with me to the base? There are many old friends there. Xiao Jing asked tentatively. Old friends? Ing Chen frowned, thinking. He had few friends in this city. Most were merely acquaintances from work. Xiao Jing continued explaining. Xiao Li and the others are all there. When the apocalypse hit, the company was organizing a team-building event at a nearby hotel. Unexpectedly, the world changed, and many mutant creatures invaded. Even the deputy general manager was killed by a mutant dog. We then banded together and managed to hide in the basement to survive. Although the hotel had a lot of reserved food, the large number of people meant that consumption was high, so we're running low on supplies. We were out looking for food when you saved us. So, Ing Chen replied, understanding that Xiao Jing wanted him to help the people at the base. But why should he help? There were no benefits, only potential danger. Even though Ing Chen was strong with the help of his little companion and the green-winged bird, the world was vast, and there could be more terrifying creatures out there. Xiao Jing was taken aback by Ing Chen's response. He assumed that with Ing Chen's strength, he would be willing to play the hero, but he was flatly turned down. Xiao Jing, you need to understand, Ing Chen said seriously. I saved you because we have a decent relationship, but I don't have the same connection with the others from the company. Do you remember how the boss made me work overtime without pay and often deducted my salary for no reason? Xiao Jing remained silent. He knew about Ing Chen's situation at the company, and he wasn't even invited to the team-building event, while even newer employees were. It was clear how low Ing Chen's status was. Asking him to help those people indeed seemed like too much. Xiao Jing, it's the apocalypse now, not the peaceful times from before. Ing Chen shook his head, his voice deepening. In this era, strength is what matters. Xiao Jing took a few steps forward when suddenly, the little creature let out a deafening roar. The massive dragon's cry echoed all around, causing the nearby birds and beasts to scatter in panic. Xiao Jing, startled by the sudden commotion, stepped back repeatedly, staring fearfully at the creature before him. In the sunlight, the little creature's menacing silver dragon head shimmered with a dazzling and intimidating light. Just as Ing Chen was about to leave, Xiao Chun Jiao hurriedly stopped him. She spoke sweetly. Brother Chun, since that's the case, how about we make a deal? Ing Chen looked at her calmly and replied, I'm listening. His gaze was so composed, as if he were looking at a stone rather than a beautiful woman, which made Xiao Chun Jiao a bit flustered. She took a deep breath and said, I know the location of a mutated plant. It's a mutated fig tree that bears many golden fruits, emitting a faint glow. There are many mutated beasts guarding it. Are you interested? Ing Chen thoughtfully stroked his chin. He recalled the knowledge the system had once shared about mutated plants. These plants often produced fruits rich in spiritual energy, some of which could even grant powerful abilities to those who consumed them. This was undoubtedly a treasure. Ing Chen remembered reading online about a mutated cherry tomato tree whose fruits also glowed faintly. Unfortunately, that tree was too far away for him to reach. After a brief consideration, Ing Chen decided to accept the deal. All right, he said, state your terms. Xiao Chun Jiao immediately said, help us all escape from here and safely escort us to the survivor base. Ing Chen showed a peculiar expression. You know about the survivor base? He asked, puzzled. If they knew of the base's existence, why hadn't they sought refuge there? Xiao Chun Jiao explained, of course we know. The official survivor base was announced over the radio and on the internet when it was still online. Ing Chen suddenly asked, how many of you are there? Xiao Jing pondered for a moment before answering, 38 people. Upon hearing this, Ing Chen could only chuckle coldly. A group of 38 people, if they had set out at the beginning of the apocalypse when the mutated beasts were still few, could have safely reached the not-so-distant survivor base. Even now, there was a certain chance of success. Ultimately, it seemed these 38 people were too afraid of dying. Lead the way, Ing Chen said, mounting the little creature's back. Seeing this, Xiao Chun Jiao tried to approach quietly, but the little creature's roar scared her into retreating. Ing Chen warned coldly, don't get close to the little one, or I can't guarantee it won't eat you. Xiao Chun Jiao patted her chest in fright and hid behind Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, however, couldn't help but be drawn to Xiao Chun Jiao's figure. Why are you being so fierce about not letting me ride? Xiao Chun Jiao muttered, pouting. Both the blue-winged bird and the little creature turned to glare at her, causing Xiao Chun Jiao to retreat even further. Ing Chen said indifferently, the little one's intelligence is very high, not inferior to humans. I advise you to behave. Meanwhile, in the basement of Xing Tian Hotel, a group of people sat on the ground. A woman leaned against a man's chest, surrounded by various unpleasant odors, reminiscent of fermenting socks. A bald man with a dragon head tattoo on his left arm shouted loudly, Brother He, those two bitches have been out for half a day. They won't run away, will they? Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man in blue clothes, with a kind expression. If Ing Chen were here, he would certainly recognize this man as the office director who often suppressed him before the apocalypse, his former direct superior. The man in the blue suit cast a disdainful glance at the man beside him, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. What's the rush? It's only been half a day. With just those two, they won't make it to the survivor base, he said, his voice dripping with confidence and contempt. Brother He, I've had my eye on that woman for a long time. Maybe this time we could. Before he could finish his sentence, The men around him burst into lecherous laughter, filling the space with their crude amusement. A glint of greed flashed in the eyes of the man in the blue suit. If they don't bring back food this time, bring her into my room. You'll get your share afterward. About time, another man chimed in. That woman is definitely not Xiaojing's girlfriend. I've seen them. They don't even sleep together. He's just trying to fool us, trying to keep her pure. Humph. Another fool, trying to play the hero. In that basement, a grim scene was unfolding. Of the 38 people there, over 20 men controlled the fate of the remaining women. The man in the blue suit, as the leader, held the power over food distribution. He had cut off the women's food supply, and in their extreme hunger, many were forced to submit to the men's demands, trading their bodies for sustenance. The relatively attractive women had to fend off the advances of several men each day. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the Tianqing Hotel stood tall. Once a resplendent building, it now bore marks of decay. The exterior of the 10-story building was weathered, and all the glass windows were shattered. Mutated, large birds flitted freely among the ruins. Chun, it's in there, said Xiao Jing, pointing at the hotel. Ing Chen strode into the hotel without a word. Inside, chaos reigned. Debris was scattered everywhere, and the stench of rotting food filled the air. Collapsed tables and chairs were strewn about. He left the little guy and the green-winged bird outside, as the little guy was now too large to navigate the building easily without risking a collapse. Xiao Jing led Ing Chen deep into the hotel, through 3 iron doors, finally arriving at the basement. Brother He, we're back. Xiao Jing called out, knocking on the door. Soon, the door opened, and standing there was none other than Ing Chen's old rival from the company. Xiao Jing, where's the food you brought back? Meng Zi's sharp gaze swept over Xiao Jing's empty hands, his brow furrowing. We didn't get food, but I ran into Chun from the company, Xiao Jing explained. Meng Zi scrutinized Ing Chun, a mocking smile spreading across his lips. Chun, I bet you can't even find food now. It's amazing you're still alive. Those mutated beasts must be pathetic to let a loser survive this long. Ing Chen's anger flared, and he stepped forward, glaring at Meng Zi. Oh, what's wrong, little Chun? Want to fight? Meng Zi taunted, gesturing behind him. I've got over 20 brothers back there. Do you dare? Meng Zi had grown up in an affluent family, always having what he needed and cruising through life. But at the company, he found himself overshadowed by an orphan, which fueled his intense animosity towards Ing Chun. He couldn't accept losing to someone without parents. Oh, over 20 brothers? Scared, Meng Zi suddenly struck, punching Ing Chun in the stomach. Ing Chun didn't dodge, knowing Meng Zi's strength was insignificant. So weak. I wonder where you get your courage from, Meng Zi mocked. But Ing Chun slowly tightened his grip on Meng Zi's hand, applying pressure. Meng Zi's expression shifted from mocking to alarmed, his face reddening, a flicker of fear in his eyes. He realized that the opponent he had always looked down upon was no longer the weakling he could easily bully. Ah, bastard, let go of me. Meng Zi screamed in agony as intense pain shot through his arm, as if it would snap at any moment. Ing Chun released his grip without a trace of emotion, causing Meng Zi to collapse to the ground, his arm twisted into an unnatural shape. Clutching his deformed arm, Meng Zi writhed in pain, his face as pale as a sheet. Xiao Jing watched this scene unfold, his heart pounding and drawing in a sharp breath. He recalled the impression of the meek, easily bullied Ing Chun, now so different from the cold and ruthless person before him. Chun, aren't you going too far? Xiao Jing hesitated before finally mustering the courage to speak. However, Ing Chun merely cast him a frosty glance, an icy look that froze Xiao Jing's words in his throat. Wow, Xiao Jing sighed inwardly. Chen's gaze is terrifying. If this continues, our plan will be hard to carry out. At that moment, the people in the basement heard Meng Zi's cries of pain. Hasn't Meng Zi come back yet? Wasn't he just opening the door? That scream was what happened? Go check. If mutated beasts are attracted, we're in danger. A few burly men hurried to the basement door, stunned by the scene before them. The man in charge, wearing a blue shirt, quickly stepped forward and kicked Meng Zi in the face, then tore off his shirt, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into Meng Zi's mouth. Are you insane? If you attract mutated beasts, we'll all die, the man scolded harshly. The blue-shirted leader stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and finally noticed Ing Chun standing there. Ing Chun, what are you doing here? He asked with a frown, his clothes clean but dark circles under his eyes betraying his exhaustion. Ing Chun smirked. Looks like even in the apocalypse, the director is still energetic. Finding women, huh? The director glared angrily at Xiao Jing, cursing him inwardly for being a useless troublemaker. Ing Chun, this place is already full. You should leave. Oh, then I'm leaving, Ing Chun said, turning to go. Stop. Did you injure Meng Zi? The director shouted. Of course, who else would it be? Ing Chun replied, walking directly toward Meng Zi. The director attempted to intervene, but was quickly knocked to the ground, his arm broken. You little bastard, born without a mother to raise you, and you dare to lay hands on me. Meng Zi spat out the cloth from his mouth and glared venomously at Ing Chun. Suppressing his anger, Ing Chun crouched down and grabbed Mengzi by the throat, lifting him up. Mengzi struggled desperately, kicking and punching at Ing Chun, but to Ing Chun, these attacks were as feeble as a child's. Dragging Mengzi away, Ing Chun was suddenly surrounded by a group of men. Kid, I don't care what you plan to do with Mengzi, but since you attacked brother you won't get off easily. One of the men threatened. Leave your arms behind, and we'll let you go today, or else. Or else what? Ing Chun asked calmly, fixing his gaze on the man, who felt a chill run down his spine. Damn kid, I hate your eyes, the men shouted as they charged toward Ing Chun. Xiao Jing wanted to intervene, but someone grabbed his arm. Turning around, he saw that it was Xianjiao holding him back, leaving him bewildered. Chun Jiao grabbed my arm, stopping me from rushing forward. She shook her head and whispered, Brother Chun is the first mutant. He'll be fine. You'll only make things worse if you go. Just then, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire building. The structure shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone present froze in terror, exchanging bewildered glances. What was that? What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No, that's the roar of a mutant beast. Before anyone could react, there was a loud bang, as the building's main door was smashed open. A massive dragon had appeared at the entrance, its size so immense that it could only fit its head inside. Roar! The creature bellowed again, having just received orders from Ing Chun, and was ready to force its way in. A dragon. It's a dragon. No, it's a monster with a dragon's head. The men surrounding Ing Chun felt their legs go weak, fear gripping their hearts. The dragon head gleamed with a silvery light, looking menacing and terrifying, with no sign of the auspicious creature one might expect. Don't worry, it can't get in. Let's head to the basement, one of the men suggested, only to be proven wrong immediately. The creature easily broke through the barriers, with steel and concrete crumbling like paper before it. The dragon head loomed over the man, causing him to collapse to the ground in fright. Amidst the shocked stares of the crowd, Ing Chun calmly walked out with Mengzi, passing right by the creature. Whispers spread through the group. Why isn't that dragon-head monster attacking Ing Chun? Could it be that this mutant beast is gentle? Maybe it's friendly to humans? Speculations ran rampant, leading to the conclusion that the creature was docile. If Ing Chun knew, he'd likely find it amusing. The creature was indeed well-behaved around him, but to others, it was a ruthless killing machine. Dragging Mengzi outside, Ing Chun coldly remarked, Mengzi, I didn't expect you to strike first against me. Mengzi glanced at the blue-winged bird circling above and sneered maliciously. Unexpected? In this apocalypse, there's no law. If I want to kill you, it's just a flick of my finger. Ing Chun shook his head, gaining a deeper understanding of Mengzi's twisted mind. He threw Mengzi heavily to the ground and stomped on his leg, breaking it. At that moment, Mengzi suddenly pulled a fruit knife from his pocket, stabbing it towards Ing Chun's ankle. Snap! The knife blade broke with a crisp sound, and a perverse satisfaction appeared on Mengzi's face. I did it. He thought he would be content if Ing Chun died with him. However, the fruit knife shattered, and the blade rebounded, leaving a bloody mark on Mengzi's face. Blood trickled down his cheek. Impossible. How is this possible? Mengzi muttered in disbelief, his expression nearly deranged. You'll come down with me. That mutant beast in the sky won't spare you. Mengzi spat venomously. Without a word, Ing Chun broke Mengzi's other leg, then hurled him into the air. The blue-winged bird swooped down, catching Mengzi effortlessly. Blue Wing, take him to the forest and let him fend for himself, Ing Chun ordered. The blue-winged bird screeched and flew off with Mengzi. It was only then that Mengzi realized the mutant bird was obeying Ing Chun. How can this be? Why does it listen to Ing Chun? Mengzi shouted in despair. Initially, Ing Chun intended to end Mengzi's life directly, but Mengzi's repeated provocations led Ing Chun to choose a harsher punishment, breaking both of Mengzi's legs and an arm, then having the blue-winged bird take him into the wilderness to fend for himself. Mengzi, who had lost his legs and could no longer move, had only one possibility in the forest. Meanwhile, inside the hotel, director he stood up, a glint of greed in his eyes, and slowly approached the little creature. However, when he was 3 meters away from the mysterious being, it suddenly let out a deafening roar, causing director he to shiver and freeze in place. At that moment, Ing Chun casually strolled in, a playful smile on his lips. Seeing director he's terrified expression, he teased, Director he? What are you planning to do to my pet? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? With these words, everyone present instantly turned their gaze to Ing Chun, their eyes filled with disbelief. Someone exclaimed, Your pet? How is that possible? Unfazed, Ing Chun walked straight to the little creature, gently placing his hand on its dragon-like head. The creature immediately squinted its eyes, rubbing against Ing Chun's palm affectionately, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded. A gulp was heard as someone involuntarily swallowed, thinking to themselves, could this be real? Is this dragon-head monster really Ing Chun's pet? Director He's expression changed drastically as he realized something was amiss. At this moment, Xiao Jing stepped forward, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. He explained, "Director, I invited Brother Chin to help us. Brother Chin agreed to take us to the survivor base. He's known as the top mutant online, and with such a strong pet, he can definitely do it." "What?" Director He and the others immediately turned their attention to Xiao Jing, a hint of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Ing Chun keenly sensed this anomaly and stroked his chin, pondering. "It seems they are hiding something from me." Suppressing his anger, Director He feigned concern, saying, "Xiao Jing, how could you act so recklessly? What if Xiao Chun gets hurt while protecting us to the survivor base?" Others chimed in, insisting there was no need to trouble Brother Chun, as they could wait for official rescue. Xiao Jing, however, revealed a sly smile, scratching his head as he said, "I've already made a deal with Brother Chun. He's definitely going to take all of us to the survivor base." "You little brat, you set us up." Director He glared at Xiao Jing with a dark expression. If they really went to the official survivor base, the women from the basement would undoubtedly report them. In such a case, everyone involved would face execution, as the authorities would not show mercy in this post-apocalyptic world. Just then, Xiao Chuanjiao sauntered over, asking coquettishly, "Brother Chun, you will take all of us to the survivor base, right?" Director He and several burly men glared at her angrily, as if they wanted to tear her apart. Director He, with a grim face, questioned, "Xiao Chuanjiao, we haven't done anything to you, so why are you so ruthless?" Xiao Chuanjiao sneered, retorting, "Oh, Director He, have you forgotten how you always try to take advantage of me? You shameless woman. We didn't touch you, yet you dare to betray us." Director He was furious. Ing Chan observed everything silently, sensing that there was more to the situation through their conversation. The behavior of Director He and the others was clearly unusual, indicating they had something to hide. Seeing this, Xiao Chuanjiao took the initiative to explain to Ing Chun, saying, "Brother Chun, let me explain." She began to detail the situation at the survivor base and why Director He and the others were so opposed to it. As Xiao Chuanjiao recounted the story, Ing Chen finally understood the true nature of Director He and his group. His gaze towards Director He was filled with disdain and contempt. This seemingly benevolent director was actually the darkest and most sinister presence. It turned out that after the apocalypse struck, over 30 people had taken refuge in the basement. Director He gathered all the men and, in that confined space, committed numerous unforgivable crimes. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, over 20 men used the most primitive means to control 10 women. By manipulating food distribution, they forced the women to submit to their tyranny. In the basement, harrowing tragedies unfold daily. Xianjiao, protected by Xiaojing, temporarily escapes the clutches of these villains. However, this leads to Xiaojing being ostracized and eventually sent out to find food. Today, while scavenging, Xiaojing encounters a mutated hamster but is fortunately saved by Yingchen. Yingchen calmly analyzes, "So your real goal is for me to eliminate them, or more precisely, to bring them to the survivor base and let the authorities handle them." He shakes his head, scoffing. "Such a simple matter, just a couple dozen people. A little effort from the Ling Mouse could probably take care of them." Turning to Director He, Yingchen's eyes glint with danger. "Do you want me to kill them now, or take them back to the survivor base?" Director He, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from the leader nearby, trembles with fear. He has witnessed this monster charging in and shaking the entire building. If it goes berserk, it could likely flatten the place with ease. "Xiaochen, don't listen to them." Director He urgently exclaims, "I can offer you double of whatever they promise. What do you want? I can give it all to you. Women, money, or status agree, and you'll be the second in command here. How about Xianjiao? We can capture her for you. As for money, it's no problem, we can give it all to you." Yingchen appears thoughtful, while Xianjiao shivers, watching him nervously. "Not tempting at all." Yingchen sneers, "I might want a significant position, but certainly not as your second in command. Women? Money? They're within my reach without needing your handouts. Kill them, Brother Chun, kill them." Xianjiao suddenly shouts. "If you do, I'll tell you where the mutated fig is." Director He's face changes drastically, and the surrounding men rush towards Xianjiao. However, the little creature swats the leading man dead with a single paw. Yingchen calmly says, "Let's rescue those women and destroy this place." Xiaojing and Xianjiao nod in agreement, and Yingchen follows them down, while the little creature begins a bloody massacre. As they descend into the basement, a foul stench assaults their senses. Following the narrow passage, Yingchen sees a group of naked women, collapsed on the filthy floor. Each bears the marks of torment, but unlike the women he previously rescued, their eyes still hold a glimmer of life. After all, they had made a choice, albeit driven by hunger, and their mental state was slightly better than being entirely forced. "Everyone, get up," Xianjiao calls out loudly. "This is Brother Chun, he's killed all those beasts. Let's leave quickly. Brother Chin will escort us back to the survivor base." Upon hearing this, a flicker of hope lights up in the empty eyes of those in the basement. "Is it true? Is it really true?" Someone trembles as they ask. Of course, it's true, Xiaojing urges. Hurry, let's leave before the building collapses. The women struggle to their feet and follow Xianjiao out of the basement. Upon seeing daylight again, they can't help but cover their faces and weep. Suddenly, a woman screams, "Isn't that the devil?" She points to Director He, drawing everyone's attention to him. At this moment, Director He has already lost both legs, severed by the little creature's dragon claws, with blood gushing out. He lies on the ground, his face etched with fear and agony, becoming the first casualty of this righteous judgment. "You beast, you finally got what's coming to you." Several naked women surrounded the director, venting their long-suppressed anger with punches and kicks. Their clothes were nowhere to be seen in the basement, and Xiaojing watched with great interest. Yingchun, however, remained indifferent, as these women paled in comparison to Yunchu in his heart. "Xiaojing, can't you learn from Brother Chun?" Xiaochuan Jiao angrily stomped on Xiaojing's foot, her tone full of disappointment. Xiaojing defended himself. "It's just a man's nature. Brother Chun is so outstanding that he naturally doesn't care about them." The system suddenly interjected. "Host, are you impotent or something?" Yingchen was furious. "System, do you want me to commit suicide right here to prove you wrong? When was I ever impotent?" After venting their anger, the women followed Yingchen out of the building. The little creature, covered in blood, followed closely behind. At this moment, the Qingyi bird had returned from the forest, gracefully circling in the sky. "Qingyi, burn the building down," Yingchen ordered. The Qingyi bird responded, its feathers igniting with bluid flames, sending waves of heat. "It's so hot. That's Brother Chen's pet." Xiuchuan Jiao stared in shock at the divine bird in the sky. The Qingyi bird erupted in flames, launching fireballs that precisely hit the building, penetrating the concrete slabs and setting it ablaze in an instant. Xiuchuan Jiao was amazed. A bird like this would have been considered a divine beast in ancient times. Little did she know, the real ace was the seemingly unassuming little creature on the ground. Although its moves weren't as flashy as the Qingyi bird's, its power was far more terrifying and direct. Only by battling the little creature could one truly grasp its fearsome nature. Yingchen mounted the little creature's back, while Xiaojing found a small truck to transport everyone. The little creature led the way, clearing obstacles to ensure the vehicles could pass smoothly. After some searching, they arrived at a relatively intact high-end clothing store. The women got out to pick clothes, while Yingchen followed cautiously, ready to deal with any mutant beasts that might appear. Inside the store, Yingchen was stunned by the price tags. 60,000 for a piece? That's my annual salary. So this is how the wealthy live. He casually stored a few styles he liked into his space, then entered a fitting room to change. "Brother Chen, you look amazing," Xiaojing exclaimed, giving a thumbs up upon seeing Yingchen in his new outfit. Influenced by the little creature, Yingchen's physique was now perfect. His 8-pack abs were well-defined, with clear lines on his back and biceps, resembling a flawless figure from a photograph. His muscles weren't overly exaggerated, yet they exuded a sense of power, creating a strong visual impact. A sharp scream suddenly pierced the silence, causing Yingchen's face to change dramatically. He quickly got dressed and sprinted towards the direction of the sound. As he drew closer, a woman's cries became more distinct. "Don't come any closer. I don't want to die. Help me." Rushing to the scene, Yingchen was taken aback by what he saw. A mass resembling a blob of mud was moving slowly, cornering a woman against the wall. She was trembling all over, her face etched with terror. Yingchen stared at the creature on the ground, momentarily bewildered. What on earth is this? It didn't resemble a mutant beast at all. It was more like living mud. "System, what is this creature?" Yingchen asked in his mind. The system's response left him even more puzzled. "It's just mud. It's not a monster. Someone or something is controlling it." Yingchen narrowed his eyes, contemplating. "Are you saying some being is using mental power to control this mud? If it's a human, it might be the first mutant person he's encountered." He raised his voice, calling out to the mud. "Friend, come out. I know you're a mutant too." His words startled Xiaojing and the others who had arrived, causing them to look at the mud in surprise. "Brother Chen, are you saying there's a mutant person?" Xiaojing asked, confused. Yingchen explained quietly. "Yes, that mud is controlled by mental power. Whether it's a human or another creature, I don't know." The people present finally understood that it wasn't a mutant beast, but ordinary mud manipulated by mental force. Suddenly, there was a noise, and a cabinet was flung open. A pale arm extended from it, followed by a full figure emerging. Everyone was shocked to see a person who looked like a young boy. He stood about 1.7 meters tall, with a pale complexion and a frail body, yet his features were exceptionally delicate, as beautiful as a finely crafted doll. Yingchen couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." He then asked, "Are you a mutant too?" The boy stared intently at Yingchen and did not answer, instead asking, "What's your ability?" "My ability is fire." Yingchen extended his left hand, and a flame instantly ignited in his palm. The boy seemed convinced by this. Behind him, Xiaojing and Xiuchuan Jiao exchanged another shocked glance. They had only known that Ing Chun had a metal transformation ability, making him impervious to weapons, but were unaware he could also control fire. What's your name? Ing Chun inquired. Suyu. The boy replied briefly. Ing Chun noticed that Suyu didn't seem to like talking much, responding only with simple answers. We're heading to a survivor base. Would you like to come with us? Ing Chun suggested. Okay. Suyu agreed readily, surprising Ing Chun. But he quickly understood, as the system's detection indicated that Suyu's energy fluctuation was only at the early first level. Despite having strong mental control abilities, he was too weak in the early stages, possibly even less powerful than the little spirit mouse. At that moment, a scream interrupted their conversation. Ah, there's a mutant beast. Suyu immediately became alert, and several iron pieces began to float around him. The iron pieces sliced through the air, attempting to trap the suddenly appearing figure from all sides. However, the figure moved even faster, dodging with a quick burst of speed. Ing Chun suddenly felt a weight in his arms and looked down to find the little spirit mouse had snuck in. This little creature always appeared unexpectedly at critical moments. This is my pet. It won't harm anyone. Ing Chun reassured the anxious crowd with a calm and steady voice. The tension eased as everyone directed their attention to the tiny spirit mouse, their eyes filled with wonder. The little creature was irresistibly cute, with its round body, lively eyes, and fluffy tail. Ing Chun recalled how he, too, was charmed by its cuteness when they first met, which is why he didn't harm it. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spirit mouse chirped incessantly, its voice sharp and urgent. Unfortunately, Ing Chun couldn't understand its language. He watched as the little creature, puffed up in frustration, tugged at his pant leg, signaling for him to follow. Turning to the others, Ing Chun instructed, you should head out first, go to where the little one leads. The mutated beasts won't dare approach it. With that, he followed the spirit mouse through several corridors, his steps light yet cautious. Suddenly, the spirit mouse squeezed through a narrow opening, far too small for Ing Chun's frame. Damn it, he muttered, his arm transforming into metal as he began to punch through the walls. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow shattered the walls, sending debris flying. Outside, Xiaojing and the others listened to the commotion, nervously glancing toward the clothing store. Xiaojing couldn't help but wonder, is Brother Chen fighting a mutated beast? Xiaochuan Jiao shook her head, countering, the dragon-head creature and the divine bird are still here, and they're not moving. That means Ing Chun is likely safe. Finally, after breaking through the last wall, the spirit mouse stopped. In front of Ing Chun stood a black door, with the spirit mouse anxiously circling outside. Is it in here? Ing Chun asked, and the spirit mouse nodded in a very human-like manner. Ing Chun knocked on the door, discovering it was made of metal. He pondered, a metal door? What could be inside? He recalled the system's hint about the spirit mouse's uniqueness, a rare product of mutated evolution, unlike any ordinary mouse. It was a descendant of the treasure-seeking mouse, with the potential to regain its ancestors' abilities. Let's give it a try. Ing Chun resolved, his arm once again turning metallic, flames igniting around it. This was his full power, combining the abilities of the little creature and the azure-winged bird. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch left a deep impression on the metal door. With each strike, the door began to falter. Bang, boom. With a final blow, Ing Chun broke through the metal door. The spirit mouse was ready to dash inside, but Ing Chun caught it. Whoa, little one, I nearly wore myself out, and you want to rush in first? Ing Chun panted, sitting cross-legged to catch his breath. The soft body of the spirit mouse squirmed in his hand, as if protesting. After a brief rest, Ing Chun stood up, carrying the spirit mouse as he stepped through the metal door. Inside was a medium-sized space, about the size of a living room. The room was filled with small shelves, and Ing Chun picked up a book titled Huang Ting Ni Jing Jing. Isn't this a classic Taoist text? Ing Chun's curiosity deepened. Could this be a Taoist treasure trove? With this question in mind, he continued to explore. The room was filled with items related to Taoism, like brushes, inkstones, and swords. Finally, at the room's main spot, Ing Chun found a crucial book. Upon reading it, he discovered the true nature of the treasure site. It turned out to be a highly dangerous place. According to the principles of the 8 trigrams and feng shui, it was originally a dragon vein, but a dead dragon vein. The dragon vein in this area was severed, turning the place into a land of great misfortune. If left unchecked, a fearsome beast would be born here in 1,000 years. Fortunately, Taoist Qing Yi sensed the change and discreetly altered the course of the earth's veins, preventing the beast from forming and leaving behind only the essence of the dead dragon vein for future Taoist descendants to cultivate. Ing Chun, upon hearing the system's explanation, shook his head and sighed. This system doesn't even know about such feng shui matters? He thought to himself that nurturing an ignorant system was truly taxing. However, considering the system had been dormant for billions of years, its lack of knowledge was understandable. Releasing the little spirit mouse, Ing Chun followed the system's guidance to the center of the space where the energy was located. He began to dig with his hands, which had turned metallic. The soil was exceptionally hard, and even with his current strength and the metallic enhancement, it was a struggle to make progress. Damn! After nearly half an hour, Ing Chun finally reached his target and couldn't help but curse. His hands were sore, but he gritted his teeth and dug through the final layer of soil, finally uncovering the so-called essence of the dead dragon vein. Huh? Isn't this just a source of spiritual energy? Ing Chun exclaimed in surprise. So, on your planet, a source of spiritual energy is called a dragon vein. The system explained. A source of spiritual energy continuously releases spiritual energy, but cannot move, and is buried underground. This is a variant that only emits dark energy. It's useless to ordinary beings, but a divine medicine for dark attribute creatures, greatly enhancing their evolution and level, far more efficiently than ordinary spiritual energy. Ing Chun understood but was puzzled by the dark energy source, as he couldn't sense any energy from it. The system continued. Its energy is introverted, likely due to the setup here that concentrates all the energy in one place without leakage. A true spiritual energy source is only the size of a ping-pong ball, but this is as large as a soccer ball, formed by solid dark energy attached to the core. System, absorb it. Ing Chun commanded. Moments later, the system displayed. Host, Ing Chun. Level 0. Divine Pet. Silver Dragon Ant Extraordinary Species. Energy, 61,222 points. Ing Chun frowned. Only a little over 60,000 points? System, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? How can such a large energy source have so little? You didn't pocket some, did you? The system defended. It really is just 60,000. There's something wrong with this energy source. Check the surroundings for anything unusual. Skeptical, Ing Chun carefully examined the area. The energy source had already turned to ash, piled on the ground. As he cautiously sifted through the ashes, he suddenly touched a hard object, and his heart skipped a beat. Ing Chun picked up the small, metal rod-like object and examined it closely. The system suddenly alerted him. This is a cocoon of the devourer insect. It's my first time seeing a devourer insect form a cocoon. Ing Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. Even you haven't seen it before? Out of curiosity, he poked it forcefully and was astonished that it easily pierced through the hard ground. Wow, that's incredible! Ing Chun exclaimed, knowing how tough the ground was, making it difficult for him to dig with all his strength. The system explained. The devourer insect is an extremely unique creature that can consume anything. The more powerful the things they devour, the stronger they become. The most terrifying part is that even a newly born devourer insect can devour a nine heavens dragon if the creature doesn't resist. Their potential is nearly limitless, but as far as I know, they faced divine retribution and were exterminated by countless beings joining forces. In theory, devourer insects shouldn't form cocoons. If it really has, there's only one possibility: it has evolved and mutated again. The system's tone was laced with a hint of seriousness. Devourer insects are already formidable, but if it mutates again, it might become unimaginably powerful. Ing Chun urgently asked, System, can you contract it? Of course, the system replied. With enough energy, I can even cultivate a devourer insect for you. Ing Chun was slightly disappointed. I thought I had found a mythical beast even you couldn't create. The system seemed a bit exasperated. What are you talking about? You should be happy that I can create a devourer insect. Ing Chun shook his head and stored the devourer insect in the pet space. At that moment, his contract slots were full, so he couldn't form a contract immediately. The system consoled. Although the devourer insect consumed some energy, having a mutated devourer insect will greatly benefit you in the future. But I need energy now. Ing Chun complained. Just then, he noticed the little spirit mouse, its belly and cheeks bulging, obviously having eaten a lot. Looking around, Ing Chun realized a jade ring and some books were missing. You little thing, you'll eat anything, won't you? Ing Chun said helplessly. The little spirit mouse climbed onto his shoulder, clutching his clothes. Ing Chun left the place with it. Xiao Jing curiously asked, Brother Chun, what happened just now? Su Yu also looked on inquisitively. Ing Chun waved his hand dismissively. Nothing much, just found some trinkets. With that, they continued on their journey. Throughout the trip, everyone was fond of the little spirit mouse, but could only admire it from a distance. The mouse was docile and adorable with Ing Chun, yet fierce and intimidating towards others, showing a clear preference for the strong over the weak. After a day and night of travel, they finally saw the gates of the survivor base. Ing Chun found Xiao Chunjiao. Now can you tell me the location of the mutated fig tree? Xiao Chunjiao hesitated for a moment. All right, but I have a small request. Ing Chun frowned, his tone displeased. That wasn't part of our agreement. Brother Chun, Xiao Chunjiao quickly explained, it's just a small thing for you. I want one of the fruits from the fig tree. There are many fruits on that tree. One less shouldn't affect you, right? Ing Chen's fingers tightened like a vice, and Xiao Chunjiao's face turned deathly pale. She struggled desperately. a faint whimper escaping her throat. Just as she thought she was going to suffocate, Ingchen abruptly released his grip. Xiao Chuanjiao gasped for air, her eyes reflecting the terror of narrowly escaping death. In that moment, she clearly realized the fundamental difference between Ing Chun and Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing still harbored feelings for her and was willing to do almost anything for her as long as it wasn't too excessive. In contrast, Ing Chen's gaze was icy, as if she were nothing more than a weed by the roadside, ready to be trampled at any moment. Speak, Ing Chen commanded coldly. Trembling, Xiao Chunjiao understood that her dreams had shattered. She quietly revealed the location of the Fruita Small Garden at a university in the west of the city, where students could experience life. When the apocalypse struck, her colleague had sent a video of a mutated fig tree. After listening to Xiao Chuanjiao, Ing Chen silently calculated his plan to retrieve the fruit. Just then, the alarm of the survivor base suddenly blared. Mutant beast attack. Quickly, organize the team. The observer's voice was filled with tension. The soldiers around, however, appeared indifferent. A burly man patted his gun and laughed. Why the rush, kid? It's just a mutant beast. We encounter a few every day. The others joined in the laughter. However, the burly man's laughter abruptly stopped, his eyes suddenly filled with fear. Damn, everyone on alert. The mutant beast is coming. His shout carried an unprecedented urgency. Everyone followed his gaze and gasped. It was a creature they had never seen before, a silver-shelled monster with a dragon's head and an ant's body, terrifying and grotesque. It was rapidly approaching the base, its mere presence exerting a suffocating pressure on everyone present. At that moment, the observer noticed another anomaly. Commander, there's a vehicle following that mutant beast. A vehicle? How is that possible? The commander said incredulously but grabbed the binoculars for a closer look. Indeed, a small truck was trailing the creature, loaded with several people. The situation grew more bizarre, prompting the commander to order the soldiers to hold their fire. As the creature drew nearer, a soldier picked up a megaphone and shouted at Ing Chun and the others. People ahead, stop, 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 submit to inspection. The group arrived at the survivor base, where soldiers at the gate cautiously held their guns, closely observing the massive silvery creature. One soldier couldn't help but mutter, "Is this monster going to attack us suddenly?" No sooner had he spoken than the creature's dragon-like head snapped towards him, its sharp gaze fixed intently on the frightened soldier. Instantly, the soldier's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground, exclaiming in terror, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" Seeing this, Ing Chen jumped off the vehicle and strode towards the intimidating creature. He placed a hand on its head, soothingly saying, "All right, little guy, stop scaring people." It was then he noticed that the officer organizing the inspection was Tang Bufan, the same person he'd traded with previously. "Bufan, it's me." Ing Chen greeted him warmly. "I gave you a few cans of beef last time." Recognizing the man who could control such a beast, Tang Bufan relaxed slightly. "Ing Chun, it's you," Tang Bufan remarked, pointing at the creature with curiosity. "And this is? This is my pet," Ing Chun explained with a smile. "It won't harm anyone. You can call it a silver dragon ant." Tang Bufan examined the creature closely and realized. Silver dragon ant. The name is perfect, with its dragon head and ant body, all in silvery white. He looked at Ing Chen thoughtfully. "You're the first mutant, aren't you?" Ing Chen was surprised. "Oh, how did you know?" Tang Bufan rubbed his forehead lightly, feeling certain. He cautiously replied, "I just guessed." Ing Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly fixed a somber gaze on Tang Bufan. "Do you think I should silence you?" Tang Bufan was startled, quickly waving his hands. "Brother, don't be rash." Ing Chen immediately broke into a relaxed smile. "Just kidding, don't worry. What does it matter if you know my identity?" At that moment, other soldiers noticed that all the people getting out of the vehicle were women, and their expressions changed as they looked at Ing Chun and the two other men with peculiar eyes. Among the dozen or so women present, only Ing Chun, Xiao Jing, and Su Yu were male, which inevitably sparked speculation. Tang Bufan cautiously inquired, "Ing Chun, did you rescue a whole truckload of women? What about the men?" Ing Chun calmly replied, "The men? I killed them all. They were just a bunch of beasts." Tang Bufan simply shook his head upon hearing this, not blaming Ing Chun. He could guess the situation. In this post-apocalyptic world, such tragedies were all too common, and they had encountered countless similar situations during rescue missions. He despised those scum just as much, especially now when law and order were practically non-existent. "Don't worry, no one will hold you accountable for that," Tang Bufan reassured him, but added, "though you might need to be a bit more cautious." "Why?" Ing Chen asked. Tang Bufan explained, "The higher-ups at the survivor base have been looking for you, even specifically searching for you, but to no avail. On the day you left, there was an uprising among the higher-ups, reportedly from an ancient family. But seeing how powerful your pet is, it shouldn't be too much of a problem." Ing Chen thought to himself, the higher-ups at the survivor base? It was likely the Yun family searching for him, wanting his so-called treasure, coveting the little guy. However, his strength wasn't weak now, with the little guy at the early third rank, the green-winged bird at mid-second rank, and he himself possessing considerable energy, ready to upgrade his pets at any time. He stroked his chin, pondering. Perhaps today would be a good day to attempt upgrading his pets? With 60,000 energy at his disposal, using it to upgrade the system or the little guy required too many resources, it might be better to try enhancing his pet's levels first. If you run into trouble, come find me, Tang Bufan said, his deep gaze fixed on Ing Chun, as if trying to see through his soul. Ing Chun led the group into the city, distributing the food they had gathered along the way and renting a place to stay. There were 6 rooms, each accommodating 4 people, and he quickly assigned everyone their spaces. However, the little creature couldn't enter the base, and Ing Chun didn't want to abandon it, so he chose to live outdoors. Meanwhile, the leaders of the survivor base gathered for a heated discussion about Ing Chun and the dragon-head mutant beast. The news had spread throughout the base, causing a stir with the arrival of the first mutant human and the existence of the terrifying mutant beast outside. It's good for the public to know. It can soothe their restless hearts and give them some sense of security, one of the leaders remarked. But is he an enemy or a friend? Someone questioned. He must be an enemy, the second-in-command of the base suddenly declared, his tone firm. This person has blood on his hands, and I suggest we eliminate him to prevent future trouble. Humph, someone scoffed. Everyone knows your family, the Yun family, has a grudge against him. Don't drag personal vendettas into the whole base. That silver dragon ant is no weakling. If you act against him, you'll endanger the base. Yun, upon hearing this, stormed off in anger. What if the Yun family does act against him? Someone asked worriedly. It depends on the boy's strength, a senior leader said gravely. If he can survive this ordeal, perhaps we can invite him to join that plan. Everyone fell silent, acutely aware of the plan's danger, but without it, the base faced a dead end. At that moment, Ing Chun leaned against the little creature, not asleep, but deep in thought. He initially intended to head straight for the fig tree, but considered the Yun family's potential actions. Tonight, the Yun family probably won't hold back, he mused. I hope more of them come, so I can catch them all in one go. Suddenly, a green-winged bird cried out in the night sky 1,000 meters away, snapping Ing Chun to full alertness as he realized a team was approaching. So they finally come, he whispered to himself. In the darkness, a team of hundreds moved silently. Most were heavily armed soldiers, with a few unidentified individuals among them. Captain, what's our mission tonight? A team member whispered. Don't ask, just follow orders, the captain replied softly. If we succeed, we'll all live in luxury. Master, up ahead is where Ing Chun and that mutant ant are. Yun Pan halted, and the entire team stopped with him. Bring out the rocket launchers, fire at will. Yun Pan commanded harshly. Bullets are useless against that creature. The team quickly got into position, rocket launchers aimed at the target. Boom! The first rocket whistled through the air. Starting with rockets, how bold. Ing Chun sneered, swiftly taking cover under the little creature. The creature enveloped itself in a metallic defense as the rocket, trailing white smoke, descended. Boom! 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 The explosions were deafening, shaking the entire survivor base. In the distance, flames lit up the night sky. The base's leaders were all awake, standing on high ground, watching the fiery chaos with grave expressions. Boom! A shell exploded right in front of Ing Chun with a deafening roar, and his body instantly transformed into metal. Despite being encased in an indestructible metallic shell, the powerful impact left Ing Chun feeling dizzy. He gritted his teeth, quickly got back on his feet, and his hands suddenly burst into fierce flames. Hoo! With a low shout, Ing Chun sent a pillar of fire soaring into the sky, instantly detonating a cluster of shells in midair. At the same time, the Chingy bird spread its wings, emanating intense heat, and countless fireballs rained down on the remaining shells. In the distance, Yun Pan and his group watched in stunned silence. The fiery bird in the sky resembled the legendary phoenix, majestic and awe-inspiring. However, their shock was short-lived as a shadow suddenly flickered past, and the little creature's sharp claws swiftly tore through the bird's body. In the next moment, the little creature, like a black lightning bolt, charged into the enemy ranks. It roared, its claws slashing through the air, leaving chaos in its wake. Simultaneously, the Chingy bird unleashed streams of scorching flames from above, reducing enemies to ashes instantly. Monsters! They're monsters! Someone screamed in terror. Why are we facing such monsters? Damn it, help! Ing Chun strode forward, his gaze cold and unyielding. By now, the little creature had scattered the entire squad. Some were desperately firing rifles, but the bullets only left shallow marks on its shell, incapable of causing any real harm. You beast, stop it! Yun Pan shouted hoarsely at Ing Chun. This is the last of the Yun family in the apocalypse. If they're all lost, it's over. Ing Chun let out a cold laugh. Stop? Why should I stop? He eyed Yun Pan, who, after just a few days, had gone from being the once proud head of the Yun family to a disheveled mess. Covered in blood with sunken eyes, Yun Pan looked like a madman. They're innocent. I was the one who got them involved, Yun Pan pleaded. So what? Ing Chen replied icily. Once they chose to fight against me, they had to bear the consequences. From the moment they fired, there was no turning back. Battle is life or death. Mercy is foolish. As the head of the Yun family, don't you understand this? If that's the case, then let's die together. Yun Pan roared, pulling out a rifle and firing wildly. Ing Chun didn't flinch, walking straight into the hail of bullets. Huh? Yun Pan laughed maniacally. So what if your pet is strong? I don't believe your abilities can stop bullets. Die, die. As the bullets ran out, Yun Pan frantically changed magazines. But by then, Ing Chun was already in front of him, grabbing the barrel. In an instant, flames erupted, and the entire gun was rendered useless. This toy can harm me. Ing Chun sneered. Looks like Yun Chu underestimated me. Yun Pan fell to the ground in fear, and Ing Chun placed a foot on his chest, unleashing flames that quickly reduced Yun Pan to charred remains. Finish it quickly, Ing Chun ordered. The little creature let out a long howl, its claws sweeping through the air, leaving no survivors. The Chingy bird continued to spew fire from above, setting the entire area ablaze and blocking any escape routes. So hot, Ing Chun couldn't help but remark. The Chingy bird's flames had spread so extensively that they were causing a chain reaction, with the fire steadily growing. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted. A soldier, muscles bulging, charged through the Chingy bird's wall of fire, escaping despite the flames. Ing Chun watched in surprise. Has it mutated? Ing Chun wondered to himself, his eyes fixed on the lucky individual who had suddenly mutated at the brink of death. However, he quickly realized that even a mutation couldn't save him from the hunting range of the Chingy bird. A sharp cry echoed from the sky as the Chingy bird swooped down. The mutated person sensed the impending danger and turned around in panic. He narrowly avoided the fatal strike, but this only enraged the Chingy bird, which never missed its target. Its failure made it furious. Just as the Chingy bird was about to attack again, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait!" The Chingy bird, noticing that the voice's owner wasn't a combatant, hovered in midair. Ing Chun received a message from the Chingy bird and immediately appeared before it. He noticed a small team, including someone he knew, Tang Bufan. Ing Chun frowned and asked displeased, "Why did you stop my pet?" An elderly man stepped forward and spoke respectfully. "Mr. Ing, you have already decimated most of the Yun family's forces. Could you spare this accomplice?" Ing Chun assessed the old man and could tell from the reactions of those around him that this person was significant. "And who are you?" Ing Chun asked. The old man bowed slightly. "My name is Li Tianwen. Before the apocalypse, I was the head of the city, and now I am the leader of the survivor base. It's an honor to meet you." Ing Chun was taken aback, realizing that this man was the leader of the survivor base. However, this did not deter him from his resolve to kill the mutated soldier. "I intend to kill him," Ing Chun said firmly. "Is there any way you could spare him?" Li Tianwen pleaded again. Ing Chun shook his head, his tone resolute. Since he chose to fight, he should be prepared to die. "I don't want to leave any threats behind." Li Tianwen found himself in a dilemma. Their group was small, and Ing Chun's display of power was intimidating. Confronting him would be suicidal. "We are willing to pay a price if you could spare him. How about that?" Li Tianwen attempted to negotiate. Ing Chun's deep gaze lingered on Li Tianwen's face for a moment before he turned to leave. Letting a single mutant go was no big deal. Although he preferred to eliminate all threats, he knew there would be other opportunities. "Remove all Yun family members from the decision-making body, and I will let him go," Ing Chun stated. "Agreed. You will see the results tomorrow." Li Tianwen immediately accepted. Ing Chun returned to the battlefield and, alongside the Chingy bird, extinguished the spreading flames. The proximity to the base necessitated prompt action to prevent further damage. Everyone present was astonished by the Chingy bird's terrifying power. The flames it produced were so intense they could melt steel in an instant. However, Li Tianwen shook his head and pointed to the creature in the field. "That pet is his true trump card. The bird pales in comparison." "Base leader, why is that?" someone asked, puzzled. "The silver dragon ant can withstand rocket attacks without a scratch. None of the soldiers here could withstand a single blow from it," Li Tianwen explained. Upon hearing this, everyone realized how formidable the roaring silver dragon ant truly was. Its unscathed appearance was proof enough. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in Li Tianwen's eyes, and blood trickled from his eye corners. It was as if he had glimpsed a whole new world. "Base leader, are you?" Those around him noticed his unusual state, especially the mutants, whose expressions changed dramatically. "Base leader, have you mutated?" his assistant asked cautiously. Li Tianwen nodded slightly. "Yes, let's go back." With his words, the intense battle finally came to an end. The noisy battlefield returned to tranquility, as if nothing had ever happened. In the middle of the night, Ing Chun decided to level up the Chingy bird. He looked at the system panel displaying the bird's stats. Bloodline level was elite lower spirit beast, fire level was at the late stage of 2nd grade, and upgrade progress was 0200000. As Ing Chun operated the system, the Chingy bird began to emit a soft glow, its body gradually enlarging. Its feathers became sleeker, with tiny sparks flickering among them, resembling a divine bird from the heavens. Its claws grew sharper, and its wingspan extended to a full 12 meters, now able to barely support a person standing on its back. However, when Ing Chun checked the system panel again, his mood plummeted. System, you're such a scam. Just one upgrade, and it jumped from 2,000 to 10,000. He complained, staring at the panel displaying the 10,000 energy required. The system retorted bluntly, you wanted to upgrade, not my problem if you can't control your hands. With no other choice, Ing Chun had the system help the Chingy bird evolve again. This time, the bird's realm advanced to the early stage of 3rd grade, matching the little one. Although the Chingy bird became even more majestic, Ing Chun noticed its feathers remained a mix of blue and red. System, why does the Chingy bird have 2 colors in its feathers? Can't the upgrade help it transform? Ing Chun asked, puzzled. The system explained, only after a bloodline enhancement can the Chingy bird's feather color change. Its current feathers are evolving towards blue. If no mutation occurs midway, its evolution path is towards becoming a Qingwan. So, the feathers will gradually turn blue, and if one day they become completely blue, it means it has successfully transformed into a Qingwan. The Qingwan evolution path, huh? Ing Chun mused, stroking his chin. No wonder the Chingy bird is getting more and more beautiful. Suddenly, Ing Chun remembered something and quickly retrieved 6 eggs from the pet space. The Chingy bird, upon seeing them, became excited and carefully placed the eggs among its feathers. Ing Chun recalled taking the eggs from the Chingy bird last time and had completely forgotten about them. Don't worry, your kids are safe in the pet space. You'll incubate them at night, and I'll store them in the space during the day, Ing Chun reassured. The Chingy bird nodded, happily running off to incubate the eggs. Ing Chun placed the little spirit mouse on the little one's back and lay down on a tree to sleep. However, when he awoke the next day, he was sore all over, regretting his choice. I should find a pet with fur next time. Sleeping on a tree is too hard. After arranging his pets, Ing Chun set out alone for the survivor base. Upon arrival, he was surprised to find the base had been renamed Dawn City. Who came up with that name? It's not appealing at all, Ing Chun muttered as he walked through the gates, unbothered by the guards. After some inquiries, Ing Chun finally located the city lord's office. To his surprise, it was situated in a modest 4-story building, simpler than the surrounding structures. This city lord is really poor, Ing Chun thought. At that moment, the system suddenly chimed in. Sounds like a pauper calling someone else poor. Ing Chun's mouth twitched, thinking the system was becoming more and more cheeky. When would this sarcastic personality change? He couldn't help but retort. You must be secretly skimming my energy. Otherwise, I wouldn't be this broke. The system immediately shot back, skimming my foot. What would I do with energy? Secretly train a pet to take down a useless host like you. Stop right there. You'll need a pass to enter the mayor's office, a guard soldier said, extending his arm to block Ing Chun, his eyes full of caution. Unfazed, Ing Chun calmly replied, could you please inform Mayor Li that Ing Chun is here to see him? The guard hesitated. This person seems so confident, could he really know the mayor? He pondered silently. No, the mayor isn't someone you can just meet on a whim. If there was an appointment, the mayor would have informed us in advance. Just then, a gentle and pleasant voice spoke. Let him in. A stunning woman approached, dressed in a form-fitting professional outfit that highlighted her tall, slender figure. She walked with the grace of a cat, her long legs drawing every eye in the room. Her face was a perfect oval, adorned with bright eyes and red-framed glasses, adding a touch of allure to her intellectual appearance. Hello, I'm the mayor's secretary. You can call me Xue Qinghe. She introduced herself to Ing Chun with a smile. The guard's gaze lingered on her legs, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed audibly. Ing Chun smirked internally, thinking this Mayor Li might also be quite the lecher. With such an enchanting secretary, it would be hard to resist. Hello, I'm here to discuss something with Mayor Li. Ing Chun replied politely. The mayor is already waiting for you inside. Please follow me, Xue Qinghe said, turning to lead the way, with the guard's eyes trailing after her. They walked through several corridors before arriving at the door of the mayor's office. Xue Qinghe knocked gently. Knock, knock. Mayor, the guest has arrived. Come in, came the voice of Li Tianwen from behind the door. Ing Chun followed Xue Qinghe into the office, and the scene before him was breathtaking. The room was lavishly furnished, with desks and chairs made of golden Nanmu wood and classical-style decorations that showcased precious pre-apocalyptic items. Brother Chun, please have a seat. Make yourself comfortable, Mayor Li gestured. Ing Chun, never one for formalities, sat down on the sofa directly. He was straightforward by nature. If invited to sit, he wouldn't refuse. Mayor Li, do you remember what you said yesterday? Ing Chun got straight to the point. Of course, I remember, Li Tianwen nodded. To be honest, after the apocalypse, the Yun family intended to take control of the entire base, turning it into their private domain. Unfortunately for them, Their armed forces were defeated by you yesterday. Many saw this as an opportunity and began targeting the Yun family. Now, all of their top officials have been ousted from the base, and the middle and lower ranks are being cleared out. Ing Chen nodded at this, thinking that with the Yun family's downfall, those so-called top officials stood to benefit the most, having coveted this for a long time. However, he had little desire for such power. There were far too many survival concerns in the post-apocalyptic world. Brother Chun, I have a proposal for you. Would you be interested? Li Tianwen suddenly shifted the conversation. I'm all ears, Ing Chun replied, intrigued. Are you aware of the current situation in Dawn City? Li Tianwen asked. Ing Chun shook his head. His time at the base had been brief, with most of it spent exploring outside. Li Tianwen sighed. Dawn City is on the brink of collapse. A widespread panic over food shortages is brewing beneath the seemingly calm surface. Ing Chun fell silent. He had heard about the food issue from Tang Bufan, but hadn't realized it was this severe. How long can Dawn City's food supply last? Ing Chen inquired. Li Tianwen silently held up one finger, causing Ing Chen's pupils to contract. The survival crisis in Dawn City is imminent. The city lord, Li, sat in his office, his expression grave as he said to Ing Chen, "We can only hold out for another week. Our food supplies are about to run out, and the situation is extremely dire." Ing Chen lounged on the sofa, one leg crossed over the other, and asked nonchalantly, "So, what kind of deal do you want to make with me?" City Lord Li took a deep breath, looking directly into Ing Chen's eyes. "I want to ask for your help to attack the granary. It's currently occupied by mutated beasts. The army has attempted multiple assaults, but to no avail." City Lord Li continued. "We can't use weapons of mass destruction as it would destroy the food. That granary holds enough supplies to meet Dawn City's needs for the next 3 years and is a strategic reserve for national emergencies." Ing Chen frowned, pondering. For the army to be at a standstill against these mutated beasts, they must be formidable in strength and numbers. Considering the short time since the revival of spiritual energy, the army's modern weaponry should be sufficient to handle most mutated creatures. What kind of mutated beasts are these that they can repel the army's attacks? Ing Chen inquired. City Lord Li described. Above the granary is a golden tree, each leaf emitting a golden glow. We attempted a fire attack, but a peculiar bird thwarted it. Additionally, there are numerous mutated beasts near the granary. We encountered a massive swarm of mutated rats that we couldn't break through. Ing Chun stroked his chin, intrigued by this mutated plant. He knew that the fruits of mutated plants might contain energy and possibly have various special effects. "So, what do you offer in exchange for my help?" Ing Chun asked directly. Xue Qinghe, sitting nearby, frowned at Ing Chun, a flash of displeasure in her eyes. She felt Ing Chun was being too rude in front of City Lord Li and couldn't understand why they were seeking the help of this seemingly ordinary young man. City Lord Li replied solemnly, "Name your price. If it's within my power to fulfill, I will." Ing Chun shook his head. He needed energy, something City Lord Li clearly couldn't provide. At that moment, City Lord Li produced a test tube containing a small stone emitting a blue glow. The stone seemed almost otherworldly, dazzling, and magnificent. Ing Chun immediately sensed its extraordinary nature, as if it were absorbing everything around it: light, air, energy, even spiritual energy. "City Lord Li, what is this?" Ing Chun asked curiously. City Lord Li explained. This was discovered 3 years ago by an archaeological team in the far northern glaciers. There were many dinosaur fossils there, even remains of unknown creatures. This stone was found among the bones. He continued. When the archaeologists touched it, they aged rapidly, as if time had been sped up. In just a few minutes, a middle-aged team member turned into an old man and then died. After extensive testing, we discovered that this stone accelerates the time flow for those in contact with it. After losing 3 team members, we managed to seal the stone in a test tube, which prevents its effects. City Lord Li stared at Ing Chun. For 3 years, we've been unable to unlock the secrets of this stone. However, I believe you might find it interesting. Ing Chun scratched his head, puzzled as to why City Lord Li was so certain of his interest in the stone. The system's voice resonated in Ing Chen's ear, explaining the mysterious stone's properties. It contained a trace of temporal power, capable of enhancing the level of time attribute pets, but it was useless for others. Ing Chen thought to himself that such a rare pet likely had a high bloodline level, far beyond his current control. Seeing Ing Chun deep in thought, City Lord Li quickly added, "Brother Chun, this is the most mysterious treasure in the base. I know you're not interested in money, so you can make 3 requests of the base. As long as I can fulfill them, I will." Ing Chun remained silent for a while, finally looking up and reaching out to take the test tube containing the stone. "Deal," he replied succinctly. "Just notify me when the time comes. I'll be around the area for the next few days." After Ing Chen left, Xue Qinghe softly approached City Lord Li from behind, gently squeezing his shoulders with her slender fingers. She asked in confusion, "City Lord, why invite him? How can one person possibly help us? The army suffered heavy losses back then. How can he manage alone?" City Lord Li's expression was grave as he replied in a low voice. It's not him, but the pet behind him. The commotion yesterday was his doing, and the Yun family fell because of him. What? Xueqing's eyes widened in shock, finding it hard to believe that the seemingly ordinary young man was the root cause of the Yun family's downfall. After leaving the base, Chun headed straight for Yunchu's home. The once impressive villa was now in ruins, with all the windows shattered. Inside, the scene was chaotic. Precious furniture destroyed and bloodstains on the floor were a chilling sight. After searching and finding no trace of Yunchu, Chun couldn't help but sigh. If the Yun family hadn't coveted his treasures, things might have turned out differently. During those times, he did share some camaraderie with Yunchu. Leaving the Yun house, Chun wandered the streets of the post-apocalyptic world. The once clean streets were now piled with garbage, with no one to clean up. Survivors huddled together, and with a severe shortage of housing, most could only sleep on the streets. Women were especially vulnerable, easily triggering the darker sides of some people. The authorities were distributing food, treating everyone equally regardless of age or gender. Despite being a lecher, City Lord Li was undoubtedly a hero to the survivors. In such a time of scarcity, he managed to ensure sufficient food distribution each time. Chun realized that City Lord Li was preparing for the impending battle over the granary. If that battle was lost, Dawn City might not escape destruction. People lacking food and clothing would lose their sanity, completely abandoning moral boundaries, and everything would cease to exist. Hey kid, put it down right now. An angry shout cut through the chaos of Dawn City's distribution station. A commotion erupted in the crowd as a staff member tightly gripped a scrawny child, shouting furiously, "Everyone's food is rationed." Just then, a cold voice pierced the air like a sharp blade. "Stop." Before the words had fully settled, the staff member felt a sudden constriction around his neck, and he was instantly flung back by an invisible force. Chun looked up to see a familiar figure approaching slowly. It was Su Yu, the mutant he had encountered before. Su Yu had the ability to control things with his mind, and his appearance was strikingly beautiful, almost like a stunning woman, yet he was undoubtedly a man. His eyes glinted with a dangerous light, and his presence exuded an aura that demanded respect. "Who are you? Do you know what you're doing?" Other staff members quickly gathered, surrounding Su Yu. One bold staff member reached out to grab him, but was swiftly thrown to the ground by Su Yu with a deft move. Suddenly, several blades appeared in the air, glinting menacingly in the sunlight, sending a chill through everyone present. "Mutant! He's a mutant!" A terrified cry rang out from the crowd. "There are mutants in Dawn City. Those blades are floating on their own." The staff members retreated, while Su Yu calmly picked up the food from the ground and handed it to the shivering little boy. He then turned towards the truck loaded with food, speaking in a calm tone. "He's just a child. Why make a fuss? If he wants food, just give it to him. This small amount won't make a difference to you." After a brief silence, an angry staff member broke free from his colleagues and stepped forward. "What do you know?" he shouted. "This is the end times. Giving him extra food could lead to more people demanding it. If it leads to a riot, can you take responsibility?" Su Yu frowned, clearly not understanding these rules. He only knew that the staff member was bullying a child. "It's just for a kid, shouldn't be a problem," he muttered to himself. The staff member sneered. "Just for a kid? Do you know he has enough food for himself? He just wants to grab more. The daily supply is limited. If he takes one, someone else will go without. Is that fair? You understand nothing. You're just a fake saint." "Shut up," Su Yu suddenly shouted, and the blades in the air flew towards the staff member. The staff member, terrified, tried to flee, but the blades were fast, almost catching up to him. He closed his eyes in despair, bracing for pain that never came. Puzzled, he opened his eyes to seeing Chun standing in front of him, having arrived seemingly out of nowhere. Chun held one of the blades firmly in his hand, his arm shimmering with a strange silvery glow, and the blade couldn't leave a mark on his skin. "Someone caught the blade with his bare hand," gasped the crowd. "Look at his arm. This guy is a mutant too. Dawn City has 2 mutants. Are humans finally starting to mutate?" Chen's presence caused a stir among the crowd. Mutants were usually just a rumor, and now 2 stood before them, making it a momentous event. Feeling the blade still struggling in his hand, Chun glanced at Su Yu with a hint of disdain. "You seem oblivious to the difference between you and me." Chun shook his head. Su Yu, whom he had brought back, should have witnessed his power before. Trying to resist his control was sheer arrogance. "Why are you stopping me?" Su Yu frowned, glaring at Chun with anger burning in his eyes. Chun smirked, and suddenly a scorching flame erupted from his palm, instantly melting the flying blade into dripping molten iron. This sight made the surrounding crowd gasp in disbelief. This man possessed 2 superpowers. "You made a mistake, so I must stop you. Leave," Chun said coldly. Su Yu was infuriated and charged forward, throwing a punch at Chun. Chun stood motionless, allowing the blow to hit his abdomen. But in the next moment, flames surged around him, and a blazing fireball struck Su Yu, sending him flying. Su Yu lay on the ground, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Chun strode forward and stepped on Suyu's chest. Do you realize we're in an apocalypse? What you think of as kindness is nothing but blind sympathy, without considering the consequences. Your actions could lead to a bigger disaster. He pointed to a little boy clutching food nearby. Let me show you how harsh reality is. With that, Ing Chun approached the boy and found 3 bags of food on him. This made Suyu's face turn ashen. How could a child need 3 portions of food? Even with a big appetite, 2 would be more than enough. Because this child stole food, some in the group are already restless. If you continue to indulge him, it could lead to looting, Ing Chun said coldly. That's right, this child has stolen multiple times, confirmed a nearby staff member. Ing Chun crouched down, flames flickering in his palm. Tell me the truth, kid, why did you steal 3 portions? Intimidated by the flames, the boy finally admitted, I just wanted the bread, I threw the rest away. This statement sparked outrage. In this apocalyptic world, where others struggled desperately for food, this boy was wasting it by being picky. The crowd erupted in angry shouts. Quiet. Ing Chen's shout silenced the crowd. Once the situation calmed, he turned and walked away, ignoring Suyu. Shortly after, officials from Dawn City arrived to take Suyu away. Exposed as a mutant in front of the crowd, he was likely destined for a fate of being studied. Unlike Ing Chun, who had powerful abilities and a fearsome pet, the weak Suyu could barely stand up to ordinary armed soldiers. Whether he wanted to join the authorities or not, being taken for research seemed inevitable. As night fell, Ing Chun, as usual, was outdoors with the little one and the Chingy bird. The wilderness, after the revival of spiritual energy, was particularly dark. Tall trees blocked out the sky, and even ordinary grass grew to 30 centimeters high. Mutant beasts roamed this darkness, and staying overnight without sufficient strength was akin to courting death. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound from the bushes. Ing Chun looked cautiously towards the source, and the little one and the Chingy bird immediately went on alert. 2 women emerged from the bushes, one following the other. Leading the way was a very beautiful young woman, dressed in a white dress adorned with lace patterns, as elegant as a princess. Following her was a mature, attractive woman whose voluptuous figure was accentuated by white fishnet stockings, exuding an aura that was a blend of purity and desire. Such a combination would leave an ordinary man in awe, but Ing Chun felt no interest. Ing Chun, long time no see. The woman in front, Yun Chu, said softly, her voice laced with complex emotions. Ing Chun recognized them as Yun Chu and her mother. His heart was filled with deep disdain, with no interest whatsoever. He was not the type of man to fall for a woman's charms easily, nor would he forgive betrayal. He adhered to the principle of, if my enemy kills 100, I kill 10,000. Aren't you afraid I'll make a move? Ing Chun said coldly. Yun Chu smiled bitterly, realizing she had severely underestimated Ing Chun back then. She thought her father could suppress Ing Chun, so she had torn their relationship apart. However, she never imagined Ing Chun's strength was so formidable. In fact, there was a misconception here. When Ing Chun first met Yun Chu, the little one was in an evolutionary state, and his own power was still weak, not much different from Yun Chu's father's strength. Subsequent battles mostly involved the little one, with Ing Chun only stepping in once when entering the base. But that was against ordinary people, revealing nothing of his true power. Yun Chu took small steps towards Ing Chun, but before she could get close, the little one blocked her path. Its fierce dragon head stood in her way, growling threateningly. I came to ask you to spare the Yun family, Yun Chu pleaded. The Yun family has already fallen, with only a few insignificant members left. Your revenge should be complete. Please spare the Yun family. I am not targeting the Yun family anymore, Ing Chun replied indifferently. It's your former enemies who are making moves. Yun Chu felt bitter inside, knowing well that it was indeed the Yun family's old enemies taking advantage of the situation, but the cause stemmed from Ing Chun. The one who ties the knot must untie it. Yun Chu continued to plead. I beg you to spare the Yun family. We are willing to make any compensation, including myself and my mother. Additionally, the Yun family can offer other compensations. Yun Chu and her mother trembled slightly. Now, the main branch of the Yun family had fallen because of Ing Chun, suffering significant blows, with key figures being pushed out of power. The Yun family was not just Yun Chu's branch, but due to the losses caused by her branch, the current leaders of the Yun family decided to send Yun Chu and her mother as compensation. Yun Chu was graceful, with top-tier looks and stature, always surrounded by admirers. Her mother's appearance was naturally not lacking, with a mature allure and the deliberately chosen seductive attire. The Yun family believed such a combination would be enough to sway Ing Chun. Ing Chun leapt down from the tree, walking steadily toward Yun Chu. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, scrutinizing the woman before him. Yun Chu forced herself to lift her head, managing a bitter smile. Suddenly, Ing Chun lunged like a tiger, grabbing Yun Chu by the throat and lifting her off the ground. Her feet dangled as she struggled desperately. Her mother, witnessing this, was terrified and rushed forward, clutching Ing Chun's arm and pleading with a trembling voice. Please, please don't kill my daughter. She is innocent. Let her go. At this critical moment, a voice broke the tense atmosphere. Xiao Qinzi, there's something strange about this woman. Hearing this, Ingchen paused. He released his grip, and Yunshu fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string, coughing and gasping for air as if her lungs would burst. Yunshu is strange? How so? Ingchen asked, frowning. She seems just like an ordinary person to me. He sensed carefully and found no spiritual energy emanating from Yunshu, confirming she was indeed still at a normal human stage. It's her mother who is strange, the voice explained. Her aura carries a trace of spiritual energy. If I'm not mistaken, she has come into contact with a significant power source, bringing her close to awakening. Ingchen then turned his attention to Yunshu's mother. She sat on the ground, trembling, her clothes disheveled, softly comforting Yunshu. After a moment of contemplation, Ingchen made a decision. I will visit the Yun family tomorrow. Make sure to send someone to fetch me. You should leave now. He shook his head, pondering what kind of energy source Yunshu's mother had encountered. He would have to visit the Yun family to investigate. It shouldn't be too difficult to find. Otherwise, Yunshu's mother wouldn't be on the verge of awakening. Yunshu and her mother, supporting each other, left the forest. As they departed, the forest returned to its tranquility, with only the rustling of leaves remaining. Stumbling back to the Yun family, the two women were immediately brought to the main hall. 6 stern-looking men sat inside, their eyes fixed on them. Did Ingchen agree to spare the Yun family? One of the men asked, his voice low and hoarse, tinged with a hint of tension. Yunshu shook her head, answering weakly. No. Ingchen said we should send someone to fetch him tomorrow. He wants to visit the Yun family. The hall erupted into an uproar at her words. Ingchen is coming to the Yun family, someone exclaimed. If he still harbors hostility, aren't we courting disaster? We can't. We mustn't let Ingchen come here. Another person said urgently. Maybe he's coming to negotiate, someone suggested, clinging to a glimmer of hope. Everyone fell silent, deep in thought, weighing the pros and cons suddenly. Yunshu's scream and her mother's labored breathing broke the heavy atmosphere. The next day, to Ingchen's surprise, the Yun family indeed sent someone to escort him. Could they be so sure he wouldn't cause trouble? The guide led Ingchen to the current residence of the Yun family. Upon entering, Ingchen was astonished to find that the Yun family had only a handful of guards, resembling an empty fortress. It seems the city lord's men were quite ruthless, Ingchen thought to himself. Mr. Ing has arrived. The gentlemen are waiting for you inside, the guide said respectfully, opening the door. Ingchen entered the room to find 6 men sitting upright, with Yunshu and her mother standing behind them. For some reason, he noticed they seemed exceptionally weak, especially Yunshu, who swayed as if she might collapse at any moment. Did I use too much force yesterday? He wondered briefly but quickly dismissed the thought. The man seated at the head spoke directly. Brother Ing, I'm the current head of the Yun family. I'll be straightforward. What will it take for you to spare the Yun family? All eyes were on Ingchen, awaiting his response. Ingchen shook his head, his tone cold. The Yun family didn't spare me when they attacked, and just recently, they even used a rocket to try to kill me. Why should I spare the Yun family? He recalled how the Yun family had treated him, with no intention of negotiation, only wanting to take by force. Finally, Ingchen said calmly, show me your sincerity. The head of the Yun family stood up and gestured for Ingchen to follow. They walked through several corridors and arrived at an ordinary room. The head of the family bent down and opened the floor, revealing an entrance to a seemingly bottomless basement. Ingchen followed the head of the family into the basement, estimating it to be about 50 meters deep. At the deepest part of the basement stood a heavy iron door. The head of the family entered a 12-digit code, and the iron door slowly opened, echoing heavily in the confined space. Mr. Ing, the head of the Yun family said respectfully. This is the Yun family's collection, accumulated over several centuries. Many items are relics from ancient dynasties. I believe they will meet your needs. Additionally, Yunshu and her daughter are your compensation. You may do as you please with them. Ingchen thought to himself, Xiao Qinzi, the source of spiritual energy is not in this treasury. The woman carries a strong aura. It must be in something she has with her. I understand, Ingchen replied. I'm just here to take a look at the Yun family's collection. As for the source of spiritual energy, it will be ours sooner or later. He stepped into the treasury, his eyes scanning the array of treasures. He picked up a jade seal inscribed with the words, mandated by heaven, with a lifelike dragon head. Could this really be an ancient emperor's seal? Ingchen wondered aloud. Considering the Yun family's long history, he thought it could very well be genuine. Looking around, Ingchen noticed that most items were antiques, priceless before the apocalypse, but now akin to scrap. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a stone egg with a surface covered in uneven patterns. At that moment, the iron door began to close. Ingchen realized that the head of the Yun family had retreated outside. Die, the head's voice called from beyond the door. Ingchen reacted instantly, his body shooting forward, but he was a moment too late. Bang! He crashed heavily against the closed iron door, the sound reverberating within the treasury. Yun family. You've brought this upon yourselves. Ing Chun roared in fury, his arm turning to metal as he began to pound on the iron door relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous noise continued, shaking the entire treasury. After a long while, Ing Chun paused to catch his breath. He realized that his efforts had only left dents on the door, which was incredibly thick and might take a lifetime to break through. He tried using his fire abilities, but could only melt a bit of iron, quickly feeling his strength depleting. Using fire for too long is too exhausting, Ing Chun thought. In my current state, it would take at least a day to burn through. With no other options, Ing Chun returned to the stone egg. Upon closer inspection, he found it to be just an ordinary stone egg, with nothing special about it. System, is this egg really just an ordinary stone egg? Ing Chun asked internally. The system responded, it's just an ordinary stone egg, with no special attributes. They probably placed it here deliberately to entice you deeper into the treasury, then trap you. Ing Chun's mouth twitched at the realization that he had fallen into their trap. Little one, Chingy bird. Ing Chun called out internally, it's time to make some noise. Now, he had no choice but to hope that summoning the little one and Chingy bird would rescue him. Two mutated beasts broke into Dawn City, which was bound to trigger a series of events, possibly even a confrontation with the army. Ing Chun suddenly remembered the cocoon of the god-eating insect he had acquired that day. It was as long as his forearm, hard as refined iron, and its tip was incredibly sharp. He quickly took out the cocoon and effortlessly pierced the treasury's iron door, creating a large hole, and felt a surge of joy. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the gates of Dawn City stared in shock at the distant horizon. A massive mutated beast charged forward like a giant war chariot, exuding a formidable presence that instilled fear in everyone. In the sky, a large azure and red bird circled, emitting a faint glow of fire, resembling a divine bird of flames. A mutated beast attack. Quickly report to the city lord, the soldiers shouted in panic. Prepare for defense. A barrage of shells roared out, but the blue-winged bird agilely dodged in the air, while the beast on the ground charged through recklessly, unharmed. Suddenly, the giant beast let out a furious roar and broke through Dawn City's barrier, charging towards the direction where Ing Chun was. The city lord was furious upon receiving the news. Inside the Yun family's hall, people were joyfully celebrating the plot against Ing Chun, when suddenly there was a commotion outside. The head of the Yun family frowned and said, "Go see what's causing such a disturbance." The security guard stepped outside and froze, trembling all over. Sensing something was amiss, someone inside peeked out, only to be terrified by the dragon head in front of them. The giant beast roared, swung its dragon claws, instantly slicing two people in half, and then broke into the hall, its massive body squeezing inside. Run! It's Ing Chen's pet. The hall descended into chaos as people scattered in panic. Every movement of the beast caused massive destruction, making the entire building shake. Suddenly, its dragon horns knocked down the building's load-bearing wall, causing the whole structure to collapse with a thunderous crash. Yun Chu frantically pulled her mother to escape, but her mother's leg was trapped under a giant stone. Yun Chu, run! With her mother's insistence, Yun Chu fled with tears in her eyes. In the sky, the blue-winged bird continuously spewed flames, encircling the entire area. Some tried to break through the wall of fire, only to find stones turning to ash instantly, leaving them sitting in despair. The head of the Yun family, filled with grief and anger, roared, "Why? Why has the Yun family suffered such a calamity?" Suddenly, Ing Chen appeared like a ghost, kicking the head of the Yun family 20 meters away. The head of the Yun family fell, vomiting blood, clearly not going to survive. Ing Chun coldly asked, "Is it only the Yun family that can kill others, but not others who can kill the Yun family?" The head of the Yun family could only glare at Ing Chun with venomous eyes, his lips moving as if trying to speak, but the blood in his mouth prevented him from making a sound. Finally, his head tilted, and he died, his eyes still filled with resentment. As Ing Chun surveyed the scene before him, the Yun family's estate had become a living hell. Collapsed buildings spewed thick smoke, and fierce flames devoured the ruins while small creatures circled overhead, emitting deafening roars. This scene made Ing Chun stroke his chin, thinking to himself, "Isn't this the classic image of an apocalyptic villain? Am I about to be skewered by some hero's sword?" Just then, a helicopter roared into the battleground. The Chingy bird was about to attack when Ing Chun stopped it in time. He recognized the person on board Li Tianwen, the Lord of Dawn City. "Chingy bird, hold back," Ing Chun commanded. "Let them through." The helicopter pilot breathed a sigh of relief. The Chingy bird had gotten so close that the heat was nearly unbearable. As the helicopter landed, Lord Li stormed towards Ing Chun in a fury. "Ing Chun, do you even know what you're doing?" Lord Li demanded sharply. Ing Chun replied impassively, "I do." He understood why Lord Li was so angry. Lord Li continued to rage. "Your pet forced its way into Dawn City, causing so much destruction along the way. If news of this spreads, it will cause mass panic." Seeing Ing Chun's indifferent attitude, Lord Li trembled with anger. If he weren't aware that he couldn't defeat Ancient, he would have punched him already. Ancient suddenly flashed a meaningful smile. Lordly, have you forgotten about the mutant you took from me last time? I haven't asked for compensation for that yet. Lordly was momentarily speechless with embarrassment and could only awkwardly change the subject. Then, let's forget about this time. We must prepare to set out tomorrow. We can't delay the battle to reclaim the granary any longer. All right, I'll meet you in the field tomorrow, Ancient agreed. With that, they parted ways. Ancient unhesitatingly plunged into battle, his silver figure weaving through the ruins like the Grim Reaper, harvesting lives. On the helicopter, Xue Qinghe witnessed the scene with a shiver. He began to understand why Lordly had invited him to join the fight to reclaim the granary. Can humans really become this powerful? Xue Qinghe murmured to himself. Human evolution has just begun. This is far from the end. Perhaps those ancient myths will indeed reappear in the world. Ancient moved through the battlefield unchallenged, his body covered in silver metal, no one from the Yun family able to withstand his attacks. Suddenly, he discovered Yin Chu's mother among the ruins. Though she was on the brink of death, Ancient keenly sensed a spiritual aura emanating from her she had evolved. What a pity, Ancient thought. She awakened a light attribute ability, excellent for both healing and combat. But her body is too weak to wield it. Since she's an enemy, her fate is sealed. Just then, a fierce shout pierced the air, "Die!" A blinding flash of light appeared, causing Ancient to instinctively close his eyes. The next moment, he was struck hard in the chest. Boom! Ancient flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing through several walls before coming to a stop. As he struggled to push the debris off himself, he realized it was Yin Chu who had attacked him. Wow, this little girl has also awakened a light attribute ability. Ancient remarked in surprise. It's rare for mother and daughter to awaken the same attribute. If they hadn't met me, they might have achieved great things in the future. Ancient had no time to ponder Yin Chu's awakened ability. The power of that blow was astonishing. If not for his metal armor, he might have been killed on the spot. Die, die, die. Ancient roared, his body darting towards Yin Chu like a silver streak. Yin Chu barely managed to track his movements and struggled to dodge to the left. Missing his target, Ancient swiftly turned, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that rained down on Yin Chu, blocking all escape routes. Yin Chu gritted her teeth and fought back, but as a newly awakened novice, she was no match for the powerful flames from the Qingyi bird. Boom! The fire exploded, sending sparks flying. Yin Chu lay on the ground, scorched and her clothes in tatters. She glared at Ing Chun with hatred in her eyes. If it weren't for him, the Yun family wouldn't have been destroyed, and her father, brother, and mother wouldn't have died. She also wouldn't have suffered the indignities inflicted by those despicable side relatives yesterday. Why bother? I really don't have any treasures, Ing Chun sighed, shaking his head, before decisively ending Yun Chu's life. With that, the Yun family princess fell, and the Yun family was completely annihilated. After tidying up the battlefield, Ing Chun found the energy source amidst the ruins. Once absorbed by the system, the energy value soared to over 80,000. This amount of energy could accomplish many things, even upgrading the system by 40%. Afterwards, Ing Chun rode his little companion out into the wild. Pedestrians on the street quickly stepped aside, casting curious glances at him. They whispered among themselves. Is that the legendary first mutant? The one with both beast control and metallization abilities? Terrifying. He single-handedly wiped out the Yun family. It was a massacre. Look at his dragon ant and Qingyi bird. Their evolutionary levels must be high. Probably upper-level spirit beasts, maybe even elite class. People speculated about the grade of his pets. Ing Chen only smiled slightly when he heard this, thinking to himself, upper-level spirit beast? Impossible. The little one is of commander-level bloodline, invincible, and has yet to meet a match. Arriving at the city gate, Ing Chun noticed the large hole his little companion had created, immediately understanding why City Lord Li was so furious. He gently advised, little guy, be more careful in the future, no more destruction. As the night wore on, the system panel automatically opened. Host, Ing Chun. Level 0. Divine Pets, Silver Dragon Ant Extraordinary Species. Energy, 83,222 points. Pets, 1. Silver Dragon Ant. Bloodline level, Commander. Mid-level Spirit Beast Attribute, Metal. Level, Early stage of 3rd grade. Evolution, 0500000. Upgrade, 02000. 2. Pishio Egg. Level, Bloodline level, Divine Beast. Ability, 3. Devil Vine. Bloodline level, Lower Elite. Attribute, None. Level, Late stage of 1st grade. Evolution, 0200000. Upgrade, 02000. 4. Qingyi Bird. Bloodline level, Lower Elite Spirit Beast. Attribute, Fire. Level, Early stage of 3rd grade. Evolution, 0200000. Upgrade, 02000. Ing Chun decided to enhance the bloodline level of the Chingy bird. Instantly, the Chingy bird was enveloped in light, its feathers becoming fuller and sleeker, giving it an even more majestic appearance. Chingy bird. Bloodline level, mid-level elite spirit beast. Attribute, fire. Level, early stage of 3rd grade. Evolution, 040,000. Upgrade, 02000. Does advancing to a mid-level elite require 40,000 energy? Ing Chun pondered, stroking his chin. He deducted 20,000 energy, leaving 6,000. Perfect, I'll boost the Chingy bird one more level, then upgrade the devil vine as well. He calculated his next steps. The system further enhanced the abilities of the blue-winged bird and the devil vine. The blue-winged bird, having just completed its evolution, immediately entered a new phase of evolution, while the devil vine far away in the cavern suddenly began to tremble. Its tendrils rapidly split, multiplying in number and becoming harder. They coiled around the entrance of the cavern, greedily absorbing all the spiritual energy. Any mutated beasts that tried to approach were tightly ensnared by the devil vine, its poisonous thorns piercing their bodies to absorb flesh and energy. Ing Chun suddenly realized a problem. If I had known, I should have brought the devil vine. The corpses of those mutated rats would be wasted otherwise. He recalled what Lord Li mentioned about a large group of mutated rats gathering near the granary. Once the battle was over, the little creature and the blue-winged bird wouldn't be able to consume so many mutated rats. In contrast, the devil vine, as a plant life form, could absorb energy indefinitely. With this in mind, Ing Chun made a quick decision. He rode the blue-winged bird back overnight to retrieve the devil vine into his pet space. By dawn the next day, a large army had assembled in front of the city, ready to set out. Everyone understood the gravity of their mission. This operation had to succeed. Failure was not an option. If they failed, Dawn City would cease to exist. Lord Li stood at the forefront of the troops, his voice booming as he rallied the soldiers. Beside him stood Xue Qinghe, Su Yu, and the mutated human who had once escaped the blue-winged bird's wall of fire. Su Yu was fully equipped, wearing special gear custom-made by the authorities to maximize his mind control abilities. Suddenly, a thunderous sound of footsteps echoed. All the soldiers turned alertly to see the little creature charging across the ground. Its ferocious strength once again stunned everyone present. Even the experienced Lord Li couldn't help but exclaim, "With such a pet, where in the world can't we go?" Next, a clear cry pierced the sky. The blue-winged bird appeared in the air carrying Ing Chun, whose heroic presence on the bird's back left everyone in awe. However, the next moment, there was a collective gasp. Is that person falling off the bird? Won't he die? That height must be at least several dozen meters. Ing Chun leaped off the blue-winged bird's back, landing with a heavy thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. He stood up nonchalantly and said to Lord Li, "Let's go." "All right," Lord Li responded, and the army immediately set out. After half a day's march, the troops finally approached the granary. Ing Chun finally saw the golden tree Lord Li had mentioned. It indeed emitted a golden glow, each leaf shimmering with golden light, casting rays of gold. Under this golden radiance, Ing Chun saw the strange bird Lord Li described. It resembled a wild chicken, entirely red, with nothing particularly special, yet it occupied the central position of the golden tree. Next to it was a massive mutated rat. Even more striking was another unusual mutated beast that Ing Chun couldn't determine its evolutionary origin. It was shaped like a regular dog but had leopard-like spots and a pair of horns resembling those of a bull, giving it an imposing appearance. Ing Chun silently asked the system for information about these creatures. The system promptly responded. Black Absolute Rat. Level 2 mid-grade. No bloodline. High-rank fierce beast. Contract success rate 18. No contract slot. Cannot be contracted. Ing Chun was shocked to see this mutated rat's data. This level is incredibly high. It doesn't seem like a wild mutated beast. A level 2. High-rank fierce beast bloodline. How could any creature have reached such a level just as spiritual energy starts to recover? Jiao. Level 2 late grade. Plant bloodline. Elite low grade. Contract success rate 12. No contract slot. Cannot be contracted. Ing Chun gazed at the mutated beast before him, filled with curiosity. This was his first encounter with a creature possessing plant attributes, and he could sense its extraordinary nature. The system explained that having plant attributes meant it could accelerate plant growth. While this ability might seem ordinary, it was incredibly valuable in a post-apocalyptic world, especially for major powers, since food scarcity remained one of the most challenging issues. The system continued to report on the mutated beast. Shengyu, classified as a mid-level leader, with a 3rd grade early-stage strength, water bloodline, and a spirit beast contract success rate of only 1%, with no available contract slots. Ing Chun was stunned. Evolving to a leader level at the early stage of the apocalypse, and possessing a 3rd grade early-stage strength, was unheard of. He couldn't help but ask the system if such a situation was possible. The system replied emphatically, absolutely not. Normal spiritual energy revival would never allow creatures to evolve so rapidly. Then, the system revealed the truth. It was the sun tree secretly at work, absorbing sunlight and converting it into spiritual energy, accelerating the evolution of surrounding creatures. Ing Chen frowned, realizing this battle would be exceptionally tough. He quickly devised a strategy. Let the little one handle Shengyu. The Qingyi bird tackle Jiao, and he would personally deal with the black Jew rat. City Lord Li anxiously asked Ing Chun if he was confident in stopping the three creatures under the tree. Ing Chun didn't answer directly, but instead proposed selling City Lord Li some information about obtaining more food. City Lord Li was instantly intrigued, expressing willingness to trade anything he could offer. Ing Chun set his terms. He wanted the mutated plants collected by City Lord Li. After a moment's thought, City Lord Li gritted his teeth and agreed. Ing Chun then revealed. The mutated beast resembling a dog but with leopard spots was named Jiao, and it had the ability to accelerate plant growth. City Lord Li was overjoyed upon hearing this, realizing this was exactly what Dawn City needed. He urged Ing Chun to ensure Jiao's survival. At that moment, the mutated rat swarm discovered them, emitting sharp squeaks as they swarmed forward. At City Lord Li's command, countless guns and cannons fired, the power of steel and firepower fully unleashed. Shells blossomed into blood flowers among the rat swarm, bullets piercing through the bodies of the mutated rats. However, the situation was not as optimistic as it appeared. The mutated rats were fearless, launching relentless attacks as if they knew no fear. Worse, their numbers far exceeded expectations. Just as a gap was blasted open in the rat swarm, it was quickly filled by new mutated rats. Ing Chen realized the situation was dire. The warriors below had limited ammunition, and if the battle continued, it would ultimately turn into a test of endurance, whether the mutated rats' numbers were greater or the humans' ammunition was sufficient. The outcome of this battle had become increasingly uncertain. Ing Chun stood observing the scene below, his brow furrowed in surprise. The number of mutant rats far exceeded his expectations, their masses surging like a black tide. His gaze fell upon the massive sun tree, stirring a strong sense of disgust within him. If it weren't for that cursed sun tree, there wouldn't be so many mutant rats, he thought through gritted teeth. On the battlefield, the sound of gunfire was relentless. Soldiers fired desperately, bullets raining down like a storm. Yet, as their clips ran dry, a swift mutant rat seized the moment, breaking through the line of fire. It darted towards the nearest soldier, its sharp teeth tearing open the unfortunate man's throat in an instant. Blood sprayed as the soldier fell, without even a chance to cry for help. The beady eyes of the mutant rat glimmered with a cruel light, seeking its next prey. Suddenly, a thick vine descended from above, swiftly wrapping around it. The vine's poisonous thorns pierced deeply into the rat's body, snuffing out its life in an instant. The soldiers were startled by this sudden turn of events, but quickly realized that these mysterious vines only attacked the mutant rats, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Ing Chen's voice rang out at just the right moment. This is my pet, the devil vine. Don't panic. Focus on eliminating the mutant rats. It will help handle the nearby enemies. His words sparked a wave of astonished murmurs among the troops. A plant pet? Ing Chun was indeed full of surprises. Morale surged, and deafening shouts filled the air. Kill! Kill! Take back the granary. Watching from the side, Lord Li's face broke into a pleased smile. He mused to himself, this young man is truly full of hidden depths. How did that devil vine appear so suddenly? He found Ing Chen more enigmatic than ever. On the sun tree, three mutant beasts watched the unfolding events with burning rage, especially the black absolute rat, which couldn't contain its fury as its minions were slaughtered. It transformed into a black streak of lightning, charging toward the human lines, with Jiao barking madly in pursuit. Ing Chen quickly issued orders. Qing-Yi bird, handle that Jiao. Spare its life, it's still useful. Even as he spoke, he was already rushing to confront the black absolute rat. The black absolute rat charged like an unstoppable force, bullets sparking off its body, and shells too slow to hit their mark. Just as it was about to breach the defenses, a figure suddenly descended from above, striking it with tremendous force. Die! Ing Chun, his body metallic, appeared like a silver war god. His powerful blow sent the black absolute rat flying several meters. The soldiers, witnessing this, were instantly invigorated. Furious, the black absolute rat could not comprehend how a former prey dared to confront it so. Quickly recovering its posture, it lunged at Ing Chun once more. Bring it on! Ing Chun deftly evaded the rat's attack, his right hand flaring with flames as a scorching fireball slammed into the black absolute rat. With a loud blast, its body was charred, the scent of roasted meat filling the air. Yet the black absolute rat refused to concede. Just as it prepared to retaliate, Ing Chun was already upon it. His right hand wreathed in flames, his left hand metallic. He struck fiercely at the rat. The mutant rat, desperate, ignored the heavy blows, extending its sharp claws toward Ing Chen's abdomen. A mere piece of food dares to fight me. As the black absolute rat's sharp claws touched Ing Chen's skin, it initially felt elated, but that quickly turned to shock. The claws couldn't penetrate Ing Chen's skin and only left shallow scratches. Ing Chen was unfazed by these attacks and instead launched a furious counterattack, landing punch after punch on the black absolute rat. The intense battle went on for quite some time until Ing Chen finally stopped, panting heavily. The black absolute rat on the ground had been pummeled into a fragrant paste. Ing Chen sat down to recuperate, his upper body bare from the battle, revealing a perfectly sculpted physique. His eight-pack abs and the muscular lines of his torso were flawless, though his chest was covered in claw marks left by the rat in its final moments. Despite their number, they were merely surface scratches. That little thing was quite strong, Ing Chen thought, turning his attention to the other side of the battlefield. The blue-winged bird was toying with Jiao, who, lacking flight capabilities, was forced to take the hits. The blue-winged bird unleashed streams of high-temperature flames, the terrifying heat of which came from its elite-level, third-grade fire ability, threatening to kill Jiao instantly if he wasn't careful. Ing Chen observed closely and noticed Jiao's left leg was crippled, and his body was covered in charred marks, indicating he was no longer able to fight. At that moment, Sheng Yu broke through from under the sun tree and charged toward the blue-winged bird. Unlike the bird's fire ability, Sheng Yu excelled in water control. He conjured streams of water out of thin air, attacking the blue-winged bird like a high-pressure water cannon. The blue-winged bird screeched sharply, flapping its wings to release fireballs in defense. The collision of fireballs and water streams generated massive amounts of steam in the air. However, the elite-level blue-winged bird was clearly outmatched by the commander-level Sheng Yu, as the water quickly extinguished the flames and surged toward the bird. Little one, team up with the blue-winged bird to take on Sheng Yu, Ing Chen ordered. The little one, a massive silver dragon, ant immediately sprang into action. Although its thin, membranous wings couldn't support prolonged flight, short bursts combined with the blue-winged bird should suffice against Sheng Yu. The ant took to the air, heading straight for Sheng Yu. Sheng Yu was astounded to see such a large creature capable of flight. A silver dragon ant can fly. Am I seeing things? Quick, slap me, he exclaimed. A nearby soldier obliged, delivering a slap that confirmed to Sheng Yu this was no illusion. He swallowed hard, murmuring to himself, terrifying. The silver dragon ant is terrifying, and it can even fly. City Lord Li was equally shocked, and Xue Qinghe finally understood why City Lord Li had enlisted Ing Chen's help. Without Ing Chen, this battle would surely end in defeat. The enormous mutated black rat alone had left them helpless, not to mention the airborne, wild chicken spewing fire. Sheng Yu's water abilities were truly formidable. The volume and power of his controlled water were immense, having just punched through a wall with force comparable to a high-pressure water gun. Despite the addition of the little one to the battlefield, Sheng Yu remained arrogantly confident. Since the revival of spiritual energy, he had yet to encounter an opponent who could match his prowess. Gugu Sheng Yu manipulated the sharp water arrows like invisible blades, launching them swiftly towards the little creature. The water arrows struck its body, leaving shocking scars. Standing aside, Ing Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise as he thought to himself. As expected, Sheng Yu, being at the same leader level, can indeed harm the little one. Although it hasn't completely broken through its defenses, with sustained attacks, it will eventually breach its defenses. At that moment, the little creature let out an earth-shattering roar, its massive body charging towards Sheng Yu like a moving mountain. Sheng Yu tried to dodge but suddenly found the silhouette of the Qingyi bird behind him, trapping him in a pincer attack. Unwilling to be outdone, Sheng Yu controlled the surging water to simultaneously assault the Qingyi bird and the little creature. The powerful impact sent the Qingyi bird flying, but the little creature took the opportunity to reach Sheng Yu. It opened its blood-red maw and clamped down on Sheng Yu's body. Sheng Yu struggled desperately, but the little creature held on tightly. Water arrows continuously battered the little creature's body, and even its metallic shell couldn't fully withstand them, as dense cracks began to appear, with blood slowly seeping out. Suddenly, the little creature's wings could no longer support its flight, and its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. Sheng Yu seized the chance to intensify his struggles, creating a stalemate. In this critical moment, Ing Chen charged forward, gripping the cocoon of the devourer worm in his hand. Without hesitation, he stabbed the cocoon into Sheng Yu's body, but since the little creature had bitten Sheng Yu's head and neck, Ing Chen could only continue attacking Sheng Yu's body. Sheng Yu was gripped by unprecedented panic, the excruciating pain driving it to madness. The little creature increased its biting force, trying to sever Sheng Yu's neck. Sheng Yu exerted all its strength to control the water flow to support the dragon's mouth, barely preventing its neck from being bitten off. Seeing Sheng Yu still resisting, Ing Chen cursed under his breath, "Damn, still not dead." He then frantically used the devourer worm's cocoon to slash Sheng Yu's flesh. Gradually, Sheng Yu's struggles weakened, and finally, the little creature's dragon mouth bit through its body. Xingyu's corpse fell heavily to the ground, and Ing Chun let out a long sigh of relief, thinking to himself, finally defeated it. He turned to the little creature and said, "Little one, this is your prize. Eat it, and you should be able to evolve again." Without hesitation, the little creature swallowed Xingyu's corpse in one gulp. The Qingyi bird watched the scene intently, its small eyes filled with longing. Ing Chun remembered that the Qingyi bird's opponent was Jiao, and Jiao had spared the Qingyi bird's life. Looking outside, Ing Chun saw that the Jiao was being tightly bound by soldiers. He reassured the Qingyi bird, saying, "There's still some black rat meat over there. I'll give it to you in a bit." However, when he turned back, he found that the devil vine had devoured most of the black rat meat. Feeling a bit helpless, Ing Chun gently patted the Qingyi bird, promising that the next prey would be for it first. Only then did the Qingyi bird chirp happily. At this point, the mutant rat horde, having lost their leader, scattered and fled. The soldiers began a frenzied sweep, and without a leader, the rat horde's threat diminished significantly. The devil vine continuously absorbed the dead mutant rats, seemingly with an insatiable appetite. As it absorbed more energy and flesh from the mutant rats, the devil vine's power grew, its body expanded, its tendrils darkened, and their numbers increased. The little creature beside him suddenly entered an evolutionary state, its body expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sharp barbs sprouted densely on its once smooth surface, and the thin membrane wings on its back grew thicker and more resilient. Ing Chun watched this transformation intently, marveling at the wonders of life. At that moment, a system panel appeared, immediately capturing Ing Chun's attention. Host, Ing Chun. Level 0 Divine Pet. Silver Dragon Ant. Extraordinary Species. Energy 6503 points. Pets. 1. Silver Dragon Ant. Bloodline level mid-tier commanding beast. Attribute gold. Level mid-stage 3rd grade. Evolution 0500000. Upgrade 02000. 2. Pishio Egg. Bloodline level. Divine beast ability. 3. Devil's Vine. Bloodline level mid-tier elite. Attribute none. Level mid-stage 3rd grade. Evolution 0400000. Upgrade 02000. 4. Green Wingbird. Bloodline level upper tier elite beast. Attribute fire. Level early stage 3rd grade. Evolution 0100000. Upgrade 02000. Damn. Ing Chun was stunned when he saw these stats. The Devil's Vine had astonishingly jumped from late 1st grade to mid 3rd grade. He suddenly realized that the unique aspect of plant life lies in this. Although they are immobile, they can absorb energy infinitely, allowing them to grow stronger rapidly. This also means that plant life is best suited to guarding a location. If fixed in a place where battles frequently occur, their evolution speed would be exceptionally rapid. As Ing Chun was lost in thought, City Lordly approached him excitedly and said enthusiastically, "Brother Chen, we owe you so much. Without you, we wouldn't have won this battle, and Dawn City might have been destroyed." Ing Chun shook his head, replying seriously, "No need to thank me. The battle isn't over yet." He pointed to the golden sun tree on top of the granary. Following his gesture, City Lordly finally understood. That gleaming tree was clearly unusual, likely a mutated plant life form. The battle continued, and Ing Chen's attention was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure on the battlefield. It was Suyu, whom he had brought back. Suyu was moving nimbly across the battlefield, surrounded by several black blades, cutting down mutated rats wherever he went. City Lordly noticed Ing Chen's gaze and asked, "Brother Chen, I heard Suyu was brought back by you?" Ing Chen nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I brought him back. He's got potential. His ability to control mental power is strong. He just didn't know how to use it." City Lordly explained, "We've equipped him with new gear. Those black blades are specially made for him using the latest technology. They're incredibly thin yet can cut through iron like it's nothing. Even with his limited mental power, he can control 8 blades at once." Ing Chun raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "I thought you might have dissected him, but it turns out you recruited him." City Lordly laughed and explained, "The authorities no longer lack experimental subjects, so there's no need to dissect him. We just need a few blood samples." Ing Chun asked, puzzled, "No need? Does Dawn City have a lot of mutants now? I haven't heard about that." City Lordly shook his head. "Dawn City only has 2 mutants, both related to you. One is the person you brought back to the base, and the other is the soldier you let go." Ing Chun was even more confused. Only 2 mutants? This seemed contradictory to what City Lordly had said about not lacking experimental subjects. City Lordly suddenly laughed. "Ha! Brother Chun, do you know the ability of the soldier you let go?" At first, Ing Chun didn't pay much attention to the soldier's abilities since he had just awakened and didn't notice anything unusual. However, over time, the soldier's special trait gradually became apparent. He possessed an incredible healing ability. Even if he lost a finger, it would quickly regenerate. Ing Chun suddenly realized the potential of this ability and marveled at its power. Although it was currently limited to finger regeneration, For someone newly awakened to their mutant abilities, it was quite remarkable. He couldn't help but imagine that if this soldier continued to level up, he might indeed achieve the miracle of limb regeneration. However, this ability also brought the soldier considerable hardship. Ing Chen frowned, contemplating that the base likely conducted frequent experiments on him, cutting off parts of his body from time to test the limits of his recovery. His thoughts returned to the present as Ing Chen looked at Lord Li with interest and said, "There should be 3 mutants in Dawn City, right?" Lord Li was taken aback and then suddenly realized. 3 people? Oh, of course, Brother Chun, you're a mutant too. I almost forgot. Ing Chen shook his head and looked directly into Lord Li's eyes. No, no, what I mean is, aren't you a mutant too, Lord Li? Lord Li let out a bitter laugh, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect you to notice, Brother Chun. Yes, I am a mutant as well. Ing Chen gave Lord Li a knowing look. He had actually noticed the changes in Lord Li earlier. Based on his memories of their first meeting when Lord Li was still an ordinary person, Ing Chen speculated that Lord Li might have awakened his mutant abilities after the attack by the Yun family. In a flash, Ing Chen's attention was drawn back to the task at hand. He waved his hand and spoke to the blue-winged bird beside him. Little one, come with me. With that, he rushed toward the granary, the massive blue-winged bird following closely behind, crashing open the granary doors. The scene inside the granary immediately came into view, causing Ing Chen to frown deeply. The quantity of grain was far less than expected. No, it was far too little. The blue-winged bird carried Ing Chen as he surveyed the granary, seeing numerous mutant rat pups gnawing away at the piles of grain. Ing Chen's expression turned grim. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. At this moment, Lord Li entered the granary through the gap created by the blue-winged bird, followed by a group of soldiers. Their expressions mirrored Ing Chen's as they saw the mutant rat pups and were filled with fury. Lord Li shouted angrily, "Kill all these mutant rat pups." Just as the soldiers were about to act, Ing Chen stopped them. "Hold on," he said in a deep voice. "Let the devil's vine handle it." At Ing Chen's command, the devil's vine quickly spread into the granary. Countless tendrils weaved through the confined space, and the mutant rat pups scattered in all directions. However, their speed was no match for the agile vines. One by one, the mutant rats were ensnared, with poisonous thorns piercing their bodies, absorbing their flesh and blood, leaving only piles of bones behind. Lord Li watched in amazement and exclaimed, "Brother Chun, your pet is incredibly powerful." Each time he saw Ing Chen's pets, he felt envious. Why wasn't his ability beast control? Look at Ing Chen. With just a beast control ability, he could navigate the post-apocalyptic world with ease, not to mention his other abilities. He was truly blessed. Moments later, a soldier hurried over, holding several record books. He reported to Lord Li, "Lord, after an estimate, the grain loss in the granary is severe, about 70%. Lord Li frowned and asked, "How long can the remaining grain supply Dawn City?" The soldier replied, "About 10 months. If new people join Dawn City during this time, the duration will be even shorter." Lord Li's face showed his concern. 10 months was too short, far from enough. He murmured to himself, it might be challenging to stabilize Dawn City in just 10 months. Hearing this, Ing Chen reminded him, "Lord Li, have you forgotten about Jiao? As long as you tame it, the food problem will be solved." This statement seemed to offer Lord Li a glimmer of hope, reigniting his determination. Yes, with Jiao, the powerful mutant creature, they might truly solve Dawn City's food crisis. Lord Li looked gratefully at Ing Chen, resolved to start taming Jiao as soon as possible to pave the way for Dawn City's future. Ing Chen gently landed atop the grain warehouse on his azure-winged bird. As they neared the legendary sun tree, he was astonished to find this miraculous tree rooted directly into the hard cement ground. He scrutinized the peculiar tree closely. Unlike ordinary plants that rely on soil nutrients, the sun tree directly absorbs sunlight, converting it into spiritual energy and necessary nutrients. This unique trait allows it to thrive even on metal surfaces. Cautiously, Ing Chen approached the sun tree, running his fingers over its rough bark. To his surprise, he encountered no hostile reaction. He took a deep breath, feeling the unusually dense spiritual energy around him, finally understanding why creatures like Xingyu could evolve so rapidly. The concentration of spiritual energy here is incredibly high. Ing Chen murmured to himself. Even I can sense it clearly. Looking around, he noticed why mutated rats had placed their young inside the warehouse thanks to the sun tree. The spiritual energy here was far denser than outside, facilitating the young one's evolution. The little creature and the azure-winged bird also sensed the uniqueness of the place, eagerly frolicking and fluttering around the sun tree. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Ing Chen's mind. "Little Chun, carefully search around the sun tree. It's not as simple as it seems." "Why?" Ing Chen asked, puzzled. The system explained. The sun tree is an extremely rare evolutionary plant. Although it's a mutated plant without consciousness and not a true plant life, The chance of an ordinary tree evolving into a sun tree is almost zero. In legends, the sun tree is exclusive to the Heavenly Emperor. You might not have heard of the Heavenly Emperor, but surely the name Three-Legged Golden Crow rings a bell. Three-Legged Golden Crow, Ing Chun exclaimed, memories of childhood myths flooding his mind. You mean, the three-legged golden crow that transforms into the sun? Exactly, the system confirmed. The very three-legged golden crow, the true emperor of flames. No creature can surpass it in the realm of fire. The mighty solar fire can burn everything, and the three-legged golden crow can transform into the sun, worshipped by countless beings. It also goes by another name, Heavenly Emperor. It's an extraordinarily powerful three-legged golden crow, and thus the lineage of the three-legged golden crows is known as the Heavenly Emperor lineage. In shock, Ing Chun followed the system's guidance, meticulously searching around the sun tree. From the canopy to the roots, he examined every inch, but found nothing unusual. Could the system be wrong? Ing Chun wondered aloud. Absolutely not, the system replied firmly. Store the sun tree in the pet space, and anything that doesn't belong will reveal itself. Since the sun tree lacked consciousness, Ing Chun easily stored it in the pet space. As the sun tree vanished, the spiritual energy concentration in the area began to decrease, gradually aligning with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Ing Chun noticed a small indentation on the cement wall. He crouched down and retrieved a small piece of white bone from the hole, examining what seemed to be a slender bird claw. The surface of the bone bore peculiar patterns, simple yet elusive, as Ing Chun couldn't recall the exact design whenever he looked away. The system spoke again. Don't waste your effort. At your current level, you cannot discern the bone patterns of the golden crow lineage. These are used to identify pure-blooded golden crows, also known as solar divine patterns. The owner of this bone was a juvenile, three-legged golden crow, and a pure-blooded one at that. But, Ing Chun asked, perplexed, how could a pure-blooded golden crow's bone end up on this planet? It shouldn't be possible for a three-legged golden crow to originate here, especially a pure-blooded one. System, Ing Chun suddenly thought. Can you cultivate a three-legged golden crow from this golden crow bone? In theory, yes, the system replied. With this bone, it's possible to guide a mutated beast down the evolutionary path of a three-legged golden crow. However, the likelihood of cultivating a pure-blooded three-legged golden crow is extremely low. You'd need to gradually enhance the beast's bloodline until it ultimately evolves into a pure-blooded three-legged golden crow. But, the system added sharply, you, being broke, can't afford to raise a three-legged golden crow, let alone help it evolve. I suggest you abandon this idea. Ing Chun couldn't help but laugh. Broke? You, a system existing for countless years, can't even offer a beginner's gift pack. I've never seen such a stingy system. I haven't complained about you, yet you're already complaining about me. Ing Chun carefully placed the sun tree next to the Pisho egg and the Chingy bird egg, hoping to accelerate their hatching. He suddenly realized that the Chingy bird egg might be influenced by the sun tree, potentially giving it a fire attribute upon hatching. However, he quickly remembered that the Chingy bird was inherently a fire attribute creature, so this outcome was not surprising. I'm such a fool, Ing Chun muttered with a wry smile, rubbing his forehead. This system is really stupid. No wonder it's been so poor all these years. He gently patted the small creature's back, signaling it to take him down to the granary. Inside the granary, soldiers were busily loading food onto carts, preparing to transport it to Dawn City. Ing Chun keenly noticed that many mutants had suddenly appeared among the soldiers, something he hadn't sensed before. Puzzled, Ing Chun went straight to Lord Li and asked directly, Lord Li, why have so many mutants suddenly appeared among the people? Lord Li explained, after you went up to the granary, people started evolving one after another. Strangely, all these evolutions happened in the granary, possibly due to the dense spiritual energy here. Ing Chun was taken aback, recalling that the spiritual energy in the granary, influenced by the sun tree, was nearly 6 to 7 times that of the outside. System, why haven't I evolved yet? Ing Chun asked internally. The system's response left him amused and exasperated. I didn't expect your aptitude to be so poor. Perhaps you should eat that stone. It might lead to a breakthrough. Ing Chun took out the stone given to him by Lord Li, which had the power to accelerate time. He named it the Time Stone. Eat this thing? I'd probably die. Although Ing Chun was strong, he was no match for the power of time. I don't believe your nonsense. The system continued to suggest, it's worth a try. Once you contract a pet with a time attribute, you can attempt it. Using time as a catalyst might awaken your latent genetic abilities. Ing Chun casually stored the time stone in his space, thinking that a pet with a time attribute wouldn't be easy to find. As for the golden crow bone, while it was suitable for the Chingy bird, the bird was already on the path to evolving into a Chingwan and might eventually become a phoenix. Although the golden crow's bloodline was strong, the phoenix bloodline was equally formidable, as dragons and phoenixes have always been emblematic of mythical beasts. At that moment, Lord Li approached Ing Chun earnestly, saying, Brother Chun, Could you have your pet escort the grain convoy? I'm worried something might happen along the way. No problem. Ing Chun agreed readily, sending the small creature and Chingy bird to escort the convoy. He and the devil vine remained near the granary to ward off any nearby mutant beasts. Not far away, a recently evolved soldier looked at Ing Chen's meditative figure with envy and remarked to his companion, "That's Lord Ing, with 3 abilities: flame, metal manipulation, and beast control. He's incredibly powerful. If I had Lord Ying's abilities, I'd be unstoppable in this post-apocalyptic world." His friend lightly tapped his head, reminding him, "Hey, wake up. Your ability isn't bad either, and with so many brothers not having evolved, you should feel very lucky." The soldier immediately perked up. "You're right, my ability isn't bad. Who knows, maybe I'll surpass Lord Ying in the future." Nearby, Suyu sat cross-legged, using his mental abilities to absorb the abundant spiritual energy and accelerate his own evolution. Suddenly, Ing-chan sensed a malevolent gaze. He cautiously scanned the surroundings, but the gaze vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Ing-chun murmured to himself, frowning slightly, as if he sensed something unusual. In the crowd, a soldier with a peculiar expression adjusted his hat, his face momentarily twisting. Just then, someone patted him on the shoulder, and he quickly put on a smile. "Xiaoli, don't slack off. Come and help," a companion cheerfully called out. "Thanks to Lord Ying, we haven't had any mutant beast attacks. Otherwise, with so many people gathered, we'd surely attract a large group of them." "Yes, thanks to Lord Ying," Xiaoli responded, his tone strange when mentioning Lord Ying. Others assumed he was just excited and didn't think much of it. With that, Xiaoli went on to transport food. "Ing Chun, one day there will be a reckoning," Xiaoli muttered to himself, clenching his left fist tightly. A mysterious energy spread through his palm, as if it contained the power to destroy everything. Meanwhile, in Ing Chen's pet space, the blood of Cheong Qi suddenly throbbed violently, seemingly triggered by some stimulus. However, neither Ing Chun nor the system noticed this subtle change. The grain transportation operation lasted for 3 whole days, with countless people working day and night, racing against time. The little one and the green-winged bird also worked tirelessly for these 3 days. Although their strong constitutions meant it didn't affect them much physically, they were inevitably mentally exhausted. During these days, the number of mutated warriors increased, and more people evolved. Even Su Yu had advanced to the mid-tier of the first rank. In the granary, Ing Chun was sitting and chatting with Lordly. "Lordly, how much longer until the transportation is complete?" Ing Chun asked. "Mr. Ing, let me answer that for you," Xue Qinghe interjected, walking over with graceful cat-like steps. She wore a cheongsam, revealing a pair of stunningly long legs as she moved. "Lordly, you're quite fortunate," Ing Chun teased. Every time he saw Xue Qinghe, he couldn't help but make fun of Lordly a bit. Xue Qinghe's beauty was enough to captivate any man, not to mention that Ing Chun sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy from her, indicating she had become a mutant. "It will take about 3 more hours to finish the transportation," Xue Qinghe reported. However, recently, soldiers have reported encountering mutant beasts more frequently during transport. Although the dragon ants and green-winged birds have often deterred them, the situation hasn't improved. Hearing this, Ing Chun also felt something was amiss. Logically, with the little one and the green-winged bird present, not many creatures should dare to approach. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly echoed. It was definitely not the little one's voice. Ing Chun looked in the direction of the sound and saw a lion covered in deep red flames approaching. Coincidentally, the little one and the green-winged bird were not present. They were escorting the transport convoy. The devil vine tried to approach, but was ignited by the lion's flames. The system immediately displayed a prompt. Blazing Lion King. Level, late 2nd rank. Attributes, Fire Wind. Bloodline level, mid-tier elite. Spirit Beast, continuously evolving. Contract success rate, 1%. No contract slots available. Unable to contract dual attribute Spirit Beasts. This was the first time Ing Chun had seen a Spirit Beast with dual attributes, and its bloodline level was so high. Even more surprising was that despite being only a mid-tier elite Spirit Beast, it was as difficult to contract as a leader-level creature, with an abysmally low success rate of 1%. System, why does it show as continuously evolving? Ing Chun asked, puzzled. The system explained, this lion has gone berserk and is now in a frenzied state, having lost its mind. It likely consumed a treasure far exceeding its own rank, forcing its bloodline to evolve. However, the surrounding spiritual energy is clearly insufficient to support its evolution, so it needs to devour other beings or objects containing spiritual energy. Run! This monster is beyond your capability. A desperate shout pierced through the crowd, but it was already too late. A newly awakened warrior, relying solely on the enhanced strength and physique from his recent evolution, ignored the warnings around him and charged at the Flame Lion King. His eyes gleamed with overconfidence, inflated by the power he had recently acquired. "Just a mutated lion? Let me handle it," he shouted arrogantly, leaping into the air and diving down. aiming a powerful punch at the Flame Lion King's head. As his fist descended, a fleeting moment of triumph crossed his face, but it quickly froze into terror. The lion's head remained unmoved, his all-out attack proving utterly ineffective. Roar! The Lion King roared, its claws igniting with intense flames, striking the warrior with ferocity. He flew backward like a kite with a broken string, tracing a bloody arc through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, coughing up blood as his life force rapidly diminished. Ingchen witnessed this scene, his mouth twitching slightly. Your warrior is really reckless, he thought, shaking his head inwardly, wondering how a first-tier novice dared to challenge a second-tier veteran Flame Lion King. City Lord Li's face turned awkward, inwardly cursing the rash warrior, feeling the loss of a mutant acutely. I'll hold him off, run. Ingchen's words were barely out before he shot towards the Flame Lion King like an arrow. His words left City Lordly stunned. Could it be that even Ingchen couldn't handle this lion? Hurry. Speed up the evacuation, leave the remaining grain, just retreat. City Lordly decisively ordered a full retreat. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, why are we retreating? Does this mean even Lord Ing can't defeat the lion? Without his dragon ants and bluebird, Lord Ing alone might not be a match for this mutated lion, someone explained. In the crowd, a man named Xiao Li smirked coldly, thinking to himself, it would be best if you died here, or you will soon know the meaning of hell. Ing Chun transformed, his body turning silver, like a silver lightning bolt crashing into the Flame Lion King. The lion, enraged, flexed its muscles and let out an earth-shattering roar. Shut it! Ing Chun yelled, delivering a full-force blow to the lion's neck, momentarily silencing it. But the lion did not fall. Instead, its powerful forelegs struck Ing Chun hard. Boom! Ing Chun grunted, feeling as if his insides were about to explode. He conversed with his system internally. This creature is definitely not an ordinary elite. It feels as strong as the little one. The system responded, no, no, no. Given time, it might surpass the little one, depending on the quality of treasures it consumes. Damn, Ing Chun could only engage the Flame Lion King in a difficult dance, thankful that the lion seemed mindless, driven by pure instinct, allowing him to barely hold on. Suddenly, with a sizzling sound, flames erupted from the lion's body, igniting everything around. The marble floor cracked under the heat, and a 100-meter radius was engulfed in flames. Unfortunate warriors caught in the blaze were instantly reduced to ashes. You think you're the only one with fire? Who do you think you're looking down on? Ing Chun roared, igniting himself in flames. The two fires clashed midair, neither gaining the upper hand. Even the flames from the blue-winged bird couldn't easily suppress the second-tier Flame Lion King's fire. This lion is too strong. What kind of treasure did it consume to become this powerful? Ing Chun was astonished. A gust of wind surged, causing the lion's flames to swell, breaking through Ing Chun's fiery defense. The entire battlefield turned into a sea of fire, like a scene from a fantasy epic. Inwardly, Ing Chun thought, I was mistaken before. Sorry, I'll add another chapter today, for chapters tonight. In the midst of the battlefield, a colossal flame lion roared, standing at a towering height of 10 meters, like a 3-story building. This beast, as if it had stepped out of mythology, was massive and muscular, emanating an intimidating aura. Opposing it was the shimmering Ing Chun, but his condition was far from optimistic. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes had long been incinerated. If not for the metallic protection, he might have already collapsed with severe injuries. Suddenly, the flame lion's tail, resembling a burning whip, lashed towards Ing Chun with overwhelming flames. The air was torn apart, producing a piercing howl. Ing Chun barely dodged to the left, but his movement was a fraction too slow. The tail whip grazed his body, and the intense impact made him cough up blood once more. I can't go on like this, or I'll die here, Ing Chun thought to himself. At that moment, his companions, Little One and the blue-winged bird, were on their way, but even at their fastest speed, they would need 10 minutes to arrive. Die? Just die already, Ing Chun shouted angrily, launching a massive fireball from his arm towards the flame lion. However, being of the fire attribute as well, the flame lion had a high resistance to fire. The fireball, which could severely injure a black abyss rat, was nothing more than a tickle to it. Taking advantage of this, Ing Chun turned and ran. The flame lion was momentarily stunned before it reacted, letting out an enraged roar and frantically pursuing Ing Chun. It's not mindless. Has it gone mad? Why is it still chasing me? Ing Chun muttered to himself in confusion. Because your spiritual energy is the highest among those present. If it doesn't chase you, who else would it chase? A voice suddenly echoed in his mind, as if answering his question. Ing Chun cursed, realizing that the flame lion was ignoring everyone else and charging straight at him. Even the mutants were disregarded. It broke through all barriers, creating a fiery path behind it. It's over, a soldier exclaimed in despair as the charging flame lion approached. With his speed, he couldn't possibly evade it. However, Just as he braced for death, the flame lion completely ignored him, leaving him dumbfounded. Moments later, he was overjoyed, experiencing a feeling of rebirth in just a few seconds. In a corner, Xue Qinghe quietly asked, Lord Li, shouldn't we help Mr. Ing? Lord Li's expression was grave, and after a moment of silence, he could only sigh. If we go, it would be a death sentence. We simply don't have the ability to help him. Xue Qinghe looked at the battlefield where the flame lion and Ing Chun clashed, feeling a chill in his heart. It was terrifying. The central area had turned into scorched earth for hundreds of meters. He silently prayed, I hope Mr. Ing can escape this ordeal. Ing Chun ran for his life, having left the granary behind, weaving through the deserted city, using walls for cover to avoid pursuit. If only the God-Eater worm were longer, I'd stab you to death, Ing Chun cursed as he ran. Gradually, he noticed the spiritual energy ahead was becoming denser, filling him with joy. With such dense spiritual energy, there must be high-level mutant beasts. If I can lure the flame lion over, they will surely clash, and I can seize the opportunity to escape. Fireballs shot from behind, and Ing Chun quickly dodged, but the flame lion was closing in. Suddenly, Ing Chun felt the spiritual energy growing even more intense. Looking up, he saw a dilapidated university ahead, Lakeside Tianhe University. Isn't this the university Xiuchuan Jiao mentioned? The location of the mutant fig tree, Ing Chun thought, but with the flame lion fast approaching, he could only grit his teeth and rush in. Upon entering the campus, Ing Chun realized there were quite a few mutant beasts. A few mutant cats were resting on boulders ahead, and upon sensing the flame lion's presence, their fur stood on end, baring their teeth as they watched the approaching threat, ready to react at any moment. The mutated cat let out a piercing hiss, attempting to intimidate Ing Chun. However, with his body fully metallic, Ing Chun was unafraid and charged forward. The enraged mutated cat leaped up, its sharp claws aiming directly at Ing Chun's chest. Get lost! Ing Chun shouted angrily, instantly igniting the flames within him. The scorching wave of fire blasted the mutated cat away, its fur instantly charred black, and its agonized howls echoed in the air. In the past, Ing Chun would have exterminated all these mutated cats, but now, he had no time to engage with them. He quickly rushed into the school building and found an empty classroom to hide. The Flame Lion King arrived shortly after. The mutated cats, upon seeing the Lion King, cowered on the ground, not daring to move. The Lion King lowered its head, its massive lion head comparable in size to the mutated cats. One of the mutated cats trembled, not daring to move. Suddenly, the Flame Lion King caught a whiff of Ing Chen's scent from it. The Lion King opened its massive jaws and bit down on the mutated cat. The cat struggled frantically, its claws leaving shallow marks on the lion's head. Witnessing this, the other mutated cats scattered in panic. The Flame Lion King disdainfully ignored them and slowly stepped into the university campus. Ing Chun, anxious and desperate, called out to the system in his mind. Can you erase my scent? If this continues, I'm doomed. The system calmly replied. Release the Qiongqi blood to incite all the nearby mutated beasts and drive them into a frenzy. I'll die too, Ing Chun exclaimed in terror. If all the mutated beasts rush at me, there's no way I'll survive. The system suggested, splash the Qiongqi blood on the Flame Lion King. All the mutated beasts will naturally be drawn to it. The blood of a mythical beast is an irresistible treasure to them. Gritting his teeth, Ing Chun said, let's do it. He quickly took out the vial containing the Qiongqi blood, which held over 50 milliliters. The system instructed in his mind, keep a drop, then pour out the rest. Ing Chun took a deep breath and suddenly pushed the door open, charging out. Before the Flame Lion King could react, he hurled the vial at it with all his might. Roar! The Flame Lion King, upon seeing Ing Chun, went into a frenzy. Its tail whipped out like lightning, shattering the vial in midair. The Qiongqi blood splattered onto the Lion King, and it froze momentarily. It could sense the nobility of the black blood on it, a supreme presence. Its very bloodline trembled, manifesting the bloodline suppression vividly. Yet, its instincts screamed to devour the blood, as if doing so would allow it to evolve completely. Roar! Roar! Oh whoa! The surrounding mutated beasts, sensing the aura, went berserk under the influence of their bloodlines, their roars echoing endlessly. Just as the Flame Lion King was about to consume the Qiongqi blood on it, a massive mutated bird suddenly attacked. This black raptor, with a wingspan of 15 meters, was even larger than the green-winged bird. Its body was covered in black feathers, like forged iron, indestructible. Its talons, as thick as a person's thigh, gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Hiss! The black raptor struck successfully, tearing a chunk of flesh from the Flame Lion King. The Lion King roared in pain, its entire body erupting in flames, forming pillars of fire to encircle the black raptor. However, the Qiongqi blood on it seemed unaffected by the flames, instead absorbing the energy from the fire. The system immediately analyzed. Black Iron Eagle, grade, second tier late stage, no bloodline grade, elite mid-level fierce beast. Contract success rate, 7%. No contract slot available. Unable to contract. Roar. A deafening howl pierced the sky as a massive beast suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This gigantic tiger had a prominent king character engraved on its forehead, and its entire body was covered in fur that gleamed like forged steel, reflecting a metallic sheen. Its size was comparable to that of the Flame Lion King, but it was even more imposing, standing a full 10 meters tall. Golden fur covered its strong, powerful muscles, and every movement it made exuded unparalleled strength. Compared to the Flame Lion King, this giant tiger was even more visually striking. Its sturdy limbs resembled pillars of heaven, and with a casual swipe of its sharp claws, the hard concrete ground was torn apart as if it were mere paper. With a powerful leap, the giant tiger pounced directly onto the Flame Lion King, beginning a frenzied attack. At the same time, countless mutant beasts swarmed in, joining the assault against the Flame Lion King. In the distance, a little creature and a blue-winged bird were also approaching, making the situation increasingly dire for the Flame Lion King. Chen coldly stated, "Just wait, today I'm taking you down." He quietly took out the pupae of the god-devouring insect and slipped into the depths of the academy amidst the chaos. At this moment, all the mutant beasts were drawn to the blood of Qiongqi, allowing Chen to move unhindered. Where is this botanical garden? Chen wondered as he searched, only to find that the entire academic building lacked any map of the academy. He couldn't help but think, what a foolish design, didn't they know students could get lost? With no other choice, Chen wandered through the academy. Suddenly, he noticed several clear footprints on the ground. These footprints were evidently recent, as the surrounding area was covered in dust, yet the prints themselves were strikingly clean. Are there still humans surviving here? Chen was puzzled. Logically, with so many powerful mutant beasts in the academy, especially the black iron eagle and the unknown giant tiger outside, it seemed impossible for humans to survive here. Even other mutant beasts could be devoured at any moment, let alone ordinary people. Interesting, Chen thought. If there are humans, they must be students here. They should know where the fig tree is. Following the trail of footprints, he searched until he lost the trail in a classroom. After a thorough search, he found no hidden passages. As he gazed out the window, he suddenly spotted a few people running through the academy. Chen quietly followed them, intrigued by the fact that there were still people surviving in the academy. Ahead, a group of 5'3" men and 2 women all appeared to be in the prime of their youth. They were once students of this school, who, after the apocalypse, had met by chance and survived numerous mutant beast attacks together. One of them, by a stroke of luck, had evolved early and gained the ability to mimic scents, enabling them to imitate the smell of any creature. It was this ability that had allowed them to barely survive in the academy. Eventually, the others also awakened their own abilities, becoming mutants themselves. Leading the group was Tianming, the first to awaken his abilities and a prominent figure in the school. At Lakeside Tianhe University, known for its talented students, his academic abilities were among the top. Tianming, do you really think we can escape? A female student asked quietly, addressing Tianming at the front. We absolutely can, Tianming replied cautiously, scanning the surroundings. He knew very well that with the mutant beasts in turmoil, this was the best chance to escape. If they waited for the chaos to subside, their chances would be slim. Just then, a hand suddenly tapped Tianming on the shoulder from behind, and a voice said, "Hey, young man, care to show me the way?" "Who goes there?" Tianming exclaimed, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. He was shocked to realize that someone had managed to approach them undetected. If this mysterious person had malicious intent, they would be completely defenseless. "Don't be nervous. I just want you to lead the way." A cheerful voice chimed in, startling the group. They instinctively stepped back, eyeing the stranger warily. "Who are you? Why are you in the academy?" Tianming demanded nervously. In his senses, this person, who called himself Chen, had no spiritual energy fluctuations, which was certainly unusual. Tianming had always prided himself on his ability to detect such things. Chen replied nonchalantly, "I'm just an ordinary person. I heard there's a mutated plant here and came to take a look." The young people's expressions subtly shifted, unable to conceal their secret. Chen understood immediately they must have seen the mutated fig tree. "We don't know anything about a mutated plant. You should look for it yourself," Tianming said, trying to remain calm, though his slightly clenched left fist betrayed his anxiety. Suddenly, Chen's figure vanished like a specter. Even with Tianming's abilities, he could barely track his movements. In the next moment, Tianming was horrified to see that Chen's target was a girl in their group. "Chia, run. That guy's a monster," Tianming shouted. But before the girl named Chia could react, a large hand had already seized her firmly. "Ah!" Chia kicked her pale legs futilely, but the hand holding her was as unyielding as an iron clamp. "Your name is Chia? Sounds like an online handle," Chen remarked, holding Chia by the neck with his left hand and gripping her shoulder with his right. Tianming's face turned ashen, his vaunted abilities rendered useless in this moment. Ing Chun calmly proposed. Take me to the fig tree, and I'll ensure you leave here safely. I overheard you discussing how to get out of the academy. As long as you lead me to the tree, I promise not to harm you. He thought it better to use force than negotiation, although he had no intention of harming the girl, merely using her to compel their compliance. Tianming hesitated for a long time before finally conceding. Fine, I'll take you there, but you have to release Chief first. Just then, a voice echoed in Ing Chen's mind. Xiao Qinzi, the person before you has 3 mutated abilities, one of which is particularly powerful. Truly a favored child of destiny. Ordinary people might only awaken enhanced physical traits, while a few gain elemental abilities. Only 1 in 100,000 dual ability users might become a triple ability user. Hearing this, Ing Chen's expression changed. Could this kid really be extraordinary? But he quickly dismissed the thought, confident that no matter what, the boy wouldn't surpass him. He released Chia, pushing her back to her companions. After a brief, hushed discussion, they began to lead Ing Chun. The journey was surprisingly smooth, with no encounters with mutated beasts. Meanwhile, Ing Chun received a message from his little companion. It and the green-winged bird were outside the academy, observing the fierce battle among the mutated beasts. Surprisingly, the Flame Lion King was not being defeated. Instead, it was gaining the upper hand, turning the tide of the battle. Is this the fig tree? Ing Chun stood beneath it, gazing up at the massive tree that towered 6 meters high, marveling at its rarity. In the world of fig trees, such height was indeed uncommon. The tree bore about a dozen fruits, some golden and full, emitting a mysterious glow, while others were still unripe, awaiting their time. The ripe fruits resembled divine fruits from the heavens, exuding a rich aura that attracted nearby creatures. A thought struck Ing Chun, and he asked the system about the tree. The system's voice echoed in his mind. This is a mutated plant without consciousness. Though not a true life form, its fruits are extraordinary. They can aid in evolution, maximizing potential. Whether mutant beasts or humans, consuming them can enhance abilities. The people around you have likely tasted these fruits. Hearing this, Ing Chun was overjoyed. This was exactly what he needed, a chance to awaken his true powers. Although the warriors of Dawn City saw him as a formidable force with 3 abilities, those powers actually came from his pets, not himself. Just then, Tianming kindly reminded him. The fruit is only effective the first time you eat it. Eating it multiple times does nothing. It might not be useful for you, so perhaps you should stay back. They had all eaten the fig tree's fruit and were aware of its effects. However, Ing Chun flashed a mysterious smile. No, I need it. This statement puzzled the others, as they found it hard to believe that such a powerful person as Ing Chun had not yet awakened. Wait for me here. I'll be right back. Before anyone could respond, Ing Chun had already leaped toward the fig tree. The others exchanged glances, their expressions bewildered as they watched him leave. Qi Yi couldn't help but ask, Tianming, do you think he'll really get us out? If we don't leave the academy this time, we might not hold on much longer. When the apocalypse began, their awakened powers were just enough to handle mutant beasts. But as the fig tree's aura grew stronger, more terrifying mutants joined the fray, especially the black eagle and the giant golden tiger, whose mere presence was intimidating. Tianming's eyes displayed mysterious patterns as if he could see into people's hearts. He will. I can feel he's someone who keeps his word. Suddenly, Cat Star mused. Could it be that he hasn't evolved yet, given how eagerly he rushed to the fig tree? Everyone was stunned. If Ing Chun was this powerful without evolving, what would he be like after evolution? By now, Ing Chun had reached the fig tree. Looking up, he saw a small crow flying toward a ripe fruit. How dare you snatch food from a tiger's mouth, he shouted, his palm igniting with orange-red flames, hurling a fireball at the crow. The unlucky crow, not yet mutated, tried to evade in fear. However, it was grazed by the fireball, instantly becoming a no-foot crow. Ing Chun caught it, examining this little creature, surprised to find it hadn't mutated at all. It was still an ordinary crow from before the apocalypse. The system's voice chimed in again. Xiao Qinzi, its potential rivals yours, as useless as dog poop. In such a rich aura environment, and yet no mutation. Ing Chun looked thoughtfully at the crow in his hand, contemplating his next move. Ing Chun's forehead throbbed with anger as he heard the system's words. His hands instinctively tightened their grip, almost crushing the little crow to death. At this critical moment, the system urgently shouted in his mind, don't kill it yet. This little crow is crucial to your lifelong destiny. Ing Chun paused, loosening his grip slightly. My lifelong destiny? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? The system retorted without hesitation. Mistaken? My foot. This little crow is key to you acquiring a 3-legged golden crow with the bloodline of the Celestial Emperor. The system then explained in detail that although the piece of golden crow bone Ing Chun obtained was small, if devoured by an extremely weak mutant beast, it could, with the system's power, alter its evolutionary path to that of the Celestial Emperor. However, just as the system finished speaking, Ing Chun awkwardly looked at the lifeless little crow in his hand. No matter how he shook it, The little creature remained unresponsive. Too late, it's already dead. The system was silent for a moment before finally managing to say, "You are quite something." Then it fell into a state of silence. Ing-Chen scratched his head awkwardly, trying to salvage the situation. There should still be unevolved crows around, right? I can look for more. But he knew deep down that with the spiritual energy becoming increasingly dense, finding another creature as unchanged as the little crow would be nearly impossible. With no other options, Ing-Chun sighed. Forget it, today's really been unlucky. The Cheongchi blood is gone, and I even accidentally killed the little crow. He casually tossed the crow's body aside and turned to the fig tree. Faint spiritual energy emanated from the tree trunk, making the surrounding energy even denser. System, store it all in the space, Ing-Chen commanded. Instantly, the entire fig tree vanished, placed alongside the solar tree in the pet space. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Among the 6 eggs of the Chingy bird, one suddenly developed several cracks. The system immediately alerted him. Crack, crack, Xiaoqinzi, one of the Chingy bird's offspring is about to hatch. Ing-Chen quickly took out the 6 eggs, noticing only one was about to hatch while the others remained still. He couldn't help but sigh. Seems like I have no fate with this little one. Without the energy to upgrade the system, he couldn't acquire more contract slots, and thus this little creature couldn't become his pet. The hatching egg absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly, soon depleting it. A black bird head emerged from the shell, its curved beak and small eyes curiously observing Ing-Chun. The little creature then began devouring its eggshell, consuming it entirely in no time. It hopped onto Ing-Chen's shoulder, displaying great affection. The system promptly provided information about the little creature. Magic Sky Rock. Level, Initial Stage Grade 1. Attribute, None. Bloodline Level, Upper Leader. Fierce Beast Contract Success Rate, 92%. No contract slots available, unable to contract. Damn, this little thing has such a high bloodline level. Ing-Chun was utterly shocked. He recalled when he first encountered the Chingy bird. It was merely an upper-level spirit beast, a flame spirit bird back then. He never expected its offspring to be born as an upper leader. Ing-Chun marveled at the twists of fate, feeling both regret for missing such a powerful companion and excitement for what the future might hold. The system's voice resonated in Ing-Chen's mind, explaining the uniqueness of the Mo Tian Peng bird. This bird, hatched from an egg, had undergone an astonishing mutation during incubation. Not only did it change its attributes, but it also evolved from a spirit beast to a fierce beast, with its bloodline level skyrocketing from lower to upper rank. The system continued to warn, do not expect it to follow you for long. The Mo Tian Peng bird has a strong demonic nature, and if not bonded with soon, it will inevitably betray its master. This instinct is ingrained in its bloodline, and it might even attack its own parents when hungry. Ing-Chun nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. The system reassured him. Don't worry, the other 5 eggs in your pet space hold greater potential. The fact that this Mo Tian Peng bird hatched first actually means it's the weakest. Ing-Chun decided to let the Chingy bird see its child before releasing it. He turned to walk back, unaware that the crow he had tossed aside was slowly opening its eyes and struggling to move. When Ing-Chun returned to Tianmeng and the others, Tianmeng's gaze was immediately drawn to the Mo Tian Peng bird on his shoulder. The little bird seemed irritated by the stare and let out a sharp cry. Ing-Chun quickly soothed it. All right, stop yelling. Luckily, the Mo Tian Peng bird was very dependent on Ing-Chun and soon quieted down. Noticing Tianmeng's curious expression, Ing-Chun remarked, your eyes are special. They can see through the essence of things, can't they? No, there's more to them, right? Tianmeng was startled, surprised that his ability had been seen through. Ing-Chun continued, don't worry. In the apocalypse, abilities will eventually be exposed. Sometimes, showing your strength can be advantageous. I know the Lord of Dawn City, the largest survivor base nearby. I can recommend you, though it will require some cost. Upon hearing about a survivor base, everyone became excited. Mao Xing eagerly asked, do you really know of a survivor base? Ing-Chen nodded affirmatively. Of course, I came from there. Tianmeng calmed down and asked, what cost must we pay? Ing-Chun mysteriously replied, no rush, we'll discuss it after everything's settled. As everyone was puzzled, a massive blue and red bird suddenly appeared in the sky. Tianmeng exclaimed, run? This is a very powerful mutant beast, even stronger than that black eagle. However, the bird did not attack. Instead, it landed in front of Ing-Chun. Everyone was astonished as Ing-Chun casually petted the formidable bird as if soothing a child. Ing-Chun explained, this is my pet, Chingy. No need to worry. He placed the Mo Tian Peng bird on his shoulder in front of the Chingy bird. The Chingy bird paused, then recognized its child through the call of its bloodline. Chingy, this is your child, take a good look, Ing-Chun said. The Mo Tian Peng bird also recognized the Chingy bird and started chirping. After a while, the Chingy bird communicated to Ing-Chun that the Mo Tian Peng bird had its own path to follow and hoped to be set free. Ing Chun nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will give it its freedom. You all hide first. I'll come to get you once it's over. Ing Chun ordered decisively. He leaped onto the back of the Qing Yi bird, handing the Mo Tian Peng bird to Tian Meng and the others, knowing that his little companion was ready outside the academy, poised to enter the battlefield at any moment. The battle was at a fever pitch. The blazing flame Lion King was covered in wounds, its left leg pierced by the black iron eagle, bleeding profusely. The black iron eagle was in no better shape, with one of its wings torn off, yet it remained fixated on the Lion King, attacking fiercely. The golden tiger was relatively less injured, with only one eye blinded and its body marked by the Lion King's claw marks. This golden holy tiger, at the late second tier, had both gold and light attributes, making it an elite high-level spirit beast with a contract success rate of 60%. Unfortunately, there was no contract position available to tame it. This chaotic battle had drawn the strongest mutated beasts from a 100-mile radius, with many slightly weaker beasts lurking, ready to pounce. Let's begin, Ing Chun commanded softly. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky, startling every mutated beast present. The little companion charged like lightning, unstoppable. A mutated dog that crossed its path was instantly crushed underfoot. By now, the little companion had grown to a colossal size. The blazing flame Lion King roared and swung its massive paw, met by the little companion's dragon claw, the sound of breaking bones audible. Unfazed, the little companion bit down on the Lion King's head, unleashing its formidable strength. Sensing danger, the black iron eagle attempted to flee, but the little companion's ferocity filled it with dread. Despite being elite-level beings, they paled in comparison to the dragon bloodline of the little companion. Suddenly, a sea of fire descended, encircling the entire battlefield. All the mutated beasts hoping to escape were left in shock. Get down. Ing Chun descended from above, delivering a punch that sent the black iron eagle plummeting to the ground. His body turned metallic as he launched a barrage of attacks on the eagle's chest. The eagle let out a piercing wail, its remaining wings slicing towards Ing Chun's waist with the force of a blade, sending him flying. Ouch! That hurt. Ing Chun groaned as he got up, grateful for the protection of his metallic form, which left him with minor injuries. Flames erupted from his body as he charged at the black iron eagle like a human torch. The flames transformed into serpents, scorching the eagle's body. The Qing bird cleared the surrounding mutated beasts, its fiery breath like the scythe of death, instantly killing ordinary mutated beasts. Meanwhile, the little companion was locked in fierce combat with the blazing flame Lion King and the golden holy tiger, its robust body surpassing even the lion and tiger. Suddenly, a strange power surged from within the blazing flame Lion King, not enhancing it, but suppressing it. The Lion King panicked as its power was subdued, and in that instant, the little companion's dragon claw struck its head heavily. Boom! The Lion King was slammed into the ground, the earth splitting open for dozens of meters. The little companion roared, biting through the Lion King's neck. Seeing this, the golden holy tiger was overwhelmed with fear. As the little companion approached, it collapsed, exposing its soft belly in submission. The battle was nearing its end, the outcome clear. Ing Chun calculated silently, knowing there were still 7 chapters left to complete the mission. The little creature lunged at the sacred tiger without hesitation, its dragon claws swooping down with a whoosh. This evolved ant had no concept of a mammal's surrender posture. Just at the critical moment, Ing Chun's command came through in time, and the dragon claws halted midair. The golden sacred tiger, still shaken, was relieved to have narrowly escaped death. Meanwhile, Ing Chun was locked in fierce combat with the black iron eagle. His fists rained down on his opponent, sparks flying and feathers burning. Gradually, the black iron eagle lost its life. Breathing heavily, Ing Chun sat on the eagle's corpse, surveying the surroundings. The battlefield was cleared, littered with the corpses of mutant beasts. Little one, Qingyi, go ahead and consume this flesh, Ing Chun instructed. The mutant beast meat on the ground was rich in spiritual energy, providing not only energy for him, but also aiding in their evolution. On the rooftop of the school building, Tian Meng and his companions watched the thrilling battle unfold. They were awestruck by Ing Chun's terrifying prowess in defeating the black iron eagle, the blazing flames of Qingyi, and the giant dragon-head, ant-bodied beast's ability to take on both the lion and tiger. Tian Meng, are those 2 creatures his pets? How are they so powerful? Catstar asked in disbelief, eyes wide open. Even Tian Meng didn't possess such fearsome abilities. Among the group, the man holding the Mo Tianpeng bird had a glint in his eyes. He had an affinity ability that allowed him to establish friendly relations with any creature, as long as their level difference wasn't too great. Ing Chun approached the flame Lion King's corpse and discovered that the Qiongqi blood had already merged into its body. What a waste of that Qiongqi blood, he muttered. Didn't you save a drop? The system reminded him. Oh right, I did save a drop, Ing Chun chuckled. Guiding with just 1 drop is extremely difficult. You'll need to upgrade the system 3 more times to possibly achieve it. The system doused his enthusiasm. Ing Chun rubbed his forehead, thinking how this system was still a useless one. Let the little one consume the Flame Lion King's flesh. The Qiongqi blood is already integrated, which might trigger its evolution. Qingyi isn't suited for Qiongqi's energy, forcing it might backfire. The little creature crawled over and began devouring the Flame Lion King's flesh, while the golden sacred tiger watched enviously but dared not act. Curious, Ing Chun reached out to stroke the sacred tiger's massive head, feeling its soft fur. The golden sacred tiger, understanding, cooperated, and even rolled over to expose its belly. This sacred tiger is actually quite good, but unfortunately, there's no contract slot available now, Ing Chun lamented. His primary goal was to cultivate the three-legged golden crow, and he had to reserve a contract slot for the god-eating worm. System, can you unlock more pet contract slots? Ing Chun inquired. If you level up twice more, I'll open a pet shop where you can buy and sell contract slots. How about that? The system suggested. Really? Ing Chun was overjoyed. Just kidding. The system replied coldly. A thunderous roar echoed through the surroundings as the belly of the Flame Lion King suddenly split open, and a milky white little snake emerged, collapsing weakly to the ground. Ing Chun leaned in closer to take a better look and was astonished to find that this was no ordinary snake. It had a single horn growing from its head and 4 tiny claws beneath its belly, clearly identifying it as a young dragon that had begun its transformation. Ing Chun suddenly realized that this was the unknown treasure the system had previously hinted at. It was the cause of the Flame Lion King's bloodline mutation and its increasing combat power. He quickly brought up the system panel, and information flooded his vision. Ice Jiao level, grade 1 initial stage. Attribute, Ice Bloodline. Level, Lower Lord. Spirit Beast contract success rate, 20%. Contract position, none. Contract status, unable to contract. Ing Chun's eyes widened as he incredulously stared at the panel. A Lord-level bloodline. This was the first time he had encountered such a high-level bloodline. A Lord bloodline meant its possessor could command vast territories and countless mutated beasts. This far surpassed the commander level, with a world of difference even between a high commander and a low lord. System, how could the current spiritual energy concentration possibly nurture a Lord-level creature? Ing Chun asked, puzzled. The system calmly replied, of course it couldn't. Based on my perception, this little creature's existence spans a long era, far beyond your imagination. It is not a product of this age. Ing Chun picked up the little ice jiao, which struggled fiercely, its sharp teeth piercing his skin. Instantly, ice began to form around the wound. However, before the frost could spread, a surge of intense flame rose up, melting the ice. The young dragon writhed in pain. Ing Chun hesitated. Since he couldn't form a contract, he considered destroying it. At that moment, the little creature suddenly opened its mouth wide and swallowed the young dragon whole. Having already consumed the Flame Lion King, which contained the bloodline of the Qiongqi, and now swallowing the young dragon, the little creature entered another evolutionary state. Ing Chun suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power within him, a result of his physique synchronizing with the little creature. This enhancement was far beyond anything he had experienced before. The little creature's form began to swell, its dragon head growing more menacing with barbs sprouting, and a new horn shooting upward from its central crown. Its body blended dragon and ant features, covered in hand-sized, shimmering dragon scales. A pair of feathered wings sprouted from its back, each feather sharp as a spike. Its tail grew into a tiger-like appendage with quills standing upright like a porcupine's. The little creature's color shifted from silver to pure white, losing its shine, but gaining a more majestic and awe-inspiring presence. Ing Chun felt the continuous surge of power within him, as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. He knew this was merely an illusion brought on by the sudden increase in strength, but he reveled in the feeling of power. However, this power came as quickly as it went. In no time, Ing Chun felt the strength rapidly draining away, soon returning to his previous state, and it continued to decline. System, what's happening with the little one? Why do I feel its power weakening? Ing Chun asked anxiously. The system was silent for a moment before responding. I am working overtime to analyze the data. I suggest you rest first. I will provide a complete report tomorrow morning. Of course, this won't count towards tomorrow's update. In addition to the morning report, there will be extra updates. The little creature underwent a remarkable transformation during its rebirth. Not only did its species change, but it also evolved into a fearsome dragon-ant hybrid. Its level advanced to the early stage of the 3rd rank, possessing both gold and ice bloodlines, and it evolved into a lower-level Lord Spirit Beast. Ing Chun observed the data displayed by the system, feeling both joy and concern. 2.5 million energy? Ing Chun stared at the upgrade requirement for the little creature, feeling a wave of despair. The creature was evolving at such a rapid pace that his ability to earn money simply couldn't keep up. Amidst his confusion, Ing Chun noticed an unusual phenomenon. System, the little creature's bloodline has improved, so why has its strength decreased? He could clearly feel the shared power greatly diminished. The system explained, the little creature is in a weakened state and will recover after some time. It then added, unfortunately, the little creature hasn't inherited the bloodline abilities of the Qiongqi. Despite the system's regret, Ing Chun was already satisfied. The little creature now possessed a lord's bloodline, with its entire body serving as a lethal weapon, and it had gained the ability to fly. Its appearance had completely transcended that of ordinary mutated creatures, becoming a true monster. As for inheriting the bloodline abilities of the mythical beast Qiongqi, Ing Chun didn't dare to hope. After all, in mythology, Qiongqi was one of the four great ferocious beasts, renowned far beyond ordinary mythical creatures. Little one, take good care of yourself, Ing Chun said softly, placing it into the pet space. While the system was lacking in many areas, its pet space was exceptionally powerful. This space spanned 10 kilometers and was picturesque, like a paradise on Earth. At the center of the space stood a solar tree and a fig tree. Beneath the trees lay 6 eggs, 1 Pichio egg and 5 green-winged bird eggs. The green-winged bird eggs were absorbing spiritual energy from the solar tree, while the Pichio egg seemed indifferent to it. Though it was unclear where the system sourced the sunlight, the solar tree indeed absorbed the light within the space and emitted a large amount of spiritual energy in return. The little creature lazily lay under the fig tree, slowly regaining its strength. Witnessing this, Ing Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning his gaze to the nearby golden light holy tiger, Ing Chun suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the big cat's head and threatened, "Big cat, will you take me to your lair?" The golden light holy tiger looked confused, clearly not understanding his words. After a difficult explanation, the golden light holy tiger finally understood the man's intention and reluctantly nodded in agreement. It had realized from the previous events that this man was not to be trifled with. A high bloodline dragon was fed to a pet just because it bit him. If it refused his request, it might not survive today. Seeing this, Ing Chun nodded in satisfaction and gave it the leftover mutated beast meat from the green-winged bird. This meat was of high quality, something Ing Chun would not easily give up under normal circumstances. But since the green-winged bird and the little creature were already full, and the voracious devil vine wasn't present, he had to make a painful sacrifice. The golden light holy tiger's eyes lit up as it smelled the meat, and it began devouring the mutated beast meat on the ground voraciously. In no time, the battlefield's leftover meat was completely cleared. It then carried Ing Chun on its back, heading towards its lair. The green-winged bird followed closely in the air, with no mutated beasts daring to approach along the way. The system suddenly asked, "Xiao Qinzi, why do you want to go to the golden light holy tiger's lair? Do you know there are treasures there?" Ing Chun chuckled inwardly, finding the system's intelligence lacking, unable to grasp such a simple matter. He explained, if it managed to evolve to the elite level so early in the spiritual energy revival, it definitely relied on some treasures. There's a good chance those treasures are hidden in its lair. The lair of the Golden Light Sacred Tiger was only a few kilometers away from the lakeside Tianhe University. With the tiger's speed, it reached the destination in just a minute. When Ing Chun dismounted from the tiger, he found that the lair was surprisingly set inside an abandoned warehouse. Upon pushing open the rusty warehouse doors, he was greeted by piles of scattered cotton, indicating that this place was once a cotton storage facility before the apocalypse. Led by the sacred tiger, Ing Chun ventured deeper into the warehouse and unexpectedly discovered 3 tiger cubs crying for food. The little ones immediately let out excited cries at the sight of the sacred tiger. Curiously, Ing Chun crouched down and carefully picked up one of the cubs. He noticed that the cubs were still in their infancy, with their teeth just beginning to emerge. This action made the golden light sacred tiger tense up. Through system detection, Ing Chun discovered that this tiger cub had already undergone mutation. Thunder Spirit Tiger. Level, Grade 1 Initial Stage. Attribute, Thunder Bloodline. Grade, Elite Upper Rank. Spirit Beast Contract Success Rate, 90. Contract Position, None, temporarily unable to contract. Although this tiger cub possessed the same elite upper rank bloodline as the Golden Light Sacred Tiger, its attribute was singularly focused on thunder. Only when Ing Chun gently put the cub down did the sacred tiger relax. It was clearly worried that Ing Chun might harm its young. Ing Chun thoroughly searched the entire lair, but found no anomalies, as if the legendary treasure didn't exist at all. Disappointed, he bid farewell to the sacred tiger. After taking off on the blue-winged bird, Ing Chun's attention was suddenly drawn to a ground hole behind the warehouse. He deduced that the sacred tiger's treasure was likely hidden there. Upon landing, Ing Chun found the area around the hole was covered with the sacred tiger's droppings, clearly meant to deter other mutated beasts. The hole's diameter was about 6 meters, but for the now massive sacred tiger, which spanned over 10 meters, it was obviously too small. Ing Chun speculated that the lair must have been discovered by the sacred tiger when it was young, and it was here that it obtained some treasure, prompting its evolution into the Golden Light Sacred Tiger. Activating his full-body metallization ability, Ing Chun ventured into the hole alone, leaving the large blue-winged bird to wait outside. He lit a flame for illumination and observed that the marks on the cave walls seemed more machine-made than dug by a beast. As he ventured deeper, the temperature plummeted, causing even Ing Chen's robust constitution to shiver. Eventually, he reached the end of the cave, discovering a small opening leading downward, with the faint sound of water flowing, suggesting an underground river. At that moment, the system suddenly alerted him. Xiao Qinzi, I sense the presence of a dragon below. This unexpected discovery left Ing Chun astonished. Could this be a dragon's lair? Or was there a creature mutating towards dragon-like characteristics hidden here? The entrance was narrow, and Ing Chun had to patiently widen it. After an hour of strenuous effort, he finally managed to squeeze through. As Ing Chun entered the cavern, the sight before him was breathtaking. Though there was no sunlight, the ceiling was embedded with countless minerals that emitted a blue-violet glow, casting a mysterious aura over the entire space. In the center of this football field-sized underground world, a black river flowed silently. Ing Chun cautiously approached the riverbank and reached out to touch the water's surface. Instantly, a piercing chill surged through him, prompting him to quickly retract his hand, only to find it frostbitten. Despite his extraordinary constitution, the extreme cold left him utterly astonished. The system explained that the dark river might be contaminated with the blood of an ice dragon. It elaborated on how the dragon race passed down their legacy through bloodline contamination, resulting in various mixed blood dragon species. Listening to this, Ing Chun couldn't help but marvel at the low success rate of such a method. He carefully observed the river, but found no trace of any creatures. Frustrated, Ing Chun recalled that if he had brought the little spirit mouse along, treasure hunting would have been much easier. However, during the pursuit by the Flame Lion King, he had long forgotten about the little creature. With no other choice, Ing Chun had to search on his own. Inch by inch, he explored, hoping to find some clue to treasure. Yet, as time passed, his hopes gradually faded. Just as Ing Chun was about to give up, he happened to glance down and suddenly noticed a few small plants growing on the wall. These pale blue plants each had 7 leaves shaped like dragon teeth, stubbornly thriving amidst the blue-violet minerals. Ing Chun was instantly thrilled, convinced that these unique plants must be precious treasures. To survive in such a harsh environment, they were certainly no ordinary flora. Xiao Qinzi, you now have ice abilities and can create ice pillars under your feet, so there's no need to struggle climbing walls. As Ing Chun was arduously climbing, the system's voice suddenly chimed in with a hint of teasing. Ing Chun was left speechless, feeling a bit mocked by a silly system. Despite his frustration, he had to admit the system had a point. After some effort, Ing Chun finally grabbed the small plant and landed back on the ground. He carefully examined his find. 3 small plants, 2 large and 1 small, looking quite ordinary without any aura, resembling common weeds. System, what kind of grass is this? Ing Chun asked curiously. The system promptly replied, this is Qixing Longya grass, which only grows where a true dragon has fallen. It enhances physical strength and might even grant the consumer a dragon's bloodline. Ing Chen's eyes lit up with excitement, as if stars were twinkling in them. A treasure, he exclaimed. It was the first time he had encountered such a treasure that could enhance physical strength. However, looking at the 3 plants in his hand, one of which was not yet mature, he felt a bit disappointed. It wasn't the best time to use the Qixing Longya grass, as Ing Chun remembered his agreement with Tianming and the others. He carefully stored the 2 mature plants in his pet space and planted the immature one near the sun tree, hoping it would continue to grow. After doing so, he left the cave. Meanwhile, Tianming and the others were anxiously awaiting Ing Chen's return. Tianming, that guy has been gone for over 2 hours. Should we keep waiting? Qi asked, concerned. Although Tianming was internally frustrated, he remained calm. He'll come back. His bird is still with us. Nonetheless, he was displeased with Ing Chen's behavior. Despite promising them, he had ridden off on a mutated giant tiger right after the battle. At that moment, a boy named Du Xinping approached Tianming, holding the Mo Tian bird. Scratching his head sheepishly, he said, Tian, I have a stomachache and need to take care of it. Tianming nodded in agreement. All right, go ahead. As Du Xinping was about to leave with the bird, he was stopped by Maoxing. You're taking the bird to the bathroom? Maoxing asked, puzzled. Du Xinping was known for avoiding trouble, so this seemed unusually responsible of him. Du Xinping rolled his eyes and retorted, if I don't take it, can you guys take care of it properly? With that, he left with the bird. Half an hour passed, and Maoxing finally realized something was off. Why hasn't Du Xinping returned? Could he be in danger? But we didn't hear any cries for help. Prompted by Maoxing, Tianming and the others realized something was wrong and immediately began searching for Du Xinping. Spread out and look. If there's danger, shout for help. If you find Du Xinping, call everyone loudly. Tianming ordered. After a thorough search, the group gathered again with grim expressions. Qi frowned and summarized. There were no cries for help and no signs of battle nearby. It seems he didn't encounter a mutated beast, but ran away. Tianming realized they were in a difficult situation. If Ing Chun returned and discovered the bird was gone, he would surely be furious. Du Xingpeng might have seen the bird's powerful combat abilities and got greedy, running off with it. He analyzed, angrily hitting the wall. Damn it, Du Xingpeng's actions had effectively put them all in danger. Tianming, maybe we should run too. That guy is definitely not someone to mess with, Qi Yi suggested. At that moment, a shadow appeared on the ground. Looking up, they saw the Qingyi bird descending. Tianming's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he was in a state of panic. He knew well that trying to escape was futile. With the presence of a flying mutant bird, there was no chance of getting away. He lowered his voice and said to his companions, "If things go south, we'll split up and run. Get as far as you can. Whether we make it out or not depends on our luck." The group was startled by his words, instantly grasping his meaning. Cold sweat began to trickle down their foreheads as a wave of tension washed over them. At that moment, Ing Chun leaped down from the back of the Qingyi bird. He noticed that everyone was nervously watching him. Even Mao Xing had beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Ing Chun couldn't help but wonder, could they be shocked by my display of power? Looking around, Ing Chun realized the Mo Tian Peng bird was nowhere to be seen, which puzzled him. He asked, "Where did the Peng bird go? Did it run away?" This question made the group's bodies tense up instantly. Ing Chun was even more puzzled, thinking, what's wrong with these people? Have they gone mad? Tianming hesitated for a moment before slowly revealing the truth. The Peng bird was stolen by one of our companions. Unexpectedly, Ing Chun wasn't angry. He just waved it off casually. "Oh, it's about that. No need to worry. I was planning to let the Peng bird go anyway." Ing Chun chuckled to himself, realizing that they were tense over such a matter. As for the Mo Tian Peng bird being taken, he only felt sorry for the boy who took it. The Peng bird was fierce by nature, and mere affinity abilities wouldn't be enough to tame it. "Let's go. I'll take you to Dawn City," Ing Chun said. Great. Tianming and the others were overjoyed and followed Ing Chun out of the academy gates. They found a barely functioning car and set off. The Qingyi bird circled in the sky, its presence deterring ordinary mutant beasts and ensuring a safe journey. In the car, Mao Xing curiously observed Ing Chun and asked, "Big brother, what's your name?" Ing Chun, Ing as in victory, Chun as in star. "Brother Chun, where did your pet go? What's your ability?" Mao Xing pressed, almost leaning on Ing Chun. Ing Chun rubbed his head, amused by the girl's familiarity. He replied, "You'll find out about my ability once you reach Dawn City. I won't explain now." "Humph, stingy." Mao Xing pouted and turned her head. Her cheeks puffed up like a little spirit mouse, prompting Ing Chun to pinch her cheek playfully. "Hey, how annoying. I feel like hitting him," Mao Xing exclaimed, glaring at Ing Chun with her little teeth grinding. But to Ing Chun, this scene was endearingly cute. May you always keep this innocence, Ing Chun thought silently. In the harsh post-apocalyptic world, such pure eyes were becoming a rarity. The journey was smooth, and they approached Dawn City without encountering any danger. "Brother Tianming, there are people. We're finally reaching the survivor base." Qi Yi couldn't help but shout excitedly. Tianming and the others were equally delighted, while Ing Chun remained calm. To him, every place was the same. Few things in the apocalypse posed a threat to him, and he could easily survive even in the wild. "Hey, a vehicle is approaching us. Be ready," came the shout from a distant lookout. The guards of Dawn City began their preparations. As the vehicle entered the 100-meter warning range of Dawn City, it was stopped. "Stop the car. Everyone get out for inspection," a soldier commanded, halting the vehicle. The car pulled over, and everyone got out one by one. As Ing Chun stepped out of the car, the guards were momentarily stunned before eagerly approaching him. "Master Ing, please come in," one of the guards said respectfully. "City Lord Li has been worried about you since he returned and instructed us to report to him immediately upon your arrival." Ing Chun glanced at Tianming and the others behind him and said calmly, "I'll meet City Lord Li later. For now, you should check these individuals." He pointed to his companions behind him. "I still need to retrieve the Devil's Vine and likely won't be back today." The guards curiously examined Tianming and the others, sensing the powerful aura emanating from them. "Sir, where did you find these people? They seem to be mutants, especially the man leading them. His presence is extraordinarily strong." Ing Chun replied succinctly, "We met by chance. If they join Dawn City, they'll significantly strengthen your forces." The guards proceeded to conduct a thorough check on Tianming and his group. Moments later, a soldier returned to Ing Chun and respectfully reported, "Master Ing, after inspection, none of them are carrying any dangerous items and can enter Dawn City. Do you have any other instructions?" Ing Chun shook his head. "Tell City Lord Li that I'm fine and we'll see him tomorrow." Then he turned to Tianming and the others. "Go ahead into Dawn City. I'll contact you for a second transaction when I have time." Tianming and his group nodded in agreement and followed the soldiers into Dawn City. Ing Chun was already considering the second transaction, which would involve recommending Tianming and his group to City Lord Li in exchange for a price. "Qingyi, go find the Devil's Vine," Ing Chun ordered. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Qingyi, the bird, cried out, flapping its massive wings and carrying Ing Chun into the sky, quickly becoming a small black dot in the distance. The soldiers on the ground watched Ing Chun disappear with envy, sighing softly. Although they were mutants too, their abilities were worlds apart from Ing Chen's. By the time Ing Chun reached the granary, dusk had fallen. Countless tendrils of the devil's vine writhed across the ground, ready to ensnare any creature that came too close. Suddenly, the devil's vine surged, its numerous tendrils rising like giant pillars, frightening nearby mutant beasts into fleeing. The devil's vine has grown so large, Ing Chen remarked as he leaped off Chingy's back, landing safely as a massive tendril caught him and gently placed him on the ground. Ing Chen spent half an hour bonding with the devil's vine before slowly walking into the granary. By then, there was no trace of mutant beasts inside, only some grain scattered on the floor. After a day of travel, Ing Chen was feeling quite hungry. He gathered some rice and retrieved a pot from his personal space. He formed ice cubes and melted them with fire to quickly obtain clean water. Soon, the granary was filled with the enticing aroma of rice. "I've missed eating rice," Ing Chen said, savoring the fragrant rice. Since escorting Yin Chu, he had been eating mutant beast meat, which, while delicious, had become monotonous. The rice tasted especially sweet and satisfying. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a faint squeaking sound reached his ears. Ing Chen looked up to see a small spirit mouse scurrying towards the rice, its tiny legs moving rapidly, looking quite adorable. Just as the spirit mouse was about to reach the rice, Ing Chen swiftly caught it. Squeak, squeak. The spirit mouse struggled frantically, letting out urgent squeaks. Its whiskers had barely brushed the fragrant rice before being caught, leaving it visibly disappointed. The timid little mouse, always the first to run when danger looms, is also the first to appear when there's food around. Ing Chen caught the tiny spirit mouse, gently rubbing its soft fur between his fingers. He flipped his hand, turning the little creature into a fluffy ball, then stretched it into a long strip. The spirit mouse let out a series of rapid squeaks until Ing Chen finally released it. The little mouse lay limp in Ing Chen's palm, its limbs twitching as if it had been played with too much. With a chuckle, Ing Chen picked up a piece of rice ball with chopsticks and brought it to the mouse's nose. Instantly, the little creature's vacant eyes gained focus as it sniffed the enticing aroma. It sprang up, snatched the rice ball, and stuffed it into its mouth, cheeks puffing up instantly. Ignoring Ing Chen, it concentrated on devouring the food, its tiny mouth moving rapidly in a comical yet endearing manner. Just then, a green-winged bird returned to the granary, dragging a massive mutated beast. It was a mutated dog, presumably evolved from a husky, judging by its fur. Despite its large head, it lacked any sense of majesty, instead appearing amusingly ridiculous. Ing Chen released the spirit mouse, noticing it was unusually lethargic, a stark contrast to its usual lively self. If Ing Chen hadn't woken it, it might have slept for ages. Roar, the little creature let out a feeble growl. Although it looked fierce, it was so weak that even a second-tier mutated beast could easily defeat it. Ing Chen frowned and asked, "System, do all creatures experience a weakened state when evolving to the Lord stage?" The system replied, "Not necessarily. The little one is an exception. Typically, mutated beasts only gain strength madly when advancing to Lord level, without any weakness." "Why is that?" Ing Chen was puzzled. The system explained, "The little one's bloodline is too complex. You once fed it Ice Jiao, causing the Ice Jiao bloodline to evolve alongside the Chongqi bloodline, leading to instability. Its original evolution path was the golden dragon ant, but now it's become a demon fierce dragon ant. With dragon blood, Ice Jiao blood, and Xiongqi blood mixed within, it's more powerful but also weakened due to the bloodline's turmoil." Ing Chen licked his bitter lips, filled with regret. He softly encouraged, "Little one, eat more." Once the little creature was full, Ing Chen took out the 7-star dragon tooth grass. The light blue grass stood out in the night. He asked, "System, how should I consume the 7-star dragon tooth grass?" "Just eat it directly," the system replied succinctly. Without hesitation, Ing Chen swallowed the dragon tooth grass in one gulp. "Ugh, so bitter," he exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. The taste of the 7-star dragon tooth grass was as unpleasant as bitter melon mixed with raw persimmon, both bitter and astringent. "System, you tricked me." No sooner had he spoken than a sudden sharp pain erupted in his abdomen, as if countless knives were twisting inside him. Beads of sweat quickly covered his body, pooling into a puddle on the ground. "The system tricked me," murdered the host. Ing Chen cried out in agony, feeling as if he were being torn apart. The system laughed gleefully in his mind. "Heh, finally you, this scoundrel, get a taste of despair. Today I'm at work, so the update is late. I'm very sorry, but there will be an update today. I just got off work at 7 and am furiously writing." Ing Chen was about to curse when he suddenly felt a warm current rising from his stomach, enveloping his entire body. With each cycle, he could distinctly feel his physical strength growing more robust. This strange sensation gradually softened his fierce expression, as if he were nestled in a womb, surrounded by warmth and serenity. As time passed, Chun became acutely aware of his strength continuously increasing and his body evolving. When the warmth finally dissipated, he was astonished to find a layer of black impurities covering his skin. He gently wiped away these impurities, revealing skin as pure and flawless as a newborn's. Well, now I look like a pretty boy, he mocked himself, then took out a mirror to carefully clean the black substance off his face. The reflection revealed a stunning face, like a character straight out of an anime. A blend of coolness and elegance, this contradictory aura created a striking visual impact. Chun touched his face in disbelief, recalling his once unremarkable appearance that would easily get lost in a crowd. Despite his mixed feelings, Chun quickly adjusted his mindset. If I had turned into this before the apocalypse, I could have attracted quite a few girls, he mused with a hint of regret. But now it's the end of the world, and only strength matters. Looks and wealth are worthless. With that, Chun used his abilities to produce hot water and began to thoroughly clean his body. He changed the water 3 times before he could barely remove the surface impurities, though he still felt some residue inside. System, this is like the cleansing of the marrow and meridians, right? Chun asked, recalling scenarios common in martial arts novels and dramas. The system's response was bittersweet, sort of. The 7-star dragon herb absorbed the ice dragon's blood, giving a small chance for the consumer to gain dragon power, and an even smaller chance to receive the dragon's blessing. You receive the dragon's blessing, gaining a dragon's appearance. Ice dragons are the pinnacle of beauty among dragons, so your looks have become extremely attractive. Unfortunately, you did not gain dragon power. Chun's expression shifted from joy to concern. In an apocalypse, appearance is far less valuable than power, especially something as formidable as dragon power. He tried to maintain his composure, saying, well, never mind. I still have the little ones, so a little dragon power is nothing. However, he was inwardly pained at missing the opportunity to gain dragon power. Thinking further, Chun asked, System, since I could eat the 7-star dragon herb, can the little one with the ice dragon bloodline eat it too? The system coldly replied, if you're not afraid of the little one exploding, you can try. Chun immediately dismissed the idea. Forget it. If I push it further, the little one might not survive. He decided not to take any more risks and to cherish his current gains. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chun couldn't wait to rush outside, eager to test his newfound strength. At this moment, his power far surpassed the little creature's peak state. Chun approached a giant tree, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his strength into his fist. With a loud boom, his fist slammed into the trunk. The tree, thick enough for an adult to wrap their arms around, shook violently, with leaves rustling down as if trembling in awe of the incredible force. Awesome! Chun shouted excitedly, intoxicated by the sensation of such immense power. He ran and leaped through the forest, punching and kicking, unleashing the surging energy within him. After a full half-hour, he returned to the granary, still not fully satisfied. Next, it was time to eat the fig and awaken his own power. Chun carefully took out the fig, which emitted a faint golden glow and was as large as a palm, far exceeding the size of an ordinary fig. He gently broke it open, revealing golden flesh filled with tempting strands of sugar. Just a glance was enough to imagine its sweet taste. Hesitating for a moment, Chun asked, System, do I eat this directly too? Yes, the same way, the system replied firmly. Chun, recalling the intense pain from consuming the 7-star dragon toothgrass before, shivered involuntarily. He cautiously took a lick, and his eyes lit up. It was surprisingly delicious. The perfect level of sweetness was utterly captivating. In a few quick bites, Chun devoured the entire figure. Soon, he felt a gentle energy spreading throughout his body, permeating every corner. The potential hidden in his genes was awakened, and a powerful supernatural ability began to form within him. Simultaneously, his physical strength was gradually increasing. Since Chun's physical strength had already surpassed that of a first-level mutant, the enhancement wasn't very noticeable. Half an hour later, he sensed that the evolution had finally completed. Although his body only slightly strengthened, he had awakened his own unique ability. Xiao Qinzi, what is your ability? The system asked curiously. Proudly, Chun replied, my ability is called Beast King. With each level up, I can gain the ability to devour a creature's bloodline. The stronger the creature I devour, the more feedback I receive, allowing me to gain the bloodline power of spiritual beasts in human form. The system was utterly shocked, murmuring in disbelief. This useless host has such a powerful ability? After analyzing Chun's power, it had to admit that the Beast King ability indeed had limitless potential. If he continued to devour the bloodlines of divine beasts, wouldn't even divine beasts of the same level be unable to defeat Chun? Your luck is as strong as ever, the system said sourly. This is my strength, not luck, Chun retorted, then calmed his excitement and leaned against the soft feathers of the blue-winged bird, slowly drifting off to sleep. Today had been exhausting, from being chased by the Flame Lion King to obtaining the fig, and finally defeating the Flame Lion King. This series of thrilling experiences had left him both mentally and physically drained. In the early morning, as the sun just climbed over the mountain, the crimson dawn spread across the sky like a magnificent painting. The golden sunlight pierced through the clouds, resembling countless dragons spewing radiant waterfalls, bringing a rare touch of warmth to this post-apocalyptic world. Ing Chun slowly rose from the soft feathers of the chingy bird, stretching lazily, his gaze inevitably drawn to the sunrise at the horizon. He couldn't help but reflect that if not for the apocalypse, such a beautiful scene would have been captured by countless cameras, shared with friends and family. Whoever caused this doomsday deserves to be cursed, he muttered under his breath. Shaking off these thoughts, Ing Chun began his daily simple exercises. He wasn't trying to enhance his physical condition, just wanted to move his muscles and keep his body agile. Running, squats, and soon his clothes were soaked with sweat. Time slipped by quietly, and before long it was almost noon. Ing Chun quickly filled his stomach and prepared to head to Dawn City. He carefully placed the still weak little creature into the pet space, along with the immobile devil vine. The chingy bird soared into the sky with Ing Chun, the roaring wind exploding in his ears. This speed and altitude might be unbearable for an ordinary person, but Ing Chun was exhilarated. Haha, this is the romance of a man, he laughed loudly in the air, looking down at the mountains and rivers below, feeling a surge of heroism. Along the way, countless mutant beasts sensed the powerful aura of the chingy bird, letting out roars but quickly falling silent, not daring to act rashly. Ing Chun suddenly thought of a question and asked the system, which mutant beast bloodline should I devour and fuse with? Although he often mocked the system as useless, he understood that its knowledge far surpassed his own. Rather than exploring blindly, it was better to consult it directly. The system slowly replied, aim to devour high-level bloodline mutant beasts. Avoid those with high realms, but low bloodlines. I figured out your ability situation yesterday. Devouring high-realm mutant beasts can provide you with a lot of energy, potentially allowing you to advance directly. For example, if you're at the early stage of level 1, devouring a level 2 mutant beast might take you directly to the late stage of level 1. However, if the mutant beast's bloodline is particularly weak, it won't enhance your combat power significantly. At the same level, you still won't be a match for a divine beast. On the other hand, if you devour a high bloodline mutant beast, you'll gain its abilities and bloodline, and the more you devour in the future, the harder it will be for opponents of the same level to defeat you. Ing Chen's eyes lit up. So if I devour a high realm, high bloodline mutant beast, I get all the benefits? The system retorted, can you defeat such a mutant beast? Are there even any of this level available now? The little creature is already far beyond wild mutant beasts, but still falls short of divine beasts, like the gap between heaven and earth. Ing Chun instinctively glanced at the Pichio egg in his pet space, feeling a stir in his heart, but quickly suppressed the thought. I can't possibly harm the Pichio egg. We've already formed a contract, he chided himself. Awakening an ability feels more troublesome than not having one. It's too powerful to use freely. The system seemed a bit exasperated with Ing Chen's attitude. The Beast King's ability is truly wasted on you. Ing Chun was unfazed and continued to ask, System, what mutant beast should I devour to maximize the Beast King's ability? The system offered an unexpected suggestion. The Beast King's ability can fuse bloodlines. Mix them freely, and your future achievements won't be low. Perhaps you should try the path of the 9 Sons of the Dragon. You might find a pleasant surprise. The 9 Sons of the Dragon? Ing Chun mused, as mysterious figures formed in his mind, filling him with anticipation for the path ahead. Ing Chun was not unfamiliar with the legend of the dragon's 9 sons. As he recalled his previous studies on mythological stories, the images of those 9 mystical creatures seemed to appear before him. The union of a dragon with 9 different animals gave birth to powerful offspring, each as formidable as the dragon itself. He shook his head slightly, organizing this information in his mind. In mythology, the 9 sons is not a precise number, but a general term for many, with the most famous being 9. The dragon here refers to the 9 heavens true dragon at the pinnacle of the bloodline, whose offspring are the true 9 sons of the dragon, each possessing extraordinary power and unique abilities. Ing Chen closed his eyes, envisioning these 9 sons appearing before him one by one. The eldest, Xiaonyo, with the head of a dragon and the body of a cow, was gentle in temperament. The second, Yazi, had the body of a leopard and the head of a dragon, and was fierce and combative. The third, Chao Feng, resembled a mythical beast, adventurous and mysterious, possibly a phoenix with dragon lineage. The fourth, Pu Lao, looked like a small dragon and loved to roar. The fifth, Swan and I, resembled a lion and was quiet by nature. The sixth, Basya, had a turtle-like body with many teeth and excelled in carrying heavy loads. The seventh, Bayan, had the body of a tiger and dragon horns, exuding great might. The eighth, Fushi, looked most like a true dragon, with an enigmatic background. The ninth, Chi-1, had a dragon head and fish body, resembling a four-legged serpent. Ing Chun stroked his chin, lost in thought. The system's introduction made him realize the terrifying power of the nine heavens true dragon being able to produce such powerful offspring with ordinary creatures illustrated its incredibly strong bloodline, far surpassing typical mythical beasts. Suddenly, a thought crossed Ing Chen's mind. How would the nine heavens true dragon compare to the god-eating insect in terms of strength? He recalled the system's previous introduction to the god-eating insect, a creature that even the system marveled at. While an ordinary god-eating insect might not match the nine heavens true dragon, they possess limitless potential, capable of continuously devouring mythical beast bloodlines to strengthen themselves. If faced with an exceptionally powerful god-eating insect, even the nine heavens true dragon might struggle to escape unscathed. Ing Chun remembered the god-eating insect that had once appeared in the starry sky, devouring countless mythical beasts, its bloodline's strength unimaginable, making it invincible among its peers. This realization made Ing Chun purse his lips, suddenly aware that the god-eating insect in his space was such a rare existence, akin to possessing a mountain of gold, yet begging for a living. However, he could not form a contract with this god-eating insect. A zero success rate deterred him, leaving him to hope for a future system reward that would enforce a contract, similar to how he contracted with the Pishio. As for devouring the god-eating insect, Ing Chun shook his head, recalling the system's comment that the god-eating insect was in a state of self-evolution, not a juvenile, likely due to its overwhelming strength. With his current abilities, attempting to devour it would only lead to his own destruction. System, when will this god-eating insect awaken? Ing Chun couldn't help but ask. Cannot be predicted, the system replied. This is the first time I've seen a god-eating insect evolve. Typically, god-eating insects cannot evolve. Their bloodline is incredibly stable, allowing them to devour other mythical beasts' bloodlines to enhance themselves. In terms of bloodline stability, the god-eating insect ranks first. What a useless system, Ing Chun muttered. Your next special upgrade reward is gone. The system said coldly. Ing Chun panicked immediately, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, system, I was just joking. Please don't take it seriously. The system responded helplessly. Why do I have such a shameless host? What is that? The guards of Dawn City squinted, peering into the horizon. Their duty was to keep a close watch on any approaching mutant beasts and to sound the alarm immediately if any were spotted, quickly eliminating the threat. Suddenly, a bluish speck appeared in the distance, its shape becoming clearer as it drew closer. The guard's heart raced until he finally recognized it as a chingy bird, and it was Lord Ying's mount. Phew. The guard exhaled deeply, patting his chest. Good thing it's Lord Ying. If it were a wild mutant beast, we'd be in trouble. He couldn't help but feel a pang of fear at the thought of a dangerous creature breaching the base, knowing he'd be responsible for the safety of hundreds of thousands of residents. A single mistake could result in irreversible damage. Turning around, the guard complained. The base really needs new binoculars. This one is terrible. The one in his hand was just a regular civilian model, and military-grade equipment was scarce, making it impossible for everyone to have one. This time, Ing Chun was not stopped as he entered City Lord Li's office. The guard respectfully let him in, though his eyes held a trace of curiosity. Pushing the door open, Ing Chun was met with an unexpected scene. Xue Qinghe was sitting on City Lord Li's lap, and his hand was gently stroking her thigh, wrapped in black silk. Who is it? The two had been chatting and laughing, but the sudden interruption ignited City Lord Li's anger. Yet, when he turned to see a stranger with a cold, handsome face, his fury quickly turned to confusion. This man didn't look like an ordinary person, and even Xue Qinghe couldn't help but feel a flutter. Who are you? Why have you barged into my office? Where are the guards? City Lord Li shouted. Surely City Lord Li hasn't forgotten me, Ing Chun said, demonstrating his metallic and flame abilities. Hearing this familiar voice, City Lord Li was stunned. After a moment of thought, he realized it was indeed Ing Chen's voice. Are you Ing Chun? He asked hesitantly. The person before him was unrecognizable compared to the Ing Chun he remembered, but the voice and abilities were unmistakably his. None other, Ing Chun replied with a smile. No one else has the same metal and fire abilities as I do. I arrived on the Chingy bird, so the guards didn't stop me. Ah, it's Brother Ing. Please, have a seat. Qinghe, make some tea, City Lord Li quickly offered. Xue Qinghe got up from his lap, adjusted her clothes, and shot Ing Chun a sharp glare. My apologies for interrupting, City Lord, Ing Chun said with a knowing grin, a mischievous smile on his face. City Lord Li's mouth twitched, thinking, what does he know? My reputation is at stake. Although rumors had long painted him as a lecher, no one had ever witnessed any inappropriate behavior with Xue Qinghe. Yet here was Ing Chun, catching him in the act. Damn, I should have locked the door, City Lord Li regretted inwardly. What are you afraid of, City Lord? It's the apocalypse now. Even if you openly keep her, it's no big deal, Ing Chun remarked bluntly. At that moment, Xue Qinghe approached with a teapot. Hearing Ing Chen's words, She glared at him again, gritting her teeth. What do you mean by keeping her? Xue Qinghe carefully poured tea for City Lordly, and then stood behind him, completely ignoring Ying Chun and making no move to serve him tea. Lordly furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. He sternly said, Qinghe, why are you being so inconsiderate? Pour some tea for Brother Ying. Reluctantly, Xue Qinghe stomped her foot and begrudgingly poured tea for Ying Chun, her face showing her unwillingness throughout the process. Lordly awkwardly chuckled and said, Haha, Qinghe is being thoughtless. Please don't mind her, Brother Ying. Ying Chun was unbothered and casually replied, It's all right. It's human nature. With that, he downed the scalding tea in one gulp, seemingly unfazed. He shook his empty cup, gesturing for Xue Qinghe to refill it. Xue Qinghe glared at him, her eyes filled with rage. After a soft cough from Lordly, she reluctantly poured more tea. This scene repeated over a dozen times until the teapot ran dry. Her eyes were full of grievance as she looked plaintively at Ying Chun. Only then did Ying Chun stop, giving her a smug smile. This smile instantly ignited Xue Qinghe's anger, but when she saw Ying Chun about to raise his hand again, she quickly adopted a pitiful expression. Watching their interaction, Lordly couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself that no one else could make Xue Qinghe relent like this. Suddenly, Ying Chun changed the subject, his tone becoming serious. Lordly, these are troubled times, and everyone is on edge. You don't have to worry about inspections from higher-ups. I've heard that Xue Qinghe is already 29 and unmarried. Aren't you going to find her a match? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe's anger faded, and she looked expectantly at Lordly. After a long silence, Lordly finally smiled wryly and said, Brother Ying is right. I'll handle this matter. Ying Chun shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with the response. Xue Qinghe lowered her head, her long hair concealing her disappointed expression. Changing the topic again, Ying Chun asked, Lordly, how are the food reserves? They're sufficient, Lordly replied. The current stock can sustain the base for about 2.5 years. Ying Chun nodded, thinking that this period would be enough for humanity to adapt to the end times. Although humans are not as physically strong as animals, their intelligence and adaptability are key advantages. How's that mutant beast doing? Ying Chun suddenly remembered the creature that could accelerate plant growth. Lordly sighed. It's tough to tame. We've tried over a dozen methods, whether to befriend, coerce, or torment it, but nothing works. That beast seems impervious to all tactics, so we've had to keep it confined. When Lordly spoke of the creature Jiao, his brow furrowed with worry. The mutated beast was supposed to be their hope for future sustenance, and failure to tame it would be a wasted effort. Ying Chun expressed his eagerness to see it, and Lordly readily agreed. Xue Qinghe led the way, with Ying Chun and Lordly following closely, engaging in conversation as they walked. Before long, they arrived at the holding area for Jiao. The structure in front of them resembled a massive black dome, windowless and akin to an overturned pot lid. This is the beast prison, Xue Qinghe explained. Though it looks ordinary on the outside, it's filled with special alloy inside, with the cement exterior merely a disguise. Ying Chun touched the walls of the beast prison, feeling the rough texture and a faint warmth. Inside, they entered a spacious hall bustling with dozens of people. Along the way, many greeted and saluted Lordly. After passing through several checkpoints, they finally reached Jiao's enclosure. The guards, upon seeing Lordly, immediately stood up and respectfully approached. Lordly, what brings you here? I brought Brother Ying to see Jiao. Make the arrangements. Of course, right away. The guards quickly organized a team and led them to Jiao's cage. Gentlemen, this is where Jiao is held, a guard introduced. These iron bars are made of special alloy, each 10 centimeters thick, capable of withstanding missile blasts. As soon as Jiao saw them, it became agitated, charging violently at the cage bars, hitting them with a loud thud, blood trickling down its head. The guard chuckled wryly. This Jiao is extremely temperamental, going berserk at the sight of humans. Let me go in and take a look, Ying Chun said. Jiao stared at them with hatred, but suddenly sensed the aura of the Qing bird on Ying Chun, becoming even more frenzied. It relentlessly rammed against the cage, undeterred by its bleeding. You can't, sir, the guard exclaimed. This Jiao is terrifyingly strong. Even dozens of mutants can't match it. Open the door, Lordly instructed. Brother Ying was the one who captured this Jiao. It'll be fine. The guards were shocked, looking at Ying Chun in disbelief. Could this seemingly gentle man really have captured Jiao? They couldn't help but doubt whether this cold yet perfect man had the capability. Despite their doubts, the guards opened the cage. Jiao immediately went berserk, charging directly at Ying Chun. Little chick, Ying Chun smirked. He was no longer the same. After consuming the 7-star dragon toothgrass, his strength had increased significantly. As Jiao charged fiercely, he spread his arms, ready to take it heed. Don't take Jiao's charge heed, the guard shouted. That force can shatter boulders and topple trees. Ying Chun ignored the warnings, extending his arms to meet Jiao's charge. The guards were anxious. Lordly, please advise him, or it might be too late. But Lord Li waved it off nonchalantly. If Brother Ing wants to take it heathen, he must be confident. Watch closely and learn. The guard was momentarily stunned, and in that split second, Zhao charged forward like an arrow shot from a bow, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating aura. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and the guard closed his eyes in fear, expecting screams of pain that never came. Slowly, he opened his eyes, and the scene before him left him speechless. The seemingly delicate and slender man stood as immovable as a tower, effortlessly withstanding Zhao's fierce attack. Despite Zhao's continued exertion, he couldn't budge those pale, slender arms even a fraction. The guard swallowed hard, whispering in disbelief. Is this really a human strength? How can such a thin body contain such terrifying power? Xue Qinghe spoke calmly, with a hint of pride in his voice. This is Ing Chun, the world's first rumored mutant, the hero who helped reclaim the granary for Dawn City. What? The guard exclaimed. So this is the legendary figure. I should have guessed. Who else would dare face Jiao Heiden? Ing Chun himself was acutely aware of his formidable strength. In front of him, Jiao, with his elite bloodline and late second-grade status, seemed as fragile as a baby. Ing Chun thought to himself that he had only used 20% of his strength and could easily have killed Jiao. The power of the seven-star dragon tooth grass was indeed immense, but as he pondered this, a pang of pain struck his heart. If the auxiliary effects were so astonishing, how powerful would the dragon's strength be? Before Jiao could react, Ing Chun's fist shot out like lightning, striking Jiao's head heavily. The immense force sent Jiao flying. Jiao let out a thunderous roar, his muscles bulging, his aura growing increasingly dangerous. However, Ing Chun swiftly closed the gap, locking Jiao's beastly head in an iron grip, pulling it down with a mighty force, leaving Jiao unable to rise. Ing Chun pressed one hand on Jiao's head while his other fist continued to rain down blows. Jiao struggled desperately, his limbs trying to stand, but he couldn't budge Ing Chun an inch. Jiao roared in anger, and Ing Chun shouted fiercely, "What are you yelling about?" He delivered a powerful punch to Jiao's beastly mouth, causing blood and a few fangs to spray out. The guard was dumbfounded, only able to marvel. This gentleman is truly fierce. City Lord Li was equally astonished. He had expected Ing Chun to at least engage in a tough battle before defeating Jiao, but instead, he was dominating Jiao effortlessly, their powers not even on the same level. In the arena, Ing Chun continued to pin Jiao down, relentlessly attacking. A glint of insight flashed in City Lord Li's eyes as he realized that Ing Chun was merely venting his emotions. If he truly intended to kill, Jiao wouldn't withstand Ing Chun's assault. City Lord Li's guess was correct. Ing Chun was indeed venting. After consuming the dragon tooth grass, the power within him needed an outlet, and Jiao, baring his teeth at him, provided the perfect target. What enviable strength, City Lord Li said wistfully. If only my abilities were as powerful. Xue Qinghe softly encouraged. Don't be discouraged, City Lord. I'm sure you'll be no less than Ing Chun in the future. City Lord Li shook his head, fully aware of his own abilities. They were practical, but couldn't compare to Ing Chun's. His ability, called Heavenly Eye, allowed him to see through the levels of mutated beasts and humans, with the added effect of identifying weaknesses. Compared to Ing Chun's three abilities, control over creatures, metallization, and fire, the gap was immense. Moreover, City Lord Li suspected that Ing Chun might possess not just three abilities, but four. He seemed to have a mysterious power that could rapidly evolve pets. Ing Chun's pet clearly surpasses the evolutionary level of ordinary creatures. To this day, he hasn't encountered a mutant beast stronger than Ing Chun's. The overwhelming power of the silver dragon ant on the battlefield was astonishing, and for other mutant beasts, that force was simply crushing. Brother Ing, stop! City Lord Li urgently called out, his brow furrowed. If you keep going, Jiao might die, and it's the future of Dawn City. Ing Chun relentlessly pounded Jiao, each punch landing with a sound that made everyone present gasp. Jiao's roars gradually faded from their initial intensity to a weak whimper. Ah, that was satisfying. Ing Chun released Jiao, slowly rising to leave the cage. Jiao lay collapsed on the ground, with only the slight rise and fall of its chest indicating it was still alive. Brother Ing, you went too hard, City Lord Li said with a wry smile, feeling a pang of sympathy at Jiao's condition. Sorry, I couldn't control myself. Ing Chun apologized, scratching his head, and then feeling a wave of nausea. He realized his hands were covered in Jiao's blood, and by scratching his head, he had smeared blood in his hair. Ah, I was careless. Don't worry, Brother Ing. City Lord Li laughed heartily. I'll have my men prepare the best room for you to clean up. I imagine you're tired from living outdoors recently. Close the door and show us the other mutant beasts, Ing Chun said. Certainly. The guard quickly shut the cage and led the group to see other enclosures. Along the way, Ing Chun encountered various types of mutant beasts, including a mutant weasel, a mutant bat, and even a mutant mosquito. The mosquito was enormous, the size of a basketball, with a proboscis as thick as a bubble tea straw. Ing Chun's eyelid twitched at the sight. Are these mutant mosquitoes common? He asked with concern. Mosquitoes are endless in number. If they all mutate, humanity won't be far from extinction. They're not very common, the guard explained. But compared to other mutant beasts, mutant mosquitoes are much more dangerous to humans. Once you're pierced by one, it's almost certain death, as they drain all blood and flesh. Even if you kill the mutant mosquito in time, survival is unlikely because it secretes a substance that dilates blood vessels and prevents clotting. While a normal mosquito wouldn't be a big deal, a mutant mosquito's secretion can prevent a wound from clotting for an hour, often leading to death by bleeding. Why not provide a blood transfusion in time? That should save them. Xueqing suddenly asked. The guard shook his head. It's impossible. In this post-apocalyptic world, where would we find blood supplies? Countless people are injured every day, and even the official reserves of Dawn City have run out. Xueqing fell silent. She had never witnessed the horrors of the apocalypse, having been protected by City Lordly since it began. Every strength has a weakness, Chen said, smiling at the mutant mosquito in the cage. No matter how strong it is, there's likely something that can counter it. Otherwise, wouldn't mosquitoes take over this planet's future? Perhaps its natural enemy, like a toad, or maybe fire. Chen conjured flames in his hand, and the mutant mosquito reacted, its wings buzzing frantically. Chen continued to tour the cages holding the mutated beasts. Most of the creatures were merely lower-grade spirit beasts or fierce beasts, with some not even fully mutated. However, in the last cage, he discovered a truly astonishing creature. This being had skin as white as snow, appearing silky smooth even from a distance. Its eyes were a pale blue, like a calm ocean, gentle yet with a hint of wildness. Standing at about 1.8 meters tall, its appearance was remarkably human-like. Its face seemed to be a perfect blend of Eastern and Western features, both exquisite and elegant, noble yet pure. A cascade of silver hair fell like a shimmering waterfall, resembling a shining silver chain. What caught the most attention was its physique. Voluptuous, yet slender, its proportions were near perfect. But if you thought it was an ordinary human, you would be gravely mistaken. 8 appendages resembling spider legs extended from its back, inducing a shiver. Where did you find it? Chen asked curiously. The guard explained. A team collecting resources brought it back. Initially, it was just a cocoon, but it suddenly emerged a few days ago. Although its strength isn't weak, it's far from cunning. Since we can't communicate with it, we had to imprison it to prevent any harm. Chen silently activated the system to check the creature's information. Spider-Woman. Level. Initial stage of Grade 1. Attribute. Mimicry. Bloodline level. Upper Spirit Beast. Contract success rate. 75. Contract position. None. Unable to contract. So it's a mutated beast, but only an Upper Spirit Beast? Chen pondered with a frown. Although the bloodline level of an Upper Spirit Beast was quite high, it still paled in comparison to the mutated beasts he had encountered before that had devoured treasures. System. Why does she have a human form? Chen asked in his mind. The system explained. Her attribute is mimicry, allowing her to imitate any creature she wishes to transform into. She might have wanted to mimic a human, so she cocooned herself and was coincidentally discovered and brought back by the people of Dawn City, resulting in this scene. Chen marveled at the wonder of bloodlines, capable of producing various extraordinary abilities. He introduced the Spider-Woman's abilities to City Lord Li and others, leaving them astonished. City Lord Li remarked. Honestly, at first I thought this was some kind of human experiment from a lab, but it turns out to be a mutated beast. Chen chuckled and shook his head. Most people's first reaction would probably be human experimentation, considering how human-like it looks. At that moment, the Spider-Woman seemed to sense something. She lifted her head, looked around, and her gaze settled on Chen. Her large blue eyes were watery, and her delicate white feet lightly touched the ground as she slowly approached Chen. Stopping in front of the iron bars, she examined him closely, as if something about him intrigued her. Only then did Chen notice that the Spider-Woman's figure was the ideal female form. Her legs were straight and long, neither appearing fat nor thin, achieving the perfect balance where 1 more inch would be too much, and 1 less would be too little. Today's updates include 8 chapters, with 2 more to be released at 9 p.m. Please be careful, sir. Her spider spear can pierce through the iron bars, the guard kindly warned, but then gave a sheepish smile, recalling Chen's formidable strength. After all, even Jiao was no match for him. So how could this Spider-Woman pose any threat? The Spider-Woman, standing at 1.8 meters tall, was slightly taller than Lord Li. She stood still in front of the iron bars. Suddenly, she reached out her delicate, alabaster hand. The guard wanted to intervene, but Chen motioned that it wasn't necessary. Her hand touched Chen's face, the cool and smooth sensation catching him off guard. It seemed the Spider-Woman wanted to communicate, but could only produce muffled sounds. Not understanding her, Chen noticed her spider spear behind her beginning to move restlessly. He asked his system what she was saying, only to be met with a blunt response. How should I know? You must be an idiot. Ing Chen shook his head and reached out to touch the spider woman. She naturally leaned her soft, pale face into his palm, nuzzling against it. After a moment, Ing Chen withdrew his hand and said calmly to Lord Li, "Treat her well." With that, he turned to leave, the faint scent of the spider woman lingering on his hand. Lord Li wore a lewd smile, as if he understood something, and suggested, "Ing, why not take the spider woman as a pet?" Ing Chen's mouth twitched, surprised at this side of the usually serious Lord Li. Realizing this was part of his reserved nature, he declined. "No, I can't form a contract with pets right now." "Can't form a contract? Is it because your slots are full?" Lord Li speculated. "Ing, what level are you at?" "Just the early stage of the first rank." "Really? Ing, you must be joking. How can someone as strong as you be at the early stage of the first rank?" Lord Li doubted his words, yet had a sneaking suspicion they might be true. His clairvoyant ability revealed that Ing Chun had no level before, having just awakened, now only at the early first rank. Ing Chun remained silent, letting them speculate. He wasn't truly a part of Dawn City, just a passerby. "Lord Li, it's time to fulfill your promise," Ing Chun reminded. All right. I've got it ready for you." Lord Li nodded, leading Ing Chun to the place where mutated plants were Starita reward promised during their assault on the granary. They arrived at a place resembling a research lab from a movie, with jars and containers labeled with technical terms, and people in white lab coats bustling about. "Ing, this is the Research Institute of Dawn City. Everyone here is a treasure. You need at least a PhD to enter," Lord Li explained. "They focus on post-apocalyptic mutated beasts, using the information you posted online to study their bloodlines. The mutated plants you're interested in are here too." A staff member from the Research Institute approached, saluting Lord Li and asking, "Lord Li, how can I assist you?" "Take us to the mutated plants," commanded Lord Li with a wave of his hand, exuding authority. The staff member bowed respectfully and led the group through the corridors of the Research Institute. Ing Chen followed, his heart brimming with curiosity. Before long, they arrived at a heavily guarded room where the precious mutated plants of Dawn City were kept. "These are the mutated plants we've collected, a total of 3. The staff member explained, pointing to the first plant. "This one has mutated from a peony flower, and our laboratory has yet to fully decipher its effects." Ing Chun gazed at the flower, captivated by its beauty. Its large petals were vibrant and noble, like a shy noblewoman exuding a mysterious allure. "System, what is the purpose of this mutated peony flower?" Ing Chen silently inquired in his mind. The system's voice echoed in his head with a hint of sarcasm. "It's an aphrodisiac. Its sap can ignite a woman's desires, making her extremely sensitive. Even the most virtuous woman wouldn't be able to resist, but it's only effective on females." It paused, then added, "You're not planning to use it, are you? Though with your looks, it's doubtful any woman would be interested." Ing Chen rolled his eyes, accustomed to the system's sharp tongue. "Ugly? I've been blessed by the dragon. If I'm considered ugly, who would dare call themselves handsome?" Suddenly, Ing Chun turned to the staff member and asked, "Does your lab have no women?" The staff member was taken aback, surprised by the question. "Huh, how did you know that, Mr. Ing?" Ing Chun smiled calmly and explained, "This mutated peony flower has an aphrodisiac effect, only effective on women. It's fortunate you're all men. Otherwise, if any women came into contact with it, there could be serious consequences." The staff member was stunned, staring at Ing Chun in disbelief. He thought to himself, "This place is full of top researchers, and even they haven't deciphered this. How could an unknown youngster see through it so easily?" Doubt and jealousy brewed within the staff member. He said with a sarcastic tone, "Sir, this is the Research Institute, home to Dawn City's top research talent. If even the researchers can't figure it out, do you think you're better than them?" Lord Li frowned, displeased with the staff member's rudeness. Xueqing has sensed the tension but recalled Ing Chen teasing her in the Lord's office earlier, secretly amused. "Humph, let him deal with it himself." Lord Li spoke up in defense of Ing Chun. "Brother Ing is here at my invitation. I know his character. He wouldn't lie." However, the staff member ignored him, more convinced that Lord Li was being deceived by this young man. With a mocking expression, he declared, "Lord Li, he's insulting not just me, but all the researchers here." Ing Chen looked at the staff member who had inexplicably started targeting him, thinking, "Does this guy really think he can push me around? He doesn't know what he's getting into. He's probably fried his brain from too much research." Ing Chen strode forward, completely ignoring the staff's frowning attempts to stop him. Suddenly, a cry shattered the tense atmosphere. "Ow!" A staff member fell heavily to the ground, as if struck by an invisible force. He had only lightly touched Ing Chun, yet was flung aside like a piece of paper. The staff member glared angrily, but Ing Chun was unfazed. He walked straight to the mutated peony and grabbed it. "What are you doing?" "That's property of the lab," the staff member shouted hoarsely. Ing Chen calmly replied, "To prove its effects to you." He glanced around and noticed only Xueqing, a woman, was present. Clearly, using an aphrodisiac on her was inappropriate. "City Lord Li, Could you find a woman for this demonstration? Ing Chun said, turning to City Lord Li. Li nodded slightly, and then pointed to the staff member who had been giving Ing Chun trouble, instructing, "Go bring this staff member's wife." The staff member panicked upon hearing this, but when he noticed Ing Chen's mocking gaze, his anger flared. "Oomph, I must expose you today," he said through gritted teeth. Soon, a woman in her 40s was brought to the scene. She was extremely overweight, her waist comparable to a barrel. Her face was shiny with oil, and her hair was slightly greasy. Since the apocalypse, water was scarce for most people except a privileged few. Although she was the researcher's wife, she hadn't bathed in about 10 days. "Why did you bring me here?" The plump woman broke free from the others and rushed to her husband upon seeing him. The staff member turned pale, his eyes filled with terror, unable to escape his wife's bare hug. "Honey, they brought me here without a word. They bullied me," the plump woman whimpered in a cutesy voice. Everyone present felt a wave of nausea, and even Ing Chen's stomach churned, his breakfast threatening to come up. Ing Chen thought to himself, "This fellow certainly has unique taste." Meanwhile, the staff member was trapped in his wife's embrace, looking utterly defeated. He recalled how she had been a youthful, pretty girl with pigtails when he first pursued her. But after marriage, things took a turn for the worse. She indulged in overeating, her weight skyrocketing to the point she was now. These days, he was so repulsed by her that he couldn't bring himself to be near her. "Give this lady a petal to eat," Ing Chun instructed, plucking a petal from the peony and handing it to an aide. The aide took the petal and approached the plump woman, who clung to her husband in terror. "Honey, what are they doing?" "Ah, no." The aide pried her mouth open and forced the petal in, making her swallow it. Moments later, the woman's face flushed, her body writhing, mumbling to herself. Ing Chun looked mockingly at the staff member and sneered. "So this is your so-called hub of high-end talent? Unable to even research a simple aphrodisiac." The staff member was overwhelmed with shame and anger, unable to react before a chubby hand clamped over his mouth. He struggled desperately, his muffled cries tinged with despair. His frail form was no match for the hefty woman, akin to a mouse caught by a cat, utterly powerless. The contrast in their physiques was comically exaggerated, one plump, the other thin, one large, the other small like a mountain of flesh pressing down on a slender bamboo pole, creating a scene both absurd and unsettling. Suddenly, a retching sound cut through the eerie atmosphere. One of the accompanying personnel couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited out his breakfast. This scene shattered the mental defenses of everyone present. The City Lord Li and others turned pale, quickly gesturing to have the two people taken away. "Quick, just put them in any room," City Lord Li ordered urgently. "Make sure to lock the door. If that man gets out, you'll have to keep the fat lady company." Ing Chen suddenly interjected, sending a chill through the staff, dragging the two away. If it were a pretty girl, they might have harbored some hope, but faced with this extraordinarily large woman, no one dared to act rashly. "Let's just lock them up," they whispered among themselves, then hurriedly removed the pair from the scene. After they left, City Lord Li couldn't help but tease. "Ing, your methods are quite ruthless." Ing Chun replied earnestly. "That's his wife? I'm just giving him a treat." City Lord Li's mouth twitched. If he ignored the despairing look on the staff member's face as he left, he might have believed Ing Chen's nonsense. As he walked, Ing Chun pondered aloud. "System, how long will that peony petal last?" He had been so focused on giving the petal to the man that he hadn't considered how long its effect would last. If it was too short, it wouldn't have much impact on the unfortunate guy. The system responded with some alarm. It should last around 7 to 8 hours. It hadn't expected Ing Chun to be so ruthless. With such a long duration, the frail staff member was likely in serious trouble. "Whoa!" Ing Chun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "It lasts that long?" The system explained. "It's a mutated plant. Although its grade isn't high, it's on the path to becoming extraordinary. An effect lasting about 8 hours on an ordinary person is quite normal." Ing Chun mused inwardly. "If he survives this, I'll call him the strongest." Later, City Lord Li summoned a newcomer to lead the way. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, with a well-mannered demeanor that suggested a good education. Before long, Ing Chun arrived at the research lab and saw another mutated plant. It was a peculiar grass, with leaves as sharp as knives, gleaming coldly under the light. The young man introduced respectfully. "Honored guests, this is the research lab's second mutated plant, called soared grass. Our research confirms it is alive and possesses a certain level of intelligence. Though it only has 3 leaves, each one is like a sharp blade capable of releasing soared energy that can easily cut through a wooden stick as thick as a wrist. However, the soared energy's range is only about half a meter. As long as you stay beyond that distance, it can't harm you, and it doesn't have the ability to move." Listening, Ing Chun was thoughtful. This soared grass had clearly evolved beyond ordinary mutated plants, becoming a new form of life, somewhat similar to the devil vine. "System, check its attributes," Ing Chun commanded silently. The system quickly responded. "Soared vein grass, grade First grade initial stage, attribute, none, bloodline level, primary mid. Ing Chun frowned slightly. To him, this bloodline level seemed quite low. However, the sword energy ability intrigued him. He couldn't help but imagine how cool it would be if he possessed such a power, effortlessly releasing sword energy to defeat enemies with a mere wave of his hand. System, can you help the Devil Vine acquire this ability? Ing Chun eagerly asked. Yes, the system replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed in Ing Chen's eyes. City Lordly, quick to notice his reaction, gestured with a wave, saying, if Brother Ing likes it, feel free to take it. Ing Chen nodded slightly and reached out without hesitation. The two had an agreement, so he felt no guilt. At that moment, the guide urgently shouted, Sir, wait. Grabbing the sword vein grass directly with your hands will cause injury. Ing Chun smiled calmly and said softly, it's fine. Before he finished speaking, his arm had already transformed into silver, gleaming with a metallic sheen. He stepped forward confidently, entering the attack range of the sword vein grass. The sword vein grass seemed to sense the intruder, and its 3 leaves suddenly unleashed sharp sword energy. The sound of metal clashing was incessant, yet surprisingly, Ing Chen's arm remained unscathed, with not even a scratch left by the sharp sword energy. Suddenly, the young guide's eyes widened in amazement, exclaiming, that ability! It's lording! A strange glint flashed in his eyes before he lowered his head, a peculiar smile forming on his lips. Ing Chun grabbed the sword vein grass, effortlessly uprooting it. He held the leaves that emitted sword energy, hearing a series of clashing sounds in his palm, but they couldn't penetrate his defense. System, what if it doesn't cooperate? Ing Chun frowned slightly, as the sword vein grass refused to enter the pet space. The system replied coldly, just kill it. All I need is its body, and I can evolve the Devil's Vine. Hearing this, Ing Chun crushed it without hesitation. The sword vein grass shattered instantly, scattering into fragments on the ground. City Lordly was stunned. He assumed Ing Chun intended to tame the sword vein grass, but it was crushed in an instant. Brother Ing Yu. Before he could finish, the remnants of the sword vein grass disappeared, leaving him even more shocked. Ing Chun explained simply, it's just a storage device. Since it can't hold living things, I had to kill it. City Lordly was still incredulous. A spatial storage device seemed like something out of a movie, yet Ing Chun already possessed it. The young guide's gaze grew increasingly peculiar, but everyone's attention was on Ing Chun, and no one noticed his odd expression. Later, guided by the young man, Ing Chun approached the last mutated plant. It appeared to be an ordinary mutated grass. After consulting the system, Ing Chun learned that this grass could aid in evolution but had weak effects, even less than a fig. For Ing Chun, who already had a fig tree, this mutated grass was practically useless. He turned to City Lordly and said calmly, City Lordly, this mutated grass can help creatures evolve, and its effects are decent. I don't need it, so you can decide what to do with it. City Lordly was overjoyed. While this might be useless to the Lone Ranger Ing Chun, it was a rare treasure for a leader of a faction. No matter how strong he would always have family, and that was his unavoidable weakness. Ing Chun had often contemplated how to eliminate this weakness by evolving his family. The appearance of this small plant seemed perfectly timed, as if it were destined. City Lordly carefully placed the mutated grass into a specially designed container. Now that he knew its effects, there was no need to keep it in the lab. A young man nearby watched with greedy eyes, which Ing Chun noticed but ignored. After all, who could remain calm in the presence of a treasure that could help humans evolve? The young man's reaction was completely normal. It would be strange if he didn't react this way. After leaving the lab, Ing Chun bid farewell to City Lordly. Having obtained what he wanted, there was no reason to stay. As Ing Chun was about to leave, City Lordly handed him half of a mutated peony. It was of no use to the City Lord, so there was no need to keep it all. As Ing Chun strolled through the streets of Dawn City, he recalled City Lordly mentioning a surprise for him the next day, but he didn't pay it much mind. In this city, there were few things that could truly move him. The streets were crowded with people, most of whom had expressionless faces, as if they had lost hope in life and were merely going through the motions like soulless beings. Suddenly, a pair of soft arms wrapped around him from behind, and he felt a tremendous pressure. Turning his head, he saw an extremely beautiful woman, whose looks could be rated an 85 out of 100, almost goddess-like. However, her clothes were slightly dusty. Her face was fair, but her hair was somewhat greasy. Hey handsome, want some company? Just 5 food coupons, the woman said in a flat tone, as if discussing the most mundane matter. Ing Chun frowned, puzzled by the term food coupons. The woman noticed his confusion and suddenly realized. Handsome, is this your first time in Dawn City? Haven't you collected your food coupons yet? She exclaimed with delight. She had chosen him for his good looks. It was far more pleasant to accompany a handsome man than the old men she found repulsive, just to earn food coupons. It is indeed my first time in Dawn City. What are food coupons? Ing Chun asked. The woman eagerly explained. Food coupons are issued by the Dawn City authorities to aid ordinary people. Everyone can claim 30 coupons with their ID. One coupon can be exchanged for a meal, and if used sparingly, it can last a day. First-time visitors can get 35 coupons, enough to eat for a month in Dawn City. Chen finally understood the significance of the food coupons, though he never worried about food since his little ones were strong enough to easily hunt ordinary mutated beasts. Handsome, let me take you to get your food coupons, and you can be my customer. The woman continued to promote herself. Look at my looks and figure, they're top-notch. Before the apocalypse, I was the campus belle, so I promise you'll get your money's worth. She enthusiastically listed her attributes, as if she were truly marketing herself as a product. Chen couldn't help but ask, don't you feel anything? Since the authorities provide basic food, why degrade yourself? He felt a sense of pity for the woman. Although he didn't have feelings for her, it was like watching a pure white lotus fall into a filthy abyss, evoking a sense of lament. You'll never understand. Never. The goddess's voice was low and husky, a barely detectable hint of melancholy in her eyes. Her words cut through Chen's heart like a silent blade. After a moment of silence, the goddess shook her head suddenly, as if to cast off unpleasant memories. She lifted her head, a flicker of determination in her eyes. Do you want to patronize my business? Chen frowned slightly, shaking his head firmly. I'm not that kind of person. As soon as he spoke, the goddess released her grip on his hand and turned to leave. Watching her receding figure, Chen fell into deep thought. In this post-apocalyptic world, everyone has their own struggles and beliefs. Chen didn't believe that woman was inherently that way. Something must have changed her. Yet he knew he couldn't change everyone. She was just one of countless tragedies in this world, with many others facing even worse fates. Chen recalled his own life, which was also full of hardships. As a child, he witnessed his parents' divorce and his beloved brother being adopted by a wealthy family. He fought hard, but was only met with ridicule. To receive more aid, he processed his own residency and orphan certificates, waiting in front of the registration hall for 3 days without food, surviving on half a bottle of water. After being expelled from the orphanage when he grew up, he sold blood to raise money for college tuition. On the first day of school, despite his pale face and unsteady steps, he finally entered the university gates. Chen could proudly say that everything he had now was earned through his own efforts. The system was linked to his life, aware of his past. Even without the system's help, Chen's resilient character would surely allow him to carve out a place in this post-apocalyptic world. With a sigh, Chen continued on. On the streets, various people sought ways to survive and find solace amidst the chaos. The authorities no longer intervened in these behaviors, turning a blind eye as long as they didn't escalate. After all, in such oppressive times, people needed an outlet. Chen entered a liquor store that was still open for business. The shelves were nearly empty, with only a few bottles of alcohol and cigarettes on display. A burly man slumped behind the counter, greeted him weakly. Take a look around. But I warn you, everything here is expensive. Without ration tickets, don't even think about it. Chen's gaze was drawn to a bottle of Fatian Mitai above the counter. Even before the apocalypse, it was valuable, and now it was a rare find. It was surprising to see a small shop still had a bottle in stock. How much for this bottle of Fatian? Chen asked. Hearing someone inquire about the Fatian Mitai, the burly man perked up immediately, sitting up straight and patting his big belly, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Chen stood in front of the stall, his eyes fixed on the bottle of rare Fatian liquor. He spoke softly. I don't take money here, only grain coupons. Or you can trade directly with grain. This is premium liquor, so the price won't be low, right? The burly man's eyes lit up as he sized up Chen. Noting his neat attire, well-groomed hair, and healthy skin, he made a quick calculation. How about this? The man said with a raised voice. Give me 2,000 pounds of grain, and this bottle of Fatian liquor is yours. 2,000 pounds. Chen looked up sharply, his brow furrowed. Although he wasn't sure about the current grain prices in Dawn City, this demand was clearly outrageous. Seeing the man's confident demeanor, Chen asked coldly, what makes this bottle of liquor worth 2,000 pounds of grain? The man relaxed when he saw Chen didn't walk away and instead asked about the liquor. He began to explain enthusiastically. It's the end times now. Tobacco and alcohol are scarce, and once you use them, they're gone. This Fatian liquor is especially rare. It might be the only bottle in all of Dawn City. Isn't 2,000 pounds of grain fair? Chen shook his head, seeing through the man's intentions. He picked up the Fatian liquor and simultaneously pulled a large mutated beast leg from his space, placing it on the stall. Without waiting for the man's reaction, Chen turned to leave. The man was stunned, staring at the beast leg weighing several dozen pounds, utterly shocked. He realized that this person must be a powerful mutant capable of hunting mutated beasts. Greed crept into his mind, and he swallowed hard, mustering the courage to rush outside. Stop, the man shouted at Chen's retreating figure. What you gave isn't enough. Chen stopped, turning back with a dark expression. What is it? He asked coldly. The man shivered under Chen's dangerous gaze, but persisted. What you gave isn't enough. At least 5 more beast legs. Ing Chun burned with anger, flames igniting in his hands as he slowly approached the man. The intense heat made the man sweat profusely, retreating in terror. No, no, the man cried out in panic. Just as the flames were about to reach him, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Stop! This is Dawn City. No wanton harm is allowed. A young man dressed in a black combat suit suddenly stepped between Ing Chun and the burly man. Standing tall with a voice full of righteousness, he declared, Sir, this is Dawn City. Even if you are a mutant, you cannot harm ordinary citizens at will. The onlookers were drawn to the scene, pausing to watch. When they saw the flames in Ing Chen's hand, a chorus of exclamations erupted. That's a mutant. Fire ability, so cool. I can feel the heat from so far away. Mutant powers are terrifying. I wish I could awaken too. I'd love fire abilities. No, lightning abilities are supreme, more effective against mutant beasts. The crowd buzzed with discussions, most filled with curiosity and envy towards mutants. After all, in Dawn City, mutants were rare and mostly found in the army. The last mutant who awakened using the solar tree's energy in the granary had become a mainstay of the military. Few civilians in the city awakened, and those who did usually joined the authorities due to the attractive benefits. Ing Chen looked up to scrutinize the young man blocking his way and suddenly recognized him as a soldier he had once spared. Back then, Ing Chen had just arrived in Dawn City and was ambushed by the Yun family. Only this soldier had escaped. The young man wore a mocking smile. Mr. Ing, you seem to forget easily. I'm Xiao Wang. Do you remember letting me go? Ing Chen frowned, his tone displeased. Are you here to stop me? His patience was wearing thin, and a murderous intent began to surface. Xiao Wang answered with a feigned seriousness. I'm just enforcing Dawn City's rules, not targeting you on purpose. His face bore a provocative expression, as if daring Ing Chun to make a move. Courting death. Ing Chun shouted angrily, striking out instantly. Xiao Wang and the burly man behind him were sent flying like cannonballs, crashing into a wall several meters away. As the dust settled, Xiao Wang spat blood and wiped his mouth, while the burly man behind him lay unconscious. A flash of ferocity crossed Xiao Wang's eyes as he glared at Ing Chun. In his mind, no one harbored more hatred for Ing Chun than he did. Once an ordinary soldier, he had been tasked with ambushing a young man alongside 10 squads, a mission that should have been foolproof. However, Ing Chen's strength surpassed expectations, leading to numerous deaths, and Xiao Wang barely escaped with his life. Fortunately, he awakened a healing ability at a critical moment, freeing himself from the clutches of a mutant bird. Yet, just when he thought he was safe, Dawn City's laboratory became his nightmare. The agony of having his arm sawed off and a lung removed was unforgettable, and he blamed all his suffering on Ing Chun. Xiao Wang shouted fiercely, You dare to attack a high-ranking officer of Dawn City in broad daylight. He intended to leverage the power of Dawn City against Ing Chun, convinced that individual strength could not rival a massive organization. Ing Chun smirked coldly and vanished like a phantom. The crowd looked around in shock, only to see the officer from Dawn City already pinned under Ing Chen's foot. A clear crack echoed as bones snapped. Ing Chen slowly applied more pressure, and Xiao Wang's chest began to cave in. Amidst the agony, Xiao Wang let out a piercing scream. Aya, you'll pay for this. Dawn City won't let you go. Hatred filled his eyes as he glared at Ing Chun. Let's see about that. Ing Chen replied indifferently and suddenly exerted force. Xiao Wang's chest was instantly crushed, and his life was extinguished. Ing Chun casually lifted his foot, as several figures in black combat gear appeared around him. A man with a scar on his forehead stepped forward, looking down at him. Mr. Ing, these are our people from Dawn City. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to kill them on the street? Before he could finish his sentence, Ing Chun was already enraged. A scorching fireball shot towards the man, causing the crowd to panic. How dare you? Help. Don't kill me. The onlookers watched as the once arrogant men scattered in a desperate attempt to flee. Where do you think you're going? Ing Chun suddenly appeared behind one of the men in black, his voice chilling. Before the man could react, deep red flames engulfed him. No, stop. The man frantically tried to extinguish the flames, rolling on the ground, but the fire clung to him relentlessly. Within moments, he was reduced to ashes. The others were even more terrified by the sight. So, he's a mutant too. Ing Chun murmured to himself. The man who was just burned to death must have been a first-tier mutant to withstand the flames for a few breaths longer. As one of the fugitives thought he had escaped, a thick vine suddenly ensnared him. What is this? A mere vine dares to restrain me? The man struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. The vine tightened gradually, making it increasingly difficult for him to breathe, twisting his body into a grotesque shape. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere as the group that had attacked Ing Chun was crushed to death by the demonic vine. Ing Chun stood in the middle of the street, covered in blood, like a demon emerging from hell. Passers-by quickly distanced themselves, casting terrified glances his way. Is this what mutants are like? So cold and ruthless. After Ing Chen's figure disappeared around the street corner, the surrounding pedestrians dared to whisper. Suddenly, a little boy's eyes lit up, and he dashed out. The passerby he bumped into was about to be annoyed but quickly changed their expression. The boy had rushed into the tobacco shop, where the owner lay on the ground, his fate uncertain. In an instant, the surrounding pedestrians swarmed in, looting the tobacco shop empty, leaving nothing for the poor owner. Find a place to clean up, Ing Chun mused, rubbing his chin as he pondered the events. Was this the intention of Lord Li, or was someone within Dawn City targeting him? Either way, he intended to get an explanation. The lives of a few small-time thugs were far from enough. Mr. Ing? Is that you? A familiar voice called out. Ing Chun turned to see a woman standing by the street. It was Xiao Chun Jiao, who had previously given him information about the fig tree. What are you doing here? Ing Chun asked, somewhat surprised. I run a place here. Would you like to come to my house to clean up? Xiao Chun Jiao said cheerfully. Ing Chun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to accept the invitation. Although Xiao Chun Jiao had left a poor impression on him last time, the sticky blood and pungent smell clinging to him were unbearable. Lead the way. Xiao Chun Jiao eagerly led the way to a rundown apartment. Her place was small, about 70 square meters, but it was tidy, and though the furniture was old, it was neat. Brothering, hurry and wash up. You're really dirty. Xiao Chun Jiao took him to the bathroom, but showed no intention of leaving. Get out, Ing Chun said coldly. Don't you need help scrubbing your back? There's a lot of blood. Xiao Chun Jiao licked her lips, her voice filled with allure. Even in simple home clothes, her impressive figure, combined with her beautiful face and seductive tone, was enough to tempt any ordinary man. No, get out. I need to take a shower, Ing Chun insisted firmly. He had no fondness for this woman who had once tried to blackmail him. All right, call me if you need anything, Xiao Chun Jiao said without disappointment and left calmly. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Lord Li was working but was distracted by Xue Qing, his legs wrapped in black silk, his mind filled with wicked thoughts. Qinghe, come to my room. There's something I need to discuss with you, Lord Li said, feigning seriousness. Xue Qinghe understood and gave him a flirtatious glance. Once inside, Lord Li suddenly remembered something and pulled out a petal from who knows where. Xue Qinghe recognized it as a petal from a mutated peony. Qinghe, eat it, Lord Li urged eagerly. Xue Qinghe giggled and swallowed the petal. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door shattered the intimate atmosphere, pounding incessantly. A sudden, urgent knocking jolted Lord Li awake. He knew that the guards would never dare to disturb him like this unless it was something serious. Suppressing his inner turmoil, he asked in a deep voice, "What's happened?" The guard's response hit him like a sledgehammer. Mr. Ing was attacked by our soldiers in Dawn City. Lord Li was shocked, his mind racing. Someone had used his name to target Ing Chun, which was like playing with fire. Ing Chun was not someone to be trifled with. Qinghe, handle things yourself for now. I have some matters to attend to. I'll make it up to you later, Lord Li said hurriedly before rushing out. Xue Qinghe weakly reached out, trying to stop him, but couldn't muster the strength to lift his hand. Left alone, he struggled to dress in solitude. Suddenly, a soldier appeared at the door, muttering to himself. Lord Li was in such a rush, he didn't even close the door. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was plunged into darkness. This unexpected coincidence caught everyone off guard. Walking along the road, Lord Li felt a sudden chill. Could Ing Chun be blaming me? I need to explain things to him, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Ing Chun had just finished a bath and was comfortably seated on the sofa. In the kitchen, Xiao Chun Jiao was busy preparing a meal. The enticing aroma was irresistible, compelling Ing Chun to stay for dinner. Dinner's ready. Brother Ing, come eat. Xiao Chun Jiao brought out plates of delicious food: braised pork, clear water cabbage, and crispy fried meat. Since the apocalypse, Ing Chun hadn't tasted such delicacies. He usually only had roasted meat to stave off hunger. Ing Chun picked up a piece of crispy meat and gently placed it in his mouth. The meat was fresh and tender inside, with a crispy exterior, tastier than anything he had eaten before the apocalypse. Made from the mutant beast meat he provided, it was naturally exceptional. The two devoured the meal, quickly clearing the table. Ing Chun patted his slightly bulging stomach with satisfaction, remarking, I didn't expect you to have such skills. You can't judge a book by its cover. Xiao Chun Jiao's slender, delicate hands looked untouched by labor, yet she possessed such impressive culinary skills. I learned after the apocalypse, Xiao Chun Jiao said softly, a strange smile appearing on her face. Otherwise, in that hellish place, I would have been forced by them long ago. Suddenly, Ing Chun felt a sharp pain in his stomach, reminiscent of the time he ingested the 7-star dragon tooth grass. Beads of sweat rolled down his contorted face as he glared at Xiao Chun Jiao, gritting his teeth. What exactly are you doing? Xianjiao finally dropped her facade, a sinister smile tugging at her lips. She slowly approached Ing Chun, her eyes gleaming with greed. Mr. Ing, you are indeed formidable, she chuckled softly. I used 3 mutated poisonous plants, yet they couldn't directly kill you. Ing Chun, fighting back the searing pain within, tremulously asked, what do you want? Xianjiao narrowed her eyes, stepping closer. You must have obtained the mutated figs, right? I want half of them. And that treasure of yours that can control mutated beasts. Her gaze was fixed on Ingchun, as if trying to read his thoughts. Your pet is too powerful for you to control at this stage. There must be a treasure, and a very important one at that. Ingchun gritted his teeth and replied, Dream on. Xianjiao was unfazed, drawing a gleaming dagger from her waist. Think carefully, Mr. Ing. I've tested these poison plants. Even a single leaf can kill a mutated beast. You've ingested 3, and while you're not dead, I doubt you have any strength left to resist. She pressed the dagger's tip to Ingchun's throat. If you don't want to lose your life today, hand over the figs and the treasure. Suddenly, Ingchun lifted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why are you unharmed? You ate the same thing as I did. Xianjiao smiled alluringly, gently playing with Ingchun's hair. I've awakened a special ability, but it doesn't enhance my combat skills. It merely grants me immunity to all poisons. Those plants are lethal to you, but to me, they're just ordinary weeds. Realization dawned on Ingchun, and he felt a sense of dread. He urgently called out to the system in his mind. System, help me. I'm in deep trouble. The system's voice echoed in his mind, carrying a hint of reprimand. This is a lesson about understanding human nature. The apocalypse is harsh. You can rely on your pet to conquer the world, but can you withstand the traps others meticulously set for you? The system paused before continuing. Take a 7-star dragon tooth herb and swallow it. Even if it's not fully matured, its medicinal power will help expel the toxins. As Xianjiao pressed him further, Ingchun suddenly produced the mutated peony from his hand and quickly brought it to his mouth. Xianjiao was startled and swiftly reached to snatch it away, but managed only to grab a few leaves. She watched helplessly as Ingchun swallowed the remaining leaves, her anger boiling over. She raised her dagger, aiming for Ingchun's throat. Crack! The dagger was deflected by an invisible force. Xianjiao looked closely and saw that Ingchun's neck had transformed into a silvery metallic state. Damn it! Xianjiao was both shocked and furious, feeling the urge to retreat. She realized she couldn't kill Ingchun, and if his strength continued to recover, her own life would be in danger. Ingchun watched as Xianjiao fled in panic. He didn't pursue her, as he lacked the strength. The toxins in his body weren't fully expelled yet, and he could only watch as Xianjiao's figure disappeared from sight. Ingchun's recent transformation into metal was a forceful exertion of power, and if Xiao Chuanjiao were to attack again, she would realize that his strength hadn't actually recovered. Slowly, he took out the 7-star dragon tooth herb, swallowed it, and felt the medicine quickly dispel the toxins in his body. Phew, that really hurt just now. Ingchun collapsed onto the sofa, gently rubbing his jaw. A sly glint appeared in his eyes. Let her enjoy her moment, and then strike when she's most complacent. Wouldn't that be a greater blow to her? The system was surprised. So you deliberately showed the mutated peony flower earlier? That's right. Ingchun replied with a sinister smile. Think about it. If Xiao Chuanjiao eats the mutated peony and finds out it doesn't enhance her power, how desperate would she be? I took it out and put it in my mouth to make her believe it's a consumable treasure. Since she's so eager to gain strength, she won't pass up this chance. The system shivered, unable to help but remark. Xiaochun, you are so devious. No wonder you're my host. It seems you're walking a crooked path now. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuanjiao kept changing her appearance and frequently altering her direction on the road. She thought, I should have covered about 10 kilometers by now. No matter how capable Ingchun is, he can't catch up with me. At this moment, Xiao Chuanjiao sat by the bed, resting her chin in her hand, lost in thought. Is this mutated flower a treasure or a poison? No, it must be a treasure. Otherwise, Ingchun wouldn't have eaten it directly. Besides, I have a constitution immune to all poisons, so even if it's toxic, it won't harm me. Resolute in her decision, Xiao Chuanjiao swallowed the mutated peony flower in one gulp. To her utter surprise, the flower wasn't a poison but a drug that stimulated hormone secretion, rendering her poison immunity useless. This is the feeling. Xiao Chuanjiao felt the warm surge in her stomach with excitement, reminiscent of when she first awakened. However, within just a few breaths, her expression changed dramatically, and the strange sensations from her body became intolerable. That bastard. Damn it. Xiao Chuanjiao gritted her teeth. That scoundrel tricked me. This isn't a treasure at all. Little spirit mouse, come out. Ingchun shouted sternly, reaching into the pet space to pull out the little creature. Although there was no formal contract between him and the spirit mouse, the clever little thing had a strange affinity for the pet space and showed no resistance to it. Squeak, squeak. The spirit mouse was munching happily on a piece of sunleaf. Ingchun's forehead throbbed with frustration. If the greedy creature continued eating like this, even the sun tree might be stripped bare. I've taken care of you long enough. It's time you proved useful, Ingchun said coldly, pulling out Xiao Chuanjiao's dagger from his coat and holding it up to the spirit mouse's nose. Find this woman and kill her. If you can't, don't bother coming back. The spirit mouse was about to shake its head in refusal, but Ing Chun mercilessly tossed it into the air. It arced through the sky, flying several hundred meters before landing heavily. The mouse stood still for a moment, stomping its tiny feet in frustration, clearly displeased at not being given a chance to negotiate. But the thought of never tasting those delicious leaves again made it relent, and it began to track Xiao Chunjiao's scent. Oomph, greedy and cowardly little thing, living off me for so long. Time to repay your debt, Ing Chun sneered. He had just noticed that the spirit mouse had reached the late stage of the first rank, indicating it had been feasting on the sun tree quite a bit. After the commotion, Ing Chun felt exhausted. He returned to the wild, summoned the devil vine to stand guard, and fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already noon the next day. I need to get an explanation from Li Changzhu, Ing Chun murmured to himself, the events of the previous day still fresh in his mind. Someone had to pay for what happened. With a long cry, the green-winged bird carried Ing Chun towards Dawn City. As the distance closed, he could see the flames rising above the city lord's mansion. The deafening sounds of battle reached him, and chaos reigned below as soldiers in matching uniforms turned on each other. On the ground, a soldier had just killed an enemy, only to be stabbed by his comrade. Why, Brother Wang, he gasped as blood gushed from his mouth, pooling on the ground in a crimson puddle. Sorry, I'm under Lord Li's orders, came the reply, just before a gunshot rang out and a bullet hole appeared in the soldier's forehead, sending both bodies collapsing to the ground. Is this an internal power struggle among Dawn City's elites? Ing Chun pondered. Suddenly, he spotted Xueqinghe. She moved like a valkyrie, surrounded by blades of ice, cutting down lives on the battlefield. Ing Chun observed closely and was surprised to find she wasn't aiding the city lord's guards, but seemed to be destroying the original forces of the city lord's mansion. Is Xueqinghe a spy? Ing Chun was puzzled. In his memory, Xueqinghe had always been deeply devoted to Li Changzhu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained unmarried. Did Li Changzhu get caught with a mistress? Ing Chun speculated. But a cold glint flashed in Ing Chun's eyes. No matter how chaotic they get, they must explain yesterday's events. Before he finished speaking, the sky was suddenly filled with the massive form of the devil vine, its colossal tendrils descending like giant pillars. What is that thing? Why has it suddenly appeared in the sky? No, don't let it fall. A soldier stared blankly at the giant figure in the sky, too stunned to even focus on his enemy. The entire battlefield paused in unison, every gaze fixed on the unexpected behemoth. Boom. Crash. The devil vine slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust as the earth trembled like a minor earthquake had struck. When the dust settled, a colossal figure stood in the center of the battlefield. Soldiers who had once fought in the granary skirmish turned pale, knowing all too well the terrifying power of the devil vine, which could only be harmed by large-scale weaponry. Yet, even more frightening was its master, the man hailed as the world's top mutant. Damn it! You crushed my comrade, a soldier shouted, losing his composure as he opened fire with his rifle in a frenzy. Stop! Don't provoke it! An older soldier barked, but it was too late. Bullets rained down only to bounce harmlessly off the vine, falling to the ground as the vine writhed. In an instant, the vine wrapped around the soldier who fired, squeezing him with a force that left him breathless. Ing Chun frowned as he landed. Devil vine, you sense the presence of the ones who attacked me here? He murmured, suddenly understanding why the vine had killed. Out of nowhere, a ragged figure in a soldier's uniform burst from the crowd. Brothering, you have to save me. They've rebelled. The voice was weak, but oddly familiar. Ing Chun looked closely and recognized City Lord Li. Now in a pitiful state, his face was blackened, and he was covered in small wounds, as if he'd been through countless battles. City Lord Li, what happened to you? Ing Chun asked in surprise. City Lord Li hesitated, then sighed deeply. Do you remember Yun Nan, the son of the Yun family head? Ing Chun nodded, recalling the man who once threatened him, whom he had personally dealt with during the destruction of the Yun family. That man didn't die? It was he who started this conflict. City Lord Li's words hit like a bolt from the blue. What? Ing Chun was incredulous. I saw the flames of the blue-winged bird consume him, flames of the third rank that can melt steel. City Lord Li was filled with regret. It's my fault. After you left, my men found him in the ruins, shrouded in a dark light, slowly absorbing your pet's flames. Though near death, I felt pity and saved him. His abilities allowed him to quickly absorb medicine, and he survived. I kept him close as a guard, but he betrayed me and led a rebellion. Speaking of Yun Nan, City Lord Li's eyes flashed with hatred before he turned a pleading gaze to Ing Chun. Brother Ing, I owe you an apology. If you help me quell this uprising, I'll fulfill any request you have. Something seemed off. Ing Chun stroked his chin, his brow furrowed. Although he felt that Lord Li had deceived him, he never intended to help him in the first place. Ing Chun let out a cold laugh, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he stared at Lord Li. Lord Li, don't you find it ridiculous? You secretly saved my enemy, and now he's turned against you. And you still want me to help you? Do you think I'm some kind of benevolent saint? His voice was low and threatening, each word carrying a chilling edge. You knew perfectly well that Yunnan and I are mortal enemies, yet you dared to save him behind my back. You're testing my limits. I can't believe there's someone so despicable in this world. Hearing this, Lord Li's face turned ashen. He knew better than anyone the power Ing Chun possessed, a strength capable of altering the course of battles. His eyes filled with terror as he stammered. Brother Ing, let me explain. Before he could finish, a flicker of black light appeared in the air. A shadowy figure shot towards Ing Chun like an arrow released from a bow. How dare you? Ing Chun shouted angrily. Instantly, scorching flames rose from beneath him, quickly forming a massive wave of fire that surged towards the shadowy figure. Boom! The shadow collided with the fiery wave, resulting in a deafening explosion. Astonishingly, the flames, which could usually melt steel and incinerate anything, were slowly being absorbed by the shadow. As more fire was absorbed, the shadowy figure's aura grew stronger. Narrowing his eyes, Ing Chun scrutinized the shadow before him, already forming a suspicion in his mind. Yunnan, he pondered. The ability to absorb flames was likely the handiwork of Yunnan, the one Lord Li had saved. The shadow finally absorbed all the flames, its aura more than doubling. The surrounding mutants were visibly shaken. One of them murmured in fear. I felt we were evenly matched before, but now his power has surged. What kind of ability is this? The black light on the shadow's face faded, revealing a handsome visage. It was indeed Yunnan from the Yun family. A cold smile played on his lips. Ing Chun, surprised I'm not dead? Ing Chun remained unfazed, his tone dripping with disdain. So it's you. I'm not surprised, just mildly inconvenienced. I guess I'll have to kill you again. Yunnan laughed in anger. Umph. You may be strong, but I'm not the same as before. Thanks to you, I've awakened the devouring ability, capable of absorbing all elemental energies to enhance my power. He smiled sinisterly, feeling his strength surge after devouring Ing Chen's flames, more confident in facing him. Ing Chen couldn't help but feel unimpressed. With that weak ability of yours, he had expected Yunnan to be much stronger, but he remained disappointingly weak. Even after absorbing the flames, his power only reached the late first tier. Infuriated by this dismissive attitude, Yunnan glared at Ing Chun, ready to attack, only to find that Ing Chun had suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Yunnan shouted in alarm. Suddenly, he felt a warmth at his neck and turned to find Ing Chun breathing down his ear. Before Yunnan could react, Ing Chun had already grabbed his arm. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing them both like a massive torch. Ing Chun said calmly, "Go ahead, absorb it. I'll give you another chance." Ah! Yunnan screamed in agony, black light flickering as he tried to devour the flames. But soon, he could no longer absorb them, and the searing fire began to burn him directly, his skin charring instantly. When the flames subsided, Yunnan lay on the ground, weakened and barely alive, his body charred black, clearly on the brink of death. Thud! The unparalleled strength of the world's top mutant was on full display. Ing Chun defeated Yunnan with just a single move, rendering his terrifying abilities utterly ineffective. The surrounding mutants were astonished, speculating whether Ing Chun had already advanced to the third level, equivalent to the third grade of mutated beasts. Ing Chun looked down coldly and said, "Yunnan, you dare to challenge me with such feeble power?" Yunnan coughed with difficulty, his voice hoarse and weak. "How could it be? Just me targeting you? It's not only me. Who else wants to challenge me?" Ing Chun narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry, they'll show up," Yunnan replied with a strange smile curling at the corners of his lips. As Ing Chun was about to finish Yunnan off, a flash of cold light pierced through Yunnan's head. Ing Chun looked up sharply to see Xue Qinghe standing not far away, an ice spike forming in her hand. However, Xue Qinghe's condition was visibly off. Her face was pale with bright red slap marks. Her hair was disheveled, and her clothes were in disarray. Her black stockings on her thighs were riddled with small holes. Xue Qinghe's bloodshot eyes fixed on Ing Chun, then glanced complexly at Lord Li before suddenly rushing toward Ing Chun. As Ing Chun prepared to defend himself, he realized Xue Qinghe had dropped all her defenses, her ice spikes falling to the ground. She collapsed into Ing Chun's arms, her body limp as if she had lost all strength. "Please, take me away," Xue Qinghe pleaded softly, a hint of longing in her voice. At that moment, an old man emerged from the crowd. Ing Chun found him familiar, but couldn't recall his name. Ignoring the shocked Lord Li, the old man approached Ing Chun directly. "Mr. Ing, my name is Li Tianqing. I hope you won't get involved in this military coup. As a gesture of gratitude, you will become a high-ranking official in Dawn City. What do you say? Was it you who ordered the attack on me?" Ing Chun retorted. "Yes, but that was a misunderstanding." Li Tianqing's words were cut short as the green-winged bird let out a sharp cry. Instantly, countless flames descended from the sky, turning the battlefield into an apocalyptic scene. "Devil Vine, stand down." Ing Chun retracted the Devil Vine, allowing the green-winged bird to unleash its full power. He wanted everyone to understand the dreadful consequences of angering him. "Mr. Ing, This is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Li Tianxing shouted in terror, but Ying Chun paid no heed. The heavenly fire engulfed everyone, and despair spread across the faces of those on the battlefield. Someone murmured, "It's over, everything is over." This kind of cataclysmic force is something no human can withstand. Some mutants reacted quickly, attempting to escape the flames, but their efforts seemed destined to be futile. Heavenly fire descended upon the world. Flames surged like a tidal wave, transforming the entire landscape into an infernal world of fire. The tongues of fire greedily licked every inch of space, and escaping their reach was a matter of sheer luck. Blossoms of flame bloomed in the sky, beautiful yet deadly, captivating and terrifying. City Lord Li's eyes flickered with a strange power, relying on his celestial vision ability to dodge the flames. Suddenly, a massive flower of fire plummeted from the sky toward Ying Chun and his companions. Li Tianxing stared blankly at the approaching fire, his expression twisting, and a maniacal laugh burst from his throat. "Ha ha, isn't it your pet? And yet it wants to kill you too. There's no escaping it." Li Tianxing laughed hysterically, his voice filled with bitterness and despair. He shouted frantically, "In what way am I inferior to Li Tianwen? If not for the apocalypse, Tianwen is nothing compared to me. If not for your interference, Tianwen is nothing compared to me. I did not lose to Li Tianwen. I lost to fate. I lost to the heavens. I, Li Tianxing, am no weakling." Xue Qinghe murmured, "To have lived as a rat in the darkness, only to fall before the light, perhaps this is fate." As the deputy to the city lord, she handled more affairs than he did and understood Li Tianxing's past well. But to die like this is also a blessing. Xue Qinghe slumped in Ying Chen's arms, her eyes staring blankly at the falling heavenly fire. Boom! A deafening explosion resounded as Li Tianxing was reduced to ashes in the flames. Just as Xue Qinghe prepared to accept her fate, the fire suddenly stopped in front of them, as if an invisible force was halting its advance. After a long while, Xue Qinghe, not feeling the expected pain, slowly opened her eyes, astonished to see the flames had stopped before her. "How could my pet's fire harm me?" Ying Chen said calmly. At this moment, even the city lord's mansion was ablaze, looking from afar like a giant torch. The onlookers murmured among themselves, with some worriedly saying, "What's happening at the city lord's mansion? Why did it suddenly catch fire?" It's likely another power struggle among the high ranks of Dawn City. With the apocalypse here, more people vie for power. Let's hope it doesn't affect us ordinary folks. Times are hard enough as it is. If the city lord is corrupt, Dawn City is doomed. On the battlefield, only a few figures remained standing, having narrowly escaped the flames of the blue-winged bird. Ying Chun noticed City Lord Li in the midst of the battlefield, collapsed on the ground, his legs charred to cinders. City Lord Li struggled to open his eyes, seeing Ying Chun approaching slowly, with Xue Qinghe in his arms. "Qinghe, save me." City Lord Li murmured, the effort of speaking those 5 words seeming to drain all his strength. Xue Qinghe looked at him with a complex expression, a mix of reluctance and resentment. "Did you ever consider me? Did you ever trust me?" Ying Chen scratched his head, unable to understand, and asked in confusion, "Aren't Xue Qinghe and the city lord on the same side? What happened between you two?" "It's a long story," Xue Qinghe sighed. "No problem, I've got time." Ying Chen's response left Xue Qinghe momentarily stunned, his unexpected attitude catching her off guard. Ying Chun turned to the blue-winged bird and said, "Blue-winged bird, extinguish the flames. The battle is over now. There's no need for the fire to spread further." Ying Chen found a relatively clean spot and sat down cross-legged, carefully placing Xue Qinghe on a flat slab. Tears glistened in Xue Qinghe's eyes as she began to recount her ordeal. "Yesterday afternoon, City Lord Li took me to the bedroom and made me eat the petals of a mutated peony flower," Xue Qinghe said, her voice trembling slightly. But before anything could happen, a guard knocked on the door to report an important matter, and he had to leave. She continued, describing how she struggled to dress herself, only to find that City Lord Li had left the door open. Yunnan happened to pass by and was about to close the door for him. At that moment, Xue Qinghe felt she was losing control. When he returned, he saw me sitting on the bed disheveled, and Yunnan was also on the floor in a similar state, she said, unable to hold back her emotions any longer. Tears rolled down her cheeks like broken strings of pearls. She looked like a wronged child, a stark contrast to her previously mature demeanor. Hearing this, Ying Chen frowned. The coincidence of the situation was hard to believe, making it difficult for him to discern right from wrong. As Xue Qinghe's sobs subsided, she continued, "When Li Tianwen saw this scene, he flew into a rage and slapped me across the face without hesitation. He wanted to kill Yunnan, but luckily the guard stopped him. That night, Yunnan and I were thrown into prison." Her voice grew more agitated. "In the dead of night, Li Tianwen actually sent someone to kill me. He said the reason was, 'I won't forgive a woman who betrays me.'" Her voice rose sharply. "Did I really betray him? If I didn't love him, would I have waited 9 long years? 9 years of my youth. A vibrant young girl, waiting for him all that time. and he wants to kill me. By the end, Xue Qinghe was almost shouting hysterically, the years of pent-up grievances pouring out like a flood. Ingchen felt a sense of injustice for her, realizing that all this stemmed from City Lordly feeding Xue Qinghe the mutated peony flower. Were you really violated by Yunnan? Ingchen asked, looking at the tearful Xue Qinghe cautiously. Xue Qinghe lifted her head, her eyes shining with tears. If I say no, will you believe me? After a moment of silence, Ingchen slowly replied, I believe you. Hearing this, a sad smile appeared on Xue Qinghe's face. She turned to City Lordly, her voice laced with irony. See how ridiculous it is? I stayed with you for 9 years, yet you refuse to believe me. But someone I've known for a short time chooses to trust me. City Lordly seemed to want to say something, but ultimately, he just pressed his lips together, unable to utter a word. After a long pause, Xue Qinghe continued. He wasn't there. He can't understand that feeling. That feeling of having someone who belongs entirely to you taken away. It's heartbreaking, suffocating. Her voice was low and filled with pain. I explained it to you back then. Why didn't you believe me? Desperation filled Xue Qinghe's tone, as if her heart had died. She recalled explaining to City Lordly, but he chose not to believe her. At that time, I awakened an ability, and it was an ice attribute, Xue Qinghe said, her voice becoming calm. Using the cold of ice, I suppressed the heat within my heart. But relying solely on ice wasn't enough to completely counteract the effects of the mutated peony flower. Fortunately, I also awakened a time ability. She explained further. With the last bit of clarity, I forcibly used my time powers to revert my body to the state before consuming the peony petals. After that, I fought with Yunnan. Due to forcibly using my time ability, my energy was nearly depleted. After the fight, although I didn't kill Yunnan, he was left powerless on the ground. It was then that City Lordly returned, leading to the scene that followed. Ingchen was stunned by this astonishing reversal. The turn of events was so dramatic. It seemed as if a hand of fate was weaving everything together, deliberately toying with them all. Li Tianqing's sudden attack threw the city lord's mansion into chaos. Yunnan seized the opportunity to escape, and I managed to get away after dealing with the men sent by City Lordly. Ingchen finally pieced together the series of events and couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for City Lord Li's predicament. How absurd, Ingchen remarked, looking at City Lord Li with disappointment in his voice. If only you had given me some time, the truth would have come to light. You know I would never refuse you. You could have verified it yourself, but instead, you chose the most extreme approach. There was a flicker of complexity in Ingchen's gaze. 9 years, I followed you for 9 years. You were always so gentle and polite, yet you lost control at the worst possible moment. He sighed softly. Perhaps my mother was right. We are not suited for each other. The outcome I've painstakingly waited for is laughably tragic. City Lordly slowly closed his eyes, tears silently streaming down. Ingchen suddenly felt a surge of awkwardness, unsure of what to do. He silently called out to the system for help. System, this is so awkward. What should I say? The system seemed to sense his discomfort and suggested, I'm embarrassed for you too. Maybe you should just leave. Just as Ingchen was about to speak, he noticed that City Lordly had already fainted. Looking around, he saw the once grand City Lord's mansion was now in ruins, completely deserted. Who is Li Tianqing? Ingchen asked with a frown, puzzled by this unexpected figure. The system explained, he is City Lord Li's younger brother, but their relationship has always been strained, with conflicts spanning over a decade. The Li family is a prominent family in Zhongdu. Initially, City Lord Li took the top position here, while Li Tianqing was just a minor official. Over the years, Li Tianqing gradually expanded his power, and there were even rumors he intended to replace City Lord Li. After the apocalypse, all of this became irrelevant. This time, he probably intended to frame City Lord Li and sow discord between you. What? Just for that reason? Ingchen was speechless, marveling at the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, a shout interrupted his thoughts. A swarm of soldiers surrounded Ingchen. Just as he thought he was in danger, the soldiers shouted in unison, Please, Mr. Ing, take charge. This unexpected turn of events left Ingchen bewildered. Tang Bufan stepped out from the crowd and slowly said, Brother Ing, you are now the last hope for Dawn City. Me? What about the other leaders of Dawn City? Ingchen asked, puzzled. Tang Bufan explained, most of the high-ranking officials of Dawn City were eliminated by Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing is dead, and City Lord Li has lost his legs. Now, only you fit the role of Dawn City's leader. Everyone trusts your strength and believes you can lead us to a stronger, better future. The focused gazes of Tang Bufan and the other soldiers rested on Ingchen, awaiting his response. Ingchen's mind raced as he consulted the system. System, should I try being a city lord for fun? The system instantly rejected the idea. No way. Becoming a city lord would overwhelm you with responsibilities, leaving no time for leveling up, and you'll eventually be left behind. Remember, your greatest advantage is your pets. You can establish a power base once you're strong enough. As Ing Chun was about to refuse, a thought struck him, and he glanced at Xue Qinghe. Isn't he a ready-made city lord? He mused. He can handle all the duties of a city lord and is powerful, having awakened both time and ice abilities. From now on, this will be your city lord, Lord Xue of Dawn City. Ing Chun stood up, with Xue Qinghe still clinging to him, leaving the soldiers present momentarily stunned. We wanted you to be the city lord, not her, someone shouted. But soon, peculiar smiles appeared on the soldiers' faces, their eyes filled with lewd implications. They quickly connected the dots. Lord Li was dead, Xue Qinghe looked weak and helpless, and Ing Chen's clothes were stained with blood. We get it. Haha, we get it, the soldiers shouted in unison. Hail Lord Xue. Xue Qinghe looked bewildered, and seeing the soldiers' unsavory smiles, regret washed over Ing Chun, his mouth twitching involuntarily. That was rash. I shouldn't have said it now. He silently lamented. I can't do this. Xue Qinghe started to explain, but Ing Chun interrupted her. Take good care of Lord Xue. I have some matters to attend to. With that, he entrusted Xue Qinghe to a female soldier, then leaped onto the back of a green-winged bird and left Dawn City in an instant. What an irresponsible Mr. Ing, a soldier muttered. Though I couldn't stand Lord Li, he wasn't this irresponsible. This is just scummy. I have a feeling we've been tricked by him. Another soldier agreed. Do you think Mr. Ing is planning to run away? I have that feeling too. It seems like he won't be coming back. The soldiers watched Ing Chen's departing figure, whispering among themselves. Soon, Dawn City welcomed its new ruler Lord Xue. The news quickly spread throughout the city, and the residents learned that their new city lord was a woman, a powerful mutant with the power of ice. Only a few knew that Xue Qinghe's true ability was the power of time. Meanwhile, Ing Chun was flying aimlessly in the sky. Xiao Qinzi, what are you planning to do? The system suddenly asked. Just wandering around to avoid being dragged back to be the city lord, Ing Chun replied casually. Have you forgotten about Tianming and the others? You still need to introduce them to Lord Li. I really did forget, Ing Chun admitted. I'll introduce them to Xue Qinghe in a few days. As night fell, Ing Chun found a random spot to rest. Meanwhile, in Dawn City, the little spirit mouse stood dazed in an empty room, searching for traces of Ing Chun. It tried to track him by scent, but realized he had left on a green-winged bird, making it impossible to follow. Squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak. The little spirit mouse cried out in frustration. It had worked hard to complete the task for Ing Chun, finding that woman and killing her effortlessly. Though the task wasn't difficult, it still required effort. Shouldn't it receive a few leaves as a reward? Did Ing Chun leave just to avoid giving a reward? Achoo. Far away, Ing Chun suddenly sneezed. Who's thinking about me? My brother or Xue Qinghe? He rubbed his itchy nose, suddenly remembering that the little spirit mouse hadn't come out for dinner today. System, where's the little spirit mouse? You left it in Dawn City. It's probably squeaking in frustration right now, the system replied. Oops, it's okay, it's okay. Ing Chun reassured himself, patting his chest. The little spirit mouse is so dumb. It should still be chasing someone. I should be able to pick it up tomorrow. The next day, Ing Chun returned to Dawn City, and as expected, the little spirit mouse frantically clung to him. He lifted it up, but the little creature bit his finger. However, Ing Chen's metallic fingers remained unmoved, impervious to the mouse's teeth. All right, Ing Chen soothed. I'll take you treasure hunting later, so stop biting. Soon after, a group of soldiers respectfully escorted Ing Chun to the city lord's mansion. Xue Qinghe had changed into professional attire and was seriously handling official business at the desk. City Lord Xue, Mr. Ing has arrived, the leading soldier reported respectfully. You may leave, Xue Qinghe gestured with a wave. The soldier exited, leaving only Ing Chun and Xue Qinghe in the room, creating a subtle atmosphere. Hey, why don't you become the city lord yourself? Xue Qinghe asked curiously. Ing Chun shrugged nonchalantly. I'm not cut out for it. You're doing just fine. The soldiers respect you. Xue Qinghe shook her head, a troubled look on her face. There are significant internal conflicts in Dawn City. The military respects me, but other departments have many complaints. Changing the city lord inevitably affects their interests. What's the most pressing issue now? Food. Ing Chun frowned. Didn't Dawn City just capture a granary? How can there be a shortage? Xue Qinghe gave a wry smile. The food issue is indeed severe. The granary reserves are only enough for 2 years, and with more survivors arriving, it might not even last that long. The higher-ups are fiercely divided, with one side advocating abandoning some survivors, while the other insists on saving as many as possible. Ing Chun pondered for a moment, and then spoke slowly. If I can help you solve this problem, would you be able to secure your position as city lord? Xue Qinghe was overjoyed but also skeptical. You have a solution to the city's food problem? Suddenly, she thought of something. Is it Jiao? That must be the only possibility. She looked at Ing Chun with a complicated expression. Why are you helping me? Because of what happened yesterday. Ing Chun shook his head and calmly explained. I just don't want to see Dawn City fall apart. After all, it concerns hundreds of thousands of lives. You're probably the only one familiar with all the city lord's duties. If someone else takes over, just getting up to speed would take a lot of time, and by then, Dawn City might already be doomed. With that, he turned and left. Shui Qinghao watched Ing Chen's departing figure, her expression complex, filled with both regret and relief. A myriad of emotions surged within her, a bittersweet mix. Maybe it's just karma, she murmured softly in the empty room. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Cat Star frowned, swinging her little feet in the air. Tianming, will that person come to find us again? It's been days without any contact. Cat Star, get your feet off the coffee table. Tianming said impatiently. Humph, I doubt they'll come looking for us again. I heard the city lord has changed, so knowing the previous one is useless. Qi Yi suddenly chimed in. Maybe. Tianming was filled with doubts, worried about Angshan's safety after the turmoil at the city lord's mansion. Mao Xing scoffed. Why don't I remember getting into trouble? Just then, Angshan's voice suddenly came from outside the door, startling everyone inside. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Angshan had been searching for Tianming and the others, and he finally found where they were staying. Jia quickly stood up to greet him. Brother Ing, please have a seat. I'll prepare some tea. Angshan waved his hand. No need. I'm here today to fulfill my promise. Tomorrow, I'll take you to meet the newly appointed city lord. Whether you gain favor depends on your abilities. He shook his head slightly. It's a pity the kid with the affinity ability ran away. Otherwise, you might have had a better chance of being valued. Tianming and the others were puzzled. Wasn't that person the one who stole from Angshan and ran away? Why did Angshan seem regretful? Tianming cautiously asked. Brother Ing, why do you say it's a pity? Is his ability that important? Angshan nodded. What's most important in the apocalypse? Tianming thought for a moment and answered, food. Exactly, Angshan explained. Dawn City is currently holding a mutated beast that can make crops grow quickly and thrive in any environment. If we can calm this beast, the food problem in Dawn City would be solved. If that kid hadn't run off with the demon roc, he might have become a hero of Dawn City. But now, he's probably in grave danger, or might even have become food for the beast. Mao Xing was puzzled. Brother Ing, why would he die? That person isn't weak, and with the demon roc's help, shouldn't he survive? Ingchen shook his head. The demon roc is not easy to keep. It's a true demonic bird, and will attack those around it once it sees fit. That's why I didn't take it in. Everyone suddenly understood why Angshan neither pursued the person nor got angry before it, was because the demon roc would turn on its master. Tianming suddenly asked, Brother Ing, you said that if we can tame Jiao, we could gain favor with the city lord. Is that true? Angshan was a bit surprised, hearing Tianming's confident tone. That's right. If you can make Jiao obedient, you'll definitely earn the city lord's appreciation. Do you have a plan? Though I can't bond with it, I can make it submit. Tianming said confidently. Is it your ability? Angshan inquired further. Yes, with my eyes. Tianming's eyes sparkled with a mysterious, enchanting pattern, seemingly containing incredible power. This is my ability, the power of mental control. I want to try controlling Jiao, and I hope Brother Ing will give me a chance. Great. Wonderful. Angshan was overjoyed. He had originally planned to use a contract slot after upgrading his system to control Jiao, but that would waste a slot since Jiao isn't a combat pet. With Tianming's ability, there might be a better solution. I hope you succeed. After Angshan left, he wandered the streets of Dawn City, searching for a restaurant that was still open. Finally, he spotted a small eatery, the only place in the area with its lights still on. As he pushed the door open, a wave of warm air greeted him. Inside, a middle-aged man was wiping down a table and looked up at the sound. What can I get you, young man? The man asked warmly, a genuine smile on his face. That smile caught Angshan off guard. He studied the man's face closely. There was none of the numbness or despair common among other survivors. Instead, it was filled with hope, as if the apocalypse had never happened. What's wrong, young man? Is there something on my face? The middle-aged man asked, feeling a bit uneasy under Angshan's gaze. Angshan snapped out of it. Oh no, it's just, you feel different from others. You seem to still have hope for life. Can you tell me why? The middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Young man, do you know what a man's dream is? Angshan thought for a moment. To indulge in beauty and hold power? I suppose most men's dreams are like that, having both beauty and power. That's not quite right. The middle-aged man shook his head. Every man, or rather, every boy, has an initial dream. And that's the martial world. He went on to explain. Boys dream of roaming the martial world. What boy hasn't imagined leaping across rooftops, fighting evil, or even saving the world, and being admired by all? Angshan frowned. But the apocalypse has brought so much darkness. What I've seen mostly is the darkness of human nature. Do people like you mentioned really exist? The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, a determined light in his eyes. They will. I believe someone, a hero, will break the apocalypse, change everything, and cleanse the world. He spoke passionately. Think of our great Yin Huang. We've existed for thousands of years because of exceptional individuals leading us out of crises. In this era, There will also be extraordinary people. They might be late, but they will definitely appear. Maybe it's you or me. Ing Chun was lost in thought. The man's faith was so strong that if he awakened any abilities in the future, his achievements would surely be remarkable. What do you have to eat here? Ing Chun changed the subject. We have noodles and egg custard, the middle-aged man said proudly. Young man, let me tell you, my egg custard is excellent. I'll have some egg custard. All right, soon. A steaming bowl of egg custard was placed on the table, garnished with a few pieces of green scallions. Ing Chun took a sip and found the taste ordinary, not as exceptional as the man had claimed. Nonetheless, the conversation made him realize that not all hope was lost in the apocalypse. System, do you think a hero will really emerge? Ing Chun asked internally. The system responded calmly. It's a small probability. If humans have heroes, wouldn't mutated beasts also have special entities? Humans are indeed weak. As spiritual energy revives, humans will eventually be left behind. The bloodline power of mutated beasts is unmatched. Ha. System, that's not necessarily true. Ing Chun suddenly laughed. Why? The system asked, puzzled. Ing Chun said firmly, because we are Yin Wang. Don't underestimate us. Even if no hero appears, I will end this apocalypse. I will find the one who triggered the spiritual energy revival and beat him to a pulp. This is my promise as a man, witnessed by heaven and earth. The system fell silent, unable to understand why Ing Chun had such a sudden change, so different from the naive and foolish Ing Chun it knew. What kind of power did that man's words possess to stir his fighting spirit so? Ing Chun stood inside the small diner, watching the absurd scene unfold before him. The middle-aged owner had just told a customer, then it's on the house. Next time, let me treat you to my cooking. When suddenly, his body began to tremble violently, as if something inside was ready to break free. Is he awakening? Ing Chun's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden transformation. He muttered to himself, damn, I went through hell to awaken, and this guy just evolves through idle chatter. Just then, the door of the diner was flung open, and a group of menacing individuals stormed in. The burly leader shouted, trash this place. This dump serves egg custard that tastes like crap and still dares to charge us. Before the middle-aged owner could react, he was surrounded and beaten. He shouted desperately, don't hit me. This is... But his words were cut off as fists and kicks rained down on him. Ing Chun watched coldly, thinking, poor guy, this must be your trial. Goodbye. He turned to leave, confident that once the man's awakening was complete, he would easily defeat the attackers. However, just as Ing Chun was about to step out the door, a sharp voice called out, hey, kid, who said you could leave? A baseball bat came crashing down on his head. Ing Chun turned slowly to find his assailant was a small, tattoo-covered boy. The blow barely registered, leaving only a mild sting. The boy continued to taunt. You call me a kid? If I don't call you up. Before he could finish, Ing Chun had already grabbed his head, fingers sinking deep into his flesh. My head's gonna explode. Let go. The boy screamed in terror, but Ing Chun's expression remained grim. At that moment, the boy swung the bat towards Ing Chun's legs. Brat! Ing Chun growled, and an ice pillar instantly formed in midair, blocking the bat's attack. The boy was startled by the sudden phenomenon, finally realizing that the kid before him was actually a mutant. Ing Chun sneered. So young and already so vicious. Let's see how you handle some real suffering. As he spoke, a sharp ice pillar slowly rose from the ground beneath the boy, its tip like a razor-sharp blade inching closer to his body. The boy struggled wildly, but under Ing Chun's iron grip, he was powerless, forced to watch as the ice blade approached. No, I haven't even experienced life yet, please, he wailed in despair. Ing Chun coldly replied. In this post-apocalyptic world, you have to take responsibility for your actions. No one's going to cut you slack. The ice blade pierced the boy's flesh, his face contorted in agony as he let out a blood-curdling scream. Ah! Ing Chun released him, letting the boy fall to the ground. You thought you could ambush me, kid? You're nothing, he said coldly. The boy curled up on the floor, writhing and twitching like a cooked shrimp, his painful groans echoing in the air. Damn, how dare you lay a hand on our brother? A group of people let the middle-aged man go and surrounded Ing Chun. The leader glanced at the ice pillar on the ground, his eyes narrowing as he realized Ing Chun was a mutant. Kid, you dared to hit my brother. Are you? One of the underlings started to say arrogantly, but was abruptly silenced by his boss, who clamped a hand over his mouth. Don't drag me to death with you, the leader warned in a low voice, gesturing towards the ice pillar. The underling suddenly realized his mistake and looked at Ing Chun in terror, understanding the gravity of disrespecting a mutant. Ing Chun remained expressionless. He attacked me first. If I were just an ordinary person, I'd be the one on the ground. The leader swallowed hard and spoke with difficulty. Sir, you've beaten him up like this. Shouldn't there be some compensation? No sooner had he spoken, a biting cold swept through the air. Frost instantly spread across the ground, freezing the thugs and silencing their cries. Sir, we were wrong. You were right. Please spare us. The thugs pleaded in terror. Ing Chen shrugged indifferently and turned to leave, saying, "Good luck to you all." The thugs hadn't comprehended his words when they turned to see the middle-aged man radiating a golden light approaching them. "Hey there, my name is Shangwan Chuanqiu. Remember it?" Shangwan Chuanqiu shouted, then smiled at the group of thugs. "You seem to have a lot of fun beating people up earlier." "No, please no." Their screams echoed behind him. Ing Chen listened, shrugged, and mused. Shangwan Chuanqiu? Such a fancy name, but it doesn't suit him. I'll just call him Shangwan Xiu'er. We'll meet again, I'm sure. The system asked, "Xiao Chun, how can you be so sure?" "Just a hunch. A man's intuition." "Xiao Chun, you're asking for trouble again." The next day, Ing Chun led Tian Meng and the others to the city lord's mansion. It was no longer the modest place it had been under Lord Li's tenure. Xue Qinghe had relocated it to the most luxurious area of Dawn City. Mao Xing looked at the building in awe. "Tian Meng, wasn't this the old high-end reception center?" Tian Meng nodded. "Yes, it was a place for the wealthy to throw banquets and indulge in luxury. I heard a single day's cost could reach hundreds of thousands, even millions. And that's just the venue fee, excluding drinks, only offering basic services. It's said to be incredibly luxurious inside, designed by dozens of architects, with a style that's both noble and elegant. Can a city lord live in such a place? Won't people talk?" Mao Xing asked incredulously. "Xue Qinghe is very different from Lord Li," Tian Meng explained. "Lord Li was conservative, never giving anyone a chance to criticize him, so his residence was ordinary. Xue Qinghe, on the other hand, is much bolder. She believes that in the apocalypse, who can criticize extravagance?" At the entrance, a guard with a notebook asked, "Lord Ing, who are these people?" "I'm taking them to see the city lord. They're all mutants," Ing Chun replied succinctly. "All right, please come in." The guard respectfully admitted them, and Ing Chun led the group straight to Xue Qinghe's office. "Knock, knock, knock." Ing Chun knocked on Xue Qinghe's door, but received no response. He pushed the door open and was surprised to find the room empty. Just then, a staff member happened to pass by in the hallway. Ing Chun quickly grabbed him and urgently asked about Xue Qinghe's whereabouts. Initially, the person seemed annoyed, but upon recognizing Ing Chun, his demeanor instantly turned respectful. "Lord Xue is still resting and usually starts working in about half an hour," the staff member explained. "Her bedroom is just ahead." Without hesitation, Ing Chun headed straight for Xue Qinghe's bedroom. Tian Meng and the others attempted to follow, but were stopped by the staff member. "What are you following Lord Ing for? Are you looking for trouble?" the staff member said irritably. "Why can't we go?" Mao Xing retorted defiantly. The staff member lowered his voice and explained, "Lord Xue is a woman and is currently resting." The group fell silent, exchanging puzzled glances. Tian Meng and the others were even more curious about the relationship between Ing Chun and Lord Xue that allowed him such access. The staff member gave a knowing smile and walked away, leaving behind the cryptic words, "Can't say, can't say." Ing Chun opened the bedroom door to find Xue Qinghe still asleep. He unceremoniously roused her and briefly explained the situation. Xue Qinghe quickly grasped his meaning and began to get ready. Moments later, Xue Qinghe appeared before the group. Ing Chun introduced her. "Let me introduce you to the Lord of Dawn City, Lord Xue. She is a powerful mutant with formidable abilities that I'm sure none of you would want to experience firsthand." Tian Meng was struck by Xue Qinghe's presence, her awakened form resembling a Valkyrie. Qi Yi noticed Tian Meng's reaction and pinched him hard, causing Tian Meng to wince in pain. Ing Chun continued, "These are the mutants I mentioned before. This guy here even possesses 3 abilities, a true favorite of fortune." Tian Meng was taken aback. He wondered how Ing Chun knew he had 3 abilities when even Qi Yi and the others only knew of 2. Xue Qinghe noticed Tian Meng's expression change and chuckled. He seemed surprised. "Did you expose his abilities without permission?" Tian Meng couldn't help but ask. "Ing Chun, how did you know I have 3 abilities?" The other companions were equally shocked that Ing Chun knew something they didn't. Ing Chun calmly replied, "I knew from the first time I met you. 3 abilities are no big deal." Mao Xing protested. "Ing Chun, do you know what 3 abilities mean? That's 3. Even you only have 2, right?" Ing Chun chuckled and said, "Watch closely." His left hand instantly turned silver, demonstrating his metallic ability. A flame appeared in his right hand, showcasing his fire attribute. Then, ice crystals began to form under his feet, revealing his ice attribute ability. "Do you still think 3 abilities are strong?" Ing Chun asked. "And you haven't even seen Lord Xue's abilities. Hers are terrifyingly powerful." Tian Meng and the others were utterly amazed. Ing Chun not only displayed 3 attribute abilities, but also his ability to control pets, suggesting he had 4 abilities. What shocked them even more was Ing Chun's praise of Lord Xue's even greater power, leaving them to wonder just how formidable her abilities were. This revelation shattered their pride, especially for Tian Meng and Mao Xing. Although they usually acted carefree, they were quite proud inside. Today, Ing Chun gave them a vivid and profound lesson, making them aware of their limitations. Xue Qinghe, the current lord of Dawn City, stood before the crowd, a faint smile playing on her lips. Her perceptive eyes scanned the young group in front of her, and she had already made up her mind. These youngsters, especially Tianming, though they appeared mature, were still too inexperienced compared to her seasoned self. I heard from Yingqian that you have a way to control the Jiao. Shui Qinghe asked directly, her gaze fixed on Tianming. Tianming pounded his chest confidently. Of course, I'm quite confident I can control it. Shui Qinghe raised an eyebrow and questioned, you're only at level 1, but that Jiao is already at level 2, 1 level higher than you. Are you sure you can handle it? Her tone was filled with skepticism. To her, the idea of controlling a powerful mutant beast across such a gap seemed impossible. If it were Yingqian, she would have believed it without hesitation. Hearing this, Tianming's confidence quickly faded, replaced by hesitation and confusion. He hadn't expected the Jiao to have reached level 2, and the difference left him speechless. Seeing Tianming's prolonged silence, Shui Qinghe shook her head in resignation. Just then, Yingqian spoke up, offering a glimmer of hope to Tianming. Give him a chance. With my help to suppress the Jiao, it might be possible. Shui Qinghe looked at Yingqian in surprise. He's only a level 1. Is that really possible? Latest stage level 1, to be precise, Yingqian explained. Though there's a full level difference with the Jiao's latest stage level 2, it's not entirely impossible. After all, the Jiao hasn't reached level 3 yet. This explanation caught the attention of Tianming and the others. I'm at latest stage level 1. Tianming asked in confusion. Yingqian then elaborated on the concept of levels. Maoxing was currently mid-stage level 1. Jia and another male were early stage level 1, and Shui Qinghe was also early stage level 1. Maoxing suddenly realized, no wonder I couldn't beat brother Tianming. He's already latest stage level 1. She stuck out her tongue, realizing her understanding of these levels was still vague, and she could only rely on Tianming's judgment to estimate the power of individuals and mutant beasts. Driven by curiosity, Maoxing turned to Yingqian. So, brother Ying, what level are you? Just early stage level 1. Yingqian replied calmly. Come on, you must be kidding, Maoxing said dismissively. How can you be just early stage level 1? You're so strong. She clearly didn't believe Yingqian, as she couldn't imagine someone who could single-handedly take on a group of mutant beast leaders being only early stage level 1. Yingqian chuckled and explained, I am indeed early stage level 1, but my pet is level 3. He preferred not to hide his strength, believing that doing so would only bring unnecessary trouble. Instead, he preferred to display his power openly, deterring any potential threats. Level 3. Maoxing exclaimed, that's equivalent to our level 3. I'm only mid-stage level 1, and your pet is already level 3. She found it hard to believe the gap was so vast. Without further explanation, Yingqian led the group to where the Jiao was being held. Upon seeing Yingqian again, the Jiao was noticeably less aggressive. It whimpered and retreated, clearly intimidated by Yingqian. Seeing this, Yingqian's face showed an amused smile. You little beast, you still remember me. Come on, let me show you some love. With that, he slowly approached the cell, step by step closing in on the Jiao. Sensing danger, the Jiao suddenly bolted, swiftly bypassing Yingqian and making a dash for the exit. Tianming and the others' expressions changed drastically. If the Jiao escaped, they wouldn't stand a chance. A tense atmosphere enveloped the area as everyone held their breath, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. Why are you running? Yingqian's voice boomed like thunder. In an instant, a crystal-clear ice wall appeared out of nowhere, catching Jiao off guard as he crashed heavily into it. The loud bang echoed deafeningly. Tianming and the others stared in shock at the ice wall, which remained unmoved, while Jiao roared in pain. Is brothering really only at level 1? That can't be right, someone exclaimed in a low voice. I have no idea, another person murmured. Everyone watched in stunned silence as Yingqian, like a tiger pouncing on its prey, seized Jiao's head and swiftly applied a chokehold. Jiao struggled desperately, but couldn't break free. Yingqian's iron fists pounded relentlessly into Jiao's body. It wasn't long before Jiao was rendered powerless, collapsing to the ground. Leaning down, Yingqian warned menacingly, behave yourself later, got it? He turned to Tianming. Come in and see if you can control it. Tianming snapped out of his daze, cautiously approaching Jiao. As he got closer, he sensed the immense power within Jiao, far beyond his expectations. Yet, such a formidable creature had been effortlessly subdued by the man before him. Strange patterns appeared in Tianming's eyes as he locked gazes with Jiao. Jiao's eyes mirrored the same patterns. Instantly, they both fell into an eerie state of calm, as if time had stopped. The system interjected, Tianming's ability is too strong, making other creatures submit. Isn't that more powerful than you? Get out of here, the system scoffed. I can make pets evolve, mutate, and there's a pet space. With future upgrades, a series of functions will be available. Any creature under contract will never betray. His ability is just mental control over mutant beasts, which can't last forever. Once a mutant beast's power exceeds a certain limit, it can backfire on him. Plus, his mental strength will likely be drained after contracting Jiao. rendering his eye ability almost useless until he becomes stronger and his mental strength increases. However, having a second-grade mutant Jiao is already enough. The price is temporarily not being able to use his ability, which is a huge gain, and Tianming has other abilities too. Half an hour passed, and Tianming and Jiao remained in their static state. Qi, worried, asked anxiously. Tianming won't be in danger, right? She clenched her hands, her eyes full of concern. As Tianming's girlfriend, she was naturally the most concerned. Ingchen shook his head, reassuring her. It's fine, don't panic. He might just be facing some difficulty. Since the system says Tianming might succeed, there shouldn't be any major issues. Suddenly, Tianming's body began to tremble violently, as did Jiao. Tianming was sweating profusely, with blood seeping from his orifices. Tianming, what's happening? Don't push yourself. Qi could no longer hold back, shouting in fear. Ingchen quickly covered her mouth, gesturing for everyone to remain silent. Qi struggled frantically, hitting Ingchen repeatedly. Finally, Ingchen couldn't take it anymore and hissed, "Shut up. Do you realize you're endangering Tianming? If you disturb him further, it could cause him to lose his mind and die." Everyone's attention returned to Tianming, whose bleeding had worsened. Initially just a trickle, it now flowed like a small stream. His clothes were soon stained with blood. Qi stood frozen, staring at Tianming without blinking, as if she had lost all ability to think. Behave yourself, or Tianming might really die. Ingchen slowly released Qi's arm, his tone carrying a warning. Qi suddenly seemed to lose all support, collapsing to the ground. She clawed at her hair, her regret plainly visible. Seeing her finally calm down, Ingchen felt a bit relieved. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Tianming, thinking, what a misfortune to encounter such an irrational woman. Suddenly, Qi seemed to be triggered by something and sprang to her feet. Why? Why? It's impossible. Brother Tianming can't be dead. Her voice was filled with despair and unwillingness. In the next moment, she dashed out like a madwoman, so fast that Ingchen couldn't stop her. Qi rushed to Tianming's side, holding him tightly. Tianming, you can't die, you can't die. You promised to be with me forever. She kept repeating these words, her expression nearly hysterical. Just as Ingchen was about to intervene, he was stopped by the system's voice. Why stop me from going to Tianming? If this continues, Tianming will surely die. Ingchen asked, puzzled. The system calmly replied, there's nothing you can do now. Even if Tianming miraculously survives, his body won't be able to evolve again. He might be stuck like this for the rest of his life. But shouldn't I stop her? Ingchen remained confused. The system explained further, going there will only cause more conflict. You don't understand women. If you go now, Qi might blame you for everything, and Tianming could end up resenting you. Ingchen was surprised. Really? How unreasonable. And how do you know so much about women? The system simply replied, just listen to me. She's not like Xueqinghe, who is rational. She's just an emotional girl who won't reason with you. At this moment, Mao Xing and others stepped forward, trying to stop Qi Ye's frantic actions. Xueqinghe stood by, observing coldly. She noticed Ingchen didn't step forward either and was surprised. You didn't go over. I'm quite surprised, Xueqinghe said with a faint smile. Ingchen just shook his head, thinking Xueqinghe must have noticed something. Just then, Tianming's body suddenly convulsed violently, a large mouthful of blood spewing from his mouth, instantly staining Qi red. Qi screamed in agony, while Tianming weakly looked around and said, I did it. As soon as he finished speaking, his head tilted, and he passed out. At the same time, Jiao woke up, staying obediently by Tianming's side. Qi kept shaking Tianming's body, hysterically shouting, Tianming, Tianming, wake up. Tianming's head bobbed with her movements, making Ingchen's mouth twitch. Xueqinghe agreed, remarking, having such a girlfriend, Tianming must have done something wrong in a past life. Ingchen then decisively took Tianming from Qi Yi and immediately arranged for the people of Liming City to provide emergency treatment. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tianming finally managed to open his eyes. He looked around, realizing he was in a white room, clearly a hospital. He saw Qi Yi asleep at his bedside and tried to move, but pain shot through his body, causing him to tremble and sweat profusely. Tianming's cry of pain woke Qi Yi. Seeing his suffering, she was at a loss. At that moment, Ingchen walked in. After some time of recuperation, Tianming's condition slightly improved. Weakly, he asked, Brothering, what happened to me? Why can't I feel my powers, and why has my body lost sensation? Ingchen looked at the once gifted Tianming, who had 3 abilities, and a hint of regret flashed in his eyes as he gravely said, Tianming, your situation is complicated. Ingchen's words hit Tianming like a sledgehammer. Your abilities are gone, and so is your body. You'll likely spend the rest of your life bedridden. It's like a high-level paralysis. Tianming shuddered, struggling to speak with trembling lips. Am I really ruined? He already knew the answer, as his body was completely immobile, and any attempt to move resulted in excruciating pain. Indeed, Ingchen confirmed coldly. Tian Ming fell silent, unable to accept such a blow. He fought through the pain to ask, "Can you tell me why? Is it because of the contract with Jiao?" Qi Yi suddenly erupted, pointing at Ying Chun and shouting, "Yes, yes, yes. It's you. You caused this to happen to Tian Ming. If you hadn't made him contract with Jiao, none of this would have happened. You intended to frame Tian Ming." Tian Ming looked at Ying Chun with a complex expression filled with doubt. "Is this true?" Ying Chun frowned, disgusted by Qi Yi's shamelessness. He had acted according to the system's advice, yet Qi Yi was trying to shift the blame onto him. "It's not because of your contract with Jiao," Ying Chun explained directly. "Under normal circumstances, it would only consume most of your mental energy, temporarily disabling your eye abilities. You were supposed to obtain a second-grade Jiao, but during the contract, your little girlfriend here interfered, leading to all this." Although Ying Chun wasn't sure if Tian Ming would believe him, he felt it necessary to reveal the truth. After all, the situation indeed started with him. Had he not suggested the contract, this might not have occurred. Tian Ming looked at Qi Yi in disbelief. "Qi Yi, is this true?" Qi Yi panicked, avoiding his gaze, and quickly retorted, "It wasn't me, it was Mao Xing and the others. Mao Xing kept shaking your body, which led to your condition." Ying Chun looked at Qi Yi with disdain, thinking the system was right. Qi Yi was desperately trying to pass the buck. "Is that true?" Tian Ming pressed. "Of course it's true." Qi Yi's voice quivered with tears. "I'm your girlfriend. How could I interfere with you? It must have been Mao Xing, jealous of your abilities, who sabotaged you." As Qi Yi spoke, her tone grew increasingly pitiful, her eyes welling with tears as she blinked at Tian Ming. His heart softened immediately. "Sweetheart, I was wrong to blame you. I'm sorry, I apologize." Tian Ming gently comforted her. Beside them, Ying Chun was dumbfounded, watching the scene unfold in disbelief. He thought, is this what they mean by, as long as a woman plays her part, everything is the man's fault? Clearly, Qi Yi was responsible for Tian Ming's condition, destined to spend his life in bed, yet Tian Ming was the one comforting her? "Tian Ming, you must have been a terrible villain in your past life to be this unlucky." Ying Chun couldn't help but remark before turning to leave the room. He realized that despite Tian Ming's outward maturity and decisiveness, he was easily swayed by Qi Yi. As long as Qi Yi spoke, she could effortlessly change his mind. Tian Ming didn't understand Ying Chen's remark, simply staring blankly as he left. Qi Yi began to cry again, and Tian Ming quickly continued to comfort her. Ying Chen sighed internally. "What a waste. Pampering a girlfriend shouldn't be like this. It's no different from being Qi Yi's lapdog. I used to think highly of you, but it turns out you're just another fool at the mercy of a woman." As night fell, Ying Chen lay in the bedroom that Xue Qinghe had meticulously prepared for him. The room's furnishings were brand new, like relics from a bygone era freshly unwrapped, emitting a faint scent of plastic. Bored, he toyed with a small spirit mouse, grabbing its tail and playfully tormenting it. Suddenly, a rapid knocking on the door interrupted Ying Chen's game. "Who is it?" he asked cautiously. "Brother Ying, it's me, Tian Ming," came a familiar voice from outside. "I'm sorry to disturb you at this hour, but I have an urgent matter to discuss. May I come in?" Ying Chen frowned. Tian Ming visiting at this late hour was unexpected, especially since he clearly needed assistance to get there. After all, he couldn't get out of bed on his own these days. "Come in," he finally replied. The door creaked open, and Tian Ming was wheeled in, slumped in his wheelchair. To Ying Chen's surprise, it was not Qi Yi pushing the wheelchair, but Mao Xing. This unexpected pairing puzzled him, especially since earlier that day, Qi Yi had been causing trouble for Mao Xing. Sensing Ying Chen's confusion, Tian Ming offered a wry smile. "Brother Ying, you must be wondering why I'm here with Mao Xing." Ying Chen nodded, remaining noncommittal. Tian Ming continued, "I understand Qi Yi's character and the truth of today's events. Do you believe me?" Ying Chen simply shrugged, indifferent. "It's not about whether I believe you or not. These grudges have nothing to do with me, nor do I wish to be involved." Tian Ming lowered his head, murmuring as he recounted how he met Qi Yi, the campus beauty during their freshman year, his persistence in confessing 32 times, their encounters after the apocalypse, and Qi Yi's sudden confession. However, to Ying Chen, these stories were nothing more than the self-justifications of someone infatuated with beauty. Suddenly, Tian Ming looked up, hope glimmering in his eyes. "Brother Ying, do you have a way to heal my body? Please, help me." Ying Chen scoffed. "Why should I help you? We're strangers, and you owe me a favor. Besides, how do you know I can help?" Tian Ming pleaded desperately. "Brother Ying, you're so powerful, there must be a way. I'll agree to any condition you set." "No, I truly don't have a way," Ying Chen replied coldly. To him, Tian Ming's body was like a fragile porcelain on the brink of shattering. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in Ying Chen's mind. "Xiao Qinzi, you actually do have a way to save him." Ying Chen was taken aback. "I have a way. I wasn't aware." The system explained, "The 7-star dragon tooth herb has a certain chance of healing him. If he consumes it and gains the power of the dragon, he might recover and even become stronger." "So what? Ying Chen is not a pushover." He went through a lot of trouble to obtain the 7-star dragon tooth grass, and he's not interested in giving it away for free. Tian Ming noticed the sudden change in Ing Chen's expression and his silence. He felt a glimmer of hope, realizing that Ing Chen might actually have a way to cure him. Brother Ing, please, help me. Tian Ming pleaded urgently, his voice tinged with hope. Ing Chen replied coldly, no, I can't help you. You should leave. Upon hearing this, Mao Xing was furious and questioned loudly. How can you be so cold-hearted? Brother Tian Ming ended up like this for the sake of Dawn City, and you feel no guilt at all. Ing Chen was displeased, thinking to himself. He never asked Tian Ming to contract with Jiao. It was Tian Ming and his group who wanted higher status and agreed to it. Mao Xing, shut up, Tian Ming shouted sternly, noticing Ing Chen's dark expression. This isn't Brother Ying's fault. It's my greed that led to this. Tian Ming took a deep breath and pulled out a jade pendant from his pocket. Brother Ing, how about I exchange this treasure with you? The pendant was carved with a dragon and phoenix motif, but the dragon's luster had faded, leaving only the phoenix part shining brightly. Ing Chen curiously took the pendant, feeling its cool, high-quality texture. He could sense the pure and powerful energy within, although it wasn't much. Ing Chen asked the system in his mind, what's the use of this jade pendant? Can you absorb its energy? The system replied, this is a dragon phoenix divine jade, a rare crystal in the universe, said to be formed only where both a dragon and a phoenix have fallen. It's extremely precious. It originally contained vast energy, but most of it has been extracted, leaving only a trace of its original power. The energy was likely infused by a man and a woman, both at least at the 7th rank. This energy doesn't serve other purposes but can awaken powerful abilities in a being, bestowing them with high-level talents. The dragon represents male energy, the phoenix female. The dragon's energy has been absorbed, while the phoenix's remains. It seems Tian Ming awakened 3 abilities by absorbing the dragon's energy. The system continued. This treasure has little value for you, but for an unawakened woman, it's invaluable. Tian Ming could awaken 3 abilities from it, and someone with decent talent might awaken 4. Ing Chen looked at Tian Ming in amazement, marveling at fate's irony. He had struggled to awaken just 1 ability, while Tian Ming managed to awaken 3 with a single treasure. The system consoled, don't underestimate yourself. Your Beast King ability is a true latest-stage power, growing stronger over time. Each bloodline you absorb is like gaining a new ability. With just this 1 power, you can surpass everyone and become invincible. Compared to you, Tian Ming's 3 abilities are nothing. Ing Chen sighed. TSK. This thing is useless to me. Even if I take it, it's of no use. The system suggested, take it anyway. You might find a use for it in the future. You could trade it for other treasures later. Such a relic is hard to come by, requiring the sacrifice of a significant figure of at least the 7th rank, using their essence to nurture it. Then keep it, Ing Chen replied, furrowing his brow slightly. This treasure is extremely valuable, and I'm sure you're aware of its effects. Are you sure you want to trade it? There was a hint of hesitation in his voice. Ing Chen didn't want to take advantage of Tian Ming. That would be no different from exploiting someone when they're vulnerable. Although he could be ruthless and cold-hearted, he wasn't willing to completely lose his humanity with those he knew. Tian Ming gave a bitter smile, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. I'm well aware of the treasure's power, and I hope Brother Ing will give me this chance. If I become a cripple, what use is the treasure, no matter how powerful? His gaze fell on the jade pendant in Ing Chen's hand, memories flooding back. When he first awakened, he only gained 1 ability sent mimicry. This seemingly useless ability had helped them avoid danger time and again in the early days of the apocalypse. Ing Chen was silent for a moment, then put away the pendant and took out another item from his pocket, a plant known as the 7-star dragon tooth grass. He had kept this herb all this time because consuming it more than once had no effect. This is the 7-star dragon tooth grass, Ing Chen explained. It only grows where true dragons have fallen. Even I only obtained 3, and 1 of them is still immature. He paused. Consuming it can greatly enhance your physical condition. If you're lucky, you might gain the power of the dragon and the dragon's blessing. If you acquire the dragon's power, your body will recover completely, and your strength will increase significantly. Tian Ming's eyes were fixed intently on the grass as he asked, what if I don't gain the dragon's power? Then there's no cure for you, and it depends on your fate, Ing Chen replied bluntly. As for the dragon's blessing, it changes your appearance, like it did for me. Tian Ming looked at Ing Chen in shock, finally understanding the reason for his transformation. He took a deep breath and said resolutely, Mao Xing, give it to me. Mao Xing carefully handed the herb to Tian Ming. Soon, Tian Ming felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, waves of warmth rushing inside him. Ah! Tian Ming couldn't help but scream in agony, his voice piercing and drawing the attention of nearby guards. Ing Chen quickly dismissed them. Finally, I'm not the only one experiencing this earthly delight, Ing Chen said with a mischievous grin. Enjoy it, this gut-wrenching pain. As time went on, Tianming's body began to change. At first, Chun thought he had received the dragon's blessing, but soon realized that wasn't the case. Tianming's body became stronger, but his appearance remained unchanged, and the energy within him continued to rise. Chun was at a loss, thinking, is this really the dragon's power? As the first one to consume the 7-star dragon tooth grass, he hadn't received it. Yet Tianming, who was once considered a weakling, had. After a while, the transformation in Tianming's body ceased. He suddenly stood up, looking like a completely different person. His once frail frame was gone, replaced by a powerful physique with muscles as hard as steel. Tianming clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength within him. I feel like I could punch a mutated bull to death with one blow, he said excitedly. Thank you, Brother Ing, for your help. If you ever need anything, I won't hesitate to assist you. Chen shook his head, his tone calm. This was a fair trade between us, not a favor. No need for such gestures. You can go back now. After Tianming and Maoxing took their leave, Chun was left alone in the room. He picked up the little spirit mouse, gently stroking its soft fur with his fingertips, while his gaze drifted towards the pet space in the void. System, how can I make the devil's vine devour the soared vein grass? Chun asked directly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Give me the remaining energy, and I'll guide it. There's a 90% chance of evolving the devil's vine. Chun's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Are you a devil? You want all the energy at once. Can't you make it cheaper? And why isn't it a 100% success rate? The system calmly replied. Because you're too poor. If you had another 5,000 energy, I could guarantee a 100% evolution. Do you want to take the gamble? Chun fell into contemplation, absent-mindedly rubbing the little spirit mouse's ear. Success would certainly be delightful, but the cost of failure was too high. Energy depleted, soared vein grass gone. He looked down at the little spirit mouse in his hand and asked earnestly, Little spirit mouse, do you think I should take the gamble? The little spirit mouse let out a series of rapid squeaks, and Chun, interpreting it in his own way, said, I understand what you mean. You're saying that if I fail, you'll find lots of energy stones to make up for it, right? The little spirit mouse seemed to understand Chun's twisted interpretation and began to struggle frantically, squeaking even more urgently to try and change his mind. Chun grinned, ignoring the little spirit mouse's reaction. Since the little spirit mouse is so understanding, let's take the gamble. System, let the devil's vine devour the soared vein grass. The system couldn't help but remark, Xiao Qinzi, you really are shameless. In the pet space, the devil's vine's tendrils began absorbing the remnants of the soared vein grass. Under the system's guidance, the devil's vine shook violently, its tendrils waving continuously. Gradually, its size began to shrink, finally reverting to its original form, a simple small grass with only 2 leaves, each as sharp as a blade. Chun stared in disbelief at the scene. System, did the devil's vine shrink? The once towering entity, over 10 meters tall, had now turned into a mere 20 centimeter grass. The system explained, this is what you wanted. To gain the ability of soared energy, it had to shed its useless body. But it's quite fitting. The devil's vine was too large before, and if you wanted to continue raising it, you'd have to release it and let it root in the ground. Chun checked the attributes of the devil's vine. Twin leaf, soared grass. Bloodline level, elite mid-tier. Attribute, no level. Level, 2nd grade latest stage. Evolution, 040000. Upgrade, 02000. Although the bloodline level hadn't changed, its level had increased from mid-2nd grade to late 2nd grade, which was a decent improvement. Chun extended his hand and made a gentle slash forward. A transparent sword energy instantly shot out, slicing through the wardrobe and leaving a deep mark on the wall. As he examined it closely, he found that the sword energy had almost penetrated the wall, just a hair's breadth away. After some experimentation, Chun understood the range and power of the sword energy. Within a 5-meter radius, the sword energy could easily cut through iron rods as thick as a baby's arm. However, beyond 5 meters, its power drastically diminished, and by 10 meters, it was nearly ineffective. Chun muttered to himself thoughtfully. It seems I still need to enhance the level and bloodline of the twin leaf sword grass. Otherwise, this sword energy is too weak, and the attack range is too limited. His eyes gleamed with anticipation for the future, as if he could already see himself wielding his sword with unparalleled prowess. The early morning sunlight spilled over the earth, bringing a rare warmth to this post-apocalyptic world. Chun sat across from Xue Qinghe, looking out the window into the distance, with a resolute look of parting in his eyes. Lord Xue, I have to leave. Chun's voice broke the silence of the room. He had lingered in Dawn City for too long, and it no longer met his needs. The energy sources around had been exhausted by him, and it was time to seek new resources elsewhere. Xue Qinghe furrowed his brows, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. So soon? Dawn City has only just begun to stabilize. Can't you stay a little longer? Chun shook his head firmly. No, I believe you can maintain stability, Your strength is not to be underestimated. Time has always been one of the most formidable enemies. With that, he stood up and turned to leave, leaving Xue Qinghe standing by the window, watching his figure grow distant. As Ing Chen walked through the deserted city streets, having just left Dawn City, the small spirit mouse on his shoulder suddenly let out a series of urgent squeaks. It gestured frantically, trying to convey a warning. Ing Chen didn't immediately grasp the mouse's meaning until much later when he realized. Are you saying someone's following me? The mouse nodded repeatedly. Ing Chen looked around, but saw no signs of any life or people. You must be mistaken. Just then, a cold, gleaming knife appeared behind Ing Chen, stabbing into him without hesitation. Die! A stranger's voice sounded from behind. Ing Chen felt the searing pain in his back and instantly erupted in flames. The attacker tried to withdraw, but found the blade was stuck fast, unable to be pulled out. What the? The attacker exclaimed, realizing that Ing Chen had turned his body into metal, trapping the blade immovably. Enjoying yourself? Ing Chen said coldly, without turning around. Suddenly, a massive fireball with a 30-meter diameter surrounded them, the intense flames scorching everything, causing the ground to crack open. Though I don't know who you are, it's impossible for you to survive my flames. Embrace death. Ing Chen roared, and the flames engulfed the attacker. The person had no time to escape and was quickly reduced to a charred corpse. With a thud, the blackened figure fell to the ground. Ing Chen retracted the flames and slowly walked over to the body. The attacker was now unrecognizable, entirely blackened, and their original appearance obscured. Who are you? Ing Chen asked, but there was no response. He tried to check for a pulse, but found that the body had completely carbonized, making it impossible to feel anything. The breath had vanished entirely. Ing Chen scratched his head helplessly. I overdid it, and they died instantly. This person must have had some ability to hide their presence or become invisible, otherwise, they wouldn't have evaded my senses. But their strength was too weak, like a babbling infant to me. Meanwhile, back in Dawn City, Tianmeng was frustrated to learn of Ing Chen's departure. Brothering left without notifying me. I wanted to say goodbye. He then went to find Qi, only to discover her room empty. Qi, where have you gone? Come out. Tianmeng searched the city but couldn't find any trace of Qi. Eventually, he had to give up. Where could Qi have gone? Could she have gone out on some errand? In the southern province, there is a renowned forest called Songzong. This vast woodland is home to countless wild animals, and it is rumored that deep within the forest, there are wild boars and black bears. Some adventurous travelers have even captured footage of Siberian tigers in the forest, a place that was once a paradise for wildlife. However, since the apocalypse, this forest has become a haven for mutated beasts. What was once a forbidden area for humans has now turned into a deadly trap, with little chance of survival. Deep in the forest, a tall patch of grass suddenly rustles. A small white rabbit by the river, ears twitching, darts into the depths of the jungle. Soon after, a figure slowly emerges from the grass. Wow, finally found a water source. Ing Chen exhaled a long breath and hurried to the stream. He eagerly bent down and drank deeply from the cool water. The little spirit mouse on his shoulder jumped down to rest on a nearby rock. This scene unfolded half a month after Ing Chen left Dawn City. Along the way, he traversed 3 cities, eventually reaching this vast forest. Unfortunately, those cities had not formed stable survivor bases. The local armed forces were weak, unable to provide aid, and survivors had to fend for themselves to barely survive the apocalypse. During this time, Ing Chen witnessed the large-scale emergence of mutants. Most mutants he encountered had only undergone physical evolution and had not gained special abilities. These mutants often became leaders of small groups. Ing Chen saw many dark events, sometimes choosing to intervene, while at other times remaining silent. Despite the forest being fraught with danger for others after the apocalypse, Ing Chen showed no fear. He softly remarked, "The stream water is better than the water I conjure." With that, he took out bathing supplies, shed his clothes, and leaped into the stream. At this moment, Ing Chen's body was fully exposed to the air. His physique was like forged steel, with perfect muscle lines and impeccable looks. This was the now flawless Ing Chen. Refreshing, he couldn't help but exclaim. Suddenly, he sensed a creature approaching underwater, and his brow furrowed. He didn't want to harm the creature, only because it disturbed his bathing time. Little one, chase it away, Ing Chen softly instructed. Instantly, a terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings. The mutated beast underwater became frantic, scrambling to escape. A massive creature surfaced beside Ing Chen, letting out a deafening roar. Roar. This was the little one Ing Chen referred to, a lord-level bloodline spirit beast that had passed its vulnerable phase. Its strength was at least 2 major levels above that of a wild mutated beast. Currently, the little one stood over 10 meters tall with an impressive body length, a true mutated beast king. As long as the little one appeared, no mutated beast dared to approach. The little one was a true killing machine, sweeping away everything. It possessed dual attributes of ice and metal, enhanced by the bloodline of a dragon and modified by the blood of a Qiongqi. making it extraordinarily powerful. Its physical body was extremely robust, capable of easily destroying buildings with its every move. The ice attribute granted it long-range attack capabilities, while the wings on its back, derived from the Cheonchi's feathers, were not only incredibly fast, but also razor-sharp, able to slice through steel effortlessly. Although the little one was a Lord-level spirit beast, its physical strength was not inferior to a Lord-level fierce beast, perhaps even superior. This was due to its evolution from bathing in Cheonchi's blood, granting it terrifying power. Among lords of the same level, few could match the little one's might. All surrounding creatures felt the bloodline pressure exuded by the little one, with a strong scent of death urging them to flee. Since devouring Cheonchi's blood, the little one's aura carried a potent killing intent, influencing its personality to become extremely bloodthirsty. Chun recalled a recent encounter. He was besieged by a group of mutated beasts and ultimately had to summon the little one. The battlefield instantly turned into a hellscape, littered with the corpses of mutated beasts. The little one brutally slaughtered all the mutated beasts, leaving a gruesome and terrifying scene. Deep in the forest, a well-equipped team was stealthily approaching a stream. Armed with firearms and carrying cold weapons, they moved with remarkable speed through the dense woods, clearly all possessing extraordinary abilities as mutants. "Captain, we've spotted a stream ahead," one team member suddenly called out in a low voice. This member, named Yi Yutong, despite having a rather delicate-sounding name, was undeniably a tough guy. The captain's expression turned serious as he warned coldly, "Be careful, everyone. Dangerous mutant beasts often lurk near the stream. Remember our mission, retrieve Miss Lee and avoid unnecessary trouble." At that moment, the team unexpectedly stumbled upon Ing Chun, who was bathing in the stream, and a creepy little creature on the bank. Gulp, someone involuntarily swallowed. "What on earth is that thing? Is it really a mutant beast? It looks like a monster straight out of the Shanghai Jing. How could such a creature exist in the real world?" The group was so shocked they were rendered speechless, staring dumbfounded at the little creature. Suddenly, the creature turned its dragon-like head, its eyes sharp, and an overwhelming aura of menace filled the air. "Captain, it spotted us," Yi Yutong said, trembling uncontrollably. The captain suppressed his fear and stammered, "Run. I'll count to 3, and we all run." At this critical moment, Yi Yutong suddenly shouted, "There's someone over there." The group then noticed Ing Chun bathing, and Ing Chun frowned. "Damn, I just wanted to bathe in peace. And now I've got all these people watching." Ing Chun thought angrily. The little creature immediately stood up, its fierce dragon head roaring skyward, exuding a formidable presence. "Run," the captain ordered, and everyone took off at a sprint. Yi Yutong was also running for his life, but thinking of the stranger who might soon be devoured by the beast, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. "Forget it. Let me be reckless for once." Yi Yutong gritted his teeth and turned back. He was prepared to face death, but surprisingly didn't encounter the terrifying creature. Instead, he saw Ing Chun fully dressed. "So handsome," was Yi Yutong's first reaction, and even as a man, he had to admit Ing Chun's charisma. Seeing Yi Yutong frozen in place, Ing Chun wondered if the young man had been scared silly by the creature. He waved a hand in front of Yi Yutong, who snapped back to reality and grabbed Ing Chun's hand to flee. "Hurry, while that monster's not around, I'll get you out of here." Without another word, Yi Yutong pulled Ing Chun's wrist and started running. Ing Chun was puzzled but quickly understood the situation. This man was genuinely kind-hearted, trying to save him. Such a rare good person, Ing Chun thought, allowing Yi Yutong to lead him away. They ran for several miles before stopping. Ing Chun stood calmly, breathing evenly, while Yi Yutong panted heavily beside him. Don't you feel anything? Are you a mutant too?" Yi Yutong asked in surprise, gasping for air. Ing Chun nodded, casually making up an excuse. "Yeah, I'm a mutant too. Maybe I used to be an athlete, that's why I'm not out of breath." Yi Yutong naively believed him, looking enlightened. "Curious," Ing Chun asked. "Why did you come back to pull me away? Didn't you know you could have died too?" Yi Yutong puffed out his chest proudly and replied, "We're all humans, and I'm a rescue team member from Tianming City, so of course, I had to save you." "A rescue team?" Ing Chun's heart skipped a beat. It seemed he had encountered another survivor base. His luck appeared to be quite good. "Are you from a survivor base?" Ing Chun asked, his eyes scanning the group in front of him. Li Yutong looked at Ing Chun in surprise. "Of course. Aren't you from Tianming City?" She eyed the stranger up and down. "We're in the forest here, and it's not far from Tianming City. Who else would come here without a mission from Tianming City?" Seeing Ing Chun shake his head, Li Yutong hesitantly asked again, "Are you really not from Tianming City?" Ing Chun nodded, a slight smile on his lips. "What's your name? Can you tell me about Tianming City?" "My name is Li Yutong," she replied, then began to explain. "Tianming City is an official survivor base in Li City. There's a missile unit stationed there, which easily suppressed the surrounding mutant beasts." She continued, "The military strength of Tianming City is very strong, with search teams made up of mutants responsible for finding survivors and completing special tasks. Due to the heavy firepower, Tianming City is currently helping other districts. However, Tianming City also has its challenges. Li Yutong's expression became serious. Tianming City is too close to the Cangzong forest, and mutant beasts often attack. If left unchecked, large groups of mutant beasts could invade the city, and the surrounding cities might suffer. After listening, Ingchen gently stroked his chin. From Li Yutong's description, Tianming City seemed far superior to Liming City. Tianming City had secured its area and was conducting rescues in other districts, while Liming City hadn't even completed rescues in its own district. You haven't told me your name. Li Yutong was a bit annoyed, as this person was quite rude, not even offering a thank you for being saved. Ing Chun, Ing as in victory, Chun as in morning star, he replied. Thank you for saving me earlier. Are you on a mission now? Yes, Li Yutong sighed. But it seems like a failure. The team got scattered, so we have to head back. Ing Chun thought to himself, scattered by the little guy? These people are really timid. If Li Yutong knew his thoughts, she might have been furious. After all, any normal person would likely run away upon encountering such a creature. Li Yutong then explained their special mission, to rescue Miss Li, who had been abducted by mutant gorillas. It was said that Miss Li was playing with her fiancé at the forest's edge when she was taken right in front of him. In the apocalypse, and she's still playing in the forest? Ing Chun was speechless, truly fearless. And that fiancé is a fool, going out without any strength. So you're rescuing a fool? Ing Chen asked bluntly. No, it's Miss Li, Li Yutong corrected. What's the difference? Ing Chen's words left Li Yutong speechless. He actually thought Miss Li was foolish too. Who sent you to rescue her? Miss Li's fiancé. Ing Chen pressed. Yes. Li Yutong nodded. Miss Li's fiancé, Mu Tianqing. After she was taken, he evolved in a fit of rage and awakened his abilities. Blessing in disguise. Ing Chen thought. But then he considered the gorilla's intelligence and felt sorry for Mu Tianqing. Gorillas are naturally intelligent, and mutated ones are likely smarter. The fact that they abducted Miss Li instead of killing her was suspicious. Ing Chen suddenly had a bold idea. Do you think there's a chance that gorilla cuckolded Mu Tianqing? Li Yutong was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend Ing Chen's train of thought. Don't be ridiculous, that's impossible. Li Yutong rolled his eyes, looking helplessly at Ing Chen. That mutated gorilla is at least 7 meters tall. If it were as you said, people would certainly be in danger. Ing Chen shrugged. Maybe I'm overthinking it. What should we do now? Are you heading back to the base or continuing with the mission? Let's head back to the base, Li Yutong said with a serious expression. The Cangzong forest is too dangerous. With just the two of us, it's a death sentence. I'll lead the way, make sure to stick close and don't fall behind. With that, Li Yutong turned and sprinted off, with Ing Chun following at a steady pace. Li Yutong was secretly amazed, thinking, this guy is really strong. He can actually keep up with my speed. I'm already at mid-level 1, so he must be at least the same level or even higher. After an hour of running, Tianming City finally came into view. Compared to Liming City, it appeared more grand and imposing. Liming City had a makeshift defense line made from piled-up debris, while Tianming City was constructing real city walls. From a distance, people could be seen busily building walls about 2 meters high. Ing Chun couldn't help but remark, it's so much stronger than Liming City. The response speed and adaptability of Tianming City are truly impressive. As they approached the city gate, the guards quickly noticed them. Seeing Li Yutong's combat uniform, the guards lowered their guard. It's Goddess Li, everyone relax, one guard shouted, and those nearby exchanged knowing smiles. Ing Chen looked at Li Yutong, puzzled. Are you some kind of male icon? Li Yutong's mouth twitched. Of course not. It's just that my name sounds feminine, so they jokingly call me Goddess Li. Ing Chen suddenly became suspicious. Are you really a man? Before the words were fully out, he had already flashed in front of Li Yutong with a speed that was hard to track. Let me confirm. Before Li Yutong could react, he felt a large hand on his chest, giving a couple of firm squeezes. Turns out you are a man. Ing Chun nonchalantly withdrew his hand. Hey, don't just grab people like that. Li Yutong exclaimed in exasperation, wondering what kind of person he had saved. Ing Chen shrugged it off. It's just a guy, no big deal. And if I were a woman, how would you handle that? Li Yutong asked, exasperated. I'd run for it, of course. Ing Chen shrugged again, leaving Li Yutong with a sense of disbelief at his shamelessness. Just then, a burly guard approached them. Goddess Li, you're back. Where's everyone else? Li Yutong explained briefly. We encountered a terrifying mutated beast and got separated. They might return tonight. He didn't want to dwell on the creature, as it was too frightening, and being caught by it meant certain death. He wasn't sure how many of his team would make it back. This is the person I saved. Li Yutong gestured to Ing Chun. He's a mutant, so please help him get a temporary permit. The burly guard nodded and said to Ing Chun, come with me, kid. I'll help you get a temporary permit so you can stay in Tianming City. A guard led Ing Chun to a makeshift, rudimentary building. Inside, 9 people were lined up to obtain their identification cards, and Ing Chun observed the process closely. The temporary ID turned out to be a small card engraved with the words Tianming City, along with the holder's name and a serial number. Finally, it was Ing Chen's turn. A young woman in her early 20s, with a pleasant appearance, was processing his card. She asked routinely, "Name? Are you a mutant?" Ing Chen. And yes, I am a mutant, he replied honestly. Her expression instantly turned to disgust, leaving Ing Chen puzzled. He scratched his head, wondering how he had offended her. "What level?" she asked coldly. "Level 1, early stage." "So, just a level 1, she muttered under her breath, her tone full of disdain. Unable to hold back, Ing Chen asked, "Did I do something to upset you?" She sneered, "It's not you personally, but your status as a mutant that bothers me. Don't think I can't see through you thinking you're superior just because you're a mutant. And since it's your first time in Tianming City, who knows what you've done outside, like imprisoning women or indulging in beastly desires." Ing Chun was taken aback by her wild imagination. "Take it and leave," she said, handing him the card and warning. "Remember not to cause trouble in Tianming City. This isn't the outside world. If something happens, no one can save you." Ing Chen merely shrugged it off, not bothering to argue with a prejudiced woman. As soon as he stepped outside, Li Yutong approached him. "Don't be angry, brother. That woman is just a troubled soul. Don't take it to heart." "Oh." Ing Chun raised an eyebrow. "Does she have a story?" Li Yutong lowered his voice and shared Beifeng Fei's ordeal. It turned out that during the initial rescue operations in Tianming City, many mutants joined in, but most were used to acting with impunity outside and didn't know how to restrain themselves here. One night, Beifeng Fei was abducted by a newly arrived mutant. It wasn't until her sister noticed something was wrong and sent people to search that they found her locked in a cage meant for Tibetan mastiffs. Worse yet, the mutant was defiant when captured, believing the strong were entitled to such privileges. In the end, he was flayed, turned into a human stick, locked in an iron can, and eaten alive by countless ants. Li Yutong recounted with a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "Wow." Ing Chen gasped. "That's brutal. Who is her sister to exact such vicious revenge?" Admiration flashed in Li Yutong's eyes. "Her name is Beifeng Fei, and her sister is Beifeng Huan. Don't be fooled by Beifeng Fei's plain appearance. Her sister is a stunning beauty. She was an internet celebrity before the apocalypse and awakened her powers after it, making her even more dazzling. She's no mere pretty face. Even the big shots in Tianming City vie for her attention. With just a word, countless suitors would do her bidding." Noticing the gleam in Li Yutong's eyes when he talked about Beifeng Huan, Ing Chen teased, "So, do you like her?" "Of course I do," Li Yutong admitted frankly, then added with some dejection, "What man wouldn't? But she would never notice someone like me, just a small rescue team member." Ing Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had encountered many beautiful women on his journey. The goddess-like Yun Chu, the alluring Xue Qinghe, and the incredibly tempting Spider Lady. "What are you laughing at? You'll like her when you meet her," Li Yutong said, blushing with a hopeful gleam in her eyes. Ing Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Maybe. He had no expectations about the person named Beifeng Huan. Li Yutong led Ing Chen through a few narrow streets to a simple temporary dwelling. Inside, though sparsely furnished, it was tidied up enough to resemble a modest home. "See you again." Li Yutong waved goodbye to him and left with a light step. Ing Chen looked around, casually sorted his luggage, and prepared to rest. The wandering of recent times had left him utterly exhausted. He closed his eyes and silently asked the system, "How much energy do I have now?" The system's voice echoed in his mind. "About 10,000, but mostly from ordinary mutant beasts, so it's not much." Ing Chen frowned. "That's a bit low. It's really tough without an energy source. Gathering energy is slow." He asked, "When will energy sources start appearing widely?" The system explained, "Some places should be forming energy sources now. In your country, they're usually called spirit stones. In Western countries, they're known as magic crystals." Ing Chen opened his eyes in surprise. "System, have you read novels?" "No, I haven't," the system replied calmly. "I just accessed your memory." "Damn." Ing Chen sat up angrily. "You peeked into my memory." "No way, I want to see yours too. I want to see your memory." The system responded coolly. "That's impossible. My memory is too vast. It would overload your brain in an instant. Your head would explode like a watermelon." Ing Chen shuddered. Forget it then." The next day, Ing Chen learned about the survival rules of Tianming City. The authorities only provided one meal a day, and to get more, one had to work for it. The currency here wasn't RMB or gold, but a special kind of note, reportedly created by a mutant's powers and impossible to replicate outside. Ing Chen sat in a modest bun shop, devouring the delicious buns. Since the apocalypse, it had been a long time since he tasted such a treat. Unfortunately, there were only two, which was far from enough. He shook his head, thinking that the money for the buns was given by Li Yutong yesterday. As for the rice provided by the authorities, he had accumulated quite a bit in his space, so he wasn't lacking. "Boss," Ing Chen asked after swallowing the last bite of bun, "do you know where I can earn some money?" The amiable shop owner sized him up and smiled. "Ah, young man, It's your first time in Tianming City, isn't it? Are you a mutant or an ordinary person? A mutant, Ing Chun replied, just awakened. It is indeed my first time here. The owner nodded and kindly suggested. In that case, I recommend you start by doing odd jobs for others. The pay isn't much, but it's safer. There's also a mission hall, but the tasks there are dangerous. Since you've just awakened, it's best to take it slow before going there. Mission hall. Ing Chun was intrigued. Can you tell me how to get there? The owner sighed. Why don't you listen to advice? Just follow this road straight, and you'll find it. After thanking the owner, Ing Chun got up and left. Watching his departing figure, the owner sighed again. What a handsome young man. Such a shame he doesn't listen. Otherwise, I would have introduced him to my daughter. As Ing Chun took a few steps forward, he heard people behind him talking. His extraordinary senses allowed him to easily catch their words, causing his lips to twitch. After the apocalypse, people's desire to reproduce grew even stronger. Nowadays, you didn't need a house, a car, or a dowry. As long as you were powerful, people would cling to you, regardless of gender. He had witnessed powerful female mutants claiming 3 or 4 handsome young men, including a celebrity from before the apocalypse. This new world was particularly harsh on celebrities. If a female star didn't mutate, she could easily become prey to mutated, obsessive fans. Male celebrities didn't fare much better, as their crazed fans wouldn't spare them either. This fate mainly befell those whose fame relied on their looks. Standing in front of the mission hall, Ing Chun gazed at the sign above the entrance and couldn't help but exclaim. So this is the mission hall, quite impressive. No sooner had he spoken than a young man nearby sneered, looking at Ing Chun with disdain. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Embarrassing himself here. This is a place for mutants. Do you even belong here? Frowning, Ing Chun turned to see a couple standing there. The woman was stunning, dressed in a maid outfit, even wearing white stockings in this apocalyptic world, nestled in the young man's arms. In contrast, the young man looked quite shabby. Despite his age, his face was covered in freckles and pimples, one of which was ripe and yellowing. Were you talking about me? Ing Chun asked, a hint of anger in his voice. Of course, I was talking about you. Who else? The young man replied arrogantly. Dressed in rags and blocking the mission hall entrance. What are you trying to do? Looking for trouble? Fury surged within Ing Chun as he glared at the young man. The maid giggled, covering her mouth. Master, look, he's actually angry with you. How amusing. The young man laughed heartily, caressing the maid while addressing Ing Chun. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down, shout grandfather. I was wrong 3 times, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, you won't leave here unscathed today. You're the first to speak to me like this. Very well. Very well. Ing Chun was completely enraged, ready to unleash his wrath on his opponent. Onlookers began discussing the scene. Who's that unlucky guy? How did he bump into Fire Ghost? There's no way out now. Fire Ghost started it. He's probably new to Tianming City and doesn't know the ropes, which is why he's clashing with Fire Ghost. Still too young. Going up against Fire Ghost is asking for trouble. He'll likely lose an arm or a leg, or worse, end up dead. Nobody believed Ing Chun could win, convinced he'd be defeated. Just as Ing Chun was about to strike, a middle-aged man rushed over and pulled him aside, whispering, Young man, don't act rashly. Fire Ghost is already at the mid-level of the first tier and has awakened a powerful fire ability. He's young, which is why he's so arrogant. Just bear with it. Those who opposed him before ended up crippled, some severely burned, and left as wrecks. No problem. Ing Chun replied coldly, his murderous intent simmering like explosives ready to detonate within his chest. Before the Fire Ghost could finish speaking, Ing Chun was already in front of him, moving so fast it was almost imperceptible. In the Fire Ghost's astonished gaze, Ing Chun grabbed his head and slammed it into the ground. The earth split open with a dull thud. You've got guts, but you're using them in the wrong place, Ing Chun said icily, pressing his right foot down hard on the Fire Ghost's head, grinding it into the ground. The Fire Ghost was furious, flames of rage surging within him, enveloping his entire body in an instant. From a distance, onlookers exclaimed, The Fire Ghost is enraged. His fire abilities are indeed powerful. You can feel the heat from here. That young man is too reckless. Even if he's physically strong, a physical ability user, he's still no match for someone of the Fire Ghost level. Ing Chun released the Fire Ghost, who slowly stood up, his eyes filled with venom, like a demon crawling out of hell. Kit, today I'll make sure there's nothing left of you. The Fire Ghost roared, flames pouring from his body, forming a massive fireball above his head. The intense heat began to crack the ground beneath him. Face your punishment. The Fire Ghost laughed maniacally, launching the fireball at Ing Chun. And you think your childish flames can harm me? Ing Chun scoffed, standing motionless, as if resigned to his fate. The massive fireball engulfed Ing Chun, and those around couldn't bear to watch, closing their eyes. After a resounding boom, a nearby maid suddenly leapt towards Ing Chun in delight. Honey, you're amazing. Aren't you celebrating a bit too early? Ing Chun's voice emerged from the flames, and soon his figure stepped out, completely unharmed. Impossible. The fire ghost shouted in disbelief. My flames can melt steel. How can you be unscathed? Flames suddenly erupted from Ancient's hands, so intense that even the fire ghost, a fire ability user, felt the heat. Impossible. How can you be a fire ability user? This must be a trick. The fire ghost ranted, frenzied. Repent in hell, Ancient said coldly, as his flames began to consume the fire ghost. Even as a fellow fire ability user, the fire ghost couldn't withstand this overwhelming power. Impossible. I'm a fire ability user. How can fire harm me? This is level 3 flames. Impossible. There's no way a level 3 exists now. It's fake. It must be fake. The fire ghost couldn't believe it even in his dying moments, while those around watched Ingchun in awe, deeply shaken. With just one move, the fire ghost fell, dying by the very flames he prided himself on. The crowd began to murmur. Could he really be a level 3 mutant? Impossible. Even a level 2 is unheard of these days. If a mutant beast reaches level 3, it's barely conceivable, but human evolution is too slow. It's impossible. Ingchun looked on impassively as the fire ghost turned to ash, feeling no more guilt than if he had squashed an ant. At that moment, a voice called out, "Sir, thank you for earlier." Ingchun turned to the middle-aged man who had kindly warned him earlier, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. Although he wasn't afraid of the fire ghost, this man had taken a risk by warning him, showing he was a kind-hearted person. "It's nothing," the man said with a kind smile. "Nowadays, it's your young people's world. Living well is what matters most." "What's your name, sir?" Ingchun asked. "You can just call me Old Wong," the man replied with a chuckle. "I'm Ingchun. Ing as in victory or defeat, and Chun as in stars. See you around, sir," Ingchun said, preparing to leave. At that moment, a maid approached him with a seductive look, licking her lips as she tempted. "Sir, are you interested in adopting a little kitty? She's very obedient." Ingchun frowned with disgust and replied coldly, "Not interested." He thought to himself that the fire ghost's leftovers were trying to seduce him. The maid was momentarily stunned, puzzled by Ingchun's disdain. Quickly shifting her strategy, she smiled and said, "Oh, are you looking for something more innocent? We have those too. Just join us, and we'll deliver one to you tomorrow." Ingchun raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What do you mean? Are you part of some organization?" he asked, having assumed these were just people trying to survive. "Of course," the maid said proudly, puffing out her chest. "We are the Pet Alliance, specializing in providing pets for the strong and the mutated, ensuring each one is very obedient. We have all types of pets. The stronger you are, the higher quality pets you can get. We even have pre-apocalypse celebrities." Ingchen's lips twitched at this, thinking he'd truly seen it all. The people of Destiny City really knew how to play. Suppressing his discomfort, he asked, "If I join your organization, what do I need to give in return? It can't be free." "Certainly not," the maid explained with a smile. "Our requirements are low. Just help out when the organization is in trouble and protect our assets." Ingchen shook his head. "Interesting, but I'm not interested." With that, he turned and left. He suspected this organization was likely created by the high-ups in Destiny City to recruit mutants. From the fire ghost behavior, it was clear they chose powerful mutants. The maid watched Ingchen's departing figure with surprise in her eyes. She muttered to herself, "Is there really someone who isn't swayed by beauty?" Realizing the seriousness of the situation, she thought, "No, I must report this to the organization. This person's power is terrifying. He killed the fire ghost in one move. His strength is at least at the 2nd tier. Maybe only the leader of Destiny City can match him." Ingchun arrived at the mission hall, scanning the task board on the wall. He rubbed his chin, thinking these tasks were quite mundane. Most were guard duties, helping the authorities protect the city walls from mutant beasts and ensuring their construction. Suddenly, a task caught his attention. It was a mission to find a mutant herb, complete with a detailed map. Ingchun found it intriguing and took down the mission slip. People around him began to gossip upon seeing his choice. That guy actually took the mission to find the mutant orchid. He must be a rookie, unaware of the mission's danger, just attracted by the high reward. Another fool courting death, it's ridiculous. Ingchun frowned as he listened intently, the discussions around him clearly audible. A staff member strode over, sneering as he questioned, "Kid, are you the one who took on the task of finding the mutated orchid?" Ingchun looked puzzled. "I just took it down. Does that count as accepting the task?" "Exactly," the staff member replied sternly. "The task list in the hall is not to be tampered with. Once you take it down, it means you've accepted the task." He looked at Ingchun with disdain, thinking to himself that he's just another reckless youngster, the kind he's seen many times before, with few ever returning alive. Ingchun shrugged helplessly. "All right then, I'll take on this task." Although none of the tasks here posed much challenge for him, the mutated plant did pique his interest. He thought to himself that maybe this plant could bring some energy or be a powerful treasure. Even if it turned out to be useless, at least he could exchange it for a decent meal in Tianming City. He decided to hunt some mutated beasts along the way, as they could also be traded for food. As he left the task hall, a staff member hurriedly handed him a map. Ingchen glanced at it and was surprised to find that the destination wasn't in the Tsangzong forest, but within the city. Following the map, he left the base, releasing a small spirit mouse to accompany him along the way. Suddenly, the spirit mouse began to squeak urgently. Ing Chen asked quietly, "You say someone is tailing us?" The spirit mouse nodded in confirmation. Ing Chen smirked. "I know, that's what makes it interesting." Not far behind Ing Chen, three people were cautiously following from behind a wall. One of the lackeys said nervously, "Boss, that guy is the one who took down the fire demon. If he catches us, we're dead for sure." The leader impatiently retorted, "What are you scared of? We're just observing his strength, not confronting him directly. There's no danger to our lives." 3 hours later, Ing Chen arrived at a plaza. The map indicated that this place was once a famous garden, but after the apocalypse, mutated beasts gathered, and the nearby residents gradually moved away. Ing Chen took a deep breath, feeling the rich spiritual energy enveloping him, his cells trembling with excitement. The concentration of spiritual energy here was at least 3 times that of other places. He looked around, seeing towering trees that reached into the sky, the shortest being several dozen meters tall, blocking out the sun. "Looks like there must be something good here," Ing Chen murmured to himself. "Hopefully, I encounter some powerful mutated beasts. Otherwise, there won't be enough spiritual energy." With that, he boldly walked into the dangerous area. The three followers were left dumbfounded. One of the lackeys said in horror, "Boss, he really went in. That's the nest of mutated beasts. Going in is suicide." The leader gritted his teeth. "No need to state the obvious. I can see that." He hesitated for a moment. "So, do we follow him or not?" "Of course, we follow," the leader said resolutely, making up his mind. The three of them nervously followed him in. Ing Chen sensed the commotion behind him and was secretly surprised. "Oh, those guys actually dared to follow me in. They've got guts." He immediately quickened his pace, continuing to follow the map's guidance as he ventured deeper into the unknown dangers. Damn, he actually sped up. Ing Chen seemed unconcerned about attracting mutated beasts and instead quickened his pace. Before long, he reached the center of the mutated garden. Originally an artificial pond, it had now expanded considerably. A few small fish swam leisurely on the clear water's surface. By the pond, a mutated goat about 3 meters in size was drinking. It had a pair of large blue curved horns on its head, its body pure white without a speck of dust. Sensing a human presence, the goat lifted its head, its bright blue eyes staring intently at Ing Chen. Unafraid, Ing Chen walked out of the grass, meeting the mutated goat's gaze. Icehorn goat, mid-second rank, ice bloodline, elite lower tier. Ing Chen quickly analyzed. Spirit beast contract success rate 10%. No contract slot, can't contract. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. An elite level mutated beast. There must be treasures here. Today's haul won't be small. Bah! The icehorn goat let out an angry cry. It despised humans deeply, as many of its kind had fallen at their hands. After growing strong, it killed every human it encountered. And now, this human dared to intrude on its territory without a hint of fear. Seeing the icehorn goat's snarling expression, Ing Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This little guy's got quite the temper. Just an elite-level mutated beast, even with some fortuitous encounters, so what? At that moment, three figures finally caught up with Ing Chen. As soon as they saw the scene before them, their hearts trembled. "Boss, he's facing the ice goat directly." "This is bad," one of them exclaimed. "That's the demon goat. It has slaughtered hundreds. Its powerful ice abilities can freeze everything. Not even the leader of Destiny City can match it." "Shoo!" The leader raised a finger. "This is also an opportunity to see his true strength, to see if he's really as the woman said. If he is, our pet alliance must lure him in." Meanwhile, the icehorn goat was utterly enraged. Ice crystals formed in the air, turning into hundreds of ice spikes that glistened in the sunlight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The spikes shot towards Ing Chen like bullets. As the ice spikes were about to hit Ing Chen, the icehorn goat felt a surge of joy. But in the next moment, with a boom, a wall of fire erupted in front of Ing Chen. All the ice spikes melted instantly upon hitting the fire, disappearing without a trace. "Little goat, your strength isn't there yet." Ing Chen laughed heartily, and the little spirit mouse on his shoulder joined in the mockery. This completely infuriated the icehorned goat. It summoned all its power, gathering ice energy. The surrounding temperature plummeted, frost formed on the trees, and the pond froze over in an instant, as if an icy world had descended. "Bah, little goat, let me show you what true ice power is." The ice-horned goat roared, and a massive figure appeared in the sky, seemingly out of a myth, exuding an overwhelming aura. The ice-horned goat was instantly suppressed, as if facing a natural enemy. Even with its elite bloodline, it was as insignificant as an ant in front of this figure. Ing Chen sneered. "Little guy, let it see what real ice power is." The little creature's dragon head let out a deafening roar, its fierce eyes fixed on the ice-horned sheep. In an instant, the sheep seemed to fall into a pit of hell, trembling all over. It stumbled backward, its hooves frantically pounding the ground. Ingchen couldn't help but laugh heartily at the sight. Finish it off quickly, and see if there's anything good around here. The creature nodded in understanding, its massive body charging towards the ice-horn sheep with astonishing speed. Despite its size, it moved with surprising agility. The ice-horn sheep let out a desperate bleat, trying to flee, but was caught in a flash. The dragon's enormous mouth opened, ready to devour the sheep whole. Suddenly, an ice blade appeared out of thin air, slashing towards the creature. It roared furiously, instantly unleashing a powerful icy force. This was a power inherited from the ice jiao, containing a trace of ice dragon strength. In an instant, the ground beneath the ice-horn sheep froze, encasing it in ice. The surrounding area transformed into a world of ice and snow, the temperature plummeting to a terrifying level. From the outside, the mutated garden appeared like a frosty palace. Ingchen looked around at the frozen scene, somewhat exasperated. Little one, you went a bit overboard. I hope the treasures in the mutated garden aren't damaged. The ice-horn sheep had turned into a block of ice, helplessly watching itself being swallowed by the dragon. The creature gulped it down in one go, and Ingchen watched with satisfaction as thousands of energy points were added to the system interface. Having devoured the ice-horn sheep, the creature turned its gaze towards the trio hiding in the bushes. The intense pressure felt like a hurricane, flattening the surrounding flowers and grass. The trio hiding in the bushes panicked instantly. One of them stammered, "Boss, I think it's seen us." The leader gritted his teeth. "I know. Stop talking. What should we do?" Another asked in terror. The leader took a deep breath. "Let's go out and beg for mercy. That creature seems to listen to that man." With that, he stepped out alone. Ingchen watched with amusement as the trembling group emerged. The dragon's head loomed closer, saliva dripping from its mouth. The leader immediately dropped to his knees, pleading, "Great one, spare us. We mean no harm." Ingchen spoke softly, "Little one, stop." The creature pulled back its head, and the trio finally calmed down a bit, though they still looked at the creature's mythical form with trepidation. One of them gulped and whispered, "Boss, this isn't just a mutated beast. It's more like a divine beast." "Shut up, it might hear you," the leader warned quietly. Ingchen looked down at them coldly. "Tell me, who sent you? Are you here to avenge the fire ghost?" "No, no." They shook their heads vigorously, denying it with conviction. The leader explained, "We were sent by the Pet Federation to observe your capabilities and possibly recruit you into the organization." "Pet Federation?" Ingchen raised an eyebrow. "You say you're from that trash organization?" The trio gave a helpless smile, thinking that few in Destiny City would dare call the Pet Federation trash. But clearly, this man had the confidence to do so. "Yes, that trash organization," the leader agreed. Ingchen was a bit surprised. "That organization has men? I thought all the men were in management." The leader explained, "Sir, women's desires are no less than men's, sometimes even more so. The Pet Federation has many men who are there specifically to please female mutants. In fact, there are so many men that a single female mutant often requests many males." Ingchen raised an eyebrow at the trio, a hint of mockery in his tone. "I didn't expect Tianming City to be so adventurous. The Pet Alliance is such a comprehensive organization, even supporting gender-mutated individuals. Their strength must be impressive." He gave a thumbs up, a playful glint in his eyes. The trio nodded awkwardly, and the leading man explained with a wry smile, "You're joking, sir. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon even before the apocalypse. Many wealthy young people enjoyed this sort of thing. The founder of the Pet Alliance was one of those rich kids." He paused before continuing. "Although the name isn't very elegant, it has indeed provided for a number of people, including the three of us." Ingchen nodded thoughtfully, then shifted his tone, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Tisk, tisk, even if you didn't mean to, you've seen my secret. So what should I do?" The trio immediately tensed up, sweat soaking their backs. They hurriedly pleaded, "Please, sir, spare us. We promise not to say a word." Time ticked by, the air seemingly frozen. Just as the trio was about to break down, Ingchen suddenly waved his hand casually. "Just kidding, I wouldn't kill you. I'm not bloodthirsty." The trio heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts barely settled when Ingchen's voice drifted back. "Even if you expose me, so what? If someone targets me, I might just wipe out Tianming City." These cold words made the trio tense again, fearfully watching Ingchen. They had no doubt that this powerful presence had the capability to wreak havoc on Tianming City. Ignoring their reaction, Ingchen ordered, "Look around the area, see if there's anything unusual." The trio immediately sprang into action, carefully examining every corner. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ingchen's mind. "Xiao Chun, you're getting better at bluffing, aren't you?" Ingchen scratched his head, a bit puzzled. "Am I?" The system spoke bluntly. "Would you really destroy Tianming City? That's impossible. Your mindset isn't at the level of destroying a city. Unless you let the little guy do it while you look away." Ingchen rolled his eyes. "I was just trying to threaten them." The system sounded a bit worried. "When you said that, The idea of destroying a city might have taken root in your heart. I'm a little worried about you. Ing Chun was indifferent. He always sought revenge, but never harmed the innocent. His gaze shifted to the group diligently searching, a smile playing on his lips. Hopefully, the treasures here won't disappoint. Found it. The spiritual energy here is unusually dense. One of the trio suddenly shouted, his voice filled with excitement. Upon hearing this, Ing Chun quickly rushed over and saw a frozen pond before him, with visible spiritual energy continuously emerging from its depths. Ing Chun nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, if I haven't misjudged, the target should be right here. He turned to the small creature beside him and commanded, melt the ice here. The little creature responded immediately, unleashing its power and striking the surface of the pond with its paw. Boom! The ice shattered instantly, causing the water to churn as if a mini earthquake had occurred. Once the dust settled, Ing Chun carefully searched every corner, yet found nothing unusual. Could it be underground? Ing Chun stared at the soil at the bottom of the pond, frowning slightly. He turned to the trio, come over and help dig. Got it. They sprang into action. Thanks to their mutant physique, they soon dug a sizable pit. Sir, is this what you were talking about? The leader cautiously held a small tortoise shell. Ing Chun took it and examined it closely, noticing the intricate patterns on the shell, as if it contained profound universal truths. More astonishingly, waves of spiritual energy flowed from it, making Ing Chun feel a refreshing comfort throughout his body. System, what is this thing? Ing Chun inquired mentally. The system explained, this appears to be the shell of a Xian turtle. The Xian turtle is a legendary creature, said to be a direct descendant of the Xuanwu, one of the four sacred beasts, with formidable power. However, unlike Xuanwu, the Xian turtle is very small, only about the size of a palm. It doesn't rely on physical strength, but rather on magical abilities, able to control space and water, making it quite powerful. But I don't find it outstanding, as Xuanwu's greatest strength is its unparalleled physical form, surpassing even the azure dragon and white tiger, also among the four sacred beasts. The Xian turtle gives up this advantage, so while it's strong among its peers, it still falls short compared to other direct bloodlines of the four sacred beasts. I see. So what can this shell do? Ing Chun pursued further. The system replied, I can guide a mutant beast along an evolutionary path of the Xian turtle. Additionally, carrying it with you can accelerate your evolution. Ing Chun nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, this is quite a treasure. Speeding up his evolution is certainly beneficial, given his weak cultivation aptitude, which has hindered his progress. Just then, one of the underlings cautiously mentioned, Sir, there's also an eggshell here. Would you like to take a look? Ing Chun looked down and indeed discovered a broken eggshell in the pit, suggesting the creature inside had already emerged. He frowned, thinking, a being of the Xian turtle's caliber shouldn't be born so soon. This is too premature. A direct descendant of the four sacred beasts, even the weakest, should be a divine beast. How could it be born right at the onset of spiritual energy revival? System, what's going on? The Xian turtle shouldn't be emerging this early. Ing Chun asked in confusion. The system explained, under normal circumstances, the Xian turtle wouldn't emerge this early. But take a closer look, this Xian turtle isn't normal, it's a mutant. Its mother likely sacrificed herself, using her flesh and energy to nurture it. But don't worry, in a few months, your Pisho will be born, so there's no need to be concerned. Ing Chun rolled his eyes, thinking, easier said than done. Who knows what the Xian turtle might evolve into in a few months? And can the Pisho really stand a chance against it? Ing Chun looked at the eggshell in his hand, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. He murmured softly, this eggshell should be enough to push my level to the late stage of level 1. Carefully, he put the eggshell away and glanced around, whispering to himself, there are still people around. It's not suitable to consume it now. I'll wait until I get back to the base. Remembering the purpose of his trip, Ing Chun turned to the three people and asked, have you seen the mutant orchid? The three exchanged glances, and one of them shook his head and replied, sorry, we searched everywhere, but didn't find it. Maybe other creatures have already eaten it. Ing Chun touched his chin thoughtfully and sighed. If we can't find it, there's nothing we can do. He then asked, do you have any money on you? The three were taken aback at first, then quickly understood and nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. We have some money here. We hope it can help you. Saying this, they emptied their wallets and handed all the money to Ing Chun. Ing Chun took the money and, after a quick count, was surprised to find it was over 1,200 yuan. He calculated silently that this amount would be enough for him to eat for 2 weeks in Tianming City, and he wasn't planning to stay long anyway. Very good. You have potential, Ing Chun praised with a smile. The leader, seeing this, scratched his head and said obsequiously, Sir, would you consider joining the Pet Alliance? You wouldn't have to do anything usually, just step in at crucial moments. We provide a large sum of money daily to ensure you live comfortably. Plus, we can arrange for you to have the best pet. I know of a top-notch one, he said, wearing a sleazy grin. Ing Chen's mouth twitched, and he asked, what makes it top-notch? The leader perked up and pounded his chest, saying loudly, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Her looks are irresistible to any man. Is she as beautiful as Beifeng Huan? Ing Chen countered. The leader hesitated for a moment, looking awkward, and then said, although her strength isn't as great as Beifeng Huan's, her looks are definitely comparable. Really? Ing Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, it's true, the leader vowed earnestly. Not interested, Ing Chen replied coldly. The three were dumbfounded. One of the subordinates muttered under his breath, this guy sure has strange tastes. No sooner had he spoken than Ing Chen looked at him with a half smile. The subordinate immediately fell silent, breaking into a cold sweat. Ing Chen shook his head and said, all right, you can go back. I'm not interested in your organization, and I won't be staying in Tianming City for long. So don't bother trying. With that, he leaped onto the back of his small companion. The creature's massive wings flapped, and they soared into the sky like a sharp sword. The three watched Ing Chen's retreating figure, their eyes filled with envy and regret. Meanwhile, in Dawn City, the door to the research lab was opened. Tianming lay on the ground, struggling to lift her head and watch the receding figure, muttering, Spider-Woman, how could she suddenly become so powerful? Next to her, Maoxing also managed to lift his head and said weakly, let her go. She didn't kill any humans, only injured them. Spider-Woman had undergone a remarkable transformation. Her appearance had become even more stunning, and her long legs touched the ground gracefully. Even more astonishing was that she spoke human language. Wait for me. I will find you. Anyone witnessing this scene would be utterly shocked. Not only had Spider-Woman's strength increased dramatically, but she had also learned to speak human language. What does this mean? What changes will this world face? Everything remains unknown. After returning to the base, Ing Chen carried bags full of food as he made his way home. The delicious aroma of the freshly bought delicacies wafted through the air, catching the attention of passers-by. Neighbors watched him with envy and suspicion in their eyes as he returned with his bounty. Look at him. I heard it's his first time in Tianming City. How did he afford so much food? Probably sold himself. He looks like the type. I heard he's a mutant. Maybe he got it by hunting mutated beasts. The whispers around him were tinged with jealousy, but Ing Chen paid no mind, focused only on enjoying his meal at home. Inside, just as Ing Chen was about to take a bite of a large piece of braised pork, an urgent knock on the door interrupted him. Annoyed, he put down his chopsticks, thinking it might be the Pet Alliance. If those three found out he got back to the base so quickly thanks to his pet's flying ability, they'd be furious. Ing Chen opened the door to find three elderly men standing there, impatience written on their faces. Before he could say anything, they barged in, eyes fixed on the braised pork on the table. You young people are too extravagant. Let us help you finish this, one of them said, reaching for the food. Ing Chen frowned and sternly ordered, stop. This is mine. You need to leave. Instead of leaving, the old men became more brazen, shouting, you brat. It's your fortune that we eat your food. We're from your grandfather's generation. You should be bowing to us. As the old men continued to stuff their mouths with his food, Ing Chen's anger boiled over. Just then, one of the men grabbed a stick and swung it at Ing Chen's head. Thud! Ing Chen caught the stick firmly, as steady as a vice. To his surprise, he realized these old men were mutants too. You're mutants as well? With your abilities, why not earn your own living? Ing Chen demanded. The old men were unfazed, growing even more arrogant. Good that you know we're mutants. Now bow to us, or you'll pay with blood today. The other two elders joined the attack on Ing Chen. Infuriated, he unleashed his ice powers. The cold spread rapidly, and before the elders could react, they were frozen in place. They could only watch helplessly as the ice encased them, unable to break free. You won't die a good death. You'll regret this. The three elderly men glared at Ing Chen with eyes full of malice, as if they wanted to etch his image into their very bones. Their faces were lined with wrinkles, and their hair was white, yet they exuded a ferocity that belied their age. Ing Chen let out a cold laugh, a flicker of brutality flashing in his eyes. Who gave you the guts to go against me? With a wave of his hand, the ice block holding the three was immediately moved outside. Those around gasped in shock, whispering among themselves. Aren't those the old scoundrels? Yeah, that's them. I'd recognize them even if they turned to ash. Heaven has eyes. Finally, someone dealt with them. Suddenly, a middle-aged man rushed to Ing Chen's side, dropping to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down as he spoke in a hoarse yet excited voice. Benefactor, thank you for ridding us of these villains. Ing Chen was momentarily taken aback, not understanding. The man continued. Benefactor, you might not know how vile these old men were. They used their mutant powers to terrorize the area. Many wanted to take them down, but no one dared because of their strength. The man's voice choked with emotion. I have two daughters, the elder in her prime and the younger just reached adulthood, both taken by them. Those beasts not only violated but also killed my younger daughter. Upon hearing this, Ing Chen's anger flared. The people around began recounting the three men's crimes, each more appalling than the last. Ing Chen had never encountered such wicked humans. Suddenly, Ing Chen spoke, They're not dead yet. The crowd paused. I can thaw them out and cripple their limbs. After that, it's up to you how to deal with them. Yes, yes, yes. The crowd's eyes glinted with a fierce light. With a wave of his hand, Chun unfroze them. The three were now barely conscious, and he mercilessly broke their limbs before tossing them to the enraged crowd. They're all yours. The three men regained consciousness, glaring madly at Chun. You won't die a good death. A group of ordinary people dare to touch us. You'll all face retribution. Chun gave a cold smile, turning away without further concern. He trusted the people to handle the wretches appropriately. Just then, a voice echoed in Chun's mind. Xiao Qinzi. Those men weren't old, probably only around 30. Chun paused, frowning. Not old? System, are you sure? They had white hair. How could they be only 30? The system explained. That's life force depletion, trading lifespan for power. Chun pondered. Trading lifespan for power? Is it an ability or a research from Tianming City? He shook his head. Never mind, as long as it doesn't interfere with me. Back in his room, Chun continued to indulge in his meals. He spent about a week holed up in the small house, eating a piece of the mystic turtle's eggshell each day, steadily enhancing his strength. Finally, after consuming all the eggshells, his power reached the late stage of level 1. As his level increased, Chun not only gained significant physical strength and stamina, but also underwent an unexpected transformation in appearance. His skin became fairer and more delicate, making him look remarkably youthful, as if he had returned to his teenage years. Chun frowned as he looked at himself in the mirror. Though undeniably handsome, this wasn't the image he had in mind. He longed for a rugged, muscular look rather than the fair-skinned, boyish appearance he currently had. The dragon's blessing is irreversible. You can forget about it for this lifetime. The system responded with a hint of mockery. Is there really no chance at all? Chun asked, unwilling to give up. There is, the system replied leisurely. Once your power surpasses that of the ice dragon, you can forcibly change anything. Chun rolled his eyes, cursing the system internally for being useless, unable to handle even a simple change of appearance. Shaking off these worries, Chun stepped out and made his way to the mission hall. This time, his goal wasn't just money, but those special areas or mutated plants. These were what he truly needed. As Chun entered the mission hall again, the atmosphere had noticeably changed. People no longer underestimated the young man, as his feat of defeating the fire demon had spread throughout the mutated human community. That freakishly strong guy is here again, a burly man whispered. Looks like a pretty boy, but how can he be so powerful? I heard he failed his first mission, so his strength shouldn't be that high, right? Another person questioned. Not high? He took out the fire demon in one move, and that's not high, someone retorted. His last mission was against a second-grade latest-stage demon ice sheep. That's why he failed. The people around gasped. He escaped from the demon ice sheep? That's unbelievable. Chun couldn't help but twitch his lips at these discussions. Demon ice sheep? That little sheep couldn't even withstand one move from him, and it was far less intimidating than the fiery lion king he had faced before. Looking around, Chun found today's missions rather mundane, mostly guarding or hunting ordinary mutated beasts, none of which piqued his interest. Just then, a hearty voice called out. Hey, brother, looking for a mission? Chun turned to see a robust man in a rugged hoodie approaching him. And you are? Chun asked, raising an eyebrow. I'm Wen Xianjun, captain of the Gale Squad. The man introduced himself. We're a temporary team of mutants, currently 7 of us. With limited individual strength, we band together to take on challenging missions for high rewards. Wen Xianjun sized up Chun and continued. Brother, I see you're quite capable. I'd like to invite you to join us. We have a mission that might interest you. Oh, what mission? Chun's curiosity was piqued. Wen Xianjun handed him a piece of paper, which Chun examined closely. It was a mission to search for herbs, accompanied by a simple map. The destination was the Tsangtsang Forest, with the objective of finding mutated herbs. Mutated herbs? Chun pondered, stroking his chin. They should have some remarkable effects. He thought this might also be a kind of treasure. Are you interested, brother Ing? Wen Xianjun asked with a smile. If you agree, we can set off this afternoon. We're just one person short. Chun considered for a moment and finally nodded. Wen Xianjun was delighted upon hearing this and heartily patted Chun on the shoulder, saying, Great. We'll meet at the base entrance this afternoon. I'll introduce you to the other team members. We even have a mutant girl on the team. With that, he laughed and walked away. Chun watched Wen Xianjun's departing figure and couldn't help but smile. This guy was indeed straightforward. In the afternoon, at the base entrance, Wen Xianjun's 6-member team had been waiting for some time. 5 men and 2 women, making 7 including Wen Xianjun. One female team member, dressed in shorts and a fitted half-shirt, complained, Captain, where's the person you invited? He's already 10 minutes late. Her fair skin glistened in the sunlight, like a wild, alluring leopard. Wen Xianjun reassured her. Su Xiaoli, let's wait a bit longer. He might have run into something. Su Xiaoli huffed discontentedly. When he gets here, he's going to hear from me. Wen Xianjun sternly warned. That man's strength shouldn't be underestimated. Don't ask for trouble. Just then, Chen arrived, slightly late, with a few sweet buns in hand. He apologized. Sorry, I ran into someone selling sweet buns and couldn't resist buying a few. Would you like some? When Xianjun waved it off, indicating it was no big deal, but Su Xiaoli was furious. What do you mean just arrived? I've been waiting for over 10 minutes. Chen tried to offer her a bun as a peace offering, but Su Xiaoli slapped it away, disdainfully saying, a measly bun? Who do you take me for, a beggar? Chen frowned and suddenly appeared behind Su Xiaoli, gripping her shoulders firmly. He whispered coldly in her ear, watch your mouth. I'm not one of your team members and won't tolerate this. Su Xiaoli tensed up, intimidated by Chen's terrifying speed and aura. She swallowed hard and muttered, got it. When Xianjun quickly intervened to ease the tension, don't be mad. Xiaoli's just got a quick temper. Please be patient with her. He then began introducing the other team members. This is our main combat member in the Swiftwind squad. You can call him Old Wang. Old Wang extended his hand, dressed in a tight black combat suit. As Chen shook it, he immediately felt a tremendous force. Old Wang was secretly testing his strength, but Chen smiled lightly, unleashing his own power. Sensing something was off, when Xianjun hurriedly shouted, Old Wang, stop. He knew Old Wang's ability was strength amplification, and ordinary mutants couldn't withstand it. However, to his surprise, Old Wang's face turned red while Chen remained unfazed. Finally, Old Wang couldn't hold out any longer and conceded loudly. I give up. I give up. Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations, and even using his abilities, he couldn't compete. Chen released his grip, and Lao Wang rubbed his bruised arm with a pained expression on his face. Chen smirked coldly, looking at him with indifference. Don't use such petty tricks next time. It's embarrassing. When Xianjun chuckled warmly. I didn't expect Brother to be so powerful. Our mission success rate just went up. He was about to introduce the other team members when Chen interrupted him coolly. No need for introductions. Let's just get moving. When Xianjun paused for a moment, noting Chen's annoyed expression, and could only helplessly pat his forehead, he knew well that his team members, being strong mutants, often had big egos, and there was little he could do about it. All right, let's move out. When Xianjun led the way, with the other team members following closely behind, while Chen brought up the rear. Along the way, no one initiated conversation with Chen, and the others occasionally shot him complex glances, clearly showing their disdain. Chen thought to himself, these people are annoying, mediocre in strength, yet so arrogant. He noticed that some even targeted him right under the team leader's nose, which puzzled him. After all, he was invited by Wen Xianjun, and they should show him some respect for Wen Xianjun's sake. Chen pondered. There are only two possibilities. Either Wen Xianjun isn't strong enough to keep everyone in line, or this is all part of his plan. He looked at the group ahead, a slight smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, when Xianjun shouted, stop, the Gale squad members immediately became alert. Rustling sounds came from the bushes, and everyone fixed their gaze on the source of the noise. A massive wolf head suddenly emerged, about a meter in size. It's a mutant wolf. When Xianjun shouted, everyone, be careful. The mutant wolf fully revealed itself, standing 4 meters tall and 10 meters long, exuding a powerful presence. When Xianjun quickly ordered, attack together. Don't give it a chance to breathe, or it will summon more mutant wolves. With that, when Xianjun charged forward, landing a punch on the wolf's head. Chen noticed when Xianjun's body turning black, clearly a sign of his metallization ability. Lao Wang followed closely, grabbing the mutant wolf's giant paws and flipping it to the ground with a shout. Su Xiaoli formed water spheres around her, directing them into the mutant wolf's nose. Die already, she yelled. The mutant wolf howled in pain but was firmly suppressed, unable to unleash its full strength. Chen observed that among the 7 team members, 3 had special abilities, when Xianjun's metallization, Lao Wang's strength ability, and Su Xiaoli's water manipulation. This team's strength was indeed formidable. Soon, the 7 of them managed to slay the mutant wolf and sat down, panting heavily. At this point, a team member complained, Captain, this isn't fair. Why didn't this guy lend a hand? When Xianjun's expression darkened as he approached Chen. Brother this won't do. Next time we encounter a mutant beast, I hope you'll join in. Chen replied calmly, got it. Chen nodded slightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. A mere latest-stage first-rank mutant wolf was not worth his effort. Seeing this, when Xianjun exhaled deeply, finally relaxing his tense nerves, the group quickly collected the valuable parts from the mutant wolf and continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered numerous attacks from mutant beasts. Chen deliberately restrained his strength, matching Wen Xianjun's level. Even so, his performance left everyone in awe. After 3 hours of arduous trekking, their destination was finally within reach. A basin came into view, with a serene little lake at its center. When Xianjun checked the map and excitedly confirmed, this is it. We've arrived. However, one team member keenly noticed something amiss. Captain, look down there. Why aren't there any mutant beasts? Only then did everyone notice the eerie emptiness around the lake, while the mutant herbs they sought grew quietly, not far away. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Old Wong impatiently scoffed. What's wrong with that? Isn't it good there are no mutant beasts? Do you all need strong enemies to be happy? Su Xiaoli suddenly suggested. Why don't we send someone to scout first? The suggestion was immediately agreed upon by everyone. The question was, who would take the risk? Everyone's gaze instinctively fell on Ing Chun. When Xianjun feigned righteousness, saying, Brother Ing is new here. It's not suitable. Su Xiaoli retorted sarcastically. Captain, that's not right. Newcomers should prove themselves. The other team members chimed in agreement. When Xianjun pretended to be troubled, turning to Ing Chun, Brother Ing, would you mind? Ing Chun calmly replied, I can do it. When Xianjun immediately gave him a thumbs up, good. Brother Ing is truly generous. Watching Ing Chun walk away, the group couldn't help but snicker. Su Xiaoli smugly said, the kid took the bait. Let's have him pave the way for us. We wanted a weakling to scout, but we got a tough one instead. Just had to act and deceive him. Hope he doesn't die too badly. The system suddenly spoke in Ing Chen's mind. Xiao Qinzi, they're clearly targeting you. How can you stand it? Ing Chen responded indifferently. Why argue with a bunch of dead people? In his mind, those 7 were already as good as dead. The audacity to plot against him was laughable. Ing Chen understood clearly that the lack of mutant beasts around the lake likely meant a powerful creature lurked in the water. This was exactly what he wanted. His goal was these powerful mutant beasts. Killing them and absorbing their energy was his true purpose for this journey. Double-leaf sword grass, take care of them. Ing Chun ordered coldly as he slowly approached the edge of the lake. Behind the tightly gathered group of 7, an unremarkable blade of grass suddenly began to tremble violently. Its leaves, sharp as swords, unleashed countless invisible slashes. The deadly attack came so swiftly that 4 of them were cut into pieces before they could even react. What the heck? Wen Xianjun exclaimed in shock, quickly activating his metal transformation ability. However, his reaction was a fraction too slow. An invisible slash sliced across his abdomen, tearing through his metal defense, usually strong enough to withstand bullets, as if it were paper. Blood gushed out, staining the ground around him. Impossible. How could my metal transformation fail? Wen Xianjun shouted in disbelief, but the excruciating pain was undeniable proof of the harsh reality. Old Wong, though lucky to survive, was in equally dire straits. One of his legs was severed at the root, and blood was gushing out uncontrollably. Damn it, where did this mutant plant come from? When Xianjun cursed, his anger intensifying. The strange plant had remained dormant while Ing Chun was present, but suddenly launched an attack now. Su Xiaoli, hold on. When Xianjun shouted to his companion. Su Xiaoli was in the most critical condition, both legs severed, writhing on the ground in agony. The rest of the team had already perished. When Xianjun desperately tried to save Su Xiaoli, but the double-leaf sword grass gave him no chance. Its leaves trembled once more, and another slash cut through the air, slicing Su Xiaoli's body in two. Her head drooped, life extinguished. Witnessing the gruesome death of his loved one, when Xianjuan's eyes nearly burst with rage, and he descended into madness. Brother Ing Chun, come back. There's a powerful mutant plant here, he shouted desperately. Yet, Ing Chun didn't look back and continued his way forward. When Xianjun anxiously tried to catch up, only to see an ice wall rise from the ground. Bang! He hit the ice wall with all his might, but it merely shuddered slightly, remaining intact. In an instant, the surroundings were enclosed by ice walls, trapping Old Wong, Wen Xianjun, and the double-leaf sword grass together. Have fun with it. Ing Chen's voice echoed coldly from afar. Only then did they realize the ice wall was Ing Chen's doing. You monster! You'll die a horrible death, they cursed in fury. Ing Chun ignored the curses behind him, calmly continuing toward the lake's edge. What clear water, he murmured. As he approached, he saw the lake was crystal clear, with pebbles visible in the shallow water and small fish leisurely swimming. System, is there anything special here? Ing Chen inquired. The system responded, no anomalies detected. How about you spill some blood to lure the mutant beasts inside? Ugh, Ing Chen grimaced. He wasn't that foolish. The heavy scent of blood from the 7 was sure to attract the mutant beasts in the lake. Let's check out these mutant herbs first, he said, turning to pick 3 strangely shaped plants. Although he couldn't identify them at all, Ing Chen had a gut feeling that these herbs were extraordinary. 3 purple herbs quietly grew by the lakeside, their leaves layered like scales, occasionally flickering with a mysterious glow. Ing Chun gazed at these peculiar plants, pondering their potential uses. The system promptly provided an answer to his curiosity. This is ghost orchid, a potent hemostatic herb. No matter how severe the wound, chewing and applying it can quickly stop the bleeding. Hearing this, Ing Chun frowned slightly. While a hemostatic herb was useful, it was not what he currently needed. He longed for treasures that could enhance his strength or provide energy, not healing herbs. As he contemplated, a sudden loud noise erupted from the tranquil lake. Amidst the splashing water, a massive creature burst forth. It was a giant fish nearly 10 meters long, its body covered in scales as hard as armor. Its mouth, which took up a third of its body, opened wide, revealing rows of sharp teeth like a terrifying meat grinder. Chun watched the unprecedented giant fish with surprise, internally assessing its strength. The system immediately provided detailed information. Gong fish, early stage of rank 3, elite high-level beast. Contract success rate is 7%, but there's no contract slot available. It's the first line of defense near a powerful beast's lair. Chun was amazed by the system's comprehensive introduction, but quickly accepted the convenience. He realized the Gong fish's strength was formidable, having reached the 3rd rank, comparable to the little creatures he had painstakingly nurtured. The system then warned, Xiao Chun, stay vigilant. Gong fish usually live in groups. You must be extra cautious. Chun nodded in agreement and immediately summoned his little creature and the blue-winged bird. The two massive beings instantly appeared above the lake, confronting the Gong fish. The Gong fish, enraged by the sight, leaped out of the water with its gaping maw, attempting to swallow the blue-winged bird whole. The blue-winged bird, undeterred, screeched angrily, flames appearing on its massive wings. After a moment of gathering strength, it unleashed a thick pillar of fire. The fire collided with the Gong fish, knocking it back into the water, but seemingly causing little harm. The Gong fish began thrashing the water furiously, creating huge waves. Meanwhile, the blue-winged bird continuously summoned fireballs to bombard the lake, causing steam to rise and soon enveloping the entire battlefield in a thick mist. The battle intensified as the blue-winged bird persistently spewed flames, trying to burn the Gong fish. The lake's temperature rose sharply, forcing smaller fish to the surface, unable to withstand the heat. The entire lake seemed like a giant boiling cauldron, and the outcome of the battle remained uncertain. Little one, finish it off quickly. As soon as Chen's voice fell, the little creature roared towards the sky, releasing a powerful aura. Suddenly, massive ice pillars appeared out of nowhere in the sky, standing tall like columns reaching to the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the ice pillars fell onto the water's surface with immense force, sending waves soaring high as if to overturn the entire lake. Without hesitation, the little creature plunged into the lake, snapping a Gong fish in its jaws. Blood instantly stained the surrounding water, attracting even more Gong fish. The lake's surface boiled with activity as countless Gong fish surged from all directions. The little creature's body transformed into metal as it fiercely battled the swarm. Chen also leapt into the lake, shouting, "Die, you beasts!" His sword energy danced around, but it only left shallow marks on the tough bodies of the Gong fish. Damn it! Chun gritted his teeth. These Gong fish have such strong bodies. It takes so much effort just to kill one. Despite the little creature's superior strength, it was also struggling against the overwhelming number of fish. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit Chun, and he shouted, "Little one, freeze the entire lake." With that, he mobilized all his strength to begin freezing the surrounding waters. Following his command, the little creature unleashed its ice power. With a loud rumble, the Gong fish's movements gradually slowed. Despite their frantic resistance, the lake steadily froze over. 3 hours later, the entire lake was encased in ice, trapping all the Gong fish beneath. "Now you're all done for," Chun said viciously, continuing to freeze the lake with the little creature. The icy power seeped into the water, and the lake bottom began to freeze as well. The Gong fish were frantic, but the cold had restricted their movements, and even their desperate efforts couldn't break the solid ice. After 3 days of relentless effort, Chun and the little creature finally froze the entire lake completely. In the height of summer, a miraculous giant ice lake had formed. Phew! Chun collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Freezing the entire lake had drained both him and the little creature, but their mission was accomplished. The system commented dryly, Chun, you really are something, freezing the whole lake when you couldn't win. Do you have a better idea? Chun retorted. The system fell silent. Although the method seemed clumsy, it was indeed effective. What will you do next? If the ice melts, the Gong fish might still be alive, the system reminded. Chun grinned, his eyes gleaming with determination. I'll dig down bit by bit and take them out one by one. With that, he and the little creature began digging holes in the ice, dealing with each frozen Gong fish individually. Each third-grade Gong fish could provide around 4,000 energy points. Chun looked at the countless Gong fish at the lake's bottom, his eyes sparkling with excitement. I'm going to be rich, so rich, he calculated eagerly. 10 fish mean 40,000, 100 mean 400,000. Conservatively, there were at least 1,000 Gong fish at the bottom, maybe even more. Chun's eyes twinkled like stars, envisioning a massive energy treasure waiting for him to harvest. With each ice fish he unearthed, Ing Chun felt a surge of energy and motivation, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. His hands tirelessly moved through the icy lake water, his eyes fixed on every potential hiding spot for the fish. After half a month of hard work, the end was finally in sight, with the last ice fish about to be uncovered. By now, the lake was in complete disarray due to Ing Chen's efforts, with broken ice scattered everywhere, resembling a chaotic snow and ice puzzle. When Ing Chen finally extracted the last ice fish, he was astonished to find it still clinging to life. The fish glared at him with what little strength it had left, but this did not dampen Ing Chen's spirits in the slightest. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sharp blade of energy shot forth, piercing through the fish's eye and ending its life instantly. Ing Chen looked like a wild man at this point, his clothes tattered and hair messily plastered to his face, yet his eyes shone with excitement. He eagerly called out to the system, "Open the panel and show me how much energy I've gained." The system promptly displayed the detailed data. Host, Ing Chen. Level, late stage level 1. Divine pets, demon ferocious dragon and extraordinary, Pishio egg divine beast, twin leaf sword grass plant life, blue winged bird spirit beast. Energy, 6,720,000 points. Seeing this number, Ing Chun was so thrilled he nearly jumped with joy. Wow, I've hit the jackpot. Over 6 million energy points. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, like a child with a new favorite toy. The hard work of the past fortnight had paid off, and he had never amassed so much energy before. Ing Chun began to carefully assess the condition of his pets. Having consumed a large number of ice fish, their bodies were brimming with energy, all of them having evolved. The little one, the demon ferocious dragon ant, was especially close to reaching the late 3rd rank, just a step away from advancing. Puzzled, Ing Chen asked, "System, they ate so many ice fish. Why have their levels only increased slightly?" The system explained, "Most of the energy was absorbed and stored by me, leaving only a small portion for evolution." Ing Chen nodded, deciding not to dwell on it further. He began to seriously consider how to best utilize the over 6 million energy points. Now he could not only meet the little one's evolution needs, but also had ample energy for his other pets. After some thought, Ing Chun decided to first enhance the bloodline levels of his other pets before focusing on the little one. System, enhance the bloodline of the blue-winged bird, he commanded. With a clear chirp, the blue-winged bird was enveloped in light. Its size increased slightly, its blue feathers became fuller, and its claws sharper. System, keep enhancing. Ing Chen ordered. The blue-winged bird evolved again, its feathers turning a pure blue, and even its name changed to Bluebird. Its bloodline level rose to lower command rank, with the next evolution requiring 200,000 energy points. Following Ing Chen's instructions, the system proceeded with the next round of evolution. The Bluebird's bloodline advanced once more, reaching mid-command rank. Its body grew stronger, and its presence more imposing. The energy needed for its next evolution increased to 500,000. Watching the Bluebird's transformation, Ing Chun was filled with anticipation. He knew this was just the beginning, with many more surprises awaiting his exploration. After undergoing significant evolution, the Qingyi bird has transformed into a Lord-level being, its bloodline now on par with the little creature. Its once fiery red feathers have turned completely blue, emanating a more formidable power. The attributes of the Qingyuan bird now read: Lower Tier Lord Spirit Beast, Fire Level 3 Mid-Grade, Evolution Value 02, 500, 000, Upgrade Value 020, 000. At this moment, the Qingyuan bird is covered in sleek, cascading blue feathers, shedding its previous violent image to reveal a more serene demeanor. Its head has begun to transcend ordinary birds, gradually resembling the mythical phoenix. Its talons, as if carved from jade, glimmer faintly, reminiscent of ancient divine birds reappearing. This upgrade consumed 1.8 million energy, with the most costly transition being from commander level to lord level, which alone required 1 million energy. The attributes of the four-leaf sword grass have also been updated. Lower tier lord, no grade. 3rd grade early stage. Evolution value 02, 500, 000, upgrade value 02, 000. Originally the two-leaf sword grass, it has evolved into the four-leaf sword grass, expanding its sword aura range to 200 meters, cutting through everything in its path. The seemingly fragile four-sharp leaves emanate a terrifying sword aura capable of severing all existence within its attack range. Following this enhancement, Ing Chen's energy supply was halved, leaving just over 3 million. Just then, the system began upgrading, with the progress bar rapidly increasing, 32, 55, 87. Finally, the system upgrade was successful. Ing Chun received generous rewards, 2 additional pet contract slots, an intermediate pet upgrade card suitable for level 3 to 4 upgrades, and a special choice reward, a 30 chance of pet mutation, a 50 increase in the success rate of the next contract, or the ability to bestow the blessing of the forest god on a plant spirit. The system indicated the current level is 3, with the next upgrade requiring 4 million energy. Ing Chun was taken aback, having planned to level up twice, only to discover that the energy requirement had increased 20-fold. When he questioned the system, the response was that the multiplier keeps rising. Resigned, Ing Chun decided to save up more energy. Currently, Ing Chun still has over 2.9 million energy, remaining quite wealthy. Although the intermediate pet upgrade card couldn't be used immediately, the level upgrade card was perfect for the little creature. Ing Chun promptly used the level upgrade card on the little creature, which was in the late stage of level 3. The little creature began evolving instantly, its size swelling rapidly. Its dragon head became majestic and imposing, larger than a truck's front. Its limbs, like massive pillars, bulged with explosive muscles. The wings on its back grew more terrifying, resembling a pair of death wings, gradually turning jet black and exuding an unsettling aura. The creature that evolved into a 4th grade being transformed completely into a colossal entity. Its body extended to several dozen meters in length, with a height reaching about 25 or 6 meters. If it stood upright, it would be as tall as an 8-story building, exuding an intimidating presence. Once all his pets completed their evolution, Ing Chun began to meticulously search for anomalies at the bottom of the lake. He knew well that the Hungong fish was a loyal guardian of fierce beasts. Spotting one indicated that a powerful beast must be lurking nearby. After a thorough investigation, Ing Chun finally discovered a concealed entrance at the lake's bottom. This entrance was hidden by a large rock and surrounded by thick aquatic plants, making it difficult to notice without careful searching. Ing Chun thought to himself that this was likely the den of a fierce beast. However, the entrance was narrow, only 2 meters high, making it impossible for his enlarged pets to pass through. Reluctantly, Ing Chun had to retract them and cautiously enter the cave alone. Inside, the cave was pitch black, so Ing Chun used his firepower to barely illuminate his surroundings. Suddenly, a peculiar phenomenon caught his attention. There was no ice in the cave. Considering that the entire lake was frozen, the cave should logically be icy as well. The only explanation was that the cave had never been flooded. A cave at the lake's bottom without water? This discovery made Ing Chun even more vigilant. He slowly ventured deeper into the cave, carefully observing his surroundings. The cave walls were rough and uneven, appearing not to be meticulously carved, but rather violently broken by some powerful force. This further heightened Ing Chun's suspicions. While Ing Chun was exploring the cave, a team suddenly appeared at the lake's shore. They were all shocked, their mouths agape at the sight of the frozen lake. This team was the same group Ing Chun had encountered before, including Li Yutong, who had once led him into Tianming City. "Captain, what on earth happened here?" Li Yutong couldn't help but ask. The captain hesitated for a moment and replied, "It might be a battle between mutated beasts." His tone was filled with uncertainty because the scene before them was too terrifying, as if a natural disaster had struck. He couldn't help but wonder if a battle between mutated beasts could really cause such massive destruction. Suddenly, a team member shouted, "Captain, there's a body here." The group rushed over to check and found several frozen bodies, each dismembered, with the most gruesome one split into 6 pieces. Some couldn't help but gag at the sight. The captain said gravely, "These are the members of the Swift Wind Squad. Their strength was comparable to ours, yet they met their end here." A team member speculated, "Captain, the Swift Wind Squad took on a mission to find mutated herbs. Could they have accidentally angered the mutated beasts here and met this tragic fate?" The captain nodded seriously. "It's very possible. Judging by the scene, they clearly weren't killed by humans, as their valuables are still intact." He scanned the surroundings, his expression growing more solemn. "We need to leave here quickly. That mutated beast might still be nearby." All the team members responded in unison and quickly withdrew from the site. The pressure there was overwhelming. Only Li Yutong noticed the cave at the lake's bottom before leaving, but due to the urgency of their mission, she didn't mention it to the others. After half an hour of moving forward, a glimmer of light finally appeared in front of Ing Chun. He cautiously approached the light, only to suddenly feel the world spinning around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself inside a grand hall. Ing Chun frowned and looked around, feeling puzzled. He turned to look for the passage he came from, but discovered nothing behind him, as if he had appeared here out of thin air. "System, what's going on?" Ing Chun asked quietly, his brow furrowed. The system's voice echoed in his mind. "You've been spatially transferred, likely the work of the master of this place." Ing Chun felt a chill in his heart. Spatial transfer? This place was indeed extraordinary. He carefully examined his surroundings. The hall was remarkably simple in layout, almost devoid of any furnishings. The vast emptiness felt more like a massive prison, its silence unsettling. Ing Chun walked slowly towards the center of the hall. On the floor was a strange painting. A creature resembling a monkey was fiercely battling a giant bird. The surrounding scene depicted an apocalyptic chaos, with the sky falling and the earth cracking. "System, what does this painting mean?" Ing Chun asked curiously. The system pondered for a moment before answering. "I'm not entirely sure. However, you could try dripping some blood on it." I suspect this might be a prison, confining a terrifying beast likely the monkey. Ing Chen questioned. Why the monkey? The painting shows the monkey fighting the bird. Logically, it should be the bird that's trapped. The system explained. That bird is called Kunpeng, one of the top beings among mythical creatures. Very few can fight against a Kunpeng. Kunpengs feed on dragons, indicating their immense power. Ing Chen realized the significance. The name Kunpeng was legendary, and as a descendant of Yan and Huang, he was naturally aware of it. The system continued. Kunpengs inherently master the spatial and yin-yang avenues. These powers combine to create countless abilities. With their supreme speed, their strength is unimaginable. From what I know, the only monkey that could rival them belongs to the Lingming stone monkey lineage. The yin-yang avenue encompasses everything, with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth as its derivatives, along with ice, darkness, light, devouring, and more all part of the yin-yang avenue. Therefore, each Kunpeng is terrifyingly powerful. Typically, only 2 Kunpengs appear in an era due to the immense cost of nurturing the next generation. Thus, the Kunpeng lineage is often one male and one female, dominating the world. Ing Chun was amazed. The Kunpeng's abilities exceeded his expectations, possessing at least 10 capabilities, which was astonishing. Even the mythical creature Pishio had only 5 abilities. The system's introduction of the Kunpeng's powers included etc., suggesting even more abilities. Honestly, the system added, if not for their rarity, the Kunpengs might be classified as a super mythical beast lineage. Ing Chen asked, do you recognize the monkey? The system replied, I don't. The monkey lineage is vast, with similar appearances, making it impossible to determine from a single mural. Ing Chen decided to investigate further. He sliced his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the painting. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the painting's colors deepened, eventually transforming into a black light that engulfed Ing Chen. The space suddenly twisted, and Ing Chen was instantly transported to an unfamiliar place. It was pitch black all around, not a single glimmer of light. Instinctively, he summoned a flame to illuminate the unknown space. Suddenly, a massive figure came into view, causing Ing Chen to gasp in shock. A gigantic eye was staring intently at him, and this single eye was much larger than Ing Chen himself. Just as he was still reeling from the shock, a voice filled with sly amusement slowly spoke. Well, you little one also made it into this space. Ing Chen was terrified and quickly sought help from the system. System, what is this thing? Why is it still alive? How can something of this level still exist? The system responded calmly. Why panic? Stay calm. It's bound and can't exert its full power. You're not in any danger. Are you sure? Ing Chen asked, half doubtful. Of course, the system assured. Reassured by the system's guarantee, Ing Chen relaxed. If there was no threat to his life, what was there to fear? He immediately adopted a cocky tone. Hey, what exactly are you? The massive figure seemed taken aback. This tiny human had been trembling with fear just moments ago. So how had he suddenly become so arrogant? Aren't you afraid of me? It asked in confusion. Afraid of what? Ing Chen retorted bluntly. Your power is restrained. How could you possibly kill me? The massive figure was furious and stood up abruptly. Only then did Ing Chen see clearly it was an enormous ape, with a white head and red feet, its body rippling with muscles as if containing the power of a volcano. Human, how dare you underestimate me? The ape roared. Ing Chen was surprised to discover that the giant ape could speak human language. Wow, you can speak human language. The giant ape sneered. Learning the language of mere humans takes me only 10 days. Ing Chen was unimpressed. That's impressive, but why are you trapped here? This question completely enraged the giant ape. It struggled and roared frantically, yet could not surpass an invisible boundary, remaining trapped in a small space. Ing Chen observed closely and realized that the areas seemed to have overlapping spaces, forming an invisible shackle. Unless one was powerful enough to shatter space, escaping was impossible. After a futile struggle, the giant ape finally calmed down. Its enormous eyes fixed on Ing Chen, and it coldly said, Human, I don't know how you got in, but since you're in this space, don't think about getting out. Ing Chen was startled and quickly sought verification from the system. System, can I really not get out? The system remained composed. You can get out. No need to panic. At most, wait until your Pishio is born and then upgrade it like crazy. It will be able to break through this space. Actually, the space here isn't very strong. It seems to have lost a lot of power over the ages. As long as your pet reaches a 7th tier strength, it can break it. 7th tier. Ing Chen's mouth twitched. His highest level pet was currently only 4th tier, and reaching 7th tier might take years. After all, the higher the level, the harder it is to improve. Ing Chen fell into deep thought, pondering how to quickly enhance his strength and escape this bizarre space as soon as possible. Hey, big guy, how did you end up trapped here? Did you lose a battle with Kunpeng? Ing Chen asked curiously, his eyes on the massive ape before him. The ape slowly sat down, its deep eyes fixed on Ing Chen. In a solemn voice, it replied, I once fought Kunpeng and was defeated, yet I survived. Unable to kill me, Kunpeng imprisoned me here. This spatial prison continually drains my power. It then asked, Kid, how did you get in here? Chen shook his head and explained, I saw a painting of your battle with Kunpeng outside. When my blood dripped onto it, I was suddenly transported here. Chen thought to himself, this giant ape was indeed sealed by Kunpeng, with a great array set to absorb its power. He quietly asked the system for information about this creature. The system responded, this is Zhuyan, one of the ancient divine beasts, and among the strongest bloodlines of the ape tribe. Its physical strength is immense, capable of battling dragons with sheer force. Legend has it that Zhuyan's roar can even shake stars from the sky, and its body can survive a collision with a star. Among divine beasts, Zhuyan is a renowned race, known for its combative nature, which has earned it many enemies. Chun looked at Zhuyan in amazement, not expecting it to possess such formidable power. Big guy, what level are you? He asked curiously. Zhuyan paused for a moment, then proudly replied, I'm a divine beast, a transcendent one. Chun asked the system what transcendent meant. The system explained, transcendent refers to a level beyond the 9th rank, known as the quasi-god stage, which is just a step away from becoming a god. Chun pondered silently. This Zhuyan had not yet become a god, suggesting it was still young when Kunpeng imprisoned it. He scrutinized Zhuyan, wondering how much power it had left. The system estimated, it has about the strength of the 2nd rank remaining, nearly exhausted. The Kunpeng it fought was likely not fully grown either, or it would have killed Zhuyan by now. Seeing Chen's silence, Zhuyan sighed deeply and said, Human, I want to ask a favor. What is it? If it's about freeing you, forget it. I don't have that ability. Chen replied bluntly. Zhuyan glanced at Chun disdainfully, clearly not expecting this weak human to help it escape. It said in a grave tone, Can you kill me? What? Chun was incredulous. Did I hear you right? You want me to kill you? Since when do divine beasts seek death? Zhuyan nodded solemnly. Yes, I want you to end my life. I've lived long enough. Rather than endure endless solitude and watch my power drain away in this dark place, I would rather it all end. In this spatial confinement, I can't even commit suicide. I've tried dozens of methods. All failed. Its voice carried a hint of pleading, clearly weary and unwilling to continue like this. The space fell silent as Chen contemplated. He quietly asked the system if Zhuyan's words were true. The system responded, even if there's deception, what does it matter? Zhuyan is now an empty shell, its once great bloodline nearly depleted, posing no threat. After a long pause, Chen looked up and said, All right, but I need your bloodline. This statement left Zhuyan puzzled. It couldn't understand why a human like Chen would need its bloodline, given its status as a divine beast. The legendary beast Zhuyan, despite its mythical status, now longed for the release of death. It gazed at the human before it and slowly nodded. As long as you can let me die, my bloodline will be yours. Zhuyan's voice was deep and hoarse. But remember not to tarnish the name of the divine beast Zhuyan. Chen didn't hesitate as he stepped into the space where Zhuyan resided. Taking a deep breath, he activated his Beast King ability, beginning to absorb Zhuyan's bloodline power. Suddenly, a searing pain swept through his entire body, as if he had been thrown into boiling lava. Sweat poured down like rain, soaking his clothes. He gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Damn, Zhuyan's bloodline power is too strong. Chun cursed inwardly. Even among divine beasts, Zhuyan's physical strength was unmatched. System, why is it so painful? Chun growled in agony, his face contorted. Blood seeped from his body, and the black-red liquid quickly pooled on the ground. He could feel his bones reshaping, becoming more robust and sturdy. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Choosing a divine beast like Zhuyan for your first attempt was bound to be painful. Zhuyan's bloodline far exceeds your current capacity. According to my plan, your first absorption should have been a Lord-level creature, but you directly challenged a divine beast, which I did not anticipate. However, if you succeed, the benefits will be immense. Your physical body will rival that of a pure-blooded Zhuyan, surpassing dragons of the same level, truly becoming a minor divine beast. Ah, damn it. Chun pounded the ground in pain, his muscles convulsing violently. Zhuyan felt its power draining away, growing increasingly weak. It finally understood the essence of Chen's ability. The ability to devour bloodlines? How similar it is to the devourer worm, Zhuyan thought. No, his ability is even more terrifying. The devourer worm merely consumes other creatures' bloodlines as nourishment to evolve itself, but this human can directly assimilate the bloodline power. His physical strength is approaching that of a Zhuyan of the same level. As time passed, Zhuyan grew weaker, its bloodline nearly entirely absorbed by Chun, death looming ever closer. In this lifetime, humanity has produced such a terrifying figure, Zhuyan murmured to itself in its final moments, a strange smile appearing at the corner of its mouth. I wonder how those beings will respond. Once Ing Chun had fully absorbed Zhu Yan's bloodline, he felt his body become incredibly powerful. His level also advanced to the early stage of level 2, and his Beast King ability was refreshed once more. Ing Chin's muscles swelled, each movement infused with astonishing strength. System, open my panel. Ing Chin commanded. The system immediately responded. Host, Ing Chun. Level, early stage level 2. Divine pets, demonic fierce dragon ant extraordinary species, Pishio egg, divine beast 4-leaf sword grass plant life, azure luan bird spiritual beast. Abilities. 1. Annihilation, the innate ability from Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan is a natural-born warrior, and this is its sole ability. It can be imbued into the body, granting immense power, and any damage inflicted cannot heal. 2. Power of fire. 3. Power of ice. 4. Power of gold. 5. Sword chi. Ing Chun felt the surging power within him, realizing he had embarked on an extraordinary path of evolution. Boom. Ing Chun swung his arms in the mysterious space, the air echoing with a heart-stopping whoosh. Excitedly, he shouted, "Come on, little guy. Let's have a contest of strength." As soon as he spoke, a massive figure burst out from within him. It was the Zhu Yan he had devoured. The two figures collided fiercely in the air, their clash producing a deafening sound. Ing Chun was pushed back by the impact, retreating several dozen steps before he could steady himself. The enormous Zhu Yan, however, only stepped back 4 paces, seemingly having the upper hand. But in reality, considering the size difference, they were equally matched. Yes. Ing Chun couldn't help but shout, his blood boiling with excitement. This is exhilarating. The Zhu Yan, on the other hand, looked terrified. It stared at Ing Chun in disbelief, its mind in turmoil. Despite being only at the early stage of the 2nd grade, Ing Chun's power was unexpectedly stronger than that of a pure-blood Zhu Yan of the same level, though the Zhu Yan was at the early stage of the 4th grade, 2 full levels higher. The system silently observed all this, secretly amazed. Under the Beast King's devouring and assimilating ability, Ing Chun had not only gained the power of a pure-blood Zhu Yan, but had also received an additional 10th of the pet's abilities due to the system's enhancement. At this moment, Ing Chun's power was fearsome. The intense battle continued for a while, and Ing Chun finally calmed down. He turned to the system and asked, "System, how do we get out of here?" The system replied, "Wait. This space is sustained by the Zhu Yan's power. Now that the Zhu Yan is dead, it will eventually collapse on its own." Ing Chun nodded, lost in thought. Although devouring the Zhu Yan had brought him great benefits, the Zhu Yan's power loss meant it didn't provide him with extra energy. Meanwhile, on the surface world, Li Yutong and her team were nearing their destination. "Captain, the bamboo grove is just ahead," Li Yutong whispered, careful not to alert the surrounding mutated beasts. The captain's expression was serious as he gave a low order. "Observe first. We must find the exact location of Miss Li. We have to rescue her today." His voice carried a hint of urgency, as the mission had already been delayed too long, if not for the encounter with that formidable creature. Understood. The surrounding team members immediately dispersed to carefully search for Miss Li's whereabouts. After a thorough investigation, they finally locked onto their target. An excited team member reported, "Captain, we've found Miss Li. She's in a mutated ape's cave." The situation seems stable. The team member's words were somewhat cryptic, and the captain didn't immediately grasp their meaning. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he understood. Miss Li was actually giving the mutated ape a foot massage. "Damn," a team member couldn't help but exclaim. "Legatus, am I seeing things?" The high and mighty Legatus, giving a monkey a foot massage. He instinctively tried to pinch his own thigh, but mistakenly pinched Li Yutong instead. Ouch! Li Yutong was about to cry out when a teammate covered her mouth. "Be careful. We're in a mutated beast's lair. Being discovered could be fatal." Li Yutong had to hold back her voice, while the other team members also noticed the mutated ape's peculiar traits. "Captain, there's something off about this mutated ape," a team member quietly reported. "Its head is white, and it's much smaller than the surrounding mutated apes." The captain nodded slightly, also aware of the ape's distinctiveness. Everyone held their breath, continuing to observe the bizarre scene, contemplating their next move. The whitehead ape was evidently the leader of the group, as the surrounding mutated apes showed it great respect. Ing Chun immediately recognized it as the very ape that had abducted Miss Li. Suddenly, another ape crawled to the feet of the whitehead ape, making indistinct sounds, seemingly reporting something. "Captain, why does their language sound a bit like human speech?" one team member asked in confusion. "Maybe they learned it," the captain replied, frowning with unease. Everyone felt a chill. Humanity's advantage over other mutated beasts lay in their intelligence. If even monkeys possessed such abilities, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, Ing Chun, within the dark space, finally faced the collapse of the space. In an instant of darkness, he found himself inside a nest. The ground was covered in dry straw, and the cave walls bore clear signs of artificial excavation, obviously not naturally formed. "Where is this place?" Ing Chen muttered to himself. Random spatial teleportation. Who knows where you ended up, the system replied. Scratching his head, Ing Chen cautiously exited the cave. The scene before him left him stunned. A stunningly beautiful woman was massaging the foot of a mutated ape. Not only was Ing Chen shocked, but the surrounding mutated apes were also taken aback, and the onlookers in the distance were utterly dumbfounded. System, am I seeing this right? A human woman is giving a foot massage to a mutated ape. Ing Chen asked in disbelief. You are not mistaken, the system calmly replied. Ing Chen felt as if he had become disconnected from the world. Had humanity already been subjugated by mutated beasts? Was even such a beautiful woman serving them? He observed the woman closely. She had a slender waist like a willow and a delicate face, resembling a lady of a noble family. Suddenly, the mutated apes let out thunderous roars. A human had intruded into their lair, an unforgivable act. Captain, that's the person I mentioned last time, Li Yutong said from a distance, her mouth twitching. How did he get over there? The captain shouted in anger. If anything happens to Miss Li, the Li family of Tianming City will never forgive our squad. Charge. The primary goal is to rescue Miss Li. All team members rushed forward immediately. Meanwhile, Ing Chen shrugged indifferently as the mutated apes lunged at him. Iron-backed ape, grade. First rank late stage, attribute. None, bloodline level. High-tier fierce beast, contract success rate. 90%, the system quickly analyzed. Just a mere first-rank beast, too weak. Ing Chen said disdainfully. Freeze. As soon as he spoke, the ground froze instantly. All the iron-backed apes lunging at him were turned into ice blocks, creating a spectacular scene. The other mutated apes watched Ing Chen with apprehension, not daring to advance. The charging squad was also stunned. Instantly annihilating over a dozen mutated apes was terrifying. Ooh man. Why? Are you here? The leading whitehead ape astonishingly spoke human words. Ing Chen's eyes widened in shock. Wow. Besides Zhu Yan, there's another mutated beast that can talk. The mutated apes have high intelligence. Learning language isn't difficult for them. The system explained in his mind. Miss Li, come with me quickly. Li Yutong hurried over and grabbed Miss Li, shielding her. She urgently explained, it means us no harm. However, Miss Li just gently shook her head, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. She slowly recounted her experience of being abducted by the mutated ape, expecting certain death, only to be saved by this whitehead ape. Over the past fortnight, the ape not only learned human language, but also developed a deep bond with her. Bai Shiwek treats me very well, please don't target him, Miss Li said, her eyes showing clear admiration, causing the team members to exchange bewildered glances. Captain, is Miss Li? Could she be in love with a monkey? One team member whispered incredulously. The captain's mouth twitched, clearly not anticipating such a situation. Just then, Ing Chen noticed Li Yutong's presence and excitedly waved. Li Yutong, what are you doing here? His action completely ignored the whitehead ape nearby. Watch out, Ing Chen, Li Yutong suddenly shouted. The whitehead ape, feeling slighted by Ing Chen's disregard, was instantly enraged. It lashed out, its fists slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Ing Chen, however, remained calm, slowly extending a hand to meet the fierce blow. The ape, delighted, assumed this audacious human would surely have his bones broken by its punch. Bang! The fist landed heavily on Ing Chen's palm, but to everyone's shock, his hand didn't budge an inch. The crowd involuntarily swallowed hard, and Li Yutong was especially stunned, having known the punch's lethal power if it had struck an ordinary person. Ing Chen chuckled internally, having already seen through the ape's nature. The system showed, Whitehead Zhu ape, second rank late stage, no bloodline grade, elite upper-level beast, contract success rate 50%. The notes mentioned it had a thin Zhu Yan bloodline, giving it a strong physique, but it was merely a distant descendant of Zhu Yan. Ing Chen, having absorbed the pure Zhu Yan bloodline, was far superior to this ape. Impossible, the whitehead ape roared in disbelief. How can a mere human be stronger than me? It sensed up close that Ing Chen's body seemed to be forged from divine metal, indestructible. Ing Chen coldly remarked, little monkey, remember, don't interrupt when I'm talking. As he spoke, he seized the ape's arm and twisted it sharply. A snapping sound followed, leaving the ape's arm limp like a noodle. Roar! The whitehead ape howled in agony, blood pouring out. Its beastly nature was fully aroused, yet it dared not attack Ing Chen. The oppressive aura Ing Chen exuded felt like an ancient mountain pressing down, rendering it immobile. Ing Chen strode towards Li Yutong, completely ignoring the white-haired ape nearby. Li Yutong was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized that the situation was not as she had expected. Just then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Miss Li rushed towards the white-haired ape, her face full of concern. Ing Chen couldn't help but mock. People from Tianming City have such peculiar tastes. The onlookers appeared awkward, with their mouths twitching involuntarily. Miss Li suddenly ran up to Ing Chen, pleading tearfully, please, don't kill Baiyu. Chen shook his head impassively. He attacked me, so he deserves to die. That's the rule. As Miss Li was about to kneel and beg, Li Yutong quickly stepped in to stop her. She turned to Chen, speaking sincerely. Brother Chen, why not spare him? I doubt that ape would dare trouble you again. Chen shrugged, recalling how Li Yutong had once saved him at the risk of her life and even given him some money, leaving a good impression on him. He replied nonchalantly, fine, it's just a little monkey. Li Yutong breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled Miss Li up. The white-haired ape, seeing this, signaled the other mutant apes to cease their actions. Miss Li then recounted her experiences after being captured to Chen. After listening, Chen couldn't help but feel sorry for Miss Li's fiancé. However, the system suddenly alerted him. Xiao Chun, things aren't that simple. The woman's eyes are deceiving. Her emotions are all fake. Chen skeptically observed Miss Li but noticed nothing amiss. The system continued. I've existed for countless years. I can at least discern this. Chen pondered, observing closely. He noticed that, despite being a well-bred young lady, Miss Li was willing to lower herself to massage a monkey's feet. Moreover, the white-haired ape's eyes were filled with pure, passionate affection, resembling a human's first love. Realizing this, Chen sighed inwardly at Miss Li's deep scheming. She was manipulating this white-haired ape with Zhu Yan's bloodline, akin to Chen's contract pet. The difference was that Chen had used the system to subdue it, while Miss Li was using emotions to bind this newly intelligent mutant beast. After more than half a month together, the white-haired ape had become like a blank slate, ready for Miss Li to imprint with whatever she desired. Chen had to admit that individuals cultivated by large families excelled in cunning far beyond ordinary people. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of person Miss Li's fiancé was. However, all these calculations seemed laughable and powerless in the eyes of the now powerful Chen. Chen embarked on the journey with the Li family team, and Miss Li specifically brought along the white-head ape, a move that further confirmed a certain suspicion in Chen's mind. Along the way, Li Yutong couldn't help but share her thoughts with Chen. Brother Chen, you're so strong now. I saved you back then. Were you laughing at me? Chen smiled at the memory. When you dragged me to escape, you really startled me. The presence of the white-head ape acted like an invisible barrier, keeping the mutated beasts at bay. Suddenly, the captain shouted, "Stop!" Everyone halted immediately, including the ape. From the bushes came rustling sounds, followed by about 20 burly men, each with a face marked by vicious scars. The leader, a man with a scarred face, arrogantly declared, "We're robbers. Hand over your valuables. Men cut off an arm, and women stay." Chen looked speechlessly at these clueless bandits, thinking they must have their brains in their heels to dare rob the elite team from Tianming City. The captain grinned, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Interesting, someone dares to rob us, the Qianglong team. The other team members were eager to fight, and tensions escalated quickly. Just then, someone in the bandit group whispered, "Sir, I think they're the strongest team from Tianming City. Should we retreat?" However, the bandit leader viciously ordered, "Retreat? We outnumber them. Let's fight." With that, he drew a curved blade, and at his command, all the bandits charged at the Qianglong team. The battle erupted immediately, but it was entirely one-sided. The Qianglong team faced the bandits like hounds against kittens, completely unmatched. Blood splattered through the air, and screams echoed around. A female bandit, sensing the unfavorable situation, began to retreat quietly, muttering, "A bunch of brutes. These people aren't ones we can rob. I'm out of here." Just as she was about to flee, a hand suddenly landed on her shoulder. Chen, with interest, asked, "Aren't you going to charge?" She blurted out, "Charge for what?" "To die." Realizing her blunder, she turned to look at Chen in shock. Chen couldn't help but pinch her chubby cheek, observing the short, yet unexpectedly cute girl, teasing, "Your group isn't very selective, huh? Even someone like you can join." The female bandit was immediately flustered, reaching to attack Chen, but was suddenly bound by frost-covered vines. The thorns threatened her skin, ready to pierce at the slightest movement. She had no choice but to stay put, watching helplessly as Chen continued to pinch her cheek, her eyes burning with anger as she glared at him. On the battlefield, a scarred man suddenly spotted Miss Li and assumed she was the Qianglong team's weak link. He broke free from his opponent and charged at her with a maniacal grin. But just as he was about to reach her, a furry hand clamped down on his wrist with immense force, crushing his bones instantly, causing his blade to drop. The scarred man looked up with difficulty, only to see the enraged face of a white ape. He was terrified to realize that he had encountered the legendary white-head ape. "Damn it! You're the white monkey king of the Congzong forest." This exclamation shattered the silence of the forest. The explorer's face was etched with shock and fear as he recognized the majestic white-head ape before him. As one of the rulers of the Congzong forest, the white monkey king's strength was legendary among the mutated beasts, and tales of its might had long circulated among adventurers. A cunning glint flashed in the white-head ape's eyes, seemingly displeased at being recognized. Without a moment's hesitation, it let out a deafening roar, and with a swift motion of its powerful arm, snapped the explorer's neck. In the chilling aftermath, Miss Lee, standing behind the ape, elegantly curled her lips into a smirk and said disdainfully, "Your companion was so weak. It seems you've lost." Ingchen observed the confident young woman with interest, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "What do you want?" he asked, his tone playful. Miss Lee replied nonchalantly, "I don't want anything really, just thought you were a bit amusing. Your companions are charging forward, while you're retreating." She paused, a cold glint in her eyes. "As for the end of the battle, it means ending your life. Don't worry, I'll make it quick and painless." Ingchen found her words somewhat amusing. But Miss Lee, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, bristled with indignation. She quickly said, "Hey, are you kidding me? You left me here, don't you have any designs on me? Why kill me?" Ingchen raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What would I want from you?" Miss Lee couldn't believe her ears and shouted in frustration, "Are you really that clueless? Obviously my body. Aren't I beautiful?" Ingchen shook his head, his tone flat. "You might be overthinking it. I just planned to kill you last." Miss Lee was completely at a loss. She had never encountered anyone like Ingchen. She gritted her teeth and said, "Are you even a man?" "Of course," Ingchen replied calmly, "but you're too ugly." This comment thoroughly infuriated Miss Lee, and she screamed hysterically, "Go to hell." Then, as if regaining her composure, she suddenly switched to a negotiating tone. "How about we make a deal?" Ingchen was intrigued. "Let's hear it. What do you want?" Miss Lee took a deep breath. "I want the location of a divine beast, one of those terrifyingly powerful, mutated beasts." Ingchen's pupils narrowed slightly, his tone turning serious. "Why do you want that? Are you looking to get yourself killed?" He paused. "Do you have it? If not, I'm going to take action." As he spoke, he controlled the frost vines to slowly converge on Miss Lee. Wait. Miss Lee shouted in panic. "I know." Ingchen halted his actions, surprised at the girl. He thought to himself, could she really know? He was only joking earlier. The traces of divine beasts were so rare, how could an ordinary girl possibly know? "You really know?" Ingchen asked skeptically. "Of course," Miss Lee said urgently. "But you'll have to untie me first." No sooner had she spoken than the frost vines tightened, and Miss Lee was thrown into a panic. "Don't tighten them anymore. I'll talk. Okay," she shouted hastily. Only then did the frost vines slowly stop. Ingchen coldly watched the woman, thinking that if she dared to deceive him, she would face a thunderous strike. "The divine beast you're talking about, is it the kind that surpasses ordinary mutated beasts, resembling mythological creatures?" Miss Lee asked cautiously. "Yes." Ingchen nodded. Miss Lee finally exhaled slowly, as if she had just walked away from the gates of hell. In the early days of the apocalypse, the internet hadn't completely shut down. Wen Chen's sister sent him a shocking video. On the screen, a massive creature appeared. It had a lizard-like body with enormous wings and was covered in bright red scales like flames. This colossal being resembled a dragon from Western legends, undoubtedly a mythical beast. Wen Chen gasped in surprise. "Wow, there really are mythical creatures. But this isn't one from our China, it's a Western one." He turned to the woman beside him, who was bound by icy vines, and urgently asked, "Do you know where it appeared?" Just as the woman was about to speak, the icy vines tightened, startling her. She exclaimed, Stop. I know where your sister sent the message from. You could try your luck there. You might encounter it. Creatures of that level have a strong territorial instinct and probably haven't gone far. It might even still be there. And if you go, you're sure to find some clues." After hearing this, Wen Qin signaled the icy vines to release her. The battle was over, and the surroundings were littered with corpses and severed limbs, the ground stained red with blood. This brutal scene was a testament to the apocalypse survival of the fittest, with no mercy shown. Li Yutong approached Wen Chun, curiously eyeing the captured woman. "Brother Wen Chun, what's going on?" "My captive," Wen Chun replied nonchalantly. Li Yutong gave a knowing smile, sizing up the woman and giving a thumbs up. The other team members, seeing her face, also showed expressions of understanding. Wen Chun quickly explained, Hey, that's not what I meant. We just have a little deal." I get it, a wicked transaction of the flesh," Li Yutong teased. Wen Chun rolled his eyes helplessly. "Your imagination is almost as wild as Chief Li's. The last person to talk to me like that has already met their end. Are you planning to silence me?" Li Yutong pounded his chest in assurance. "I won't say a word, Brother Wen Chun, don't worry." The team captain behind them stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering how to use this to persuade Wen Chun to join his squad. After sorting out the battlefield and gathering useful supplies, the group prepared to set off. Wen Chun turned to the woman. "All right, introduce yourself. You haven't told me your name yet." "Asking a girl her name first. You're such a straight guy," the woman teased. A small flame appeared in Wen Chen's hand, and the woman immediately complied. "Let's talk this out. My name is Shun Yao." "Shun Yao? Is there really a Shun surname?" "You're not mistaken. My surname is Shun, like God, and Yao as in demon or sorceress. That surname is quite rare. Wen Chun nodded. I'm Wen Chun, Wen as in victory, Chun as in stars. After some questioning, Wen Chun finally learned the initial location where the dragon appeared. It was a whole province away from their current location, which would have taken nearly 9 hours to drive to before the apocalypse. As they approached Destiny City, Xin Yao became increasingly anxious. Hey, let me go already. I've told you everything I know, she pleaded urgently, not understanding why Wen Qin hadn't released her yet. Ying Chun untied the shackles of the spirit demon and said coldly, I'll spare your life, and we'll call it even. Now run before they catch up. The spirit demon glanced at the approaching group, a mocking smile playing on her lips. At least you have some conscience. Let me give you a piece of information. She leaned closer to Ying Chun and whispered, the sister who sent me the video is a real gem, way prettier than me. I'm considered a campus beauty, but compared to her, it's like night and day. She's a stunning beauty with a figure that surpasses a cup, and her face is exquisite. A complex emotion flickered in the spirit demon's eyes as she continued. If I were a man, I couldn't resist pursuing her, holding her at night. But her current situation might be dire. She may already be in danger. She's introverted and very honest. She gave Ying Chen a meaningful look. You're after that dragon, right? If you encounter her, be kind to her. As her sister, I fear I can't look out for her anymore. The spirit demon smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you a little secret only I know. If you grab her twin ponytails and spank her hard, she'll do whatever you say. Before Ying Chun could respond, the spirit demon turned and left, leaving him bewildered. He couldn't help but wonder. Do I have a good relationship with her? She clearly hates me, yet it's like she's entrusting something to me. Suddenly, Ying Chun recalled a crucial detail. Right. Her name is Shun Yao. Xiao Chunzi's voice echoed in his mind. It sounds like she's setting you up with someone. Ying Chun scoffed. Get lost. If what she said is true, her sister might already be in trouble or locked in some basement. In the apocalypse, being beautiful is dangerous. You have to watch out for mutant beasts and humans. Without enough strength, survival is impossible. Soon, the group returned to the base, where guards were checking the returning teams one by one. A guard looked up and asked, Where are your teammates? Ying Chun was taken aback. Did the guard recognize him? The guard pressed on. I'm asking you. Weren't you out with the Gale squad? Where are the others? Ying Chun lied without changing his expression. They all perished. We encountered a terrifying mutant beast. I was lucky to escape because I'm fast. They weren't so fortunate. The guard scrutinized him with skepticism. Nearby, Li Yutong and others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Encountered a mutant beast? The strongest mutant beast near the Tsangtsang forest was right in front of them, and Ying Chun subdued it with a single move. The captain of the Qianglong squad stepped forward to testify. I can confirm that the Gale squad indeed encountered a terrifying mutant beast. We went to that lake, and the entire surface was frozen. The guard nodded in realization. I see. Clearly, they held a lot of trust in this semi-official squad. It's rumored that someone influential from Tianming City supports the Qianglong squad. Ying Chun breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have bluffed his way through. He thought to himself, I finally caught up on the 2 chapters one owed yesterday. As for how effective they are, I'll let the readers decide. The guards were about to let them pass, but Li Yutong and the others were still dealing with the whitehead monkeys, and it seemed like it would take a while. Ying Chun waved goodbye and stepped into the base. Suddenly, his attention was caught by an elderly man ahead. Xiao Qinzi, you must have felt it too, right? That person has the aura of a spirit stone. The system suddenly reminded him. Ying Chun nodded slightly. He had indeed sensed it, and the concentration of spiritual energy seemed quite high, much stronger than Yun Chu's jade pendant. Ying Chun quickly caught up with the old man and said warmly, Sir, could I make a trade with you? The old man paused, looking Ying Chun up and down. At that moment, Ying Chun was in tattered clothes, with disheveled hair, looking every bit like a refugee. Young man, what do you have to trade with me? The old man asked in return. Ying Chun realized his shabby appearance and explained, I just came back from the wilderness. I don't usually look like this. The old man understood and was a bit surprised, as surviving in the wilderness in this era meant one was quite formidable. What do you want to trade for? I have to tell you up front, my things aren't cheap, the old man said cautiously. Do you have a piece of jade? Ying Chun got straight to the point. The old man was surprised and asked, How do you know that? I want to trade for that jade of yours, Ying Chun admitted. The old man took out a piece of jade the size of a pigeon egg from his pocket. It was crystal clear and exquisite. Young man, is this the one you're talking about? Ying Chun nodded, feeling secretly delighted. It was indeed a spirit stone, with a concentration of spiritual energy about 10 times that of Yun Chu's piece. What do you have to offer in exchange? The old man asked. What do you want? Ying Chun replied. I'd like a fresh mutated beast carcass, one that's edible. Can you get that? The old man proposed. Ying Chun readily agreed. The old man, somewhat skeptical, led him to a small alley in Tianming City. The old man's home was located there, and the courtyard was quite spacious. 2 small children ran up to the old man as soon as they saw him return. These are my 2 sons, the old man introduced. If you really have a mutated beast carcass, bring it to this courtyard. Ing Chun then noticed the old man's head full of white hair and his wrinkled face, and he was stunned. These were his sons? He was quite taken aback, considering the age gap between the old man and the children was at least 40 or 50 years, if not more. As Ing Chun was pondering this, a graceful and beautiful woman stepped out. Honey, you're back. Is this your friend? The woman asked gently. Ing Chun was completely taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he looked at the old man. You're impressive, he couldn't help but praise. Thinking about how so many young people couldn't find partners, yet this old man had managed to have such a charming wife. The old man explained, this young man wants to trade for the jade, so I brought him here. The old man embraced the beautiful woman, a happy smile spreading across his face. Ing Chun watched the couple with resignation, inwardly lamenting the display of affection. With a wave of his hand, a massive mutated rabbit carcass appeared out of thin air in the courtyard, its size comparable to a large dog. This rabbit would be enough to feed a family of 3 for 3 to 4 days. Mutated beast meat is rich in nutrients, and ordinary people only need a small amount to feel full. Its delicious taste and benefits for mutants have made it a delicacy among the base's elite. However, hunting mutated beasts is costly, making it inaccessible for most people. The old man stared at the giant rabbit in astonishment and blurted out, this is a mutated beast. Ing Chun nodded in confirmation. That's right. Now, can you give me that jade stone? He explained that he had some more of these mutated beasts stored in his space, and that he often ate them himself. This particular mutated rabbit was of mid-level quality, with excellent meat, and should be enough for the exchange. The old man nodded excitedly and immediately handed the jade stone to Ing Chun, then carefully inspected the giant rabbit. Meanwhile, the beautiful woman's gaze toward Ing Chun turned alluring, as if it could melt. While the old man examined the rabbit, she gracefully approached Ing Chun, revealing her fair thigh, and lightly traced her slender fingers across his chest. Hey handsome, want to come by tonight? She softly invited. Ing Chun frowned and asked, aren't you afraid of your husband? Afraid of what? The beautiful woman replied dismissively. He hasn't been capable for a long time. Isn't it normal for me to find another man to replace him? Ing Chun shook his head and declined. No, I'm not interested in you. To be precise, he wasn't interested in damaged goods. He couldn't comprehend why this woman married an old man. If it was for love, he wouldn't believe it. The beautiful woman looked at Ing Chun in surprise, wondering if her charm wasn't enough. Weren't young men supposed to be drawn to mature women with allure? And she had such a great figure. Ing Chun turned to the old man, patting his shoulder, and asked, can you tell me where you found this jade stone? Suppressing his excitement, the old man replied, I found it at the Xinghe shopping center in Y City. It was a famous place before the apocalypse. I was trapped there and got rescued by a search team. I found it in the underground parking lot, but I don't know if there are more. Ing Chun nodded, obtained a map from the old man, and left the small courtyard. As soon as he left, the old man transformed his demeanor, glaring coldly and fiercely at the beautiful woman. How dare you flirt with another man? You need a lesson. The old man pulled out a bamboo stick from behind him, stripped the woman of her clothes, and began to beat her harshly. The 2 children stood by indifferently, as if the woman being humiliated wasn't their mother. The beautiful woman pleaded for mercy, but it was in vain. After Ing Chun left, a system voice spoke calmly. Xiao Chenzi, that old man is also a mutant and should be able to sense the spiritual energy in the jade stone. This is a bit strange. It doesn't matter if there are strange things as long as you're strong enough. All schemes and tricks are useless, Ing Chun said confidently, his eyes shining with determination. The system silently observed him, secretly amazed. Is this really the same timid boy from before? In just a short time, his demeanor has changed so dramatically, and his charisma has significantly improved. The harsh reality of the apocalypse has completely transformed Ing Chun. He is no longer the naive, ordinary boy. He has gradually adapted to this perilous new world. His character has become more resilient, and there's a calmness in his gaze. The system quietly absorbed the spirit stone, instantly reducing it to a pile of fine powder. Ing Chun's energy levels on the panel suddenly increased by 50,000 points. He nodded with satisfaction, feeling the surge of power coursing through his body. As night fell, in a dimly lit room, a beautiful woman was silently weeping. Her naked body was covered with bruises, and the damp sheet spoke of the violence that had just occurred. Her hollow eyes were filled with despair, as if her soul had been destroyed. Meanwhile, a mysterious old man arrived at the carcass of a mutated giant rabbit. His palms suddenly split open, revealing a grotesque mouth. This eerie mouth began greedily devouring the rabbit's flesh and blood. As he consumed, the old man's body visibly became younger, his wrinkles faded, and his white hair turned black. The next morning, Ing Chun arrived at the mission hall. The usually quiet hall was bustling with noise today. Driven by curiosity, Ing Chun grabbed someone passing by and asked, what's going on? Why is it so noisy today? The person looked at Ing Chun in disbelief. Do you really not know? Or are you just pretending? Tianming City officials have just released the ancient martial arts cultivation method. It's said to significantly boost the speed of spiritual energy absorption and accelerate the evolution of mutants. Even ordinary people might awaken mutation abilities after practicing it. What? Ancient martial arts have such effects? Ing Chun was so shocked his jaw almost dropped. He recalled his previous encounter with the Yun family and had dismissed ancient martial arts as too weak. He hadn't anticipated that the true value of ancient martial arts was to accelerate cultivation speed. He regretted. I was too hasty. I should have gotten the Yun family's ancient martial arts. The system couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ing Chun asked in confusion. System, did I say something wrong? The system replied calmly. Once you truly begin cultivation, you'll understand. Ing Chun followed the crowd to the center of the mission hall. A new platform had been erected there, and a powerful mutant from Tianming City was standing on it, introducing the mysteries of ancient martial arts to the crowd. The speaker began. You all probably know a bit about ancient martial arts. Before the apocalypse, its effects were not significant, barely more than a means to strengthen the body. After all, no matter how advanced the martial arts, it couldn't match the power of modern weapons. But the apocalypse changed everything. He continued explaining. According to the research of the mysterious first mutant, we now understand that the fundamental cause of biological evolution is the resurgence of spiritual energy. There is a mysterious substance called spiritual energy in the air we breathe now. After the apocalypse, mutants began to appear, showcasing incredible power. However, compared to mutant beasts, our evolution speed was still too slow. While mutant beasts have reached the late second grade, or even stronger, our mutants have just reached the late first grade, with second-grade mutants being extremely rare. At this critical juncture, the Morong family, an ancient martial arts family in Tianming City, discovered the astonishing secret of ancient martial arts. Those ancient martial arts techniques, which could only strengthen the body before the apocalypse, now significantly increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. This discovery offers hope for solving the problem of slow mutant power growth and lays a foundation for humans to catch up with mutant beasts in strength. Although ancient martial arts themselves have limited destructive power, their true value lies in accelerating cultivation. The higher the level of the martial arts technique, the faster it accelerates cultivation. While the government has already made the basic ancient martial arts cultivation methods public, however, there is a price to pay. As long as you provide enough money or exchange something of equal value, you can obtain it. The more advanced the ancient martial arts, the more expensive they are. I'm sure everyone can understand that. Ing Chun stood among the crowd, listening to these words with some surprise. He hadn't expected his name to be mentioned again after so long. Due to the dragon's blessing, his appearance had changed significantly. Unless someone was extremely familiar with him, they would likely not recognize him. At that moment, the man suddenly released his aura. Everyone present felt an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing anyone else there. The crowd was shocked to realize that this was at least a latest-stage level 1 power. Oh my god, he's already evolved to a latest-stage level 1, someone exclaimed in the crowd. The strongest in Tianming City was only at a latest-stage level 1 recently, and now he has that kind of strength too. Is this the power of ancient martial arts? It's incredible. The crowd instantly erupted, and everyone rushed to the exchange window, forming a long line. At the window, a staff member was carefully assessing the value of each item people brought. Ordinary gold, worthless, get out. The staff member disdainfully tossed aside a large chunk of gold. But this is gold, and it's as big as a baby's head. The person protested loudly. The staff member gave him a contemptuous look. Gold. It's the least valuable thing in the apocalypse. You can find plenty in any jewelry store. The man left, embarrassed by the ridicule. Finally, it was Ing Chen's turn. He stepped forward and asked, what styles of ancient martial arts do you have here, and what are the prices? Check the board yourself, the staff member replied impatiently. Ing Chun examined the board, which listed 4 styles: Crane Fist, Tiger Fist, Iron Shirt, and Divine Wood Technique. Crane Fist and Tiger Fist were 80,000 each, Iron Shirt was 100,000, and Divine Wood Technique was 150,000. Is this Divine Wood Technique the highest level? Ing Chun asked curiously. No, more advanced martial arts aren't for sale here. You can only get them by making significant contributions to Tianming City, the staff member explained. After a moment of thought, Ing Chun decided, then I'll take the Divine Wood Technique. If he was going to train, he wanted the best. Do you have the money? The staff member asked, surprised, as Ing Chun was the first to request the Divine Wood Technique. Ing Chun took out a plant from his pocket. How about this for an exchange? The staff member's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the plant. It was a mutated plant called the Shadow Snake Orchid, a highly valuable item in Tianming City. After 10 minutes of careful inspection, the staff member nodded in satisfaction. It is indeed a mutated plant. Do you know its function? The staff member asked. Of course, Ing Chun replied confidently. This mutated herb is called Shadow Snake Orchid, and its effect is to stop bleeding. No matter how severe the wound, Applying its sap will quickly stop the bleeding. The staff member's eyes brightened. If it was as Ing Chun described, the herb's value was significant. In this apocalyptic era, bleeding incidents were common, and this mutated plant could save lives. Just then, a kindly voice came from behind the staff member. Young friend, are you sure about what you said? Ing Chun looked up to see an elderly man approaching with a gentle smile. And you are? Ing Chun asked, puzzled. I am Murong Tian, the head of the Murong family, the old man said, stroking his beard calmly. This statement caused a stir among the crowd. People began to whisper. That's the head of the Murong family, the person with the highest evolution level in Tianming City? His hair is even starting to turn black. Could evolution actually extend life? Huh. Even though his evolution level is high, his unlucky grandson is still a disappointment. Why? Don't you know? Miss Li, his fiancée, heard that their engagement was going to be called off. She came to humiliate him, and it was quite tragic. Ing Chun walked ahead, overhearing whispers. He quickly realized the unfortunate person being talked about was the grandson of the elderly man in front of him. Murong Tai was furious, veins bulging on his forehead, and he shouted, Get out! All of you get out! If anyone dares to speak ill of the Murong family again, don't even think about learning ancient martial arts. With his angry outburst, dozens of armed people appeared like phantoms, swiftly dragging out the gossipers and roughly pushing them out of the mission hall. Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, Murong Tai turned to Ing Chun and said, My condolences. There's no need to say more, young man. This incident indeed happened to my Murong family. I will reclaim this honor sooner or later. Ing Chun nodded slightly and calmly said, Let me demonstrate something for you. Before he could finish, Murong Tai suddenly attacked, his sharp nails slicing a staff member's arm. Blood gushed out, and the wound looked horrifying. The person couldn't help but scream in agony. Please, young man, give it a try, Murong Tai said expressionlessly, as if he hadn't just injured someone. Unfazed, Ing Chun took a leaf of the rare Yushi Lan from his pocket. He gently squeezed it, letting the green juice drip onto the staff member's gruesome wound. Miraculously, the bleeding stopped instantly, and small flesh buds began to grow, healing the wound at a visible speed. Excellent! 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 Murong Tai was overjoyed at the miraculous effect of the Yushi Lan. He immediately ordered, Bring the Shun Mu Gong to the young man. Then he turned to Ing Chun and eagerly asked, Do you have any more of this mutated Yushi Lan? Ing Chun shook his head. No, I only have this one. Oh, I see. Murong Tai looked slightly disappointed but soon smiled again. In 3 days, it's my grandson's birthday banquet. Would you honor us with your presence? Oh, why invite me? I'm just an ordinary person, Ing Chun replied modestly. Murong Tai looked at him meaningfully. You've reached the 2nd grade in such a short time without relying on ancient martial arts. How could you be considered ordinary? If you are, then there are hardly any ordinary people in the world. You can see my level? Interesting. Ing Chun met Murong Tai's gaze without any fear of his strength being discovered. He calmly said, If I have time, I'll attend. Taking the invitation from Murong Tai, Ing Chun turned and left. Back in his small room, he eagerly opened the Shun Mu Gong. It was a unique stance training manual aimed at enhancing one's strength. Shun Mu Gong had 9 levels, each corresponding to a stance. According to the manual, mastering each stance could increase evolution speed by about 7%. Ing Chun enthusiastically began studying, but after several hours, he started to doubt himself. Why does the book say that even ordinary people can learn the first stance in 3 hours? Why haven't I made any progress after 6 hours? He frowned and pondered, feeling utterly perplexed. Ing Chun stood in the center of the room, holding the Shinmu Gong manual in his hands, brows furrowed. He leafed through the pages repeatedly, yet couldn't grasp its mysteries. A deep sense of frustration welled up inside him, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, What is going on? Why can't I learn this? Is this book fake? At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind, with a hint of mockery. Have you ever considered that you have the bloodline power of Zhu Yin flowing through you? As someone with the blood of a divine beast, why bother learning ancient martial arts? The system's words hit him like a sledgehammer, jolting Ing Chen awake. His eyes widened as if realizing his uniqueness for the first time. The system continued, The innate abilities of divine beasts are terrifyingly powerful. Human cultivation methods are just imitations of these beasts. Many major powers in the cosmos study divine beast abilities. You, possessing the Beast King's abilities, can directly acquire these divine abilities. Ing Chun stood frozen, his mind in turmoil. He looked down at the Shinmu Gong manual in his hands and suddenly realized he might have made a grave mistake. The system's voice chimed in again, this time with a hint of teasing. Besides, your cultivation talent is hopelessly poor. To master the first move of Shinmu Gong, it would take you at least 6 months. Aren't you just picking up sesame seeds and dropping watermelons? Realizing the truth, Ing Chen's anger flared. He glared at the system's location in the void, gritting his teeth as he asked, System, did you know all along? I remember you even chuckled. The system unabashedly admitted, Yeah, I knew. Chen jumped in frustration, loudly demanding, "Why didn't you warn me? I wasted my time, and even used up a mutated herb." The system, however, was unapologetic and confidently replied, "Who told you not to ask me? If you don't ask, why should I tell you?" Fuming, Chen threw the Shinmu Gong manual to the ground in frustration. He took a deep breath to calm himself, and then remembered something else. He pulled out the small rod-like divine devourer from his pocket, a glint of greed in his eyes. "System, can I still use my Beast King ability? Can I devour this divine devourer?" Chun gazed at the small creature in his hand, swallowing involuntarily. He recalled the immense power he gained from devouring Zhu Yin and couldn't help but imagine the incredible benefits of devouring this divine devourer. The system's voice immediately turned serious. "If you want to die, go ahead and try." Chun was taken aback, asking in confusion, "Why?" The system patiently explained, "This divine devourer was found in the source of darkness. Normally, the source of darkness can cause spiritual energy fluctuations across an entire planet, and even lead to spiritual energy revival. Yet, it was devoured by this divine devourer until only a trace of energy remained. This shows that the divine devourer's level is undoubtedly high. At the very least, it's quasi-divine, possibly higher. It's not a fake quasi-divine like Zhu Yin, but the real deal. It's currently evolving, and if you recklessly devour it, you'll be blown to pieces instantly." Hearing this, Chun drew a sharp breath, looking at the divine devourer in his hand with newfound awe. He realized he had been carrying such a terrifying entity all along. After a moment of silence, Chun asked, "What about forming a contract with it?" The system replied bluntly, "You could try, but the success rate is 0. Unwilling to give up, Chun said, "I still have that one-time reward you gave me. Can I use it to contract it like I did with the Pichio?" The system's tone became serious. "I advise against it. The divine devourer could wake up at any time, and the success rate is extremely low, likely leading to failure." Then, the system shifted its tone. "Why not consider the blessing of the forest god, which allows you to summon a nature spirit? That's a great choice. It's a special perk I gave you when you upgraded the system to level 7. The system paused, then added, "Or, you could consider those little ones." Chun was puzzled. "What little ones?" The system reminded him, "The eggs in your pet space. Aren't they hatching right now?" Only then did Chun realize he had other options. He fell into deep thought, weighing the possibilities and preparing to make decisions for his next move. Chun held his breath, eyes fixed on the 5 azure luan bird eggs before him. Each egg was covered in fine cracks, signaling the imminent arrival of new life. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Suddenly, a faint crack broke the silence. A small bird's head emerged from one of the eggs, resembling that of a phoenix, with tufts of red feathers on its head flickering like flames. Chun quickly checked the system information. Fire Luan bird. Level, grade 1 initial stage. Attribute, fire. Bloodline level, lower lord. Spirit beast contract success rate, 50. Note, a branch of the fire phoenix, with the potential to evolve into the most populous fire phoenix within the phoenix clan. Besides fire abilities, it also possesses strong regenerative powers. Gently stroking the little creature's head, Chun admired. "This little one is quite strong." He watched as the fire luan bird began to consume its eggshell, feeling its presence steadily rise, soon reaching the mid-level of grade 1. As Chun marveled at the newly hatched bird with lord-level bloodline, the other 4 eggs started to crack open. Another fire luan bird and 2 azure luan birds emerged, with one of the azure luan birds having a mid-lord level bloodline, surpassing its parents. Surprised, Chun exclaimed, "Wow, born and already surpassing the azure luan." He quickly realized this was due to their growth under the sun tree, absorbing abundant spiritual energy, enabling them to achieve such high bloodline levels. The last egg remained unbroken, and Chun anticipated it might be the strongest. However, when it finally hatched, a small bird resembling a sparrow appeared. This peculiar bird had a pitch-black head, sharp eyes, and a body primarily black with hints of red. Chun checked the system information again. Sky Swallow Sparrow. Level, grade 1 initial stage. Attributes, devour, darkness. Bloodline level, mid-monarch. Spirit beast contract success rate, 50. Note, the Sky Swallow Sparrow carries the bloodlines of the immortal demon Sparrow and 9 Phoenix, both incredibly powerful divine beasts. At the same level, the Sky Swallow Sparrow is unbelievably strong. It can devour anything, including energy and an enemy's kinetic force. Its dark abilities enhance its power, often manifesting as a massive black cloud that devours all obstacles. Astonished, Chun asked, "System, what does monarch level mean?" The system explained, "Monarch is a level above lord. A mutant beast with such a bloodline level can be called a king, commanding even lord-level beings to submit. Typically, a monarch-level existence can lead hundreds of lord-level mutant beasts." Chun's eyes burned with excitement as he stared at the seemingly ordinary, yet infinitely potential Sky Swallow Sparrow. He realized he still had 2 slots available for contract pets, and this was a gift too good to pass up. System, contracted. Ancient decisively ordered, ready to claim the immensely potential sky swallow sparrow as his own. The joy of a successful contract filled Ing Chen's heart instantly. A tiny mental imprint quietly appeared in his mind, signifying that the swallowing heaven sparrow had become his contracted partner. In comparison, this imprint seemed exceptionally small, barely a tenth the size of those from his other little companions. The Qinghuan bird, sensing the arrival of a new member, joyfully circled in the sky, as if celebrating the arrival of a blood-related kin. However, Ing Chen's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze fell on the remaining 4 little birds, placing him in a dilemma. How should I settle these little ones? Ing Chen murmured to himself. There was no more space for contracts, but if he set them free, they would likely face certain death. After pondering for a moment, he decided to place them in the pet space temporarily. With a light wave of his arm, the swallowing heaven sparrow smoothly entered the pet space. However, to his surprise, the other 4 little birds remained in place, unmoved. The system's voice chimed in timely. Xiao Chenzi, you've forgotten something. The pet space can only accommodate pets without resistance. These little birds obviously have developed self-awareness, so how could they easily enter your pet space? Ing Chen found himself in a predicament. Then what should I do? The system suggested, send them out of the city early tomorrow morning. Feed them some mutated figs to enhance their strength, and then release them. Can I keep them like the little spirit mouse? Ing Chen asked unwillingly. The system explained, that's impossible. The little spirit mouse is entirely different. Mice are naturally timid, and the little spirit mouse isn't a combat-type mutated beast, so it obeys your commands. These birds are proud and arrogant. Without a contract to bind them, how could they follow your orders? Reluctantly, Ing Chun had to accept the situation. The next morning, with heavy dark circles under his eyes and yawning, Ing Chun walked out of the city gate. The mischievous birds had kept him up all night, and he couldn't summon the Qinghuan bird to discipline them, leaving him sleepless until dawn. He ventured deep into the Tsangsang forest, searching for areas with few mutated beasts. Finally, in a relatively safe clearing in the forest, Ing Chun stopped. He summoned the Qinghuan bird, and immediately the little birds excitedly gathered around. The Qinghuan bird gently caressed them with its wings, as if bidding farewell. Ing Chun softly said to the Qinghuan bird, I believe you understand. We must let them go. With that, he took out 5 mutated figs. The little birds, seeing the fruits, became excited and opened their beaks wide in anticipation. System, to what extent can these figs enhance the birds? Ing Chun asked while feeding them. The system replied, it depends on their potential. The figs are meant to unlock potential, and if their potential is strong, they might directly leap to the 3rd grade realm. As the fruits were consumed, the birds began an astonishing evolution. The 2 little flame lawn birds rapidly expanded in size, their feathers becoming increasingly vibrant and radiant, and the power of flame within them grew stronger. In the blink of an eye, they transformed from small birds into flame god birds the size of eagles, enveloped in deep red flames, exuding the majesty of ancient divine beasts. Though not yet fully grown and not particularly large, their aura was already extraordinary. By the end of the evolution, both flame lawn birds had reached the early 2nd grade, significantly boosting their strength. With their lord-level bloodline, they now had the capability to thrive independently in the Tsangsang forest. As the evolution of the 4 fire lawn birds was completed, Ing Chun observed each one closely, noting their changes. The 2 young lawn birds with early lord-level bloodlines evolved as expected to the early 2nd grade, their feathers glimmering with a faint blue light. The one at the mid-lord level advanced further to the mid-2nd grade, with its wing patterns becoming more distinct and vibrant. However, the most striking was the swallowing heaven sparrow. It had grown from the size of a fingernail to that of a pigeon. Though its size change was not dramatic, its fierce eyes were intimidating. Ing Chun stared at this unique fledgling, furrowing his brow unconsciously. System, what's going on? Ing Chun asked internally. The swallowing heaven sparrow's bloodline clearly surpasses its siblings, so why is it only at the late 2nd grade? The system's response echoed in his mind. The swallowing heaven sparrow's bloodline has surpassed the efficacy of the fig, so it has only reached the late 2nd grade. If your fig level were high enough, it could now be at the late 3rd grade. I see. Ing Chun realized, then advised the 4 birds. Go on now. Remember to help each other. And unless absolutely necessary, do not harm humans. However, the troublemakers paid no heed to Ing Chun's advice and flew off in different directions. Ing Chun smiled wryly and turned to leave, thinking to himself, I feel like I've been shortchanged. I must find a way to recover the money for this divine wood art. The system suggested, isn't there a banquet? You can exchange items with others there. Days passed quickly. During this time, Ing Chun discreetly summoned the little spirit mouse and the swallowing heaven sparrow. Their small sizes kept them unnoticed. However, Destiny City grew increasingly lively, with rumors of a demonic apocalypse spreading wildly, and many began to believe them. As Ing Chun bought food on the street, various rumors filled his ears. Surprisingly, the city's officials did not suppress these talks. Over time, the topic grew more heated, with even many mutants believing it, not to mention ordinary people. Did you hear? Another human corpse was found in the west of the city, and it wasn't eaten by mutant beasts. The wounds look human-made, one passerby whispered. Really? Is someone eating people? Isn't Destiny City's food supply ample? Why resort to cannibalism? Another person asked in shock. Haven't you heard? A demon has descended to Earth, corrupting hearts, which is why people are eating humans. The first person replied mysteriously. The small bun in Ing Chen's hand suddenly lost its appeal. This conversation made him feel nauseous. He thought disdainfully, people eating people, and the authorities still haven't solved it? What a bunch of incompetence. As Ing Chun shook his head in dismay, a figure dashed out of the crowd, looking panicked as if fleeing from something terrifying. Bang! The figure collided directly into Ing Chen's chest. He stood firm while the person fell to the ground, clutching their head and crying out in pain. Ouch! Ing Chen looked closely and was surprised to see it was the wife of the old man. He had traded spirit stones with a beautiful woman. It's you? Why are you in such a panic? Ing Chen asked, puzzled. Recognizing Ing Chun, the woman quickly pleaded, please, take me away, and I'll explain later. Before Ing Chun could inquire further, 3 burly men pushed through the crowd. Upon seeing the woman, their eyes lit up. Come with us, your husband is waiting. One of the men said coldly, reaching out to grab her. The beautiful woman knelt on the ground, pleading with a trembling voice, help me. However, Ing Chen stood there emotionless, showing no intention of offering assistance. Seeing his cold demeanor, the woman felt a wave of despair wash over her as the light of hope in her eyes gradually dimmed. Just then, a burly man stepped forward, his eyes glinting with menace. He shouted fiercely at Ing Chun, get out of my way, kid. Don't interfere with my business. Ing Chen's gaze turned glacial, like an Arctic chill sweeping over. He spoke slowly, his voice low and dangerous. Are you talking to me? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Ing Chen struck. A massive ice spike materialized out of thin air, piercing the burly man's leg in an instant. Blood gushed out like a fountain, soaking the entire ice pillar. The man howled in agony. Aya, another man, witnessing this, was about to defend his comrade but was preempted by Ing Chun. A sharp ice spike precisely pierced between his legs. Blood trickled down the spike, and his pupils contracted as he trembled violently, unable to scream as his mouth was instantly filled with ice. The third man, seeing this, panicked. Cold sweat poured down as he realized that this person in front of them was far more powerful than they had imagined. After all, the 3 of them were mutants, yet 2 were taken down in a blink, and Ing Chun didn't even seem to exert himself. I was wrong. The third man started, but was cut off by an ice spike piercing his thigh, causing him to scream in pain. Ing Chun spoke coldly. Since you're with them, you must share the consequences. His voice was as piercing as ice, sending shivers down their spines. Let's see how you fare against the power of darkness. Ing Chun decided to eliminate the 3 men completely to prevent future troubles. He shot out 3 beams of black light, each entering one of the men's bodies. They tried to evade but found themselves immobilized, helplessly watching the black light infiltrate their bodies. What have you done to us? One of them asked in a trembling voice. Ing Chun replied indifferently. Nothing much, just a little trick. This shares the ability of the sky-swallowing sparrow, using darkness to devour the life force of creatures. Eventually, this black light absorbs so much energy that it causes a massive explosion. The range and power of this explosion are significant, making it an essential skill for destruction. With that, Ing Chun turned to leave, the woman hurriedly following him. The 3 men, seeing Ing Chun walk away, finally breathed a sigh of relief. That monster is finally gone. What a terrifying guy, even scarier than the boss, one of them murmured. How could he compare to the boss? Another retorted. But the woman left with him. What should we do? Going back after failing the mission, the boss will definitely be furious. Ing Chen returned home, with the woman closely behind. What do you want? I won't take you in, leave now. Ing Chen said coldly. The woman paused, then urgently said, I have something very important to tell you, something that concerns countless lives. Ing Chen ignored her, clearly uninterested in her secret. Seeing this, the woman took a deep breath and said seriously, it's about the demon from Tianming City. Are you sure you don't want to hear it? Oh, go on. Ing Chen finally showed some interest. Seeing she had the chance to speak, the woman relaxed a bit and became more solemn. She looked directly into Ing Chen's eyes and said, that demon is my husband, that old man. His name is Wang Taizhu, and he's the one behind all the demon incidents in Tianming City recently. The transformation of Wang Taizhu was like a nightmare, plunging the beautiful woman into deep fear. She recalled the turning point from 2 weeks ago when her once gentle and well-mannered husband suddenly became exceptionally violent. That day, over a trivial matter, Wang Taizhu beat her severely, leaving her body covered in bruises. What was even more horrifying was his eyes, which turned blood red, resembling those of a bloodthirsty beast. In the days that followed, Wang Tieju's violent tendencies worsened. Just 3 days later, their two children also exhibited strange changes. Their eyes could turn red as well, and they looked at their mother with a chilling coldness, as if they were staring at a corpse. The beautiful woman trembled at the memory of the terrifying scene she witnessed the previous day, Wang Taiju devouring her mutant giant rabbit alive, seemingly deriving immense pleasure from the bloody spectacle. Realizing something was amiss, the beautiful woman took the opportunity to escape under the pretense of buying groceries. However, her escape plan was soon discovered, and Wang Taiju sent 3 strong men to capture her. At this point, the beautiful woman's body trembled uncontrollably, her fear evident. After listening to her story, Chun pondered for a moment and said, "You can stay here for now. Tomorrow I have a banquet to attend, and I will report this matter to the people of Tianming City there." The beautiful woman also mentioned a strange item she saw in Wang Tieju's room, a skull resembling a goat's head, which everyone seemed to worship. Chun tried to reassure her, suggesting it might just be the ancient remains of a mutant beast. Hearing this explanation, the woman felt slightly relieved, though her escape had left her utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing. "You can sleep on the couch in the living room," Chun arranged. The woman worriedly asked, "What if he comes to take me?" Chun calmly replied, "No one can approach me. If anyone dares to snatch someone under my watch, I wouldn't mind conducting a thorough purge." The woman then elaborated on Wang Tieju's other odd behaviors. After analyzing the situation, Chun concluded that all the bizarre occurrences seemed linked to the mysterious skull. He wondered what kind of object could influence so many people, even causing mutations. Since the apocalypse, the world had seen many inexplicable phenomena. Chun was not particularly surprised, as even spiritual energy had revived. The appearance of immortals wouldn't be shocking. He recalled obtaining a priceless Pichot egg from a mysterious ruin. Driven by curiosity, Chun asked the system about the ancient history of this planet. The system responded, "How would I know? I spent most of my time asleep. When I first came to this planet, it was ruled by dinosaurs. The spiritual energy was even denser then, but I didn't want to acknowledge a master, so I put myself into slumber." The secrets of the dinosaur era stirred waves in Chun's heart. The system's voice echoed in his mind, narrating the extraordinary scenes of that distant time. The era of dinosaurs indeed had spiritual energy, but the bloodlines of dinosaurs seemed shackled, unable to develop intelligence. "I briefly awakened and witnessed a breathtaking scene. The galaxy flowing backward, a massive waterfall cascading from the sky. In the air stood people who claimed to be cultivators, exuding immense power." The system continued its description. Someone recited, "A waterfall plunging 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way is falling from the heavens." Some even attempted to forge me into a magical artifact. But I am an immortal and indestructible existence, beyond the reach of mere mortals. Eventually, tired of their clamor, I returned to slumber until I met you. Chun listened intently, then asked, "Were there really cultivators in ancient times? Was the poet Li Tai? System, have you gathered any cultivation methods?" The system scoffed, "Why are you so fixated on cultivation? Your innate abilities combined with my power are enough to make you the strongest. Besides, with your talent, you're no better than a pig." Seeing Chun's persistent curiosity, the system reluctantly explained, "The first step in cultivation is gathering energy, but you have an excess of energy within you. The power of the azure lawn bird and the sky-swallowing sparrow is partly within you. Forcing energy gathering would be counterproductive. Instead, focus on collecting pets and devouring bloodlines to dominate with absolute strength." Chun pondered this. He wasn't obsessed with cultivation, merely influenced by movies and novels that portrayed cultivation as powerful. After weighing his options, he chose the path of devouring and collecting. "I'm just curious whether divine beasts are stronger or cultivators," Chun murmured to himself. The system replied decisively, "Divine beasts are stronger, without a doubt." Chun looked out the window, where the fiery clouds painted the sky red, creating a magnificent view. The unpolluted sky was exceptionally clear. He vowed silently that if any cultivator dared to provoke him, he would make sure they regretted it. The next day, Chun, accompanied by a beautiful woman, headed to the location mentioned in the invitation from Morong Tatian. They arrived at a massive clock tower-like building, once a city landmark, now open only from the first to the 6th floor due to safety concerns. A young man in a suit greeted them politely, bowing slightly. "Sir, may I see your invitation?" Chun handed over Morong Tatian's invitation, and after checking it, the young man allowed them to pass. "Please, sir, the banquet is on the 3rd floor. It will begin in 15 minutes, and you may go up now. Many guests have already arrived." The young man guided them respectfully. Chun entered the hall, scanning the surroundings, but Morong Tatian was nowhere in sight. He casually found a seat and decided to wait and see. Before long, A charming woman caught the attention of the men present. Her mature allure and graceful figure stirred the interest of several eager young men, who eagerly approached her. To Ing Chen's surprise, the woman handled the situation with ease and was soon dancing gracefully with one of the young men. Watching this scene, Ing Chen couldn't help but recall the time the woman had tried to seduce him, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. Why the smile, brother Ing Chen? Is there something amusing you'd care to share? Morong Taitian had appeared beside Ing Chen, curious about his amusement. Ing Chen softly replied, "What do you think those young men would do if they knew that woman had 2 children with an old man?" Morong Taitian was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a twist. He had assumed the woman was somehow connected to Ing Chen. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind Morong Taitian. "Women, hee, all deserve to die." A young man stepped forward, expressionless. Morong Taitian quickly explained, "This is my son, Morong Wangu. He's been dealing with some issues lately and has developed a bit of resentment towards women." He scratched his head awkwardly. Ing Chen understood immediately, guessing that Morong Wangu was likely the unfortunate one whose engagement with the Li family's daughter had been called off. With a serious expression, Morong Taitian whispered, "I'm here to discuss something with you. There's something strange about that woman's husband. The recent demon incidents might be connected to him. It said she discovered something by accident, and that's why she escaped." Ing Chen frowned. "Are you sure about this? I've only heard rumors and can't confirm it. However, there were indeed 3 mutants chasing her at the time. And as far as I know, her husband is a useless man who needs to trade with me for food. It's impossible for him to know, let alone command, mutants." Morong Taikian's face darkened. The demon incidents have been unusual. Many in the upper echelons are now against eradicating the demon forces, suggesting instead that we ignore the matter. Such a decision is unlike anything the leaders of Tianming City would make. You know, if a cult grows too large, it becomes a cancer. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion shook the ground. As the dust settled, a heavily armed group had surrounded the entire venue. They wielded advanced weapons, and nearly half of them were mutants. All eyes were on Ing Chen. "Target acquired," the leader stated coldly. Morong Taitian was furious. "Who are you people? How dare you crash a Morong family banquet? Who gave you the nerve?" The intruders ignored Morong Taitian's outrage, unleashing a hail of bullets as if to create a massive fireworks display in the air. "Get out!" Ing Chen roared, a dark aura enveloping him. The force consumed all the bullets aimed at him. Before the attackers could react, numerous ice blades rained down from the sky, aiming directly at their vital points. The ice blades sliced through the air like lightning, piercing the hard concrete and tearing through steel with unmatched sharpness. Most of the people in the arena had lost their ability to fight, lying in pools of blood, wailing in agony. The rest had already closed their eyes forever. Ing Chen's attack was not a random massacre. It was precisely aimed at those who had attacked him. Blood flowed like a stream, staining the floor a glaring red. At that moment, Ing Chen's gaze turned sharp as he sensed something rapidly approaching. A rocket whistled through the air, about to hit its target. In the nick of time, an unbreakable ice wall appeared out of nowhere, and the rocket exploded against it with a deafening roar that echoed throughout the space. Ing Chen calmly looked out the window to see several helicopters surrounding the building. It was clear that the rocket had been fired from one of them. "Ing Chen, come out quietly." A voice full of vigor, despite its age, boomed from a helicopter. "You have angered the devil, causing calamities in Tianming City. Today you must die." Ing Chen focused his vision and recognized the speaker as the old man he had previously exchanged spirit stones with, the husband of that beautiful woman. Ing Chen pondered, "We have no personal vendetta, so why persecute me? And why is this military force obeying his commands?" He recalled the old man's excitement over the mutated giant rabbit's corpse, suggesting he rarely had the chance to enjoy mutant beast meat. Clearly, the old man couldn't possibly hold such a high status. If he did, he'd already be living a life of luxury. "It's all the will of the gods," the old man declared with conviction. "God's my foot," Ing Chen sneered. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in the sky, an ancient majestic beast with a dragon's head, looking down upon Ing Chen. "Attack," Ing Chen ordered. "Kill everyone on the helicopters who dared to attack me." With an earth-shattering roar, a terrifying aura began to spread. Enormous ice pillars descended from the sky, instantly piercing one helicopter after another, creating brilliant sparks as they crashed to the ground. "Qingwan bird, come forth." Ing Chen summoned the Qingwan bird. The majestic divine bird soared through the sky, while the small creature on the ground relentlessly charged at enemies. Those nearby were stunned by the scene, exclaiming, "What kind of monster is that? It's so powerful. Is that a dragon's head? And is that a Qingwan? What on earth is happening? And why have 2 mutant beasts suddenly appeared in Tianming City?" Morong Taitian, watching from nearby, was even more astonished. He thought to himself, Ing Chen even has spatial abilities. He's unbelievably powerful, truly deserving of defeating the White Ape King. At that moment, Ing Chen stood on Wang Tieju's chest. He sensed that Wang Tieju's strength was around the late stage of the second tier, while Ing Chen's power was now on par with the fourth-tier creature. Compared to Ing Chen, Wang Taiju was like a child facing a grown man, the disparity in strength utterly despairing. Not bad strength. You can keep trying, Ing Chen said coldly. Wang Taiju was on the brink of madness, desperately summoning all his strength, but still unable to move. Ing Chen's power was beyond comprehension. Impossible, Wang Taiju shouted unwillingly. I've been blessed by the gods as a new human. How can you be stronger than me? Blessed by the gods. Ing Chen scoffed, a hint of mockery on his face. What nonsense. Did you really think you had won? Wang Taiju laughed darkly, his eyes glinting with an eerie light. Just then, a group of people dressed in formal attire suddenly appeared at the scene, their expressions stern and their steps synchronized. An elderly man with white hair slowly approached Ing Chen, his voice deep and authoritative. Ing Chen, you have violated the laws of Tianming City, which is punishable by death. However, if you are willing to leave behind both your arms, I can show leniency and allow you to leave Tianming City. But you must never set foot here again. Ing Chen frowned and asked, Who are you? The old man straightened his back and replied proudly, I am the Deputy City Lord of Tianming City. You are standing on the domain of our city's esteemed guests. I advise you to release Mr. Wang immediately, or you won't leave Tianming City today. Ing Chen was taken aback, looking incredulously at Wang Taiju beneath his feet. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Xiao Chun, don't be surprised. It seems Wang Taiju has the ability to manipulate minds, and these people clearly aren't in their right senses. Ing Chen's confusion deepened. Could this seemingly useless Wang Taiju really possess such powerful abilities? The deputy city lord reached out to seize Ing Chen, but as he made contact, a flame appeared out of nowhere, instantly engulfing his arm. Within a few breaths, he was reduced to ashes in the blazing fire. Ing Chen looked at Wang Taiju in bewilderment and asked, Why do you want to kill me? We should have no grievances against each other. Wang Tieju's eyes suddenly turned blood red, glaring menacingly at Ing Chen as he sneered. Although we bear no grudges, you are too powerful. I can sense your strength. If you stay here, you'll definitely disrupt the plans of the Divine Lord. Suddenly, a terrifying roar erupted from the crowd. A man retrieved a black ram skull from his backpack, which was surrounded by wisps of dark energy, as if it were the source of the world's darkness. He placed the skull on his head, and his body began to transform violently. Muscles swelled, blood gushed out, quickly turning black. In an instant, the man transformed into a 5-meter turtle giant, his head completely becoming that of a ram, seamlessly merging with his body. This ram-head giant exuded an evil aura, and its upright posture and bulging muscles made a strong visual impact. Ing Chen was shocked and asked the system, What is this thing? The system explained, This is the skull left behind by a variant of Tao Tai, whose remaining divinity can infect nearby creatures, altering their minds and ultimately turning them into complete slaves. By now, the monster's transformation was complete, its aura matching Ing Chen's. Its yellow glowing eyes fixed on Ing Chen, a voice filled with ferocity. Boy, I am the Lord of Hell, the demon Satan. Kneel before me now, and I will grant you eternal life. Satan, have you been reading too many myths? This is the great Huan nation, not your Western world. Here, we have the King of Hell. Ing Chen scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Before his words faded, he suddenly exerted force with his foot, pressing heavily onto Wang Tieju's chest like a 1,000-pound weight. With a sickening crack, Wang Tieju's ribs shattered instantly. The once smug expression on his face twisted in agony as life quickly ebbed away. You dare kill my messenger. Satan's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the air around them. Not even God can save you today. Satan had just awakened and painstakingly cultivated a suitable slave, only for Ing Chen to crush him. Rage engulfed Satan completely. Ing Chen's mind stirred, and he silently asked the system, Is he really the Lord of Hell, Satan? The system's voice echoed in his mind. How would I know? But essentially, he's just a mutated Tao Dai. He probably comes from a place without other divine beasts and named himself. This happens often. Some divine beasts are born on strange planets. Without parental guidance, they grow up wild and name themselves. But Lord of Hell does sound cool. The system paused, then continued. Tao Ye's essence is the attribute of devouring. This mutated Tao Dai seems to have gained a dark attribute, but lacks the devouring one. I see. Ing Chen realized, his expression growing serious. He was well aware of the terrifying power of divine beasts. At this moment, his own body coursed with the bloodline of a third-grade divine beast. No, he suddenly recognized that it couldn't be pure blood, probably a hybrid. Yet, he had reached the late third-grade stage, stronger even than the little creature. Satan roared, dark energy surging from him, spreading around. The previously dead began to rise, their hollow eyes gleaming eerily. Necromancy. As Satan's voice fell, a horde of corpses launched an attack on Ing Chen. Roar! The little creature roared, releasing a dragon's might. attempting to intimidate the undead. Pathetic dragon's might. What can it do to me? Satan sneered, releasing a nearly tangible pressure, like a dark canopy, turning the entire sky pitch black. At that moment, a flame descended from the sky, engulfing the undead. Although not a pure blood, the Qingluan's fire had begun to wield power. The flames consumed the undead, who struggled to escape, but the Qingluan's fire only grew stronger, eventually incinerating them all. The little creature seized the moment to charge at Satan. Satan's muscles bulged as he laughed maniacally. Ha! You dare challenge me? Foolish. The two massive figures collided, and surprisingly, the little creature was knocked back, while Satan remained unscathed. Refreshing. Satan laughed heartily, looking at the wound on his arm, left by the little creature. Though its strength was inferior, its body had been covered in metal, which had cut into Satan's flesh. Roar. The little creature watched Satan warily. Despite its metallic defense, it wasn't heavily injured, but Satan's power was overwhelming. The brief collision left it trembling internally. If such clashes continued, it wouldn't hold out much longer. What a formidable opponent. Ing Chun swiftly summoned the four-leaf sword grass, securing it firmly above his head. Its roots intertwined like a spider web, merging with his hair. With a determined gaze, he thought to himself, let's see who gets the last laugh. The power within Ing Chun erupted like a volcano, bursting forth in an instant. He charged towards Satan like an arrow released from a bow, his body gradually coated with a metallic sheen, glinting with a cold brilliance. Satan sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. A mere level 2 human dares to punch me? How presumptuous. He casually extended a hand, ready to effortlessly block the audacious attack. The clash of fist and palm resounded with a deafening boom. Satan's expression darkened instantly, surprise mingling with a hint of pain. Get away! He roared, sweeping his hand to force Ing Chun to retreat quickly. Satan glanced down at his palm, where a fierce wound was bleeding profusely, red liquid dripping through his fingers. He attempted to control his muscles to heal the wound, but to his horror, it remained untouched, the blood continuing to flow. What kind of power is this? Why won't my wound heal? A flicker of apprehension crossed Satan's eyes as he fixed them on Ing Chun. Ing Chun responded calmly. The power that can kill you. He explained that he had coated his fist with the destructive ability of Zhu Yan, which not only enhanced his physical destructive power, but also prevented his enemy's wounds from healing. Unless there was a healing ability surpassing Zhu Yan's destruction, the enemy could only wait for death. Damn it, Satan cursed, enveloped in darkness. He continued to battle Ing Chun, but the destructive power was like a corrosive agent, continuously eroding his dark force. For a moment, Ing Chun had the upper hand. However, Ing Chun's energy consumption was enormous, while Satan's stamina seemed endless. Their fight gradually reached a stalemate, neither able to overcome the other. You are indeed strong, kid, Satan snarled, his body covered in wounds, black blood spurting out. But if this fight drags on, you won't be my match. Ing Chun smirked, and the four-leaf sword grass above his head suddenly released several invisible sword energies. Satan had to dodge awkwardly, with Ing Chun appearing like a dangerous porcupine. In close combat, his destructive power was a relentless nuisance. At a distance, the strange little grass unleashed deadly sword energy. Sorry, but I have some help, Ing Chun remarked nonchalantly. As he spoke, his companions, the little creature and the azure bird, joined the fray. The battle quickly turned into 4 against 1, putting Satan at a disadvantage. Don't push me. Satan barely blocked another heavy punch from Ing Chun, another gruesome wound appearing. Ing Chun coldly retorted, push you? Wasn't it you who started this fight? As he spoke, the azure bird erupted in flames, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of fire. Die! Ing Chun seized the opportunity, landing a powerful punch on Satan's goat head. His fist smashed through the skull like a cannonball, sending white brain matter splattering. I won't die. Satan glared venomously at Ing Chun as his body dissolved into a pool of black water, leaving only a ghastly goat skull. Ing Chun picked up Satan's head, mocking. Is this all you've got? Satan's voice echoed ominously in Ing Chun's ear. You underestimate me. I am Satan, the Lord of Hell. I won't be defeated so easily. What else can you do? Ing Chun asked disdainfully. You'll find out, Satan replied menacingly. At that moment, a crowd of ordinary people suddenly surged onto the battlefield, their voices raised in fervent cries. The situation became increasingly complex, suggesting the battle was far from over. Down with the demon. Demons, get out of Tianming City. The furious chants echoed throughout the city, deafening in their intensity. At first, Ing Chun thought these slogans were directed at Wang Taizhu or Satan, but when he saw the crowd holding up photos with his own face on them, he was taken aback. I'm not a demon. Ing Chun frowned, raising the bloodied head in his hand. This is the real demon, and I just killed him. However, the crowd seemed under some spell, ignoring Ing Chun's explanation. Their eyes were vacant as they mechanically repeated, You are the demon. You are the demon. Ing Chun looked down at the Satan's skull in his hand and coldly asked, "Is this your doing?" Satan's voice echoed in his mind, full of smugness. "Surprised? I've bewitched everyone here. To them, you are the undeniable demon. No matter how you explain, they won't believe you. This is the power of the Lord of Hell to manipulate souls. Impressive, isn't it? So you think you've defeated me?" Ing Chun scoffed. "I'm not at my peak yet," Satan retorted. "At full strength, I could extinguish you with a breath." Ing Chun gazed coldly at the agitated crowd below, saying calmly, "Give me some time, and I could easily extinguish you." Despite the crowd's protests, no one dared to come close to him. "Ridiculous," Satan mocked. "Do you think these mortals can threaten you? I'm just telling you, you can't stay in Tianming City any longer." Ing Chun remained unfazed. "You've got it wrong. I never belonged to Tianming City and was planning to leave soon. Your actions today were incredibly foolish." Satan was momentarily speechless. Ing Chun continued, "Besides, you're no match for me. I have your main body." "My main body?" Satan sneered. "You think that's all of me? My true form is divided into 6 parts. You've only got my head. My limbs and torso are still out there, and they'll avenge me eventually. We'll see." Ing Chun replied indifferently. "I hope your other parts aren't too weak." At that moment, Murong Taitian approached slowly, respectfully saying, "Brother Ing, you can leave this to me. I'll handle everything here." "Oh, you have a way." Ing Chun raised an eyebrow. Murong Taitian was full of confidence. "You're joking, Brother Ing. The Murong family can manage such a small issue." His eyes gleamed with a sharp, murderous intent. "Then it's up to you." Ing Chun turned to leave, but the crowd suddenly became restless. "Stop him. Don't let him escape," someone shouted. "We can't let him harm anyone else." 3 burly men blocked Ing Chun's path, one reaching to grab his arm, shouting, "Demon, halt." Before he could finish, the man's arm had already flown into the air, tracing a bloody arc before crashing to the ground. The man clutched his severed arm, howling in pain as blood gushed out, quickly forming a vivid red pool on the ground. "He's truly a demon, so ruthless," another man roared, drawing a short dagger and lunging at Ing Chun. "Demon, prepare to die." With a sharp clang, the dagger shattered. Immediately, with a crack, this man's arm also flew off. In the blink of an eye, all 3 men had lost an arm, their cries of agony resonating. Ing Chun coldly surveyed the wailing trio. Even if they were under Satan's spell, he showed no mercy. Known for his ruthless nature, he never hesitated for any reason. Seeing how ruthless Ing Chun was, those around him stepped back, not daring to block his path. With determined strides, Ing Chun walked forward. As he passed by a man, the man swallowed nervously, fearing Ing Chun might suddenly attack. At that moment, a voice echoed in Ing Chun's mind. "Xiao Qinzi, even though you're acting so cool right now, there's still a sword grass on your head. You look a bit silly." Ing Chun's mouth twitched. If not for the system's reminder, he would have forgotten about the sword grass on his head. With this awkwardness in mind, he returned smoothly to his small house. However, tales of his exploits rapidly spread throughout the city, becoming increasingly exaggerated. The next morning, Ing Chun went out to buy food as usual. He soon sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Passers-by pointed at him and whispered, "That's the demon with grass growing on his head. I heard he killed many people yesterday, supposedly thousands. I wonder what the officials of Destiny City are doing, letting him roam around freely." Though they spoke quietly, Ing Chun heard every word clearly. His mouth twitched again, filled with confusion. "System, did I kill thousands of people yesterday?" Ing Chun asked internally. "No, you only killed a few dozen," the system replied. Ing Chun was even more puzzled. He had only killed those who attacked him, so how could it possibly be thousands? With this in mind, he grabbed a passing bystander who was gossiping. "Hey, where did you hear that I killed thousands of people?" Ing Chun demanded. The person he grabbed was instantly nervous, cold sweat trickling down. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I just heard it," the person stammered. Seeing he couldn't get any useful information, Ing Chun let him go. Shaking his head, he thought, "What's going on? Why do they say I killed thousands? Is this some trick by Satan?" Deciding not to dwell on it, he moved on. Ing Chun arrived at a bun shop and slowly enjoyed his meal. In this post-apocalyptic world, even simple buns were a rare treat. Suddenly, the shop's door was forcefully kicked open with a loud bang. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the figure at the door. A young man in white clothes with long hair, looking as if he had stepped out of a fantasy drama, walked in. The man in white scanned the room, and his gaze settled on Ing Chun in the corner, a look of excitement on his face. He quickly approached Ing Chun, suddenly dropping to his knees and clasping his hands in respect. "Please, Master Ing, accept me as your disciple." After saying this, the man in white kowtowed 3 times, the sound of which made everyone wince in empathy. Ing Chun was a bit stunned, thinking, "Wow, this guy's got some strength. Doesn't that hurt?" He scrutinized the kneeling man, suddenly remembering something. "Aren't you Morong Tai Tian's son? What's your name again?" Ing Chun recognized the man, but couldn't recall his name. "Master, my name is Murong Wan Tian." The man in white replied respectfully. "Don't call me master. I haven't accepted you as a disciple. Chen quickly waved him off, curious about why Murong Wantian wanted him as a mentor. I have nothing to teach you. Go find someone else to be your master. No, Murong Wantian insisted. Master, you are so powerful, you must be able to teach me. I won't agree to that. Chen firmly rejected him. Chen shook his head, his brow furrowed. In a post-apocalyptic world, an extra burden meant additional danger. However, Murong Wantian wasn't ready to give up. He eagerly said, Master, I have something that will definitely interest you. Please give me a chance. Chen's gaze fell on Murong Wantian, who immediately became nervous, his voice trembling slightly. Master, your ability allows you to contract pets, right? I noticed during your battle that your pets are quite extraordinary. I assume ordinary mutant beasts don't meet your standards. I know of a special mutant beast that might interest you. These words piqued Chen's interest. He had an open contract slot and had been considering what kind of pet to contract next. Although he had a little spirit mouse following him that wasn't contracted, the little creature had already grown attached to Chen and wouldn't leave even without a contract. Chen decided not to consider the spirit mouse for now and would address it when he had more contract slots available. Let's hear it. Chen gestured for Murong Wantian to continue. Murong Wantian took a deep breath and began to speak slowly. I know the location of an angel, which should be a type of mutant beast. Its appearance is remarkably similar to the angels of Western legends' wings on its back and glowing all over. However, it doesn't understand human language, just like other mutant beasts. Seriously? Chen couldn't help but comment. Why am I encountering only Western creatures lately? Dragons, demon Satan, and now an angel. He frowned and asked, where did you see it? I saw it on the outskirts of Tianming City, Murong Wantian recalled. The angel was chasing a mutant rat. I tried to capture her, but ultimately failed. However, I managed to shoot a tracker into her back at the last moment. The tracker is still operational. She hasn't removed it yet. A tracker? Chen looked at Murong Wantian in confusion. Murong Wantian quickly pulled out a small device from his pocket, showing a moving dot on the screen. Chen was surprised. There are still working electronics in Tianming City. The high-ranking officials in Tianming City never lost power, Murong Wantian explained. They're using small power stations now, which can't supply the whole city. To avoid stirring up the public, they use electricity secretly. I made this device myself, so you can trust it. Murong Wantian added. Master, this angel is a female, and she's incredibly beautiful, almost as stunning as Beifeng Fei. Chen fell into thought. If Satan was a mutated Taodai, then what was this angel? He looked at the tracking device and noticed the angel was already far from Tianming City, heading west. I won't take you as my disciple, Chen said flatly. Murong Wantian's face was filled with despair upon hearing this. He pleaded, Master, please, I beg you to take me as your disciple. I want to become stronger, and I'm willing to give up everything for it. Chen calmly replied. In this world, everyone wants to become stronger. I can't help you. Murong Wantian left dejectedly, but he left the tracking device with Chen. Before leaving, he suddenly turned back and said, Master, the rumor about you killing thousands was spread by the Li family. It wasn't you who did it, it was my father. Yesterday, he killed all those troublemakers, leaving none alive. For some reason, the Li family spread the word that it was you. The Li family? Chen frowned. You mean the family of my former fiancé? Yes, that Li family, Murong Wantian confirmed, then turned and left, leaving Chen deep in thought. The sudden move by the Li family made Chen suspicious, leading him to wonder if Satan was behind it again. With this doubt in mind, he returned to his room and forcefully knocked on Satan's skull. Surprisingly, Satan's response was, Kid, this isn't my doing. All my people were killed by you yesterday. This reply left Chen even more puzzled. If it wasn't Satan, what exactly was the Li family's intention? Could it be because he had broken the arm of the white-head monkey a few days ago? Nevertheless, Chen had decided to leave Tianming City to search for the legendary dragon. Before leaving, Chen bought some essential supplies in the city. As he was about to reach the city gate, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. Murong Wantian was being beaten on the ground by a monkey, surrounded by a crowd mocking him, while Miss Li watched coldly. The white-head monkey beat Murong Wantian while viciously warning, Brat, stay away from Li Yuanxin, or it won't be so simple next time. It then spat a thick glob of saliva onto Murong Wantian's face. Although Murong Wantian was furious, he lacked the strength to fight back. Being only a beginner-level cultivator, he was no match for the white-head monkey. Even though the monkey had restrained its power, Murong Wantian was still covered in bruises, his face swollen like a pig's head, and he kept spitting blood. After the fight, Miss Li immediately ran to the monkey's side, taking out a pink handkerchief to wipe its face, and asked with concern, Honey, you were amazing. Are you hurt? The white-head monkey, seeing her concern, was in high spirits and confidently replied, Of course not. With his weak strength, if I hadn't controlled my power, he would have been dead. The onlookers felt a wave of disgust at this scene. Someone whispered, Miss Lee has a peculiar taste, falling for a monkey. It's a pity for the Morong family's young master, who was so outstanding. If not for his tarnished reputation, he would have been a prominent figure in Tianming City. Morong Wantian struggled to lift his head, glaring at Miss Lee with a hoarse and desperate voice. Li Yuanqin, tell me, did you ever love me? Miss Lee coldly replied. No. How could I love a loser like you? It was only because the Morong family's power forced me. These words utterly crushed Morong Wantian. He glared venomously at the white-head monkey and Miss Lee, his eyes filled with a desire for revenge. At that moment, Chen suddenly spoke. Hey, here's something good for you. He casually tossed a figure. Morong Wantian was taken aback, staring at the fruit in confusion. Chen calmly explained. This is the fruit of a mutated plant. Eating it can unlock your potential. As soon as he said this, the crowd fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the fig, glinting with greed. Someone exclaimed, a mutated fruit that can unlock potential, it's priceless. Many others speculated silently. Could this mysterious young man have more of such fruits? The onlookers were filled with ulterior motives, their eyes shifting between Chun and Morong Wantian, creating a tense atmosphere ready to erupt at any moment. The white-head monkey's eyes gleamed with greed upon seeing the figure. As a creature naturally fond of fruits, it couldn't suppress its desire for this power-enhancing treasure. Give it to me. A worthless creature like you doesn't deserve such a treasure. The white-head monkey couldn't hold back any longer, reaching out its furry paw to snatch the fruit. The weakened Morong Wantian wanted to resist, but was powerless to stop it. At this critical moment, Chen's cold voice pierced the air like a sword. Who told you to move? The white-head monkey snapped back to its senses, breaking out in a cold sweat. Before it could explain, an invisible sword aura sliced through the air, precisely severing one of its arms. Thud! The sound of the severed arm hitting the ground was accompanied by intense pain, instantly overwhelming the monkey's nerves. Yeah! It let out a piercing scream, pain and anger intertwining, prompting it to turn and throw a fierce punch at Chun. At such close range, even Chun couldn't dodge in time. Thump! The fist landed heavily on Chen's cheek. Fortunately, Chun had turned his face to metal just in time, so the blow did not cause any real harm. You want to die? Chun was furious. The audacity of this monkey to attack him suggested that the previous lesson hadn't been severe enough. The ground beneath his feet instantly became covered in a layer of glistening frost, quickly spreading to the white-head monkey's feet, freezing it in place. The white-head monkey roared repeatedly, its muscles bulging as it struggled, but it couldn't break free from the frost's grip. Chun turned to Morong Wantian, who had already consumed the fig, his body evolving once more, now possessing mid-level first-tier strength. It's up to you now. You should be able to defeat it in this state, right? I can. Wantian replied firmly, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Consider this my gift to you. Chun nodded slightly, turning to leave. The white-head monkey, now one-armed and immobile, was an opponent Morong Wantian should be able to defeat. Otherwise, he would be deemed useless. Just as Chun was about to leave, Miss Lee's voice called out from behind. Wantian, stop. Chun couldn't help but chuckle. He thought, as long as Wantian was still a man, the white-head monkey was doomed. If he hesitated, it would only show he was an indecisive fool. After leaving Tianming City, Chun glanced back, feeling a mix of emotions. Although his time there hadn't been ideal, he still hoped Tianming City would endure, continuing to protect more people. Meanwhile, on the city walls, the city's leaders watched Chun depart from afar. That man has finally left, one leader said with relief. Yes, I couldn't rest easy with him here, another agreed. His strength is too great, bringing potential uncertainties. Humanity needs such strong individuals, but Tianming City does not, the city lord sighed. While having Chun around meant they didn't have to worry about powerful mutant beasts breaching the city, they were more concerned about him threatening their status and power. The Li family has left the city, probably intending to intercept him, the city lord's secretary suddenly reported. Let them go. A bunch of deluded fools, the city lord said dismissively. Do they really think I'm unaware of their situation? As a wielder of light, the city lord was highly sensitive to dark auras. He had long noticed the Li family's oddities, but held back due to their significant influence. Prepare to take over the Li family's power, the city lord calmly ordered. This time, the Li family is likely to be wiped out. Every time someone tries, just like last time in Dawn City. Chun sensed the people following him and spoke in a calm tone. As soon as he finished speaking, about 500 people emerged from the woods, led by a grim-faced elder, the head of the Li family and Miss Lee's father. Mr. Chun actually noticed us. His powers are truly terrifying. One of the followers marveled. Chun sneered. Do you take me for a fool? With hundreds of people trailing behind, even an ordinary person would notice. The Li family head said darkly. Today, your life ends here. Chun retorted disdainfully. With just your numbers? Do you really think you can kill me? And your strength is so weak. The Li family head chuckled with a hint of madness in his eyes. Of course, we can't do it with just our strength, but we have the power of technology. Upon hearing this, Chen instantly realized their plan. He abruptly noticed that the Li family members were all carrying explosives, clearly intending to take him down with them. Damn it, Chen cursed inwardly, recognizing that the Li family had been clearly manipulated by Satan, otherwise, they wouldn't be this reckless. Satan dared to deceive me. Chen was both shocked and furious. He immediately covered his body with his metallic ability and quickly erected a sealed ice wall. Just as the ice wall rose, a massive mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and the deafening explosion was heard for kilometers. The residents of Destiny City heard the boom and looked towards the distant mushroom cloud in shock, speculating whether the authorities had encountered a powerful mutant beast. The explosion's shockwave knocked leaves off surrounding trees, smoke billowed, and flames spread. At the explosion's epicenter, a massive crater hundreds of meters wide formed, where Chen panted heavily, blood trickling from his mouth, his body covered in wounds. Even he was severely injured in this explosion, feeling his organs trembling and blood continuously pouring from his mouth. Little one, Azure Lawn, annihilate the Li family for me. Chen roared in anger. The little one and Azure Lawn, seeing Chen injured, responded with furious roars. Chen took out a severed hand, which he had torn from the Li family head at the last moment. The others had been reduced to ashes in the explosion. Little spirit mouse, sniff this person's scent, find their lair, and destroy it, Chen commanded. The little spirit mouse sniffed the scent of the severed hand, then jumped onto the little one's head, and the three pets set off. Meanwhile, the Li family residence was being ransacked by a group. These were subordinates of other high-ranking members of Destiny City, ordered to empty the Li family's possessions. Miss Li watched the comings and goings with empty eyes, powerless to stop them. The Li family was now down to just her, as everyone else had gone to intercept Chen. All the Li family servants had fled, some even stealing from the family's wealth before leaving. The entire Li family mansion was shrouded in despair and chaos. Boss, I found a girl here. Suddenly, a group of men appeared, their eyes fixed on Miss Li like hungry wolves. Instinctively, she tried to escape, but was quickly surrounded by several strong men. Where are you going, little girl? Come have some fun with us. One middle-aged man with a lecherous smile grabbed Miss Li's wrist with such force that she winced in pain. Turns out you're a mutant girl. The man licked his lips, but you're no match for us. All 5 of us are mutants, and you can't escape. Exactly, another brute chimed in gruffly. Take care of us, and you'll have good days ahead. As he spoke, he shamelessly began to remove his pants, revealing a repulsive sight. Despair washed over Miss Li, and she felt a surge of hopelessness. Faced with the prospect of being violated by these beasts, she momentarily considered ending her own life. Just as the men reached for her clothes, a figure suddenly descended from above. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little spirit mouse urgently pointed to the building below, communicating with the little creature and the azure lawn bird. The two beasts immediately understood. The azure lawn bird opened its mouth and unleashed a searing flame, precisely igniting the Leaf family's building. The raging fire quickly spread, and in no time, the entire Leaf family estate was engulfed in flames. Run! That mutant beast is too strong. Damn it! Why isn't the army shooting them down? Where are the missiles? Why aren't they firing? Shoot them down quickly. Amidst the inferno, soldiers' desperate cries filled the air. Thick smoke and consuming flames left no path for escape. Miss Li's room was the first to catch fire. The 5 brutes who intended to assault her had already been consumed by the flames, leaving only charred remains. Realizing she couldn't escape death either, surrounded by fire, she bitterly mocked herself. How ironic, a century-old family, ended so soon in the apocalypse. Before she finished speaking, a burning beam collapsed, reducing her to ashes in an instant. The little creature rampaged across the battlefield, leaving scorched earth in its wake. Soon, no one from the Li family survived, and the once grand mansion was reduced to a smoldering ruin. From a distance, the Lord of Destiny City watched coldly as the little creature and the azure lawn bird departed. Next to him, his secretary dared not make a sound, nervously speaking up. Lord, we've suffered great losses this time, with many people dead. This was inevitable, no need to panic. The Lord's tone was calm, as if discussing the weather. The Li family was part of Destiny City's elite. They decided to block Chen, and ultimately, we were bound to get involved. This time we only paid a small price. Besides, with the Li family gone, many positions have opened up, so it's not all bad. The secretary suddenly understood, silently lamenting. The Li family, a century-old lineage, yet they were deceived by an unknown skull. How laughable. Chen leaned weakly against a large boulder, his trembling hand retrieving the last ghost snake orchid from his storage space. He placed the precious herb into his mouth, feeling its medicinal power quickly spread through his body, staunching the flow of blood. Phew! He exhaled deeply, still shaken. The confrontation with the Li family had been perilously close. If not for his exceptional skills, he might have perished. Despite the resurgence of spiritual energy, humanity's former technological weapons remained formidable. 3 hours passed, and Ing Chen's injuries had somewhat improved. He struggled to his feet just as the little creature and the azure lawn bird returned. They brought good news: the Li family stronghold had been successfully destroyed. Thank you for your hard work. Ing Chen gently stroked the azure lawn bird's feathers before returning it to his pet space. He mounted the little creature, ready to continue his journey. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Qinzi, choose the blessing of the forest god. Why? Ing Chen asked, puzzled. The system explained. Your injuries are too severe. Recovering on your own would take at least a year. But if you choose this reward, you can transform the ghost snake orchid into a forest spirit, which can heal you. What exactly is a forest spirit? Ing Chen inquired further. In simple terms, it's a mutated plant that has taken human form. Typically, only plants of level 7 or above can transform, but the blessing of the forest god can achieve this earlier. The ghost snake orchid is a healing-type mutated plant, and once transformed, it will be a healing-type spirit. Ing Chen pondered for a moment and nodded. Although he had originally planned to contract with the dragon next, the current situation required a change in strategy. He took out the last ghost snake orchid and chose the blessing of the forest god. Instantly, a dazzling white light enveloped the herb. Within the light, a figure slowly emerged, growing to a height of about 1.6 meters. When the light dissipated, a beautiful female spirit appeared before Ing Chen. Her skin was like fine white jade, and her long hair was a striking emerald green. Her delicate face and cherry lips made her look like a porcelain doll. Despite her petite stature, her figure was gracefully curvaceous. Master. The spirit looked at Ing Chen timidly, her voice soft. Ing Chen immediately checked her information. Ghost snake orchid spirit. Level, grade 1 initial stage. Attribute, healing. Bloodline level, elite mid-tier. Plant life evolution, 040000. Upgrade, 02000. Note, evolved from a mutated ghost snake orchid. Inherently possesses healing abilities, resembles a human in appearance, but has white blood. Capable of human speech, with intelligence comparable to humans. Alright, let's get you some clothes first, Ing Chen said, feeling a slight sense of awkwardness. The system seemed to sense Ing Chen's thoughts, reminding him, Xiao Qinzi, what are you thinking? Mutated plants don't wear clothes. But she looks so much like a human, Ing Chen argued. The system explained, forest spirits are evolving towards human form. But for now, it's best not to have any improper thoughts about her. She doesn't have those capabilities yet. When she reaches the divine level, her body will fully resemble a human's. Ing Chen shook his head and took a set of his own clothes from his backpack, handing them to the newly transformed elf in front of him. These are my clothes. They'll have to do for now. Once we reach the city, I'll buy you some proper women's clothing. Thank you, master. The elf accepted the clothes, gratitude shining in her eyes. After a moment of thought, Ing Chen decided to give her a name. From now on, you'll be called Xiao Lan, since you evolved from the Yushi Lan. Thank you for the name, master. I will be Xiao Lan from now on, she said happily, then put on the clothes Ing Chen had given her. However, due to her figure, Ing Chen's shirt turned into a crop top on Xiao Lan. This unexpected sight made Ing Chen silently muse. Seems like the forest god has a bit of a lecherous side. Sensing Ing Chen's thoughts, Xiao Lan explained, You've misunderstood, master. The forest god's blessing usually creates elves with beautiful faces but flat bodies. I might be an exception, perhaps due to a mutation during my evolution. Ing Chen chuckled. Oh, I don't buy that. The forest god is definitely a lecher. If I ever meet him, I'll have a good laugh at his expense. You won't meet him, he's long gone, Xiao Lan replied softly. Well, that's one less lecher in the world, Ing Chen shrugged. Xiao Lan moved closer to Ing Chen, her hands glowing with a white light. Master, let me heal you. She gently placed her hands on Ing Chen's wounds, and a warm energy flowed from her touch. Ing Chen immediately felt comforted as his injuries began to slowly heal. However, after just a minute, Xiao Lan was exhausted. She was still too weak to sustain her healing abilities for long. Ing Chen had an idea and silently instructed the system. System, enhance her bloodline level. As the system operated, Xiao Lan's bloodline level increased. Elite, upper, leader lower, leader middle, until it finally stopped at Lord lower. Xiao Lan became even more enchanting, tenderly leaning against Ing Chen. He even had the vague impression that her chest had grown somewhat. Other mutated beasts grow in size when they evolve, but forest elves grow in other ways? That forest god is really something, Ing Chen thought to himself. He cleared his throat and took a fig from his storage space, offering it to Xiao Lan. Eat this. It will enhance your level. Xiao Lan nodded respectfully, taking the fig and eating it in small bites. Soon, her strength began to rise, her aura climbing until it stabilized at the early second tier. Over the next few days, Ing Chen gradually recovered under Xiao Lan's care. During this time, several mutated beasts attacked, but they were easily defeated and devoured by the swallowing sky sparrow. With this period of growth, the swallowing sky sparrow had reached the early third tier. Although its body was only about a meter long, smaller than an ordinary hawk, its combat power was formidable. Its sharp claws could pierce defenses, and its powerful dark energy possessed a terrifying corrosive effect, eroding any creature it attacked. Once fully healed, Chun began contemplating how to deal with Satan. System, do you have any way to eliminate Satan? The system replied, I don't have a solution. Your current power is still too low. That skull is, after all, left by a divine beast, and with your current abilities, you can't destroy it. However, once your Pishio is born, you might be able to use it to try and suppress and kill Satan's skull. Boom. The earth shook, and countless birds took flight from the forest while mutated beasts fled in panic. Riding his little companion, Chun soared into the sky, taking in the breathtaking scene below. The ground split into deep chasms, swallowing numerous mutated beasts without a trace. This sudden upheaval wasn't limited to this area, it swept across the globe. The system suddenly spoke. Spiritual energy has surged again, tripling in concentration. Chun was stunned, threefold. He watched as many ordinary humans began to evolve. The strength of mutated beasts universally increased by a level, and some bloodlines even underwent evolutionary mutations. Xiao Qinzi, summon all your pets quickly and seize this opportunity to boost their power, the system urged. Chun immediately summoned all his pets, who eagerly absorbed the surging spiritual energy. Yet, Chun himself felt nothing. System, why don't I feel anything? Don't you know how poor your aptitude is? The system replied mercilessly. Chun momentarily questioned his life choices, but watching his pets frantically absorbing spiritual energy, he had to accept this harsh reality. The surge in spiritual energy lasted for a full 3 hours. When everything finally calmed down, Chun's pets awoke one by one, significantly stronger. The little companion and the azure lawn bird's bloodlines evolved to mid-tier lord status. The four-leaf sword grass advanced to late third tier. The sky-devouring sparrow reached mid-third tier, and Xiaolan's transformation was the most remarkable, leaping directly to early third tier. Chun's gaze fell on the little spirit mouse, surprised to find it had turned golden despite not growing in size. The system immediately provided the little spirit mouse's new attributes. Money mouse, mid-second tier, treasure-seeking bloodline at subordinate leader level, with a 100 contract success rate and no contract slot. It had an extraordinary sensitivity to spiritual items, capable of sensing treasures 100 meters underground. Little spirit mouse, you've gained a leader-level bloodline. Chun grabbed the little spirit mouse's tail to examine it closely, only to find it still frail, far from the strength of a leader-level mutated beast. The little spirit mouse squeaked in protest, wriggling free from Chun's hand and quickly climbing onto his shoulder. Let's go. Chun put away the other pets, taking only the little spirit mouse and Xiaolan as they navigated the forest. The little spirit mouse was tasked with finding treasures, while Xiaolan followed Chun to learn the art of cooking. Half a month later, they finally emerged from the dense forest. The distant city skyline gradually became clear, and Chun couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Xiaolan, go into the pet space first, Chun instructed. Xiaolan nodded in agreement and vanished. Although she could barely fit into Chun's pants, her top was a bit tight. Even though Xiaolan wasn't Chun's woman, as his pet, he didn't want others to see her in such a revealing state. After retrieving Xiaolan, Chun entered the desolate city with the little spirit mouse. The streets were deserted, and the buildings were in ruins, as if forgotten by time. He frowned, puzzled. Was there no base established here? As he ventured further, faint signs of human activity began to appear. Chun arrived at a supermarket with its sign barely hanging on, trying to recognize its former state. He wasn't looking for food, but rather some seasoning. Upon entering the supermarket, fresh footprints on the ground caught his attention. Clearly, there were survivors here. After some searching, he found the seasonings he wanted in a corner, and even a packet of hot pot base. Delighted, he quickly brushed off the dust and stored it away. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the supermarket entrance. Hurry up, guys, move it. If the mutated beasts come, we won't be able to escape. Chun looked over to see a group of young people busy hauling large bags, marked with the dog head logo dog food. Before Chun could speak, one of the young men noticed him and shouted, "Who are you?" Then he yelled, "Boss, someone sneaked in here trying to steal our food." Chun explained, "I'm just passing through and not here to take your food." He gestured to his empty hands. The leader scrutinized him, confirming he had no backpack and his clothes weren't bulging, which eased his suspicion slightly. However, his eyes soon turned predatory. "Grab him," the leader suddenly ordered. "This guy's got such fair skin, cover his head, and he's no different from a woman. We'll have some fun tonight." Chun felt a chill run down his spine, cursing internally. Damn it. A bunch of perverts. A few young men lunged at him, eyes filled with greed. "Get lost," Chun roared. and a fireball appeared before him, slamming into the attackers, who were instantly reduced to ashes. Instead of being upset, the leader seemed even more excited. A mutant, huh? Perfect. I was worried you'd be a normal human and accidentally die on us. Since you're a mutant, you can entertain us all. Ing Chun was completely enraged, unleashing his power of fire. In an instant, the entire supermarket turned into a sea of flames. Screams rang out. No, no, I don't want to die. But this time, Ing Chun showed no mercy, and the intense heat consumed them all. In this inferno, the lives of the perverts flickered out like candle flames. Despite the team's strong capabilities, couldn't they find a single woman? Why did they have to choose me, a grown man? Ing Chun glanced at the burning supermarket behind him, his mouth twitching slightly. In a post-apocalyptic world, gathering a group of men like this was quite a rare sight. Shaking his head, Ing Chun began searching the city for a women's clothing store, hoping to find some suitable clothes for Xiaolan. However, hours of searching left him empty-handed. The stores were either cleared out or completely destroyed. Life after the apocalypse was fraught with challenges, and even finding a piece of clothing had become a daunting task. As night fell, Ing Chun, left with no other option, sought shelter in an abandoned house. He released his four-leaf sword grass to keep watch, and just as he was about to sleep, he heard footsteps and voices outside. Honey, let's stay here for the night. It's too dangerous out there. All right, we'll settle here. Moments later, a middle-aged couple entered. The man appeared honest and harmless. Young man, is this your place? Could you let us stay for the night? Ing Chun nodded in agreement, watching as they settled in a corner of the room. A warning from his system echoed in his mind. Xiao Chun, there's something off about these two. Ing Chun understood. In such times, who would easily trust strangers? He was curious to see what the couple was up to. In the dead of night, the couple quietly got up and stealthily approached Ing Chun. Honey, hurry and tie him up, the woman whispered urgently. Relax, I've already sprayed a special sedative in the air. Even if he's a mutant, he won't be able to resist, the man reassured softly. Ing Chun feigned sleep, observing them secretly. The so-called sedative was ineffective against his strong constitution. The man tied him up with a long rope and then carried him out of the house. Half an hour later, they set Ing Chun down. This guy's heavy, the woman complained. Being heavy is good, means more meat to last a few days, the man replied indifferently. Ing Chun abruptly opened his eyes, startling the couple. Honey, he's awake. What do we do? Don't panic. He shouldn't have any strength yet. Let's strike first, the man said, raising a knife and charging at Ing Chun. Furious, Ing Chun unleashed dozens of ice daggers, piercing the man's body instantly. The woman, terrified, turned to flee. Where do you think you're going? Ing Chun said coldly, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. 6 icy blades shot out like lightning, piercing the old woman's body in an instant. She let out a dull thud as she fell heavily to the ground, her life quickly slipping away. Only then did Ing Chun have the chance to take a closer look around, and the sight before him sent a chill down his spine. The entire room was stained with blood, some of it already blackened, clearly having been there for a long time. Ing Chun couldn't help but wonder how many innocent people this couple had murdered. With a heavy heart, he began searching the other rooms. In one of the rooms, Ing Chun discovered a refrigerator. As he opened the door, a blast of cold air hit him, revealing a human leg inside. The sight made his stomach churn, but he forced himself to push through the discomfort and continue his search. The house was devoid of any other living beings, only scattered bones remained. Just as Ing Chun was about to leave, his attention was drawn to a hidden door under the couple's bed. There's actually a basement here, he muttered to himself, carefully making his way down the secret passage. The underground space was unexpectedly spacious, about 40 square meters. Ing Chun's gaze was immediately drawn to 2 massive iron cages. In one of them was a ferocious mutant dog that began barking furiously at him, saliva dripping from its fangs. Ing Chun noticed a skull at the mutant dog's feet, unmistakably human remains. Beast, he muttered through gritted teeth, realizing that the couple had been feeding humans to this creature. Such heinous acts filled Ing Chun with rage, believing that even death was too lenient a punishment for them. Seething with anger, Ing Chun slowly reached his hand into the iron cage. The mutant dog lunged excitedly, its jaws wide open for a bite. However, Ing Chun's arm transformed into metal, becoming indestructible. The dog's teeth failed to pierce his skin, causing it more pain upon impact. A dark aura spread from Ing Chun's arm, beginning to corrode the mutant dog. This unique dark power, originating from the sky-swallowing sparrow, could erode both flesh and steel. The dark energy seeped into the dog's mouth, inducing intense pain. The mutant dog struggled violently, its body convulsing uncontrollably. Ing Chun withdrew his hand, watching the mutant dog's agony with cold detachment. He deliberately controlled the amount of dark energy, not wanting it to die too quickly. The mutant dog writhed and howled on the ground, its head severely corroded, exposing large areas of raw flesh. After nearly 10 minutes of excruciating struggle, the mutant dog finally stopped breathing, completely lifeless. Ing Chun found a photograph on the cage, depicting the old couple with a small poodle. In the photo, they appeared kind and gentle, a stark contrast to reality. Ing Chun shook his head, sighing at the trials of humanity in this apocalyptic world. Once kind-hearted individuals might turn into the most depraved in desperate situations. He stared at the photograph, his heart filled with pity for this cruel world. I hope in your next life you don't come back as humans, Ing Chun said softly. You don't deserve to be human. Ing Chun turned his head to look at another iron cage, and the sight made his pupils constrict. Inside the cage wasn't a mutated beast, but a human man tied to a chair. The man was tall and well-built, with defined muscles and a ruggedly handsome face. Tape covered his mouth, and he shook his body excitedly, making muffled sounds upon seeing Ing Chun. Ing Chun quickly stepped forward and deftly freed the man from his restraints. At a closer look, he noticed the man was about 1.9 meters tall, with strikingly handsome features. Thank you for saving me, brother. I'm Yi Fan, and I'm truly grateful. The rescued man expressed his gratitude with a sincere voice. Ing Chun frowned and asked, were you captured by that couple? Why didn't they eat you? Yi Fan's mouth twitched slightly at the question, and he explained with a bitter smile. That old woman took a liking to me and kept delaying my execution. Just the other day, she even tried to assault me, but luckily, the old man caught her and gave her a harsh lesson. That's how I've managed to survive until now. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might not have made it. Ing Chun couldn't help but give Yi Fan a thumbs up. You're a role model for us all, managing to escape danger with your looks. After leaving the basement, Ing Chun took out a processed mutant beast leg. Yi Fan eagerly devoured it, exclaiming, wow, this is delicious. You have no idea, during those days when I was tied up, I survived on water alone. I haven't eaten for 10 days. If I didn't have some skills, I would have starved to death. Listening to Yi Fan's ordeal, Ing Chun couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Yi Fan had been an orphan since childhood, raised by an old man who taught him martial arts. Just as he began his journey, the world changed with the resurgence of spiritual energy, and he was overwhelmed by the mutated beasts. Initially, he could rely on his martial arts to deal with them, but as the monsters grew stronger, he struggled to keep up. One day, Yi Fan encountered an especially powerful mutated tiger. After a tough battle, he barely escaped, only to inadvertently knock on the door of the old couple's house. Eventually, he was knocked out with incense and ended up in this predicament. You're really something, Ing Chun remarked, thinking about how Yi Fan's luck seemed to be at its worst. Yi Fan, aware of his misfortune, could only lower his head and continue devouring the beast leg. Suddenly, he looked up and asked, have you mutated? I heard those who mutate become very strong. Ing Chun nodded, acknowledging, I have indeed evolved. Evolved, huh? That's enviable, Yi Fan said self-deprecatingly. I trained hard for 10 years to gain this power, but it pales in comparison to evolving in a few seconds. It's ironic. Ing Chun shook his head and reassured him. Martial arts are still useful. They can accelerate the evolution process. He thought to himself that Yi Fan had a lot of potential. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so strong even before the apocalypse. He just hadn't been lucky enough to evolve yet. If he could, he would likely become very powerful in a short time. Really, Yi Fan's excitement was evident. It seems fate hasn't completely abandoned me. Hearing this, Ing Chun couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking, fate favors him? If that were true, he would have evolved by now. The morning sunlight spilled onto the deserted city streets as Yi Fan opened his eyes wide and eagerly asked, brother, where are you going? To the nearby survivor base? Can you take me along? Ing Chun remained silent for a moment, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes. He pondered whether Yi Fan was genuinely naive or just pretending. In the apocalypse, not only were mutant beasts dangerous, but people's intentions were also hard to read. Yi Fan had previously been captured by an elderly couple, so why was he still so naive? No, Ing Chun replied coldly. Why not? Yi Fan asked, his face full of confusion. Ing Chun looked directly into Yi Fan's eyes, his tone firm. I don't trust you. Yi Fan hurriedly explained, with a hint of flattery in his voice. Brother, I'm just an ordinary person. Your strength is so great, you don't have to worry about me turning on you, right? Your physical abilities are at least dozens of times stronger than mine, and your internal energy is incredibly powerful. In front of you, I'm just like a little ant. Ing Chun narrowed his eyes slightly, his wariness increasing. How did Yi Fan discern his strength? Sensing Ing Chun's suspicion, Yi Fan quickly waved his hands in explanation. Brother, don't be angry. I once learned some face-reading skills from an old man, so I can tell a person's depth from their face. That's why I know about your situation. I'm just curious, no ill intentions. Ing Chun was half convinced by Yi Fan's words, but considering that Yi Fan's abilities posed no threat to him, he ultimately decided to take him along. The next morning, Ing Chun got up and set out, wandering aimlessly through the city. Spotting a mall, he went straight inside, looking for a women's clothing store. Yi Fan followed closely behind, curiously asking, brother, what are you looking for? Clothes. Women's clothes, Ing Chun answered briefly. Yi Fan looked at Ing Chun in shock, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Brother, I didn't know you had this kind of hobby. Ing Chun flicked Yi Fan on the head, saying coldly, I don't have such a hobby. I'm looking for someone else. For someone else? Yi Fan chuckled disbelievingly. I, Yi Fan, am not so easily fooled. You're obviously alone. Who else could there be? Ignoring Yi Fan's teasing, Ing Chun continued his search. Seeing this, Yi Fan put away his smile and said seriously, Brother, it's hard to find anything like this. Most of the women's clothes in this city have been taken. Taken? By whom? Ing Chun asked, puzzled as to why only women's clothes were gone. Yi Fan explained, a powerful group of women did it. The leader is a young woman with twin ponytails, incredibly beautiful. She led a group of women and took all the female survivors from the city. They seem hostile towards men, not taking any with them. They also cleared out all the women's clothes from the city. It's unlikely you'll find any in the stores. Yi Fan paused, a sly look in his eyes, but I do know a place that definitely has clothes, and they're sure to suit your taste. Where? Take me there, Ing Chun said immediately. Yi Fan grinned and led the way. They crossed 3 streets and arrived at the place Yi Fan had mentioned. Brother, here it is, Yi Fan said proudly, pointing at the shop in front of them. Ing Chun saw the store sign and was instantly furious. I feel like hitting you. It was an adult store with enticing posters at the entrance. Unfazed, Yi Fan continued. Brother, there are definitely clothes here. Bunny girl outfits, maid outfits, there should be plenty. With that, Yi Fan dragged Ing Chun inside. As he said, there were indeed some clothes left. However, most of the male items were gone, and there were fewer female items as well. Yi Fan excitedly grabbed a handful of items and handed them to Ing Chun. Brother, these are rare treasures now. Keep them, you'll need them someday. Ing Chun took the items and found a small whip among them. He was silent for a moment before quietly storing them away. Hey, where did the stuff I just gave you go? Yi Fan asked, puzzled, seeing Ing Chun's empty hands. Ing Chun, unfazed, replied, I just threw them away. I'm not a perverted guy like you. Yi Fan looked at Ing Chun, half believing, while Ing Chun maintained a righteous demeanor, as if nothing had happened. Hey, big brother, what do you think of this outfit? Yi Fan asked, holding a maid costume in his hands and looking at Ing Chun with expectant eyes. He added, it even comes with white stockings. Ing Chun frowned at the outfit Yi Fan was holding and asked helplessly, is there no normal clothing? Yi Fan chuckled and pulled out another outfit from behind him. I also have a bunny girl costume. Which one do you want, big brother? He held up the bunny outfit with a mischievous glint in his eyes. This one is even more revealing than the maid costume. If Xiaolon wears it, everything that can be exposed will be. Ing Chun was silent for a moment before he reached out and took the maid costume. I'll take the maid outfit, he said, then quickly walked towards an empty room. Before closing the door, Ing Chun sternly warned Yi Fan, do not come in. Then he summoned Xiaolon. Xiaolon looked at Ing Chun with innocent eyes, full of confusion. Ing Chun handed her the maid outfit and said softly, put this on. Okay, Xiaolon replied, clumsily putting on the maid outfit and the white stockings. When she was dressed, Ing Chun couldn't help but hold his breath. A maid seemingly from a fantasy stood before Ing Chun. He looked at Xiaolan's figure, feeling a bit of a headache. Finding clothes for her was indeed a challenge. Even this loose maid outfit was struggling to contain her figure, clinging tightly to her body as if it might burst at any moment. Ing Chun was secretly relieved he hadn't chosen the bunny outfit, as it probably wouldn't have fit her at all. He sighed softly and said to Xiaolon, all right, let's go out. As Ing Chun opened the door, Yi Fan was admiring the bunny costume. Just as he was about to get up, his eyes were drawn to Xiaolon. Wow, big brother, where did you find this girl? Yi Fan asked, eyes wide. The allure of Xiaolon in the maid outfit was beyond his imagination. Having not seen a woman for years, Yi Fan could hardly control his gaze. Frightened by Yi Fan's intense stare, Xiaolon shyly hid behind Ing Chun, burying her head against him and murmuring softly, Master, I'm scared. Hearing her call Ing Chun master, Yi Fan's expression turned peculiar. He looked at Ing Chun with a look of disbelief, making Ing Chun feel uneasy. Wow, big brother, she actually calls you master? Is that your thing? Ing Chun explained helplessly, she's not human. She's a mutant beast I tamed, so of course she calls me master. A mutant beast? Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Big brother, your ability is to tame pets? Where did you find such a mutant beast? I should go look for one someday, he said with a sly smile, shamelessly leaning in to ask about Xiaolan's origins. Ing Chun smirked. Do you think she's really afraid of you? Xiaolan's strength is far superior to yours. If converted to human levels, Xiaolan possesses the power of a level 3. Her bloodline is very strong, and without powerful abilities, humans at the same level would be no match for her. Yi Fan was taken aback and then carefully sensed the power within Xiaolan, gasping in shock. She's even stronger than the mutant tiger that defeated me back then, Yi Fan said, realizing that Xiaolan's physical and energy levels far exceeded his, surpassing that of the mutant tiger by tenfold. Then why is she afraid of me? Yi Fan asked, puzzled. Ing Chen replied casually. She's just timid, having just come into contact with humans. With that, he intended to leave. Yi Fan quickly gathered the bunny costume and followed closely behind Ing Chen. Before leaving, Ing Chen suddenly asked, Yi Fan, do you have a map of this place? No, I just came down from the mountain. How would I know? Yi Fan shook his head. And so, the three of them continued based on Ing Chen's vague memory. They traveled through mountains and rivers, enduring a challenging 3-day journey. However, the outcome was that they got lost. Big brother, are we lost? Yi Fan asked with a hint of doubt, as he glanced around at the desolate surroundings. Impossible, Ing Chen replied calmly. We're just following the highway. There's no way we can go wrong. The three soon spotted a nearby highway, but reaching the road surface required climbing a support pillar over 10 meters high. Yi Fan excitedly said, Big brother, let me show you my agility. Before he finished speaking, Yi Fan nimbly leaped and climbed up the pillar like a monkey, with remarkable speed. Within moments, he reached the highway and looked down at Ing Chen with a smug grin. Big brother, though you're powerful, your agility must not be as good. You'll have to climb up slowly. Ing Chen smiled and shook his head. With a powerful jump, he landed effortlessly on the highway. Xiaolon followed suit, also reaching the top with ease. Ing Chen patted Yi Fan on the shoulder, holding back a laugh. Your agility is good, but your body is too fragile. At that moment, a massive shadow suddenly attacked. Caught off guard, Yi Fan's shoulder was torn, blood dripping from the wound. Ah, he cried out in pain, realizing in shock that his shoulder was nearly pierced, yet he hadn't seen what hit him. There it is, Ing Chen said alertly, turning to spot a giant hawk in the sky to their left, eyeing them menacingly. A mutated hawk, Yi Fan exclaimed. Ing Chen quickly analyzed. A wind god hawk, early 3rd grade, wind bloodline, mid-tier commander. Contract success rate is 40%, but there's no contract slot. It's a child of the wind, inherently able to manipulate the wind, and its combat power multiplies in windy conditions. A wind god hawk. Interesting, Ing Chen remarked nonchalantly, waving his hand as a smaller black bird appeared beside him. Swallowing sparrow, it's yours. The swallowing sparrow let out a cry and soared towards the wind god hawk. Yi Fan was surprised. Big brother, is that your pet? Isn't it too much to ask it to confront that hawk? The swallowing sparrow was only a quarter the size of the wind god hawk, making them look like parent and child. Ing Chen replied calmly. The little sparrow may be small, but it's not weak and can definitely defeat that wind god hawk. He was confident in the swallowing sparrow. With a king-level bloodline, it's incredibly strong, surpassing even the blue lawn bird and 4-leaf sword grass despite their higher levels. Seeing the little guy coming at it, the wind god hawk's eyes showed disdain. It flapped its wings, sending several sharp wind blades toward the swallowing sparrow. However, just as the wind blades were about to hit, a dark void appeared in front of the swallowing sparrow, swallowing all the blades without a trace. The wind god hawk was stunned, but the swallowing sparrow gave it no time to recover. The black bird struck with a corrosive claw, landing hard on the wind god hawk. The wind god hawk cried out in pain. The corrosive power was too strong. Although the wound wasn't fatal, the intense pain rendered it powerless to resist. The swallowing sparrow pressed its advantage, turning to face the wind god hawk. It opened its small beak, and darkness enveloped the wind god hawk. Under the shocked gazes of Yi Fan and Xiaolon, the swallowing sparrow slowly consumed the massive wind god hawk. After the sky swallowing sparrow devoured the wind god eagle, it let out a satisfied burp and slowly flew in front of Ing Chen. Yi Fan curiously observed this magical bird, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. However, the sky swallowing sparrow was not accommodating, glaring fiercely at Yi Fan and emitting a warning chirp. Its ferocious nature seemed somewhat restrained in the presence of Ing Chen. Yi Fan withdrew his hand reluctantly, pouting, thinking, if I can't touch it, then I can't. No need to be so fierce. Ing Chen spoke softly. All right, let's head back. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky swallowing sparrow disappeared, retracted into the pet space. Witnessing this, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with amazement. Big brother, your ability is so cool. How did you put it away? Yi Fan eagerly inquired. Ing Chen did not answer directly, merely saying, don't ask, we should get going. The two continued along the highway, which was littered with abandoned vehicles, some still containing human remains. The scene of desolation was evident, with not a single living soul in sight. Unable to hold back, Yi Fan asked, Big brother, who do you think started the apocalypse? Ing Chen looked up at the distant glow of the sunset, murmuring pensively, I don't know, maybe it was the gods. At that moment, Xiaolon suddenly spoke up. Master, do you want me to carry you? Both Ing Chen and Yi Fan were taken aback. Ing Chen instinctively waved his hand, while Yi Fan's eyes lit up as he eagerly approached Xiaolon. If that's an option, please carry me. Before he could finish, Xiaolon punched him, sending him flying. Ing Chen couldn't help but laugh heartily. Once a solitary traveler, he now had the company of Xiaolon and Yi Fan, making the apocalypse feel less lonely. 6 days later, the trio finally left the highway. They noticed signs of human habitation ahead, suggesting the possibility of a settlement. Chun pondered whether this could be the place the divine beasts had mentioned, still thinking about the mythical dragon. Yi Fan shouted excitedly. Finally, signs of humans. Following the traces, the three eventually discovered the location of the settlement. However, the base they saw was extremely rudimentary, with walls made of simple stacked stones, even less impressive than Daunt City. Yi Fan pulled Chun along as they hurried towards the settlement, with Xiao Lan close behind. Soon, they arrived at the settlement's gate. The guards intercepted them, holding long knives and warily asking, "Who are you?" Upon seeing their appearances, the guards were visibly startled. Chun, blessed by the dragon, possessed an extraordinary appearance. Yi Fan was a typical rugged man, who would have been highly sought after before the apocalypse. Xiao Lan, lacking the allure of a mature woman, had a cute face and a graceful figure that stirred strong protective instincts in men. Chun smiled, extending his hand to shake the guards, explaining, "We're wanderers, visiting the settlement for the first time today." The guards, noting their clean attire, speculated, "Judging by your appearance, you must be mutants, right?" Chun pointed to Yi Fan, responding, "The two of us are mutants, but he's not." The guard was surprised, having assumed Xiao Lan wasn't a mutant, only to find that the robust-looking man wasn't one. Chun and Xiaolan had just stepped into Lake New City when they were stopped by a guard. The guard enthusiastically invited them to join the defense team, offering generous benefits, even resorting to a honey trap tactic. Chun politely declined with a slight twitch of his lips. Seeing this, Xiaolan also shook her head in refusal. Just then, Yefan, who was standing nearby, suddenly expressed his eagerness to join. The guard looked Yefan up and down dismissively and said, You're just an ordinary person. What makes you think you can join us? Even though our defense team isn't that strong, we still require at least evolved individuals." Unfazed, Yefan retorted, "I'm not weaker than any evolved person." With that, he abruptly swung a punch at the guard. The guard sneered, extending his palm to counter. "I'm a mid-level rank 1. Even if you hit a vital spot, you won't hurt me. If you can make me step back, you can join us today." With a loud bang, as fist met palm, the guard's expression changed drastically. An overwhelming force sent him flying backward. The surrounding guards were stunned, drawing their swords to encircle Yefan. "Stop!" The guard, who had been knocked back, struggled to his feet, suppressing the tremor in his arm. He walked up to Yefan and patted him on the shoulder. "Well done. You indeed qualify to join us." The onlookers whispered to each other, amazed at Yefan's strength despite not having undergone evolution, speculating on how powerful he could become if he did. Chun shook his head privately, knowing that Yefan was already at a late stage of rank 1, making this mid-level guard no match for him. Yefan then followed the guard away, waving goodbye to Chun from afar. "See you tomorrow, brother." As they ventured further into Lake New City, Chun and Xiaolan were surprised by how remarkably clean it was. The streets were spotless, and waste was neatly sorted. Although the residents appeared somewhat sallow, their spirits were noticeably better than those in Tianming City. Even more surprising, there were no signs of fighting or brawling. People still maintained pre-apocalypse manners. As he walked and observed, Chun couldn't help but wonder, what's going on here? How can they maintain such order in the midst of the apocalypse? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.